Chapter 1. The Collapse of Heaven and the Crossing, the Repository of the Mind. In the Yuan realm, within the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty, in Qingzhou, lies the Jihua sect. Chu Yun, how dare you? Not only have you conspired with outsiders to steal the sect's treasure artifacts, but you have also committed murder against your fellow disciples. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what more can you say? A thunderous voice echoed in the grand hall of the sect. Most of the high-ranking members of the Jihua sect were gathered here, their faces filled with anger and disappointment as they glared at Chu Yun this moment. Chu Yun was bound by 4 blood-red iron chains, nailed to the judgment rack in the hall, blood dripping incessantly as he hung his head low. Gonlin, dear mother, this pain is unbearable. Have I truly crossed over? As a deluge of memories surged into his mind, Chu Yun began to grasp his current predicament. He found himself in a cannibalistic fantasy world. The original owner of his body was a talented disciple of the Jihua sect. The reason for his dire situation was his offense against the sect's grand elder, whose grandson had been severely injured by the original owner during a competition and was now bedridden. The accusations of stealing the sect's treasures and murdering fellow disciples were merely fabrications concocted by the grand elder and his rival, Zhu Tianxia, to discredit him. Alongside the Jihua sect, the Yi family of Qingzhou was also involved. Yi Wanru, the eldest daughter of the Yi family, was the most radiant and sought-after beauty in the sect. Having discovered the original owner's rare bloodline, she had deliberately approached him within the sect. Over time, she became the original owner's cherished moonlight, even going so far as to willingly absorb his bloodline, draining him of all value. It was after a night of drinking her wine that he had unknowingly fallen into this meticulously crafted trap. What a catastrophic beginning. Having licked the honeyed words of betrayal, he now found himself with nothing. Even the most raucous of characters would have to acknowledge his dominance. Chu Yun felt a profound sense of helplessness. How had he ended up in such a predicament? He slowly raised his gaze, coldly observing a young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her beauty as pure as a lotus rising from the mud, standing beside Zhu Tianxia. It was none other than Yi Wanru. They say actors are heartless, and harlots are ungrateful. Indeed, this saying holds true. Yi Wanru, after a single cup of wine last night, you have led me to this ruin. Truly, you possess a heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Yi Wanru remained unmoved, her expression icy and disdainful as she looked at him. Chu Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? I did not see you at all last night. You are the one who murdered your fellow disciples and stole the sect's treasures. Such actions are beneath even beasts. How foolish of me to have cared for you in the past. Now I realize I have merely raised a white-eyed wolf for the sect. Yi Wanru's counterattack ignited a chill in Chu Yun's heart, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Good. What a splendid rhetoric. To act the part of a harlot while establishing a false front. You are indeed a shameless wretch. Yi Wanru, observing Chu Yun's demeanor, felt a twinge of confusion. The Chu Yun of the past would never have dared to speak so boldly. He was always obedient and docile. Even now, despite being wronged, he should not be cursing her so vehemently. Chu Yun, should you dare to slander Sister Yi again, I shall cut off your tongue and feed it to the dogs. A tall, slender young man in purple robes, standing beside Yi Wanru, slapped Chu Yun with arrogant bravado. Zhu Tianxia, the undisputed eldest brother of the Jihua sect, was also an ardent suitor of Yi Wanru. His envy and animosity towards Chu Yun had been simmering to a boiling point due to the relationship between Chu Yun and Yi Wanru. Fortunately, with the Grand Elder orchestrating this scheme, Yi Wanru had also been swayed by his conditions. The 3 of them united to ensure that Chu Yun would never rise again. I shall remember this slap. Chu Yun's gaze turned crimson as he glared at him. Enough. Chu Yun, return the sect's treasures at once. Otherwise, today shall be your last. The sect leader, seated at the highest point, glared down with an imposing aura. A wave of his pressure descended upon Chu Yun, causing his bones to creak under the strain, as though his body might explode from the agony to concoct accusations out of thin air. What reason is there to fret? Chu Yun coughed up a mouthful of blood, his consciousness fading. Is no one coming forth? If you do not appear soon, I may truly perish. Focus. Do not panic. You are the protagonist. You cannot die. System activation in progress. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the background editing system. Do you think this is a 3-year agreement? What a limit. If I truly die, you'll have to restart. The system arrived rather late, prompting Chu Yun to curse. Do not worry. Master the system is professional. Enough of the nonsense. What can you do? Hurry and activate it. Focus. This system is the background editing system. As long as the host possesses sufficient editing points, they may edit backgrounds and freely modify characters and relationships. The edited backgrounds and relationships will manifest in the real world in a reasonable and causative manner. The greater the background and causal changes, the more editing points will be consumed. Editing points are acquired by the host, eliminating those with grievances against them. The greater the opponent's cultivation or hatred, the more editing points the host will receive upon their demise. The elimination of individuals related to the host will also count, can be farmed. Additionally, editing points can be exchanged for various items in the exchange shop. Background edits may be performed once every 7 days, without time restrictions. Edit the background? By your definition, if I have enough editing points, can I not become a formidable figure? Chu Yun inquired with curiosity. That is indeed the case. Even an emperor of the Yuan realm can be made your subordinate, should you possess sufficient editing points. Spare me the empty words. Editing points are still at 0, given this catastrophic beginning. You must provide some benefits for my family. Chu Yun urged anxiously. That we have them, master. A welfare package has been successfully distributed. Would you like to open it? Need you even ask? Of course, I shall open it. Focus. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained 1,000 editing points. Celestial Blood Divine Root X1. 10,000 Demons Chaos Body X1. Nether God Eye X1. All rewards have been distributed. Panel functions unlocking. Celestial Blood Divine Root. One of the supreme roots across the countless realms, containing the innate divine. Ability Blood Heaven World. 10,000 Demons Chaos Body. An unparalleled physique in the myriad realms, surpassing all divine and demonic bodies, capable of merging with the chaos and sealing myriad demons, possessing the might to overturn the heavens and earth. Nether God Eye, able to pierce through the realms of yin and yang, all illusions and malevolence fall before it, with no shadow escaping its sight. P.S. Innate Realm, condensation of Chi Realm, gathering Chi Realm, transformation of Chi Realm, Golden Core Realm, Yuan Infant Realm, Fragmentation Realm, Nirvana Realm, Venerable Realm, Heavenly Appearance Realm, Heavenly Venerable, Supreme Realm. Chapter 2. The Ninth Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Master, would you like to merge immediately? Given the current situation, if I do not merge, I shall surely perish. Detecting the host body is on the brink of death, initiating rapid merging. Celestial Blood, Divine Root, successfully merged. 10,000 Demons, Chaos Body, successfully merged. Nether God Eye successfully merged. After merging these abilities, Chu Yun's consciousness became extraordinarily clear. The Celestial Blood Divine Root enhanced his willpower and spiritual strength by at least 10,000-fold. The energy birthed by the 10,000 Demons Chaos Body repaired his internal injuries. The Nether God Eye, at a certain moment, caused a flash of purple divine light to appear in his gaze. In an instant, his eyes seemed to possess a certain enchantment, as if a multitude of demons were dancing within his profound pupils. With 1,000 editing points, which background can I edit? You must recommend a few options for me to AT this moment. Although Chu Yun had integrated these 3 elements, he was acutely aware that his current situation remained unchanged. His cultivation level was merely at the Qi gathering stage, while both the Grand Elder and the sect leader of the Jihua sect were practitioners of the Golden Core level. In a contest of sheer strength, he had no chance of victory. Thus, he could only place his hopes on the background editing feature. The recommended backgrounds included illegitimate son of the Prince of Yun County of the Great Xia Dynasty, 600 editing points. Disciple of the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword Sect, 200 editing points. Junior brother of the sect leader of the Doing Sect, 700 editing points. Missing 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty for many years, 1,000 editing points. After examining the numerous options suggested by the system, Chu Yun discovered one identity that was most suitable for him, the 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. It was essential to note that Qingzhou belonged to the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty, With a vast continent like Qingzhou, the Great Xia Dynasty wielded control over 13 such regions and had dozens of prefectures remaining. Jihua sect was considered a top-tier sect in Qingzhou, housing not only Golden Core practitioners but also ancestors of the nascent soul level. Yet despite this, they were still seen as insignificant as ants in the eyes of the Great Xia Dynasty. If he could become the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, then this seemingly insurmountable predicament would be effortlessly resolved. After all, in this world, the greatest divide lies in one's background. The notion that hard work alone can lead to success is the most colossal falsehood. Some individuals are destined for success from birth, simply due to their lineage. Consume editing points to become the long-lost 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chu Yun made his decision without hesitation. Background is being edited. Please wait. Causality alteration complete. Identity reset successful. Ding. Congratulations, Master. Background editing successful. In the realm of the Yuan, within the imperial palace of the Great Xia Empire, a man with an imposing presence donned a robe adorned with 9 clawed dragons, embodying the empire's aura. He sat majestically in the imperial study, reviewing memorials. Around his neck hung a transparent jade pendant, within which was sealed a drop of blood. As the sovereign of the Great Xia Dynasty, he harbored a lingering regret in his heart. During his personal expedition to suppress the invading armies of 2 rival states, his 9th son had been stolen at birth and remained missing to this day. The fate of the child unknown. The jade pendant he wore contained the blood of his 9th son. His consort Sure, had preserved 2 drops of blood at the time of childbirth, crafting 2 jade pendants sewn for each of them. Bound by blood, if their son's lineage were to awaken at any moment, their pendants would react. However, over 20 years had passed without any news, turning this into a deep-seated concern for them. Suddenly, the drop of blood within the pendant became intensely hot, radiating warmth that even shattered the jade, unleashing an overwhelming brilliance within the study. What is this? My son! It is my son! The Emperor of the Great Xia stood abruptly, his expression filled with excitement and tremors of emotion. Wonderful, my son is alive! Ha ha ha! At that moment, the door to the study was thrust open, and a woman dressed in regal attire, usually composed and dignified, burst in with uncontainable emotion. Your Majesty, it is Yunar. It is the awakening of Yunar's bloodline. This woman was none other than the mother of the 9th prince and the most beloved consort of the Great Xia Emperor. Consort Sure Minwei. Beloved consort, do not worry. Since Yunar is alive, I shall ensure his safety. Luo Feng, Xian Feng. As the emperor's words fell, 2 figures clad in black armor appeared in the study. We pay our respects to your Majesty. The Emperor of the Great Xia gazed at them solemnly. I command you to take the shadow guards and immediately proceed to the Jihua sect in Qingzhou to bring back the 9th prince. There must be no mistakes. As you command. The 2 leaders of the shadow guards immediately took their leave. The deployment of the shadow guards by the emperor underscored his earnest concern regarding the matter. Unlike other factions, the shadow guards in the Great Xia Dynasty answer solely to the emperor. Even the ordinary members of the shadow guards possess a minimum cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Moreover, the shadow guards possess the authority to act first and report later, with no official in the entire dynasty daring to underestimate them. They are, in essence, the sharpest weapon in the emperor's arsenal. Yunar is in Qingzhou. Coincidentally, my brother is also there. I shall immediately send him a message to rush to the Jihua sect to avoid any unforeseen events. Sure Minwei suddenly recalled that her brother had recently intended to travel to Qingzhou in search of cultivation materials. She hastily sent him a message. With her long-lost nephew now within Qingzhou, he would undoubtedly rush to Jihua sect upon receiving the news. With Xian Feng and Luo Feng going, combined with Shura, Yunar shall be safe. Rest assured. The Emperor of the Great Xia embraced Sure Minyu's shoulders, comforting her. She nodded, hoping fervently that her brother and the others would quickly bring her son back. Due to the reappearance of the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, the emperor did not suppress the news, but rather made it public, even assigning people to prepare a residence. For the long-awaited son, the return of the 9th prince stirred a great uproar within the Great Xia Dynasty, eliciting mixed emotions among the populace. However, within the Jihua sect, none were yet aware of these events. Xian Feng and Luo Feng had already led the Emperor's shadow guards onto the spatial teleportation array, en route to Qingzhou. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Shadow Guard. Chu Yun, your resolve is indeed formidable, since you have no intention of confessing honestly. Elder, employ the tortures. The master of Jihua sect, seated above, observed Chu Yun's stubborn silence and spoke. Yes, sect master. The elder of Jihua sect approached Chu Yun with a cold smile. Chu Yun gazed at him with piercing eyes. Old ghost, shall we make a wager? Oh, what do you wish to wager? The elder retorted mockingly. I wager that soon you will be on your knees, begging me not to take your life. Chu Yun's voice was laden with an overwhelming, killing intent. Ha ha ha. Chu Yun, have you lost your mind? At this juncture, you're still lost in delusions? Since your tongue is so obstinate, I hope you don't scream in pain shortly. With that, the elder ruthlessly shattered Chu Yun's limbs with bare hands, his methods brutally savage. Is this all you've got? I expected more from you. Chu Yun scoffed, showing no sign of pain, his eyes filled with mockery and derision. Then, before the astonished eyes of the assembly, his limbs visibly regenerated, restored to their former state. The power of the demonic chaos body was continuously enhancing his physical form. What? How is this possible? He has recovered. This scene left countless spectators in the hall stunned and bewildered. Even the master of Jihua sect showed a flicker of astonishment on his face. Elder, what kind of sorcery is this? How can he regenerate his limbs so instantaneously? Yi Wanru inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. She began to suspect whether Chu Yun had concealed secrets from her. If only she could learn such a technique. Damn Chu Yun, how dare you deceive me? You deserve this fate. Yi Wanru felt a surge of hatred towards him for his perceived betrayal. Just a vile trick. This rascal has the audacity to kill his own kind. It is no wonder he resorts to such sinister methods. But today, I shall make you confess everything. The elder unleashed the might of his golden core cultivation, his spiritual energy manifesting as threads that entered Chu Yun's body. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Chu Yun's internal organs were severely damaged, and it felt as though countless insects were gnawing at his bones, pain radiating throughout his body. Chu Yun gritted his teeth, enduring the torment, his eyes blazing with fury and murderous intent, fixated on the elder of Jihua sect. Old ghost, I swear, you shall pay me back 1,000-fold for this agony. Chu Yun vowed silently, knowing that the forces of the Daxia Empire were on their way. Once they arrived, none of Jihua's sect would escape. Bang! As Chu Yun's limbs shattered into a mist of blood once more, the elder's power finally subsided. He did not wish for Chu Yun to perish so easily. His grandson was gravely injured and confined to bed, and he could not allow Chu Yun to escape death so simply. He was determined to torment this little beast thoroughly. To think he remains silent even now. His tenacity is remarkable. Elder, allow me to take a turn. The 13 soul-piercing needles of the Zhu family are designed to attack the soul. I refuse to believe he can endure soul attacks. Zhu Tianzhao stepped forward, proposing with a sinister smile. He sought merely to inflict suffering upon Chu Yun, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The 13 soul-piercing needles were said to inflict the agony of 1,000 soul rendings. Given Chu Yun's obstinate demeanor, it was worth a try. If this failed, they would have to summon the ancestor to extract the soul. No matter what, he must reveal the whereabouts of the Tianhua cauldron. The master of Jihua sect nodded in agreement. Yes, sect master. Zhu Tianzhao, with his own ulterior motives. Protect Chu Yun. Gazing at Chu Yun's pitiable state, he wore a smug expression. Chu Yun, savor the exquisite torment of my Zhu family's soul-piercing needles. As Zhu Tianzhao conjured 13 silver needles of spiritual energy, poised to pierce Chu Yun suddenly. Bang! The doors of a Jihua sect hall were shattered by an immense force. Xian Feng and Luo Feng, the 2 leaders of the Daxia Shadow Guard, entered, accompanied by over 50 armored shadow guards. Presumptuous! Who dares to intrude upon my Jihua sect in broad daylight? The elder of Jihua sect was the first to speak, his eyes glinting with coldness as he pointed at the shadow guards and shouted. Luo Feng and Xian Feng paid him no heed. The former held a drop of blood from the 9th prince, comparing it with every person in the hall. Then, the brilliance of that drop of blood erupted once more, flying directly towards the bloodied and battered Chu Yun, merging into his being before everyone's astonished gaze. Upon witnessing this, Luo Feng and Xian Feng's expressions changed dramatically. Below, Xian Feng called out as he shattered the apparatus binding Chu Yun, catching him before administering 2 precious pills to heal his injuries. Luo Feng, witnessing Chu Yun's grave condition, unleashed an unrestrained wave of killing intent that enveloped the entire hall. This palpable aura of wrath was forged from a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. The remaining members of Juhua sect felt a chill of terror wash over them, as if a bloodthirsty deity stood before them. Dare I inquire as to your esteemed identities? What is your relation to Chu Yun? The master of Juhua sect, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, cautiously posed the question. Bang! In an instant, Luo Feng seized his neck, lifting the master of Juhua sect off the ground as though he were a mere chick. The speed was so remarkable that no one had time to react. Sect Master. Several elders of Juhuai's sect were aghast, preparing to intervene. But a shadow guard stood before them, emanating the oppressive aura of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, rendering them all powerless and drenched in sweat. Nascent soul powerhouse. The Juhua sect members were taken aback, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable individual was indeed a figure of the nascent soul realm. The master of Juhuai's sect was held aloft, utterly defenseless against the leader of these intruders, who treated him like a mere child. Predecessor, let us speak calmly. We can negotiate. Before he could finish, the face of the Juhua sect master contorted grotesquely, blood and flesh collapsing inward as he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Luo Feng, as the leader of the Shadow Guard, paid no heed to his life, launching a terrifying soul search upon him. He sought the truth. To understand what audacity had emboldened the Juhua sect to so cruelly torment the 9th prince of the Daxia Empire. Chapter 4. The Celestial Path Sect and the Tianhua Cauldron. After delving into the soul, Luo Feng grasped the intricate details of the situation. As for the sect master of Juhua sect, his spirit had endured unprecedented torment, cast aside like a discarded object, crumpled on the ground, howling in agony, his soul teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhu Tiansuo, Yi Wanro, and the senior elders of Juhua sect were momentarily frozen in shock. Witnessing the sect master's pitiful state, none dared to act recklessly. Who were these individuals? How could there be a nascent soul realm powerhouse among them? How did Chu Yun come to know them? Yi Wanro was filled with astonishment and doubt. She simply could not fathom where Chu Yun derived such immense power, capable of enlisting the support of a nascent soul expert. Esteemed friends, Juhua sect is a notable force within the Great Xia Dynasty, particularly in Qingzhou. Your brazen intrusion into our sect and the harm inflicted upon our sect master is utterly unacceptable. A voice, aged and resonant, echoed from outside the hall. Soon after, a tall, slender elder garbed in plain robes appeared in the hall, emanating an overwhelming aura of a peak nascent soul, suppressing the presence of the Shadow Guard. Accompanying him were 4 other elderly figures, each distinct in appearance, yet all exuding the formidable energy of the nascent soul realm. Splendid. The 5 ancestors have arrived. This will certainly ensure these intruders face dire consequences. The members of Juhua sect beamed with joy and excitement upon the arrival of the 5 ancestors. The previously astonished expression on the face of the Grand Elder transformed into one of newfound confidence. However, Luo Feng and Xian Feng remained unfazed by the emergence of the 5 nascent soul ancestors. Luo Feng entirely disregarded them and approached Xian Feng. How is His Highness faring? Fortunately, His Highness possesses remarkable self-recovery abilities. After refining 2 medicinal pills, he has recovered to about 70 or 80%. He should awaken shortly, Xian Feng replied, utilizing his own rebirth power to maximize the medicinal effects within Chu Yun's body. His limbs had already restored. An awakening was merely a matter of time. Hey, are you deaf? Our ancestors are speaking to you, and you treat it as mere wind passing by. Observing their elders being ignored, a mid-stage golden core elder from Juhua sect stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at them. Bang! Luo Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce glimmer. and an intangible pressure crushed down upon the elder. With a thunderous explosion, flesh and soul transformed into a dazzling display of fireworks, and before anyone could react, he was reduced to ashes within the hall. Third elder, the grand elder of Jihua sect, and others cried out in anguish, their expressions a mixture of shock and fury. No one anticipated that Luo Feng would strike without hesitation, and even the 5 nascent soul ancestors failed to react in time. Such speed, this individual, has likely surpassed the nascent soul realm. The peak nascent soul ancestor of Jihua sect struggled to conceal his astonishment. Although Luo Feng's aura remained concealed, the sheer velocity of his strike was beyond anything he could compare to. It was evident that his cultivation level surpassed even his own. A breakthrough realm powerhouse. The mere thought sent a shiver through the elder's eyelids. Given this, today's events had indeed become rather complicated. Your Excellency possesses formidable strength. You must surely be a master of the breakthrough realm. However, I fail to understand the reason behind today's incident. Is it truly because of this young friend? The elder promptly adjusted his stance, inquiring with caution. Xian Feng cast a cold, indifferent glance at him. What do you think? He had yet to act, merely waiting for Chu Yun to awaken. The fates of these individuals would naturally be determined by Chu Yun. Qin Kun explained the situation clearly. An elder from Jihua sect coldly demanded of the grand elder. The ancestors, it is that Chu Yun, this little wretch. He has stolen the Tianhua cauldron and murdered his fellow disciples. The evidence is irrefutable, and we sought to bring him to justice, but Qin Kun intended to embellish the details. But upon seeing the intimidation radiating from Xian Feng and Luo Feng, he was instantly cowed. What? He stole the Tianhua cauldron. You claim the evidence is irrefutable. Where is it? The elder who had previously inquired, now visibly shaken, pressed for answers. The Tianhua cauldron was not merely a treasured artifact of Jihua sect. More critically, it contained a sealed millennium-old medicinal herb. This was a legacy left by the highest Taoist lineage of Qingzhou, the Celestial Path sect, intended to continually nourish that herb. In a century, they would return to claim it. The theft of the Tianhua cauldron meant not only the loss of a treasure, but also the inability to report back to the Celestial Path sect should the matter be disclosed. Reporting to the elder, someone witnessed it firsthand. In the dead of night, Chu Yun infiltrated the treasure vault, stole the Tianhua cauldron, and killed 2 guarding disciples. Qin Kun replied, "Who is it?" "Elder, it was I, Zhu Tiansa," he said as he stepped forward. This had been their prearranged plan, with Zhu Tiansa serving as the witness, while Yi Wanro would implicate the deceased disciples in the theft, coupled with his overnight disappearance. With both testimonial and material evidence, they crafted a closed loop. They had, however, not anticipated that the current Chu Yun was worlds apart from his former self. "Are you truly certain that you saw Chu Yun steal the Tianhua cauldron?" The elder pressed again. "Elder, I swear I did indeed see Chu Yun last night. He is the thief," Zhu Tiansua affirmed passionately. The several elders of Jihua sect felt a wave of frustration wash over them. These individuals had evidently come in support of Chu Yun, yet the significance of the Tianhua cauldron to Jihua sect was too critical. They had to retrieve it. "Your Excellency, within the Tianhua cauldron lies an item belonging to my sect's higher authority, the Celestial Path sect. If indeed it was taken by the young friend, we simply request its return. As for the other matters today, Jihua sect is willing to drop all charges." The elder of Jihua sect recognized that he was no match for Luo Feng and the others. Thus, he directly invoked the might of Qingzhou's most formidable power, the Celestial Path sect, as a backing. The Celestial Path sect, with a lineage spanning over a millennium, held absolute dominance in Qingzhou, wielding nearly complete control over the region's core. Within it resided not only breakthrough realm practitioners, but also nirvana realm superiors. The ancient figures of the Celestial Path sect were terrifying beings of a revered status, capable of dominating an entire province. Their power could overturn entire regions. Their presence akin to the embodiment of the heavens, roaming the world. Chapter 5. Chu Yun awoke, and the people from the Wangxian Dao sect were present. However, his self-satisfaction was nothing more than a jest in the eyes of Luo Feng and Xian Feng. The Wangxian Dao sect was indeed formidable, with a profound heritage, ranking prominently within the vast Xia Dynasty. But who were they? The Xia Shadow Guards. Both of their leaders were peak Nirvana realm cultivators, refined through the baptism of the Nirvana fire. Only if the old-timers from the Wangxian Dao sect personally intervened could they be defeated. However, the mere mention of the Xia Shadow Guards would give those elders of the Wangxian Dao sect pause to consider the consequences of their actions. The prince has awakened. At that moment, Chu Yun finally stirred, his eyes fluttering open. Xian Feng, who had been vigilantly monitoring his condition, exclaimed with excitement. Luo Feng approached him as well, calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness, how do you feel? Luo Feng's concern left Chu Yun bewildered. Your Highness? Who are you? Although the background had been arranged, Chu Yun was still unaware of his identity and had to feign ignorance. Your Highness, we are the Xia Shadow Guards. I am Luo Feng, one of the 4 leaders. This is Xian Feng. Your identity is... Luo Feng conveyed everything to Chu Yun through telepathy. Upon hearing all this, Chu Yun deliberately feigned a look of shock. The 9th prince? Is this true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Luo Feng responded earnestly. Rest assured, Your Highness, you are indeed the genuine 9th prince of the Xia Dynasty, without a doubt. When we arrived, you had already fainted. Had anything happened to you, we would have faced dire consequences. Chu Yun pretended to regain his composure after the initial shock, contemplating for a moment before gradually accepting his newfound identity. Your Highness, now that you have awakened, how should we deal with these individuals? Their fates, life or death, are entirely at your discretion. Xian Feng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He found the Jihua sect members thoroughly detestable. They even had the audacity to attempt leveraging the Wangxian Dao sect against them, which was nothing short of laughable. Fellow Taoists, I have spoken with utmost civility, yet your attitude remains intolerable. Upon hearing Xian Feng's words, the elder from the Jihua sect could no longer restrain himself. Hand over the Tianhua cauldron, and we shall let bygones be bygones. Is that not sufficient? Relying on his superior cultivation, he believed they could easily bully the Jihua sect. The elder, leading the Jihua sect, pointed a beam of spiritual light at the floor of the Grand Hall, activating the space teleportation array. This teleportation array connected to the Wangxian Dao sect. Since you were so aggressive, let the Wangxian Dao sect come and reason with you. Yi Wanru observed the unfolding situation with a furrowed brow, her heart brimming with resentment. You have concealed so much from me, Chu Yun. How utterly hypocritical you are. When the Wangxian Dao sect arrives, I shall see how you intend to extricate yourself from this predicament. Chu Yun gazed calmly at the shimmering teleportation array, a faint smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the Wangxian Dao sect, the foremost sect in Qingzhou, which, despite the Jihua sect's status, was merely a vassal of the Wangxian Dao sect. However, when comparing the Wangxian Dao sect to the Xia Dynasty, the disparity was immense. He felt no urgency. The humiliation inflicted upon him by Qin Kun, Zhu Tiansuo, and even Yi Wanru would be repaid 1,000-fold. With a flash, 5 figures materialized atop the Grand Hall S diagram as the teleportation array blazed to life. Elder Yang. The elders of the Jihua sect bowed respectfully to the tall elder clad in a red robe, who was named Yang Muqian, the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect and a formidable early-stage Nirvana realm cultivator. Su Duo, why have you activated the teleportation array to summon someone from my sect? Yang Muqian scanned the Grand Hall, his gaze landing on the elder of the Jihua sect. Elder Yang, the situation is as follows. Su Duo, the elder from the Jihua sect, explained everything with utmost respect. Upon hearing that the Tianhua cauldron had been stolen and that their resources were depleted, Yang Muqian's expression darkened as he turned his gaze to Chu Yun. Where is the Tianhua cauldron? Yang Muqian's demeanor was arrogant and dismissive, showing no regard for Luo Feng and the others. Chu Yun, unfazed, asked Luo, Can you handle this old man? What does your highness wish for me to do? Luo Feng inquired. I do not appreciate others being so arrogant before me. It is far better for them to kneel while conversing, Chu Yun replied. Understood. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Feng became a mere shadow. In the next instant, he appeared before Yang Muqian, unleashing a palm imbued with terrifying nirvana energy toward him. Nirvana realm. Yang Muqian's pupils constricted as he realized Luo Feng was a peer-level opponent. He stomped his foot, causing the ground of the grand hall to shatter, with countless strands of nirvana energy erupting like 1,000 fire dragons, engulfing their target. Nevertheless, Luo Feng waved his sleeve, and black nirvana light shot forth, obliterating Yang Muqian's onslaught. Bang! Luo Feng's palm struck Yang Muqian's abdomen with resounding force, piercing through his nirvana body. Following this, a resplendent nirvana wheel of black light appeared behind Luo Feng, descending upon Yang Muqian. Bang! Unable to withstand the immense pressure, Yang Muqian knelt, suppressed by Luo Feng's nirvana power. Elder, Master. The other members of the Wangxian Dao sect stared in horror, their eyes wide as they witnessed Yang Muqian being subdued. However, in the next moment, 4 figures emerged from the shadow guards, exuding the overwhelming aura of peak shattered realm cultivators, subduing the rest. The expressions of the Jiahua sect elders, including the Grand Elder Chu Yun and Zhu Tianzhao, turned to stone, frozen in disbelief. Su Duo's eyes were filled with panic. Nirvana realm. The person before him was an unparalleled nirvana cultivator. Even Elder Yang Muqian was no match for him, subdued in mere moments. Who were these individuals? How could a disciple of the Jiahua sect be entangled with such figures? Cough. Peak nirvana realm. Who are you? Yang Muqian stammered, his face devoid of color, blood trickling from his mouth. He realized that the person before him possessed a cultivation level comparable to their sect leader, yet was clearly a stranger, evidently not from the local forces of Qingzhou. Chapter 6. Identity revealed, astonishing all. Luo Feng's demeanor was icy, his words cutting like a cold blade. Luo Feng. That name is utterly unfamiliar to the members of the Jiahua sect. Their rank is far beneath the threshold required to engage with the likes of the Great Xia Shadow Guards. However, Yang Muqian was entirely different. As the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, he had visited the Great Xia imperial city and witnessed its grandeur. The name Luo Feng, coupled with his peak nirvana realm cultivation, swiftly conjured a shadowy figure in Yang Muqian's mind. Yet upon realizing the identity of this figure, his expression shifted repeatedly. Shock, disbelief, and even a hint of panic flashed across his face. Could be, you are the Great Xia Shadow Guard, Commander Luo Feng? As Yang Muqian uttered these words, the entire hall fell into a chilling silence, as if the air had been sucked out. By rights, someone of your stature should not have the privilege to converse with me. Yet your audacity to challenge the Crown Prince grants you a fleeting chance at self-destruction. Luo Feng's voice was stern, his nirvana will pressing down on Yang Muqian, denying him any chance of escape. Your Highness. Yang Muqian's gaze suddenly darted towards Chu Yun, to be addressed as Your Highness by one of the 4 commanders of the Great Xia Shadow Guards indicated that only a select few within the entire dynasty could hold such a title. The man before him, Chu Yun, must undoubtedly be a prince of the Great Xia. Unaware of the prince's presence, Yang Muqian felt a surge of regret for offending him, immediately bowing his head in a display of fear and contrition. In that moment, he harbored an intense resentment towards the Jiahua sect. This was a prince of the Great Xia. Even he, a mere 7th elder, was insignificant. Not even their sect leader would dare to disrespect a royal in such company, especially with the formidable Great Xia Shadow Guards surrounding him. Which prince was this, to command such attention from the emperor? The Great Xia Shadow Guards. A prince? Su Duo, Qin Kuan, and Zhu Tiansu, along with Yuanru, could hardly believe their ears. Their eyes widened with terror, their faces drained of color, betraying the fear and panic within. What had they just heard? The individuals before them, the Great Xia Shadow Guards, were notorious for instilling fear throughout the dynasty. And Chu Yun, previously a condemned criminal, had now transformed into a prince of the Great Xia? How could this be? Was this reality? Were they truly not dreaming? Chu Yun cast a glance at Yang Muqian, who, despite his earlier arrogance, now recognized the gravity of the situation and humbled himself. This shall be your last chance. Commander Luo, release him, Chu Yun commanded. Yes, your highness. Luo Feng and the other shadow guards immediately lifted their suppression over the group. Once free, Yang Muqian, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, "Thank you, your highness." By sparing his life rather than executing him, Chu Yun had granted him a favor, allowing him to feel indebted. Yet now, it was time to reveal his ruthless side. Chu Yun slowly approached Zhu Tiansu, fixing him with a cold, piercing gaze. "Zhu Tiansu, you surely recall how you treated me before? Now, it is time for you to repay that debt in full. Take him away, dismember him, flay his skin, and shatter his bones. As for his soul, let him suffer with his own soul, extracting 13 needles until his essence collapses." "Yes, your highness." Two shadow guards stepped forward, dragging Zhu Tiansu away. "No, Chu Yun. No, your highness, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will never dare again. Your highness, have mercy." Zhu Tiansu's desperate pleas echoed as he was taken away, his voice a haunting cry that lingered in the air. After disposing of Zhu Tiansu, Chu Yun turned his attention to Qin Kun. Qin Kun, avoiding eye contact, only succumbed to despair when Chu Yun stood directly before him. "Old dog, I told you, everything you've done will be repaid 1,000-fold. You revel in shattering limbs and severing meridians, do you? Then you shall taste that very torment yourself." Just as Chu Yun was about to command the shadow guards to seize him, Qin Kun revealed a twisted smile of desperation and malice. "Chu Yun, let us descend into hell together." With that, he lunged at Chu Yun, his body swelling as he intended to self-destruct and take Chu Yun with him. Luo Feng's gaze turned sharp, and in an instant, his nirvana power erupted, obliterating Qin Kun's soul and body into ashes. "Attention! Congratulations, Master. Commander Luo Feng has slain Qin Kun, granting you 100 editing points." Qin Kun's demise was swift. Attempting to play tricks before a Nirvana realm cultivator was nothing more than folly. Following his death, a small green cauldron emerged from his storage pouch, inscribed with ancient spiritual runes, emanating a lingering trace of Qin Kun's obsession, hurtling towards Chu Yun. With a flash of his nether eye, Chu Yun discerned that this cauldron was no ordinary medicinal vessel. The runes formed a massive sealing array. Within the cauldron lay hidden secrets. Yet, the most pressing concern was the cataclysmic energy it was about to unleash. As Xian Feng prepared to act, a massive rift suddenly opened beside Chu Yun, revealing a hand that grasped the cauldron firmly, suppressing its explosive energy with overwhelming force. Emerging from the rift was a middle-aged man clad in a deep black robe, adorned with a dark embroidered purple symbol at the cuffs. His sword-like brows radiated a fierce aura, his presence towering and imposing, instilling fear in all who beheld him. The moment he appeared, even the space surrounding Chu Yun rippled violently. As the rift sealed, Chu Yun was momentarily taken aback. Who was this man, capable of stepping forth from the very fabric of space? Luo Feng and Xian Feng exchanged glances filled with solemnity and reverence. "We greet the Lord of Shura." Yang Muqian's eyes widened in astonishment. The Lord of Shura, the current patriarch of the Shur family, the foremost family of the Great Xia Dynasty. A terrifying being of the revered realm. With a mere stamp of his foot, he could trigger earthquakes across Qingzhou. Even their ancestors held the Lord of Shura in the highest regard. Among all the revered beings in the Great Xia Dynasty, the Lord of Shura ranked within the top 3 in power. Today, such a figure had graced them with his presence, presumably due to the esteemed prince standing before him. Chapter 7. The Regret of Yi Wanru. The Asura Sovereign gazed at the two shadow guards, nodding lightly. "I am aware of the situation. My nephew, the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, has been humiliated in such a trivial place. The Jihua sect no longer has a reason to exist." With a cold snort, the Asura Sovereign unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual power, rippling through the air and enveloping the entire Jihua sect in an instant. Above the Jihua sect skies, dark purple clouds gathered, crackling with lightning that harbored boundless Shura malevolence, seeping into every corner of the sect. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of disciples and elders within the Jihua sect were reduced to mere blood mist, with not a shred of resistance. At this moment, Only a few individuals remained in the Grand Hall. Nephew? Chu Yun's eyes widened in confusion. Could this Asura Sovereign truly be his uncle? Your Highness, the Asura Sovereign is the current head of the first family of the dynasty, the Sure family. Moreover, he is also the brother of Empress Sure, making him your maternal uncle. Luo Feng, noticing Chu Yun's bewilderment, offered an explanation. Realization dawned on Chu Yun. He had not anticipated that his identity as the ninth prince would come with such monumental significance. Not only was his father the emperor, but his maternal lineage was also fearsome. The first family of the dynasty was not something the Yi family or the Zhihua sect could contend with. Uncle. Once Chu Yun comprehended everything, he affectionately called out. The Asura Sovereign turned his gaze towards him, genuinely delighted. Ha ha! How wonderful! You truly resemble your mother. Yinner, you have suffered outside these years. Fear not. From this day forth, no one shall bully you. Behind you stands not only the Great Xia Dynasty, but also my Sure family. Should anyone dare to wrong you, your uncle will shield you. Even if the heavens were to fall, I would stand firm. The Asura Sovereign's words filled Chu Yun with a profound sense of familial warmth. This was what true kinship felt like. Regardless of right or wrong, family would always stand by your side, lending you strength and courage. Uncle, may I take a look at that cauldron? Chu Yun expressed his excitement, pointing to the green cauldron in the sovereign's hand. Of course. If you're interested in this small cauldron, take it. The Asura Sovereign readily handed it over to Chu Yun. At this moment, Yang Muqian was filled with astonishment. He had surmised Chu Yun's true identity. If the Asura Sovereign was indeed his uncle, then he could only be the long-lost ninth prince. However, as he scrutinized the appearance of the cauldron, his fury ignited. The Tianhua cauldron. Theft. How dare you deceive me regarding the Wang Xiandao sect? This Tianhua cauldron was clearly in the hands of your sect's elders, yet you dare to frame the prince. Yang Muqian approached the few culprits of the theft, striking them down with a single blow, instantly crippling their powers. I have no idea how this happened. The elder from the Wang Xiandao sect wore a face of despair as he realized his powers were gone, and with the disciples of his sect lost, he fell on the brink of collapse. The other elders shared a similar fate. Though Qin Kuan had claimed the Tianhua cauldron was stolen by Chu Yun, it now appeared in his possession. With Qin Kuan deceased, no one could elucidate the situation. Isn't it simple? Zhu Tiansuo and Qin Kuan conspired to steal the Tianhua cauldron and frame me. As long as I am dead, the cauldron will vanish entirely, becoming Qin Kuan's possession. They eliminate me while acquiring the cauldron, two birds with one stone. Am I correct, Yuanru? Holding the Tianhua cauldron, Chu Yun cast a mocking glance at Yuanru. Yuanru, now gripped by terror, crumbled to the ground, her face a portrait of despair. Chu Yun, I'm sorry. I was wrong. It was Zhu Tiansuo and Qin Kuan who coerced me. If I hadn't helped them frame you, they would have killed me. I had no choice, Chu Yun. I truly apologize. Please, grant me another chance. Remember the times we trained together, shared meals, and watched the sunset? My feelings for you are genuine. Yuanru's pitiful plea, coupled with tears and a heart-wrenching demeanor, evoked a sense of sympathy. Yet, as Chu Yun observed her performance, he felt increasingly repulsed. Yevandro, cease your wretched act. You do not regret your actions. You merely lament not recognizing my true identity sooner, which led to your misguided choices. However, rest assured, I shall grant you an opportunity to choose. As Chu Yun uttered his final words, a mysterious smile briefly flickered across his lips. Yuanru felt a surge of intense unease. She could not fathom what Chu Yun intended for her. Yet, the glimmer of that smile sent chills down her spine. Enough. This farce is nearly at its end. Luo Commander, spare no one except Yuanru, Chu Yun commanded. Understood, Your Highness, Luo Feng replied, gesturing for several Yuan Ing realm shadow guards to approach. Qin Kuan, even in death, I shall not spare you. Your Highness, we were truly unaware of this matter. Ignorance is no crime. Please grant us a chance. As the shadow guards executed their orders swiftly and efficiently, the elder ancestors of the Zhihua sect, along with the remaining elders, were all struck down, leaving behind lifeless bodies. Attention! Congratulations, Master, the Great Xia Shadow Guards have slain Zhu Tianso, granting you 500 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have slain the Jiuhua sect's Yuan Ing realm ancestor, granting you 150 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have slain the Jiuhua sect's Su Duo ancestor, granting you 200 editing points. The Great Xia Shadow Guards have slain the Jiuhua sect elders, granting you. With each death, Chu Yun's editing points continued to accumulate. Despite the animosity these individuals bore towards him, it was not particularly intense. Their overwhelming feelings were instead despair and dread. This accounted for the impressive 500 points gained from slaying Zhu Tianso, whose hatred towards Chu Yun had reached near perfection. Thus, this fool had been thoroughly fattened. What is the total of my editing points now? Editing points, 1,500. For Chu Yun, the higher the editing points, the better. Having annihilated an entire Jiuhua sect yielded only 1,500 points. Therefore, the next focus would naturally be on Yi Wanru. Chapter 8. The Distinguished Guest Lu Yu. The Mysterious Young Master. Your Highness, all matters have been resolved. Shall we return to the Imperial City now? Luo Feng inquired. Not yet. There is still one more task to attend to before we head back. Chu Yun replied languidly. Yunner, what do you plan to do? The Shura elder interjected. With a smile, Chu Yun responded, the Yi family of Qingzhou. The sins committed by Yi Wanru cannot be atoned for by her alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanru's face paled in horror. Chu Yun, what I have done has nothing to do with my family. You cannot implicate them. They are innocent. Panic consumed her. If her actions brought harm to her family, she would never find peace, even in death. Chu Yun looked at her with a cold smile. When you conspired against me, I was more innocent than anyone. Elder Yang, you must know the exact location of the Yi family, correct? Yang Muqian promptly confirmed, yes. I know. I am willing to guide His Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Captain Luo, please send the Shadow Guards to visit Zhu Tian's family. The crime of framing a prince is enough to annihilate their entire clan. Luo Feng nodded. Your Highness, rest assured, I will make arrangements immediately. Chu Yun then turned to Yang Muqian. Elder Yang, where is the nearest teleportation array to the Yi family? Just as Yang Muqian was about to respond, the Shura elder interrupted. There is no need for such trouble. It is merely the Yi family. I shall take you there myself. A surge of power from the Shura elder tore open a vast expanse of space, causing a rift to appear. A being of the revered realm has completely mastered the power of space, allowing for unimpeded travel. Their speed could even surpass that of a teleportation array. Then I shall rely on you, uncle. Chu Yun expressed his gratitude with a smile. It's a simple matter. Once you have settled these trivialities, return with me to meet your mother. She longs to see you more than anyone, the Shura elder remarked. Chu Yun solemnly nodded. I understand. With a wave of his hand, the Shura elder transformed everyone into a radiant light, and they entered the rift. In Qingzhou, at the Great North City. Great North City ranks among the top 5 cities in all of Qingzhou, with its intricate web of power and a mix of diverse influences. For cultivators of lesser strength, it is not only bustling, but also perilous. Within Great North City, there are 3 renowned noble families. Among them is the Yi family, to which Yi Wanru belongs. The family boasts an ancestor of the nascent soul stage, making their overall strength only slightly inferior to that of the Jiuhua sect. At this moment, within the Yi family's Grand Hall, Yi Wanru's father, the family head Yi Zhongxian, and her mother Wang Yeyun were meeting an important guest. Family head Yi, have you considered our young master's proposal? It is a rare fortune for Yi Wanru to catch our young master's eye, one that comes from 3 lifetimes of merit. Given our young master's status, even the princes of the Great Xia Dynasty must show him respect. The benefits to your family from such a connection should be quite apparent. A middle-aged man with a fierce demeanor spoke with a hint of disdain. Indeed, I understand fully what Lord Lu is implying. However, this is a matter of my daughter's future, and as it involves her becoming a concubine, I must request some time to consult her opinion. Yi Zhongxian replied with an ingratiating smile. The man before them was a cultivator of the Broken Realm. Should he take offense, he could easily reduce the Yi family to ruins. Thus, the couple treaded carefully, wary of offending him. What of becoming a concubine? Yi Zhongxian, do not deceive yourselves. Do not forget your daughter's identity and that of our young master. Since you require time, I shall grant you 1 day. Within this span, provide me with an answer. Should you delay further and incur our young master's displeasure, the consequences for the Yi family will be dire, Lu Yu threatened brazenly. Yi Jingxian's eyes darkened with worry. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a thunderous voice boomed. Yi family head, come out at once. Suddenly, the entirety of the Yi family's estate shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. The grand hall trembled under the force of the impact. What audacity! I wish to see who dares to cause trouble at my Yi family. Yi Zhongxian, already troubled, was now seething with anger as he and Wang Yeyun soared into the air. What has happened to the Yi family? Who have we offended? I do not know. These individuals look unfamiliar. They should not be cultivators of Great North City. Regardless, we shall see, came the reply. Outside the Yi family, a throng of onlookers had gathered, including those atop nearby buildings, all eyes fixed on the commotion. In the sky above the Yi family, Yang Muqian stood before Chu Yun, his expression stern as he regarded the estate. Beside Chu Yun stood the Shura elder and a cadre of shadow guards. Yi Wanru was held captive by one of the shadow guards, unable to move, suspended in the air. Yi Zhongxian and Wang Yeyun, accompanied by the senior members of the Yi family, flew out. Apart from Yi Zhongxian, who was at the late nascent soul stage, the rest were all at the golden core stage. You are quite bold. How dare you? Wanru. As Yi Zhongxian attempted to confront them, he suddenly spotted his daughter among the crowd. Despite his fury, his expression shifted to one of gravity. Wanru, who are you? Why have you taken my daughter? Wang Yeyun cried out, panic seizing her heart at the sight of her daughter being captured. From the Wangxian Dao sect, I am Yang Muqian. As his name echoed, chaos erupted amongst both the Yi family and the gathered onlookers. The 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, the Yi family has truly reached its end. Having provoked the Wangxian Dao sect, the foremost power in Qingzhou had personally arrived. It seemed that the Yi family was truly in dire straits today. Yi Jingxian could not fathom why his daughter had drawn the ire of the Wangxian Dao sect, let alone why the 7th elder would personally come. Elder Yang, may I inquire what crime Wanru has committed to warrant your presence? At that moment, the pinnacle ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Kaishan, appeared in the skies above the estate. The arrival of an elder from the Wangxian Dao sect signified that matters had escalated beyond critical levels. As the elder of the Yi family, he could no longer remain idle. Chapter 9, Blood God Sect, Blood Xianzun. Yang Muqian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Kaishan, his voice cold as he declared, he has not offended me, but rather His Highness. Upon hearing this, the crowd was engulfed in confusion. His Highness? Who could that possibly be? At this moment, Yi Wanru found herself unable to speak, her body trembling as she sought to break free from her restraints. Anxiety gnawed at her. If her family were to suffer due to her, she would never forgive herself. Chu Yun realized it was time for him to make his entrance. Accompanied by Luo Feng and Xian Feng, he gradually stepped forward into the limelight. Yi Wanru was also brought forth by an enigmatic shadow guard. With her mouth unbound, she was finally able to voice her concerns. Chu Yun regarded the shadow guard and acknowledged, yes, Your Highness. As Yi Wanru's constraints were lifted, her eyes widened with urgency as she implored, Chu Yun, what do you intend to do? My family has not wronged you. You cannot harm them. Chu Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Yi Wanru, I have offered you a choice. These two are your parents. Now, choose one to perish. The other shall live. Yi Wanru shook her head in horror, her voice cracking with despair. No, I refuse to choose. Whatever you wish to do, direct it at me. Humiliate me, or command me. Just please, spare my family. Hearing his daughter's anguished pleas, Yi Zhongxian felt as if his heart were being torn asunder, his expression laden with sorrow. He had a grim suspicion that this Chu Yun possessed an extraordinary background, for it was unlikely that the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect would personally intervene without reason. Yi Zhongxian, if you agree now, I could intervene to save your daughter and resolve the current predicament, came the voice of one named Lu Yu, whispering in Yi Zhongxian's ear. After a moment of internal struggle, Yi Zhongxian decisively replied, very well. Lord Lu Yu, if you assist, I shall comply with the conditions set forth by the young master. Lu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Good. He stepped forward from the Yi family S ranks. Addressing Yang Elder with confidence, Elder Yang, you cannot touch Yuan Rou or the Yi family. Yang Muqian's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Lu Yu. Peak of the Broken Realm. And who might you be? Who I am is of little consequence. My cultivation may not surpass yours. Yet Yuan Rou is to be taken as a concubine by my young master. Thus, regardless of your origins or status, neither she nor her family shall be harmed. Lu Yu's tone brimmed with assurance, as if he held no fear of the Wang Xiandao sect or Chu Yun himself. Standing in the background, the Shura Zun observed Lu Yu, sensing the aura of his cultivated techniques, and began to piece together his origins. Interesting, Lu Yu thought, feeling a sudden chill under the Shura Zun's scrutinizing gaze, though he dismissed it as mere oddity. Witnessing Lu Yu's audacity to speak so boldly before Yang Muqian, Chu Yun's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Is that so? And what if I insist on taking action today? What can you do to stop me? Lu Yu's expression hardened. If you harm them, you declare war against my young master, effectively sealing your own fate. Rising to the challenge, Luo Feng's eyes glinted with menace. You dare threaten his highness, you insignificant broken realm wretch. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of nirvana power, manifesting as a colossal mountain that bore down upon Lu Yu. Crushed beneath the weight, Lu Yu found himself unable to lift his head, utterly devoid of the strength to resist against Luo Feng's might. A nirvana realm expert. Do you truly fear for your lives? As bloodlight flickered in Lu Yu's eyes, he shattered a hidden seal within his soul. A torrent of blood energy surged forth, morphing into a vast blood cloud that loomed over the Yi family, its mist swirling as countless tendrils of blood energy wove together to form a colossal phantom. Awe-inspiring in its grandeur. The Battle Zun body. No, it was merely a fragment of the Battle Zun body's consciousness, lacking its full, supreme power. Yet even so, it was still a Zun. This individual had a formidable figure backing him. Who could he possibly be? As gazes turned skyward to behold the blood-soaked aura enveloping the Battle Zun body's consciousness, many within the great northern city gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. How dare a mere Nirvana realm challenger insult the Blood God sect? You insolent fools! Though it was but a fragment of the Battle Zun body's consciousness. The power of Zun was overwhelming, dwarfing any number of Nirvana realm cultivators. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, carrying the weight of Zun authority, sending Luo Feng reeling backward. In a critical moment, the Shura Zun appeared behind Luo Feng, catching him to prevent injury. Thank you, Zun. Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. The Shura Zun nodded, then approached the ethereal Battle Zun body. It seems this insect is your servant. As for the young master he spoke of, I presume he is your lustful offspring. Ha! Blood Xian, they say the longer one lives, the more their spirit diminishes. Why have you remained so pathetic all these years? Only able to bully the weak? Displaying your might before the younger generation is futile. If you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige. The Shura Zun's tone dripped with scorn and derision. As a fellow Zun, his mere presence radiated an aura of dominance, utterly overshadowing his opponent. Shura, how can you be here? The Battle Zun body's consciousness shifted in surprise, clearly unprepared to encounter the Shura Zun here. The Shura Zun, from a Shura family. What on earth has the Yi family done to warrant such a visit? The onlookers were left in a state of shock, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. Where my true self is of no concern to you. Destroying a mere fragment of your consciousness is trivial. Instead, why don't you come in person? Let us engage in a battle to the death. What say you? The Shura Zun was unceremonious, addressing the Battle Zun body's consciousness in front of countless onlookers in Great Northern City. The consciousness's expression darkened. He could never afford to face the Shura Zun in battle, as the latter's strength far surpassed his own. He had no desire to humiliate himself. Shura, do we truly need to escalate this to a fight to the death? The Battle Zun body turned to Lu Yu and inquired, what is the matter here? Explain it to me. Lu Yu, taken aback, quickly relayed the entire situation. Upon learning that it was all due to his son's lustful desires, the Zun's countenance darkened further. Shura, I shall allow Lu Yu to leave. You may handle this matter as you see fit, and I shall not intervene." Before the Shurazun could respond, Chu Yun interjected, "Wait. He thinks he can come and go as he pleases, without leaving anything behind? Is that not a grave insult to me?" Chu Yun faced the battle Zun body with unwavering resolve. Though the latter was a Zun, he felt emboldened with his uncle's support at his side and did not fear him. Hiss, confronting the blood-profound master directly. Who on earth is this individual? So young yet remarkably audacious. Chapter 10. The Destruction of the Sovereign's Will, a Deep-Seated Grudge. Chu Yun's sudden interjection sent a tremor through the hearts of countless individuals within the vast city of Jubii, evoking admiration for his audacity. A young prodigy daring to confront a sovereign. Even the most extraordinary of talents, prior to their maturation, regard figures of the sovereign caliber with reverence. Chu Yun's audacious act not only astonished onlookers, but also tarnished the dignity of sovereign. "Child, this is not your place to speak," the blood Xian sovereign thundered, his countenance steeped in fury. "In consideration of Shura, I shall refrain from holding you accountable this time, but should there be a next, you shall meet your demise." Although the blood Xian sovereign was not a match for the Asura Sovereign, he was indeed a genuine sovereign, and he would never permit a mere Qi gathering junior to challenge his authority. Chu Yun, unfazed by the oppressive aura emanating from the blood Xian sovereign, retorted without a hint of trepidation, "Whether I possess the right to speak is not for you to determine. Your servant previously claimed he would bring about my death. Hence, I shall ensure his demise first. Xian Commander, take action." "Yes, Your Highness." Xian Feng moved like a specter, appearing before Lu Yu in an instant. Lu Yu's expression shifted to one of terror as he felt the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Xian Feng, prompting him to turn and flee. Bang! 5 shadow catastrophes. Xian Feng manifested 5 shadowy figures, encircling Lu Yu above the heavens. A surge of black nirvana light erupted from his palm, possessing the might to shatter mountains and calm seas, striking towards him with ferocity. "You seek death." Blood Xian roared with wrath, incensed that the Asura Sovereign dismissed him and that even a Qi gathering junior disregarded him. At that moment, his battle sovereign form unleashed 2 crimson rainbows, akin to a bloody tempest, one aimed at Xian Feng, the other seeking Chu Yun's life. However, before the bloodlight could descend, the Asura Sovereign's 2 streams of Shura, true energy, transformed into 2 fierce purple dragons, effortlessly devouring the blood rainbows. Simultaneously, Xian Feng spared no effort. The 5 shadowy figures surged through Lu Yu's form, their immense nirvana power piercing through him relentlessly. With a thunderous crash, Lu Yu's soul and body were reduced to ashes. "Ding! Congratulations, Master! Xian Feng has slain Lu Yu, and you have gained 1,500 editing points. Current total editing points, 3,000. Though Lu Yu possessed a shattered realm cultivation, his hatred value towards Chu Yun was merely 20%, thus yielding only 1,500 editing points upon his demise. Shura, do you truly wish to sever ties with me over a mere junior?" Blood Xian, seething with rage at the death of Lu Yu, glared at the Asura Sovereign blocking his path. "Preposterous! My nephew is not someone you can touch." The Asura Sovereign scoffed disdainfully. "What? Nephew? Is he?" Upon hearing this, Blood Xian's expression shifted as he deduced Chu Yun's identity. The Asura Sovereign's nephew? How had he never heard of this before? Have you forgotten about the long-missing 9th prince? What? He is the 9th prince? It was not merely a rumor. Was it not said that he had perished long ago? Looking at the current situation, only the long-missing 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty could fit this identity. At that moment, the inhabitants of Jubii City, amidst a chorus of shocked discussions, finally uncovered Chu Yun's true identity. Many were astounded to learn that he was the long-lost 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Yi Kaishan and the upper echelons of the Yi family wore expressions of utter despair, their faces pale. This individual was not only a prince of the Great Xia, but also the Asura Sovereign's own nephew. It was no wonder that Elder 7 of the Wangxian Dao sect placed such significance upon him. And now, this 9th prince had become their adversary, poised to confront the Yi family. This was indeed a calamity of catastrophic proportions for them. Uncle, I believe it is best to resolve this matter swiftly. Once this is concluded, I must return to the imperial city to see my mother and father, Chu Yun stated resolutely, gazing at the Asura Sovereign. Understanding Chu Yun's intent, the Asura Sovereign nodded in agreement. Without further ado, he unleashed his Shura true energy, transforming it into a colossal purple palm imprint aimed directly at the Blood Xian Sovereign's battle consciousness. Shuryu, Blood Xian's battle consciousness shifted, his gaze fierce as he summoned a torrent of blood energy to create a formidable crimson wall. Yet, the Asura Sovereign's palm imprint shattered through all his defenses, penetrating the battle consciousness completely. The endless blood energy in the sky dissipated in an instant, and the Blood Xian Sovereign's battle consciousness was utterly annihilated. Yuna, what shall we do next? Make haste, the Asura Sovereign remarked calmly after dispatching the Blood Xian Sovereign's consciousness. Thank you, Uncle. Chu Yun smiled and nodded before returning to the task at hand. His gaze fell upon Yi Wanru, his voice devoid of emotion. Yi Wanru, you have 10 breaths to make your choice. Delay for even a breath, and 100 of your kin shall perish because of you. Now begin your selection. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Wanru's expression crumbled, tears streaming down her face, drenched in sorrow and regret as she knelt before Chu Yun, pleading desperately. Chu Yun, I implore you, I truly beg you, spare my parents and my kin. Whatever humiliation or torment you wish to inflict upon me, I shall gladly endure. I beseech you, show mercy and refrain from enacting your wrath. Chapter 11. The swine have grown fat, 100% hatred value. Yet, in the face of Yi Wanru's actions, Chu Yun remained as cold and unfeeling as ever, his expression betraying no emotion. He was no saint, had he not traversed time to alter his fate. His own end in the Grand Hall of Jiuhua sect would have been no better than those before him. The Yi family suffered a catastrophic downfall because of a single Yi Wanru. Was this not also a form of destiny for them? 3, 2, 1, strike. Chu Yun, with an icy demeanor, directed Luo Feng to act. Yes, several elite shadow guards of the Great Xia moved with the swiftness of death itself, plunging into the Yi family's ranks, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. In the span of a breath, 100 lives were extinguished. Yi Fan, Yi Ming, no, the ancestral figures, Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian, both cultivators of the nascent soul stage, felt their hearts wrench in agony as they witnessed their kin being slaughtered, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. They yearned to intervene, but as their powers began to manifest, a shadow guard of the Shattered Realm released an oppressive aura, pinning them in place. No, no, Chu Yun, you are a demon. You indiscriminately slay the innocents of my clan. Even as a prince of Great Xia, retribution shall come for you. Yi Wanru, disheveled and wild-eyed, screamed in a fit of despair, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and torment. I have given you a choice. If you fail to act now, you shall only watch helplessly as your family is annihilated before your very eyes. Chu Yun remained unfazed, his gaze steady and calm. The Asura master looked upon his nephew with a sense of pride. His resolute demeanor and decisive methods were commendable. He knew precisely what he desired. Such a character was not lacking amongst the princes of the Great Xia Dynasty. Yi Wanru surveyed the Yi estate, now a scene of carnage, the air thick with the scent of blood and death. With each passing moment, another 100 souls perished. The brutality of the Great Xia shadow guards left no corpses intact. Meanwhile, her own ancestors and father lay like lambs to the slaughter, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The entire Yi family faced an unwarranted catastrophe due to her choices. Yi Wanru, indeed, was the eternal sinner of the Yi clan. I choose. I choose my father. I choose for him to live. Driven to the brink, Yi Wanru uttered these words, as if they had drained the last vestiges of strength from her being. It was not that she did not love her mother. On the contrary, her affection for her was profound. However, she could no longer betray the Yi family. The clan could not endure without her father as the patriarch. Stop. Upon hearing Yi Wanru's choice, a faint, playful smile graced Chu Yun's lips, prompting the shadow guards to momentarily halt their actions. Yi Wanru's mother, Wang Yiyun, upon hearing her daughter's decision, managed a sorrowful smile. She slowly closed her eyes, warm tears cascading down her cheeks. She had accepted her fate. Though she did not blame her daughter for choosing her own demise, it did not mean her heart was free of sorrow. Choosing for your father to live, is it? How commendable, a dutiful daughter indeed. Luo, proceed with the plan. Chu Yun's gaze turned to Luo Feng, who nodded, sending a pulse of energy into Yi Wanru's body. Instantly, her expression morphed to one of terror and panic as she found herself moving towards Wang Yiyun against her will. Chu Yun, what? What are you doing? Yi Wanru gasped in horror. Did you not choose to let your mother die? Therefore, it is only fitting that you take action yourself. Chu Yun's voice was laced with cold amusement. No, I refuse. I refuse. Yi Wanru, engulfed in despair, fought with all her might against her own body. Your choice is not yours to dictate. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed upon her as she was compelled to stand before Wang Yiyun. Tears streamed down Yi Wanru's face as her hands, beyond her control, rose high, a blade appearing in her grasp. No! With a heart-wrenching scream, she struck downward. Wang Yiyun fell lifeless, her mother slain by her own hand. In that moment, Yi Wanru was utterly shattered, devoid of hope for survival. Her heart crushed by an irreparable blow. Yiyun. Yi Jingxian's tears flowed freely as he witnessed his family torn asunder. In his overwhelming sorrow, his hatred for Chu Yun escalated to new heights. Yi Jingxian's hatred value has reached 90%. Yi Kaishan's hatred value has reached 70%. Yi Wanru's hatred value has reached 99%. Seeing the hatred values nearing their peak, Chu Yun, expressionless, issued his command, "How utterly tedious. Enough. Let us extinguish the Yi family." "Yes, your highness," Luo Feng replied, signaling the shadow guards to unleash an unending massacre. Boom! Bang! The buildings of the Yi estate crumbled, and in mere breaths, its denizens met gruesome fates. The entire Yi residence descended into a chaotic graveyard. Yi Kaishan and Yi Jingxian were swiftly dispatched by a shadow guard of the Shattered Realm, their nascent souls obliterated. Congratulations, Master! The shadow guard has slain Yi Jingxian, earning 1,000 editing points. Congratulations, Master! The shadow guard has slain Yi Kaishan, earning 50 editing points. Congratulations, Master! The shadow guard has slain the Yi family's elder, earning editing points. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Chu Yun remained unfazed. No, Chu Yun, you are deceitful. You promised to spare my father and the others. You are a liar. Chu Yun, I will haunt you in death. I curse you to an unpeaceful demise, forever unable to transcend. Yi Wanru's hatred value has reached 100%, prompting the master to harvest. Driven to madness by the murder of her father and kin, Yi Wanru unleashed a torrent of curses and threats upon Chu Yun. I never claimed to spare the Yi family. As for your father, I merely allowed him to live during your decision-making. I never promised to spare him afterwards. Yi Wanru, you now fully comprehend the depths of despair and collapse, do you not? Chu Yun regarded the frenzied Yi Wanru with a cold smile. Uncle, is there any method to rapidly elevate a person's cultivation, even if only for a fleeting moment, with dire consequences? The Asura master frowned at Chu Yun's inquiry. Yun, what do you intend to do? In cultivation, one must not rush. Do not engage in foolish actions. Chu Yun smiled, clarifying, Uncle, you misunderstand. It is not for my use, but rather for Yi Wanru. The Asura master's confusion deepened. To forcibly enhance the cultivation of one who is on the brink of death? His tone was laden with skepticism, unable to grasp Chu Yun's intentions. P.S. Here, I will elaborate on the levels of cultivation. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, shattered realm, nirvana realm, venerable realm, celestial venerable, supreme realm. Each major realm contains 4 minor stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Additionally, I will clarify the characteristics and abilities of each realm. The golden core realm signifies the condensation of the golden core, while the nascent soul realm denotes the birth of the nascent soul, which can exit the body. The broken realm signifies a profound transformation of both body and soul, possessing the might to quell the seas and shatter mountains, effortlessly overpowering the Yuaning. The Nirvana realm is attained through the baptism of the Nirvana flames, a trial of life and death. One who traverses this path gains mastery over the force of Nirvana, while failure results in certain demise. The Venerable realm embodies the exalted warrior's form, akin to the manifestation of the law within the heavens and earth, wielding a power capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire city. Chapter 12. A Great Wave, Returning to the Imperial City. Uncle, some matters are too troublesome to explain. However, I truly need to do this at present, so if you have a way, please assist Yun'er with this task, Chu Yun replied. The Asura Sovereign pondered for a moment, understanding that everyone harbors their own secrets, and thus chose not to press further. If it comes at the cost of death, there is indeed a method. I can impart a fragment of my power to her, forcibly elevating her cultivation level in an instant. Yet, her soul shall be shattered by this very force in the next moment. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression brightened. Excellent. How high can you elevate her cultivation? The Asura Sovereign responded calmly. Her foundation is too weak. My power is too tyrannical. Achieving the peak of the nascent soul stage in an instant would be the utmost limit. Chu Yun nodded. Very well, then I shall trouble you, uncle. The Asura Sovereign slightly nodded. With a grave expression, he extended a finger, and a surge of Asura, true energy violently surged into Yi Wanru's body. The immense energy struck her, causing her soul to feel as though it were being torn apart. Soon after, the Asura Sovereign's power forcibly merged within her. In an instant, Yi Wanru's cultivation leaped from the initial stage of qi gathering to the pinnacle of a nascent soul. Yet at the same moment, an infinite blaze of terror erupted from her body, piercing through her form as endless radiance exploded forth. Boom! Yi Wanru's soul and body were instantly shattered by this power, reduced to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, Master. The Asura Sovereign has killed Yi Wanru, earning 2,000 editing points. System, Master, this seems a bit like cheating, doesn't it? Yi Wanru's original cultivation was at the qi gathering stage, and you forcibly elevated it to the nascent soul before killing her, thus gaining points at the nascent soul level. This strays from the original purpose of raising pigs. Chu Yun retorted internally. How is this cheating? You mentioned raising pigs, but that doesn't mean I can only raise hatred values. I can also raise cultivation levels. Can't I? This is merely exploiting a bug, and my original intention of raising pigs was to obtain more editing points, which does not contradict forcibly elevating a pig's cultivation. System. Silence enveloped his mind, as the system was left speechless by his retort. He checked his current editing points. Current total editing points, 12,000. Up to now, Yi Wanru remains the highest single source editing point, with a full hatred value. Even a peak nascent soul could yield 2,000 editing points. Coupled with the entirety of the Yi clan's contributions and the previous gains, it had easily surpassed 10,000. These editing points could be used not only for editing backgrounds, but also for exchanging items within the system's shop. Chu Yun contemplated this, but decided to address it later. With everything resolved, he needed to return to the Great Xia Imperial City with his uncle and the others. Elder Yang, thank you for guiding us this time. Please take care of the aftermath of the Yi family, Chu Yun said to Yang Muqian, his tone calm. Yang Muqian immediately replied with a beaming smile, Your Highness, rest assured, I will handle everything remaining. Chu Yun nodded and turned to Luo Feng and the Asura Sovereign. Uncle, let us depart. It is time to return. Very well. The Asura Sovereign waved his hand, tearing open a spatial rift in the heavens, leading Chu Yun and the Great Xia Shadow Guards back to the Great Xia Imperial City. After their departure, Yang Muqian gazed down at the devastated Yi residence, his expression growing cold. Where's the city lord of Jubai City? Here, here, here. A middle-aged man dressed in yellow, with an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat nervous demeanor, swiftly approached. As the city lord of Jubai, he was even more powerful than Yi Kaishan, having reached the broken realm level. Yet, he still dared not act recklessly before Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian regarded him and immediately commanded, organize all items within the Yi family's treasury and send someone to the Zhihua sect as well. Once organized, deliver everything to the Wangxian Commercial Pavilion in the Great Xia Imperial City. Understood? Su Jing nodded repeatedly. Yes, Elder Yang, I will comply without fail. Yang Muqian expressed his satisfaction. Very well, we shall take our leave. Farewell, Elder Yang. Su Jing promptly bowed in farewell. Yang Muqian, along with several individuals from the Wangxian Dao sect, quickly departed from Jubiai City, heading towards the nearest spatial transmission array to the Wangxian Dao sect. Master, why must those items be sent to the commercial pavilion in the Great Xia Imperial City? Along the way, Yang Muqian's young disciple curiously inquired. Those items belong to the ninth prince. Furthermore, I have already sent word back. Upon returning to the sect, I believe the sect master will have prepared a generous gift, which will be presented alongside those items to the ninth prince, demonstrating our Wangxian Dao sect's sincerity towards him. Yang Muqian was resolute in his belief that they must forge a strong relationship with Chu Yun. His return to the imperial city after so many years would undoubtedly stir hidden currents. If the Wangxian Dao sect could offer some assistance during this time, their relationship would undoubtedly be strengthened. Master, I still do not understand. Even with the other princes, including the crown prince, the sect has not gone to such lengths to curry favor. Why is there such a considerable response to the ninth prince's return? The disciple inquired again. Shaoling, you must understand that had it not been for the ninth prince's disappearance all those years ago, the crown prince would not hold the position of heir today. The ninth prince's maternal family is the foremost family of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Sure family, which can rival the sect behind the Empress. Moreover, the Empress enjoys the Emperor's favor, and this fact alone, evidenced by the Great Xia Shadow Guard's direct involvement, proves the Emperor's tremendous regard for the ninth prince. Additionally, our connection to the ninth prince through this matter reveals his previous decisiveness and fearlessness, even in the face of sovereigns. Therefore, cultivating a relationship with him will be beneficial for our sect, and perhaps, one day, should he ascend to that esteemed position, our sect may reach new heights. Yang Muqian's tone grew notably steady as he concluded. The others beside him were not naive. With such straightforward words, they understood the implications. It could be said that their choice to support the ninth prince, Chu Yun, was a monumental gamble. They were betting on his future favor towards the Wangxian Dao sect, his potential, and most importantly, on his future as the Emperor of the Great Xia. Chapter 13. The Empress and Sure Mingyue, a tale from years past. In the grand imperial city of the Great Xia Dynasty, the majestic architecture, with a history spanning over 10 millennia, still gleams with brilliance. The entire imperial city stretches for thousands of miles, its vastness incomparable to the likes of the Great North City. At the heart of this city lies the Great Xia Imperial Palace, an awe-inspiring edifice that towers like a colossal beast, with peaks rising high into the clouds. Surveying the city from all directions, the palace exudes an air of grandeur and sanctity, symbolizing the divine authority of the royal lineage. Within a grand hall of the palace, the Great Xia Emperor and Sure Mingyue stand, their gazes filled with anticipation. The revered Shura Master has already sent word, returning with Chu Yun. Your Majesty, I feel somewhat anxious. It has been so many years since I last saw Yuner, and I worry he may resent me for my absence. Sure Mingyue expresses her mixed emotions of excitement and concern. Chu Yun has been missing for so long, and she cannot fathom the hardships he may have endured. If he does blame her, she understands, for had she not failed to safeguard him, he would not have vanished for so many years. My beloved, do not fret. Once Yuner returns, he shall have whatever his heart desires. All that we owe him over these years will be repaid. As for the past, you must not bear the blame. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with those malicious individuals who acted with such cruelty. The Emperor's voice carries a chilling edge as he utters the final words. Suddenly, a rift in space appears above the hall. The Shura Master emerges, accompanied by Chu Yun, as well as the leaders Luo Feng and Xian Feng. Greetings, Your Majesty and Empress. Luo Feng and Xian Feng bow deeply. The Shura Master addresses them. Your Majesty, my lady, I have safely brought Yuner back to you. The Emperor and Sure Mingyue's eyes lock onto Chu Yun with fervent intensity. Sure Mingyue, overwhelmed with joy, exclaims, Yuner, my dear Yuner, after all these years, you have finally returned home. She embraces her son, their reunion a poignant moment that encapsulates the joy of a mother and child. The emperor's face breaks into a warm smile as he gazes at his grown son, a mixture of elation and concern washing over him. Yin'er, how do you fare these years? Who raised you? Chu Yun meets their gaze with composure. Father, mother, I have been well. You need not worry. Since I can remember, I lived in a forest among a pack of wolves until I encountered a farmer who taught me to read and write, allowing me to grow. The revelation of his upbringing deepens Minue's concern. Yin'er, rest assured, you are home now. I shall ensure you suffer no more hardships. Your father has arranged your residence and servants. All is prepared for you. If you find yourself in need of anything, do not hesitate to speak up. Understood? Chu Yun understands the intentions of his parents to compensate for his long absence and graciously accepts their goodwill. Mother, I understand. I will let you know if I require anything. The emperor nods approvingly. Very well. Yin'er, extend your hand. Chu Yun complies, slowly extending his left hand. The emperor's finger touches him, and suddenly, a jolt of energy courses through Chu Yun's body, a tingling sensation enveloping him. The emperor retracts his finger, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Strange, Yin'er, what kind of root bone do you possess? How can it be so powerful and peculiar? I have never encountered a root bone that merges with bloodline power. The heavenly blood divine root is one of the strongest in all realms, he muses. Even I, as the emperor, have never seen such a thing. Father, I do not know. My root bone is innate. I cannot explain it, Chu Yun responds, deflecting inquiries with the simplicity of being born that way. How peculiar, the emperor contemplates. Minue interjects, Your Majesty, Yin'er has just returned. Must you probe into his talents and abilities immediately? Shouldn't he be allowed a moment to rest? Indeed, I have grown impatient, the emperor admits. Let's do this, Yin'er. I will have someone show you to your residence. Should you feel fatigued, you may rest. Any matters can wait until tomorrow. Yes, father, Chu Yun replies. Luo Feng. From now on, delegate all affairs of the Shadow Guard to Xian Feng and Can Feng. With the 9th prince's return, your sole duty is to ensure his safety at all times. Understood? The emperor commands Luo Feng. Yes, your majesty. The leader of the Shadow Guard accepts his orders, understanding the weight of his responsibility. Father, mother, I shall take my leave for now. Chu Yun bows respectfully before departing with Luo Feng. Xian Feng is also dismissed, leaving the grand hall with only Minue, the Shura master, and the emperor remaining. The emperor's smile fades, replaced by a serious demeanor. Did anything occur on the way back? Nothing significant, but numerous minor events. The Shura master recounts the happenings within the Jihua sect and the Great North City, including Chu Yun's unyielding approach to challenges. Upon hearing of Chu Yun's annihilation of the Yi family's entire lineage and the mental breakdown of his betraying lover, Yi Wanru, a mix of surprise and delight graces the emperor's face. Oh, is Yun totally so decisive? One might even say it borders on ruthlessness. His courage is remarkable. He faced the battle intent of Xian without flinching, exuding a natural regal presence. The Shura master replies. Ha ha, ruthlessness is commendable if one shows mercy to their enemies. I would find it disappointing. As for the Blood God sect, a mere Xian cannot stir significant trouble. The emperor expresses satisfaction with Chu Yun's demeanor. Your Majesty, while Yin'er is safe within the palace, the Blood God sect is distant. I am not overly concerned for his safety. However, regarding the past, if they were to act covertly now that Yin'er has returned, Minue's tone reveals palpable concern. The Shura master's brow furrows slightly. The emperor's expression darkens. After all these years, they have concealed their tales well, making them difficult to catch. If they dare reveal themselves this time, then let this imperial city brace for a storm, purging the filth lurking in the shadows. The residence arranged for Chu Yun lies within a vast courtyard near the palace, staffed by over 300 servants, including 180 guards, 50 maidservants, with the remainder being gardeners and attendants. Chapter 14. The Origins of the Blood God Sect and Events of the Past. After entering the mansion, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were guided by a servant on a brief tour of the estate, which included the back garden, rockeries, and pavilions, all of which were well appointed. Subsequently, they arrived at the Grand Hall. As soon as they sat down, a plump middle-aged man accompanied by 4 young maids entered. Your Highness, Commander Luo, I am the chief steward of the Prince's residence. You may call me Atai. The rotund man introduced himself. He was personally selected by Shi Mingyue for the role of chief steward. Luo Feng had informed Chu Yun of this on their way here. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Atai was a genuine master at the Broken Realm, brought over by Shi Mingyue from the Shi family. Thus, Chu Yun felt he could place his complete trust in him. Steward Tai, I will rely on you for the management of the estate in the days to come. Chu Yun acknowledged with a nod. Atai responded respectfully, Your Highness is too kind. It is my duty. By the way, Your Highness, these 4 maids have been carefully selected by me to attend to your daily needs throughout the seasons. He gestured towards the young women. Yes, Your Highness. Xiao Qiu is here to prepare tea for you. Your Highness, Xiao Xia is here to massage your shoulders. Your Highness, Xiao Chun is here to relieve your fatigue. The 4 maidens, all of decent looks, approached Chu Yun, each employing their own methods of serving him. Chu Yun found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such attention. Reflecting on his past life, he had been a battle-hardened emperor, yet had adhered to a more modest routine of one-on-one tutoring. The sudden influx of 4 attendants was indeed overwhelming. Stop. Xiao Qiu, Xiao Xia, you 4 may leave for now. I have some matters to discuss. Chu Yun said, realizing he could not indulge in leisure at this moment and needed to send them away. Yes, Your Highness. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command us, they replied before retreating. Steward Tai, please take a seat, Chu Yun said calmly. But, Your Highness, is that appropriate? There are distinctions between master and servant. I dare not disrespect the decorum. Atai responded, somewhat embarrassed. Forget about decorum. You are a trusted confidant of my mother, making you one of us. If I invite you to sit, just do so without the formalities, Chu Yun said frankly. Very well then. Thank you, Your Highness. Atai slowly took a seat beside him. Having just returned to the imperial city, I find myself quite bewildered by everything here. Therefore, I require both of you to enlighten me on certain matters, so I may familiarize myself with the relationships within the city, Chu Yun stated directly. Your Highness, feel free to inquire about anything, Luo Feng encouraged. Please speak, and both Luo Commander and I shall answer candidly, Atai added. With a composed expression, Chu Yun inquired. Commander Luo, what can you tell me about the Blood God sect and its connection to the Blood Xuanzuan we encountered? Luo Feng explained, Your Highness. The Blood God sect is a sect within the Great Xia Dynasty, but it operates independently from the imperial authority. It is located in the southern province, one of the 13 provinces, and hold a position equivalent to that of the Wangxiandao sect in the Qing province, being the undisputed sovereign of that region. Moreover, the Blood God sect possesses greater strength than the Wangxiandao sect, primarily due to the presence of formidable warriors at the Tianxiang realm within it. Their deep reserves of power make them a force that even the imperial court is reluctant to confront directly. Chu Yun understood that beyond the respect of the Xuanzuan realm lay the terrifying power of the Tianxiang realm, known as the Tianzuan, a level of strength surpassing that of the Xuanzuan. Within the entire Great Xia Dynasty, excluding the royal family, there were no more than 10 Tianzuan-level experts, indicating the immense power of the Blood God sect, which could easily overlook the Wangxiandao sect. So that is how it is. How does the Blood God sect compare to my mother's maternal family? Chu Yun queried further. At this, Tai spoke with pride, Your Highness. You may not be aware, but your maternal grandfather, the patriarch of the Shi family, is also a Tianzuan-level expert. His strength far exceeds that of the Tianzuan from the Blood God sect. In comparison, the Blood God sect will forever be in a subordinate position to the Shi family. Realizing the significance of Atai's words, Chu Yun nodded in understanding, while Luo Feng affirmed, indeed, the Shi family's foundation surpasses that of the Blood God sect. After hearing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin and mused, since my father is the Emperor of the Great Xia and the Shi family is so powerful, why did I go missing back then? At this, Atai's expression turned grave, and Luo Feng also adopted a serious demeanor, responding, Your Highness. The circumstances surrounding your disappearance were sudden and shrouded in mystery. Mystery? Chu Yun's gaze intensified. Indeed, Your Highness, when the late Empress gave birth to you, the enemy kingdom launched an invasion, and your father personally led the charge, leaving the imperial city unprotected. Remarkably, just 3 days after your birth, you vanished inexplicably. The Empress, distraught, mobilized every resource at her disposal, including your uncle, the Asura Sovereign, to search the palace, yet no trace could be found. It was as if you had evaporated from existence. It was only upon your father's return that we were ordered to investigate without restraint. After years of covert inquiry, we are nearly certain that the issue did not arise from external forces, but rather from within the palace. On the day of your disappearance, we meticulously examined every individual who entered the palace, including their trusted associates and anyone who had even the slightest connection, finding no leads. Thus, your disappearance must have been orchestrated by someone who resided within the palace. Luo Feng recounted in detail. With a serious expression, Chu Yun comprehended that his parents had never ceased their pursuit of the truth behind his disappearance. He was aware of the original identity of the ninth prince, Chu Yun, and that he was able to assume this identity because the original had perished. In essence, the ninth prince had not merely gone missing, he had been murdered. Now that he had returned, it was almost inevitable that those responsible for the original prince's death would act again upon seeing him alive. The fact that even his uncle, the Asura Sovereign, could find no trace only underscored the gravity of the situation. Sighing inwardly, Chu Yun reflected on the precariousness of his situation despite having a powerful lineage. Turning to Tai, he asked, "Steward Tai, having been by my mother's side for so long, do you have any insights into her suspicions regarding this matter?" Tai looked at him with an unusually solemn expression and simply stated 2 words, "The Empress." Chapter 15. The System Mall, Summoning Cards for the Venerable Realm. After conversing for nearly half an hour, Atai and Luo Feng finally took their leave. Through their dialogue, Chu Yun gained a general understanding of the intricate dynamics within the Great Xia Dynasty. The characters and factions within the imperial city were a veritable M-Lang, steeped in complexity. Currently, he found himself at the initial stage of the Qi gathering realm. In the Jiuhua sect, he would be regarded as a prodigy. However, in the presence of some of the extraordinary talents in the Great Xia Dynasty, and particularly among the other princes, his status was decidedly negligible. The lowest cultivation level among the other princes was the initial stage of the transformation realm, placing them a whole tier above him. Some, like the crown prince, had already reached the pinnacle of the transformation realm, mere steps away from the golden core realm. In this perilous imperial city, possessing a formidable background was paramount. But personal strength was equally crucial to earn the respect of others. The adage to strike iron, one must be strong oneself, encapsulates this principle perfectly. System. Open the Exchange Mall. I wish to see what items can aid in enhancing my cultivation. Exchange Mall interface unlocking. As the Exchange Mall unfolded in his consciousness, a plethora of exquisite treasures materialized before Chu Yun's mind's eye. Many rare artifacts, cultivation enhancement cards, character summoning cards, elixirs, formations, and more appeared, showcasing the vast possibilities available. Summoning card for the Emperor realm. Exchange points required. 8 million. Cultivation enhancement card for the Emperor realm. Exchange points required. 10 million. Intermediate 10,000 demons secret realm. Exchange points required. 3 million. God-slaying sword. Exchange points required. 700,000. Reincarnation abyss formation. Exchange points required. 400,000. Torturous obliteration formation. Exchange points required. 600,000. Upon seeing the staggering prices of the top-tier items, Chu Yun was left utterly astounded. 8 million. 10 million. Such amounts seemed insurmountable. His gaze drifted downward, avoiding those unattainable treasures. Summoning card for the Venerable Realm. Exchange points required. 100,000. Cultivation enhancement card for the Venerable Realm. Exchange points required. 200,000. Summoning card for the Nirvana Realm. Exchange points required. 30,000. Cultivation enhancement card for the Nirvana Realm. Exchange points required. 60,000. These were still beyond his reach. He continued to explore further. Summoning card for the Broken Realm. Exchange points required. 10,000. Cultivation enhancement card for the Broken Realm. Exchange points required. 15,000. Summoning card for the nascent soul realm. Exchange points required. 2,000. Cultivation enhancement card for the nascent soul realm. Exchange points required. 4,000. White blind box. 1,000 exchange points. Blue blind box. 2,000 exchange points. Purple blind box. 3,000 exchange points. Golden blind box. 4,000 exchange points. Red blind box. 100,000 exchange points. Goodness. System, are you being dishonest? Are you trying to take advantage of me? You even have blind boxes? Chu Yun exclaimed in exasperation. System, Master, I'm not a streamer. May I present an introduction? The items obtained from the blind boxes can vary, but they will never fall below the value of the exchange points. For instance, the white blind box may yield treasures up to the nascent soul realm, with a minimum guarantee of the golden core realm. The blue blind box can produce treasures up to the nirvana realm, with a minimum of the nascent soul realm. The purple blind box can yield up to the venerable realm, with a minimum of the broken realm. The golden blind box can offer treasures up to the supreme realm, with a minimum of the nirvana realm. As for the red blind box, this is something you need not concern yourself with at this moment. The system will explain when you reach that level. If that is the case, then the value of these blind boxes must be considerable. Chu Yun pondered, surprised. The system recommends the host choose the blind boxes. They are of premium quality. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I will exchange for 2 golden blind boxes and 1 golden core realm cultivation enhancement card. Chu Yun decided against exhausting all his exchange points. The 2 blind boxes cost 8,000 points, and the golden core cultivation enhancement card cost 1,000, totaling 9,000 points. He retained 3,000 points to ensure he could conduct another background edit in the future. Item exchange successful. Master, do you wish to open the 2 golden blind boxes immediately? Open them. Ding. Opening blind boxes. Congratulations. Master, obtained 1 venerable realm summoning card and 1 source of nirvana. Both have been sent to your warehouse. Please check. Wow. A venerable realm summoning card. This is incredible. Chu Yun was astonished by the rewards from the blind box. With 4,000 exchange points, he had unlocked a treasure worth 100,000, a venerable realm summoning card. His fortune was indeed remarkable. Now, he would have a powerful ally at his side, bolstering his confidence in any endeavor. Delighted with this bounty, he turned his attention to the other item. Source of Nirvana, the life source of Nirvana realm cultivators. When used, it allows one to pass through the Nirvana fire unscathed, thereby breaking through realms. This was an enticing prospect for those seeking to transcend to the Nirvana realm. However, he thought, I have the system. Chu Yun shook his head. While the source of Nirvana could incite fierce competition among peak broken realm cultivators, it held little value for him. Let us focus on enhancing my cultivation. System. Use the Golden Core Realm Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Core Realm Cultivation Enhancement card is being used. Suddenly, Chu Yun's aura experienced a tremendous shift. The bottleneck of his realm seemed to shatter, propelling his cultivation to soar. Late stage of Qi gathering. Pinnacle of Qi gathering. Early stage of transformation. Simultaneously, the power within him, along with the spiritual energy stored in his spiritual sea, expanded astonishingly. The fusion of the 10,000 demons' chaotic body with the power in his spiritual sea catalyzed a qualitative transformation in his spiritual energy. Ultimately, Chu Yun's spiritual sea coalesced into a golden core, successfully breaking through to the initial stage of the golden core realm, his foundation solid and firm. His aura, compared to before, had strengthened exponentially. So this is the golden core realm. He felt a surge of power coursing through him. Clenching his fist, he sensed the golden core within him continuously releasing energy into his spiritual sea, instilling an overwhelming sense of strength. Master, do not underestimate yourself. With the heavenly blood divine root and the 10,000 demons' chaotic body, possessing either one would allow you to traverse the myriad realms. Yet you possess both. Complemented by the nether divine eye, your innate talent is truly unparalleled. Those so-called top-tier prodigies in this realm pale in comparison to your talent. akin to a pond attempting to swallow the ocean, utterly oblivious to their limitations. Chapter 16. The Fated Empress, Meng Ru Xue. Based on what you've said, what level can I reach with my current strength? Chu Yun inquired. The host's current cultivation is at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, yet in terms of true combat power, he is virtually invincible below the nascent soul realm. Moreover, should the host master and wield the innate divine ability of the heaven's blood divine root, the blood heaven world, even cultivators of the nascent soul level would be no match for him. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun gained a clearer understanding of his current strength. Being invincible below the nascent soul realm was already sufficient for him. Looking at the younger generation of the Great Xia Dynasty, he had no rivals. He decided to use the summoning card for a figure at the Sage Realm. Using the Sage Realm figure summoning card, please wait. Suddenly, the space before Chu Yun was forcefully torn apart by a surge of power. A bald man slowly emerged from within. Wan Lei, at your service, master. Upon his appearance, the bald man exuded an imposing and powerful aura, reminiscent of a tempest. He bowed respectfully to Chu Yun. Success. Wan Lei, the sage. Kind reminder, the summoned individual has a loyalty and obedience rating of 100%. Even if ordered to perish, they would not hesitate for a moment. Furthermore, regardless of the distance, the summoned character can connect with the host through consciousness without difficulty. Chu Yun gazed at Wan Lei and thought. Display Wan Lei's introduction panel. Name, Wan Lei. Realm, late stage sage. Physique, thunder god, sacred body. Root bone, sacred level. Astounding. The system truly delivers excellence. Both the root bone and physique are of a legendary sacred level. Chu Yun marveled at this. In the realm of Yuan, root bone levels are categorized from 1 to 10, followed by earth, heaven, king, and sacred levels. Physiques are classified as mortal, combat, spirit, mysterious, king, and sacred. Generally, cultivators possessing earth-level root bones or spirit physiques are considered geniuses. Those hailed as unparalleled prodigies, embodying the demeanor of emperors, possess king physiques or sacred root bones. The individuals summoned by the system arrive with sacred-level attributes, indicating a future potential that is extraordinarily high. There's no need for excessive formalities. From now on, you shall refer to me as your highness and no longer as master. Henceforth, stay by my side and refrain from revealing your aura unnecessarily. Do you understand? Chu Yun instructed. Yes, your highness, Wan Lei replied dutifully. Reflecting upon his current leisure, Chu Yun decided it would be pleasant to take a stroll outside. Wan Lei, accompany me for a walk. Yes, your highness. Chu Yun led Wan Lei to familiarize himself with the imperial city. Due to his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, he also summoned Commander Luo Feng. Initially puzzled by Wan Lei's sudden appearance beside Chu Yun, Luo Feng was reassured when Chu Yun explained that Wan Lei was his trusted confidant, prompting no further inquiries. In the Prime Minister's residence, within an exquisitely decorated chamber, the air was infused with an enchanting fragrance, creating an atmosphere akin to a dream, ethereal and immersive. Miss, I have heard that the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, has safely returned to the imperial city. His Majesty has prepared a residence and servants for him in advance. And even Empress Sure has sent one of her trusted aides to attend to him. Before a dressing table, a graceful and alluring matron reported this news to a stunning young woman standing before her. The young woman, adorned in a flowing blue gown, possessed an unparalleled beauty. Her features exquisite and her figure flawless. With a slender waist and graceful curves, she resembled a breathtaking landscape. Her elegant and frosty demeanor conveyed an air of untouchability, her eyes reflecting indifference, as if she regarded the entirety of the Great Xia Dynasty with disdain. Her name was Meng Ru Xue, the daughter of the current Prime Minister, Meng Changzhong, and widely recognized as the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the Great Xia Dynasty. Her suitors could fill an entire province, from the crown prince and other princes to ordinary wandering cultivators. Many harbored desires to gain her favor. Yet, Meng Rushue's proud nature led her to reject most, often dismissing requests from even her own father. For Meng Rushue, the so-called talents of the younger generation held no allure. She deemed them all beneath her notice. Unbeknownst to the world, Although she seldom ventured out, her cultivation had reached the peak of the fragmentation realm after over 2 decades of diligent practice. What does it signify to achieve the fragmentation realm in one's 20s? In the annals of the Great Xia Dynasty, the fastest cultivators to reach this level took over 60 years. Meng Rushue's accomplishments were unprecedented. If this fact were to be revealed, it would send shockwaves throughout the entire dynasty, even causing the ancient experts of the celestial realm to stir. However, Meng Rushue's extraordinary prowess was primarily attributed to her true identity. She was a reincarnated being, formerly the fated Empress who stood at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, mastering the path of destiny and ruling over fate itself. Even other emperors regarded her with trepidation. Yet, even as powerful as she was, during a confrontation with the demoness over a celestial artifact, their overwhelming powers inadvertently shattered the treasure, splitting it in two. The unleashed force obliterated both her and the demoness's physical forms. Fortunately, they each retained half of the artifact, which fused with their souls, granting them rebirth. Meng Rushue was acutely aware that if she could be reborn through the artifact, the demoness must also still be alive. For years, she had covertly sought the demoness' whereabouts, yet to no avail. A mere prince returning from obscurity, though backed by the Sure family, faced insurmountable odds against the entrenched crown prince faction in the imperial city. The subtle power struggles indicated that Chu Yun had little chance of success. Upon hearing the matron's report, Meng Rushue's voice remained cold and distant, tinged with disinterest and disdain for Chu Yun. In her view, the 9th prince, who should have perished, had returned. If he did not seek power, he would surely meet his demise. If he did pursue the throne, he stood no chance against the well-established crown prince with his multitude of followers. A man destined to perish held no intrigue for her. Chapter 17. The Curse of Nirvana. The Source of Nirvana. The lady spoke the truth. However, it seems that His Majesty holds him in particularly high regard. There are rumors circulating outside that the Emperor has even assigned one of the shadow guards, Luo Feng, to protect him. It appears he is quite concerned about the potential threats to the 9th prince. The beautiful woman continued, dreaming of snow, with a face capable of devastating the world, remarked coldly. For Chu Yun, being overly protected would only hinder his development, ultimately hastening his demise. Enough of wasting time on such individuals. Have you found any leads on the item I asked you to search for? A look of helpless sorrow crossed the beautiful woman's face. My lady, I have inquired everywhere, and for nearly a century. There has been no trace of the source of nirvana within the Great Xia Dynasty. This is largely due to the item's extreme rarity. One source of nirvana signifies the life of a nirvana realm practitioner. It is indeed exceedingly difficult to locate. The reason dreaming of snow seeks the source of nirvana is that her cultivation has reached its limit, and she must break through. Based on her memories from her past life, she could effortlessly transcend the nirvana fire without concern. However, upon her reincarnation, she discovered that the heavenly demoness had placed a curse of nirvana upon her through a remnant fragment of her former soul. The power of her nirvana fire has increased exponentially, far beyond what a mere mortal could withstand. Should she come into contact with the nirvana fire, there is a significant chance that she would perish on the spot. Therefore, she must seek the source of nirvana. Only through the unique abilities of the source can she successfully break into the nirvana realm. Upon hearing that there were no leads on the source of nirvana, her expression did not reflect much disappointment. If it cannot be found, then she shall forge it herself. The most crucial element of the source of nirvana is a living practitioner of the nirvana realm. Thus, there is no need to search for that. You can assist me in gathering the materials for these formations instead. Dreaming of Snow handed her a list filled with the celestial materials required for the killing formations. Given her current strength, it would not be a significant issue to confront a practitioner at the early stage of the nirvana realm. However, to suppress such a practitioner, she would need to rely on the power of formations. Yes, my lady. The beautiful woman took the list and departed immediately. Heavenly Demoness, wait. Once I break through to the nirvana realm, I shall seek the source of the curse. At that time, I will personally ensure your demise. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through dreaming of Snow's icy blue pupils. Chu Yun, along with Luo Feng and the venerable Wan Lei, traversed several streets. Gaining a comprehensive understanding of the vastness and splendor of the Great Xia Dynasty. Within the imperial city, there were thousands of commercial establishments and taverns, large and small. Moreover, many powerful factions had established their enterprises here. Prominent sects such as the Wang Xiandao sect and Blood God sect, including the Shi family, all maintained fixed commercial venues within the imperial city. The Shi family alone operated 3 multi-story commercial establishments. Each was guarded by a Nirvana realm elder of the Shi family. Chu Yun visited all 3 of the Shi family's establishments. Due to his status, the elders stationed there personally attended to him. Chu Yun was not modest. As he walked, whenever he expressed interest in something, the elders immediately retrieved it for him, charging him nothing in return. Thus, the day wore on until nightfall. With 2 storage bags brimming with treasures at his waist, Chu Yun strode out of the Shi family's establishment. The items within were worth the equivalent of a small sect's decade of accumulation. Luo Commander, are there any other interesting places within the imperial city? On the streets, Chu Yun, still unsated from his explorations, inquired of Luo Feng. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng replied, "Your Highness, the most entertaining place in the entire imperial city is undoubtedly the Misty Rain Tower." "Oh, the Misty Rain Tower? The name alone sounds delightful. What kind of place is it?" Chu Yun asked curiously. "Your Highness, the Misty Rain Tower offers a plethora of activities. Within, there are numerous enchanting courtesans. As long as one can meet the price, one can enjoy their song and dance for a night of revelry. There are also duel arenas, grand auctions, and even the sale of rare exotic beasts and mounts," Luo Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun became intrigued by the Misty Rain Tower. Such a variety of entertainment? What is the origin of the Misty Rain Tower? What faction stands behind it? Luo Feng shook his head. "I do not know." "You do not know?" Chu Yun replied, puzzled. "This is the Great Xia Imperial City. How could the Shadow Guard commander not know the faction behind the Misty Rain Tower?" "Your Highness, the Misty Rain Tower appeared suddenly 50 years ago. Their esteemed practitioners entered the palace to negotiate with His Majesty, securing permission to establish the tower within the imperial city. The annual profits from the Misty Rain Tower are shared with the royal family to the tune of 30%. Thus, His Majesty agreed to their terms. But for safety's sake, we Shadow Guards monitored the Misty Rain Tower for an extended period without discovering any anomalies, so we did not pay it further heed. According to His Majesty, the people of the Misty Rain Tower do not belong to this territory. They are likely from other regions of the Origin Realm. However, as long as they do not pose a threat to the dynasty and can bring benefits, His Majesty would not oppose their activities," Luo Feng continued. "Oh, an external force?" Chu Yun contemplated before decisively stating, "Let us proceed to the Misty Rain Tower." Luo Feng led the way, guiding Chu Yun and Wan Lei until they soon arrived at the Misty Rain Tower. Chu Yun looked up and saw that the entire Misty Rain Tower occupied an area comparable to a vast mountain, its palatial structure towering even higher than the top floors of the Shi family's establishments. The opulent decorations of the palace glimmered with a kaleidoscope of lights, illuminating the edifices as if a festival of fireworks had truly commenced. "3 esteemed guests, please." Upon seeing Chu Yun and his companions, the disciples at the entrance greeted them with courtesy. The Misty Rain Tower imposes no restrictions, regardless of status. Even ordinary wanderers may enter and partake, Luo Feng discreetly explained. Chu Yun maintained a composed demeanor, striding steadily as he led Luo Feng and Wan Lei directly inside. Upon entering the Misty Rain Tower, Chu Yun's gaze fell upon the resplendent halls, expansive enough to rival a grand plaza. Aside from a few golden counters staffed by disciples of the Misty Rain Tower, hundreds of stunning maidens, clad in dance attire that revealed their long, elegant legs, swayed gracefully under the watchful eyes of many, showcasing their captivating allure. Wealthy patrons reclined at tables, indulging in excess, showering the maidens they fancied with lavish gifts, tossing spirit stones as though they were worthless, venting their insatiable desires. Additionally, many couples danced in the adjacent ballroom, brazenly engaging in intimate contact, filling the air with an intoxicating atmosphere of flirtation. Such a place, in my previous life, would far surpass even the most extravagant of feasts. As Chu Yun surveyed the vibrant scene before him, he was profoundly struck. He could not help but recall this saying from his past. In Shanghai, with wealth, one is enveloped in a world of opulence. Without it, one is left with only the bund and the oriental pearl. Luo, Commander, you mentioned that the auction and duel arenas are here as well. Chu Yun snapped back to reality and queried. Chapter 18, Misty Rain Tower, Evil Infant. Your Highness, this is merely one hall of the Misty Rain Tower. The tower comprises 4 halls, with the second hall designated for auctions, and the third hall serving as the dueling arena, Luo Feng explained. Then let us proceed, Chu Yun replied, following Luo Feng toward the other halls. Meanwhile, in the distance, a young woman clad in dance attire caught sight of Chu Yun, and a playful smile danced upon her lips. Upon entering the second hall, Chu Yun and his companions were greeted by the sight of 5 ongoing auctions, each brimming with at least hundreds of guests taking their seats. Each auction offered a diverse array of items. Some featured elixirs and various treasures of the world, while others specialized in formations or spirit beasts. There were even auctions for intelligence and slaves. Intelligence auctions are indeed noteworthy. Let us go and take a look, Chu Yun suggested, and the trio moved closer, settling into nearby seats. To conceal his identity, Luo Feng wore a mask. As for Chu Yun, though he had recently become the 9th prince, he had just returned, and few were familiar with his visage, rendering him less susceptible to recognition. During this auction, the third item presented was intelligence regarding the guarding forces of the 9th prince's estate in the Great Xia Dynasty. The starting bid was set at 300,000 spirit stones, with a minimum increment of 50,000 for each subsequent bid. Chu Yun was taken aback as he sat down. Was he truly the subject of gossip? 350,000. A bid rang out almost immediately, emanating from a masked man seated in the front row, his identity obscured. By the heavens, someone is genuinely bidding. Chu Yun felt a surge of vigilance. He was keen to discern who was so interested in him. 400,000, 450,000, 600,000, 700,000, 1 million. The unfolding events surpassed Chu Yun's expectations, with nearly 10 participants engaging in the bidding. Ultimately, a gray-robed elder, his face lined with wrinkles, secured the intelligence for 1 million spirit stones. Commander Luo, do you recognize these individuals? Chu Yun inquired cautiously through a mental transmission. Your Highness, the elder who won the bid is named Tang Xiang, a peak Broken Realm cultivator and the formation master for the 3rd prince. He is also a renowned formation master. As for the others, aside from the initial masked bidder, I do not recognize them due to their insufficient cultivation levels, Luo Feng elaborated. Oh, you can identify the masked one? Chu Yun's interest peaked. He has a habit of rubbing his thumb against his other fingers, coupled with his voice. I am certain of his identity. He is Tung Yin, a guest of the 8th prince, at the early stage of the Broken Realm, specializing in curse techniques, Luo Feng asserted confidently. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a tremor of realization. Following the auction of his intelligence, these individuals promptly departed. It was evident they had come solely for his intelligence. It was no surprise that the 3rd prince had set his sights on him. After all, he and the crown prince were brothers, both born of the Empress. The 8th prince, however, was born of the favored consort. It was unexpected for him to send someone to bid on the security details of Chu Yun's estate. What perplexed Chu Yun most was the vast reach of the Misty Rain Tower. On his very first day back, the security of his estate had been thoroughly assessed and auctioned off. This cannot stand. I shall mention this to Father tomorrow and request additional personnel. If you dare, auction it once more, Chu Yun resolved, determined to keep his secrets under wraps. Fortunately, the presence of the venerable Wan Lei ensured that his true strength remained concealed. A deviation in intelligence from a venerable could allow him to strike back at the Misty Rain Tower with great force in the future. Let us proceed to the dueling arena, Chu Yun declared, rising with his companions toward the 3rd hall. The 3rd hall was a grand circular stage designated for duels, surrounded by disciples of the Misty Rain Tower and numerous transaction counters. Below, the dueling arena featured dozens of engraved formations designed to channel the released energies underground, ensuring they did not spill into the surroundings. The audience was lively cheering passionately for their chosen competitors, akin to a cockfight. What is the primary focus of this dueling arena? Chu Yun in Guit. Your Highness, there are two main activities in the dueling arena. The first involves beast fights, where the beasts refer to combatants raised by the Misty Rain Tower itself. Two combatants engage in battle, and the survivor claims victory, allowing us to place bets based on the odds. The second activity permits individuals to challenge duelists of equal or higher cultivation levels to earn reward from the Misty Rain Tower. Luo Feng elucidated. Chu Yun listened intently, grasping the essence of the rules. He strolled toward the transaction counter, scrutinizing the reward descriptions displayed above. His gaze fell upon an enticing prize, an evil infant at the peak of the Nirvana realm. An evil infant, as described, is a malevolent entity born from the accumulation of dark energies, known for its ravenous appetite for souls, exhibiting ferocity and brutality, and is ungovernable through soul imprints, requiring sealing instead. However, despite its uncontrollable nature, Chu Yun's nether divine, I could manipulate all malevolent entities, including the evil infant. This meant that if he obtained it, he could wield it as a formidable weapon in his arsenal. I must acquire this evil infant, Chu Yun resolved, eyeing the conditions for claiming the prize. He needed to defeat a duelist 3 minor realms above him to qualify for the reward, meaning he must conquer a peak golden core realm combatant to claim the evil infant. After pondering for a moment, he retrieved a mask from his storage bag and donned it. Since he was to play the part, it was best to conceal his true identity under the current circumstances, avoiding premature exposure and potential threats to his safety. Once masked, Chu Yun approached an elder at a counter. I wish to challenge a duelist. Young master, do you intend to challenge a duelist of equivalent cultivation or one of greater prowess? The elder inquired with a smile. I seek to challenge a duelist 3 minor realms above me, a peak golden core realm combatant, Chu Yun replied with calm assurance. Chapter 19. The Gathering Storm at the Misty Rain Tower. The elder was utterly astonished, questioning whether he had misheard. 3 minor realms higher. Young master, are you certain you are not jesting? His shock was entirely understandable. To challenge someone 3 minor realms above oneself is a feat of extraordinary difficulty, one that has scarcely been accomplished throughout the illustrious history of the Great Xia Dynasty. Your Highness, is this not too reckless? Luo Feng gasped in disbelief, his concern palpable. Unfazed, Chu Yun replied with calm assurance, I am not joking. Proceed with the arrangements. The elder inhaled deeply. Please wait a moment, young master. With that, he departed from the counter. Young master, no one has ever successfully defeated a duelist from the Misty Rain Tower who is 3 realms above them, Luo Feng cautioned. Chu Yun merely smiled lightly. Rest assured, if I dare to attempt this, I certainly possess the means to succeed. Luo Feng's heart was filled with doubt. Could the 9th prince truly have such confidence? Wait, the peak of the Golden Core realm. Luo Feng's body shuddered. He suddenly recalled Chu Yun's earlier words about challenging a duelist at the peak of the Golden Core realm, while himself being at the initial stage. This meant his own realm was at the initial phase of the Golden Core. How could this be possible? Luo Feng gazed at Chu Yun in shock. Your Highness, your cultivation level. Chu Yun turned, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Hush, do not let this slip. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Yun, a flicker of incredulity evident within. In the span of a single day, from the initial stage of the Gathering Qi realm to the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, was such a transformation truly feasible? Before Luo Feng could fully process this revelation, the elder returned, accompanied by another figure. Young master, I am Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower. I hear you wish to challenge a duelist 3 realms above you? This middle-aged man, Sun Yin, was evidently a high-ranking official of the tower, as the previous elder followed closely behind, not daring to act presumptuously. Indeed, should I succeed in this challenge, you would not go back on your word regarding the rewards, would you? Chu Yun inquired. Of course. You may rest assured, the integrity of the Misty Rain Tower is well recognized, Sun Yin affirmed. However, I must remind you that our challenges are life and death affairs. I understand, Chu Yun nodded. May I ask your name for the record? Sun Yin queried. Xiao Yin. Chu Yun casually fabricated a name. Very well. Lao Feng, Please escort young Master Xiao to the dueling arena, Sun Yin ordered, directing his gaze to the elder behind him. Yes, my lord. The elder led Chu Yun and the others toward a nearby, open dueling arena. Xiao Yin, Sun Yan Ponda, yet found that this name was unfamiliar to him. There was no notable figure within the Great Xia Dynasty known as Xiao Yin. The elder guided them to the dueling arena. Young Master Xiao, step onto the platform, and you shall enter the arena. All right. As Chu Yun ascended, the platform descended, granting him access to the circular dueling arena, surrounded by protective barriers that rose around him. Luo Feng and Master Wan Lei sat in the stands, their attention riveted. Luo Feng had made up his mind. Should anything go awry, he would disregard the rules of the Misty Rain Tower and rush to save him. At the very least, he could reveal his identity. He was confident that the tower would not dare to harm a prince, not to mention the Emperor's regard for him. The formidable Shura master from the Shur family was currently residing within the imperial city. As Chu Yun entered the arena, the introductions of the combatants lit up the arena's information board. Xiao Yin at the initial stage of the Golden Core Realm versus a duelist at the peak of the Golden Core Realm. What? Am I seeing things? An initial stage challenger against a peak stage duelist? Is this a dream? Who exactly is this Xiao Yin? This is tantamount to courting death. As the details of the duel were revealed, gasps of astonishment erupted among those gathered at the trading counters. Word spread rapidly, and soon, the news of Xiao Yin challenging a duelist 3 realms above him circulated throughout the entire third hall. Within a brief span, the dueling arena was filled to capacity. Wearing a mask, Chu Yun surveyed the throng before him. My goodness, this truly is a sea of humanity. The thousands of seats in the stands were all occupied. Some spectators even stood at a distance, while more from the second hall continued to rush in, eager for the spectacle. Tonight, let the name Xiao Yin resonate throughout this land. Chu Yun maintained a composed demeanor. He was confident of victory in this battle. Su Niang, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, now stood at the control platform above the arena, announcing, "We now commence the duel." With young Master Xiao Yin at the initial stage of the Golden Core Realm challenging our peak stage duelist. Let the duelist enter. At Sun Yin's command, Chu Yun observed as a gate in the wall slowly opened. A man clad in simple robes, bare-chested and muscular, with numerous scars adorning his chest and back, entered the arena wielding a spiritual hammer. It was Tai Feng. Now, it seemed that this Xiao Yin was truly walking into a death trap. Tai Feng ranked among the top 10 duelists within the Misty Rain Tower, boasting an undefeated record of 347 matches, with a mountain of golden core cultivators having perished at his hands. The spectators in the stands reveled in the unfolding drama. Most had already placed their bets, all wagering on Tai Feng to win. Though Xiao Yan's odds were significantly higher, offering tenfold returns, few believed in his ability to overcome Tai Feng. The odds for Tai Feng were less than 1-1, but at least it offered a safe bet. Chu Yun regarded the duelist Tai Feng, whose eyes were devoid of light. Desensitized by constant slaughter, the duelist Tai Feng, at the peak of the Golden Core Realm, boasts a record of 347 victories and 0 defeats. Now, I officially declare the duel to begin. With Sun Yin's command, the duel commenced. Tai Feng, go. Finish him. Tai Feng, you can do it. I've bet 100,000 spirit stones on you. Crush him. Before the duel even commenced, the gamblers in the stands were already fervently cheering for Tai Feng. You're the first to challenge me from the initial stage of the Golden Core Realm. Since you are so eager to die, I shall oblige. Tai Feng brandished his iron hammer, leaping into action, its surface shimmering with a black aura, an astonishing force descending from above to strike at Chu Yun. Chapter 20. The Terror of Chu Feng, Xiao Yin, and the Acquisition of the Evil Infant. As Chu Yun beheld the iron hammer descending upon him, he deftly employed his learned techniques to evade the strike effortlessly, subsequently appearing behind Tai Feng. Tai Feng, in disdain, unleashed a powerful black fist imprint with his left hand, capable of shattering a building, directed at the unsuspecting Chu Yun. His spiritual hammer raised high. Black lightning manifested in the air, clinging to the hammer as it struck the ground with a resounding boom. The earth trembled as several lightning serpents surged forth, fiercely attacking Chu Yun. Observing this overwhelming force, Chu Yun remained steadfast, a radiant spiritual energy manifesting in his palm, transforming into a blood-red glow that surged forward, forming a wall of blood. All of Tai Feng's assaults were thwarted by this barrier, unable to penetrate its defenses. A flicker of surprise crossed Tai Feng's face. A mere cultivator in the early Golden Core stage could withstand his formidable onslaught. It appeared this individual possessed some genuine strength. Once more, he swung his spiritual hammer, conjuring 4 hammer shadows that surrounded Chu Yun from all angles. Chu Yun dissipated the blood wall, the power of the celestial blood divine root now coursing through his veins. This blood wall was a manifestation of his bloodline prowess. "Is this all you have?" he taunted. "Your strength is commendable, but your speed is wanting." The previous encounters had allowed Chu Yun to discern the entirety of Tai Feng's technique. Now, it was his turn to retaliate. Celestial Blood Seal. Chu Yun's palm surged with a tremendous flow of blood energy, coalescing into a colossal blood seal, its essence seemingly capable of devouring all. He launched it forcefully. The impact of the celestial blood seal collided with the hammer shadows, releasing a torrent of blood energy that instantaneously transformed into countless blood shadows, enveloping both the hammer and its shadows. The iron hammer found itself ensnared within the blood energy, which corroded his form, eliciting a mournful howl of agony from Tai Feng. How is this possible? The voice belonged to Tai Feng, incredulous at the sight. The techniques utilized by this Xiao Yan were all blood-related. Could it be that he hailed from the Blood God sect? It seemed highly probable. Yet how astonishing this was. Overcoming 3 minor realms to combat Tai Feng, and still gaining the upper hand. The spectators in the stand were taken aback by Tai Feng's cries, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. Luo Feng was equally bewildered, pondering the source of these techniques that the young master had demonstrated. Su Niang, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, stood atop the control platform, his expression enigmatic, his eyes narrowing slightly. In the duel arena, Tai Chun swung his enormous hammer with reckless abandon, striking at the blood energy. Driven by a primal urge to survive, he managed to create a fissure. Just as his form, corroded and battered, barely escaped, Chu Yun confronted him head-on. "Xiaoyan, D." The madness and hatred etched across Tai Feng's face. Empowered by the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, his spiritual hammer struck down like a mountain upon Chu Yun. 10,000 Demon Fist. Chu Yun's fist, imbued with a purplish-black spiritual force, seemed to summon a demonic deity at his back, the fist radiating forward, obliterating Tai Feng's massive hammer in an instant. Boom! The force of the fist propelled Tai Feng himself away, shattering his internal organs and golden core in a heartbeat. His mangled form ultimately collapsed several dozen meters away, on the brink of death, unable to rise again. Following this spectacle, an eerie silence enveloped the entire arena. The expressions of the spectators were frozen in astonishment, as if turned to stone in that moment. Even Sun Yin wore a look of profound shock, disbelief glimmering in his eyes. "Dia, Tai Feng has lost? Surely, I did not misjudge. This Xiao Yan's power utterly eclipsed Tai Feng. The strength of an early Golden Core cultivator surpassing that of a peak Golden Core? Is this truly human? Xiao Yan is terrifying. After this night's battle, his name will undoubtedly resonate throughout the Great Xia Dynasty, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Such a genius. It is likely that various factions, even the royal family, will seek to recruit him. Provided he is not affiliated with the Blood God sect, Chu Yun paid no heed to the murmurs from the stands as he approached Tai Feng. A duelist whose cultivation had been entirely extinguished would not require any further consideration. He resolved to perform a final act of kindness, granting him liberation. With a single palm strike upon Tai Feng's head, he bestowed him solace, hoping he would not again become a pawn in the hands of others in his next life. This duel concludes with Xiao Yan's victory. Sun Yin's voice resonated from the control platform. Chu Yun descended from the arena, reuniting with Luo Feng and the esteemed Elder Wan Lei. "Your Highness." Luo Feng began to speak, but Chu Yun interrupted. "Let us discuss matters upon our return." Luo Feng promptly closed his mouth, nodding in assent. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations, young Master Xiaoyan. To triumph while transcending 3 minor realms is truly a testament to your extraordinary talent. A prodigy of the ages. One wonders what sort of sect could nurture such an unparalleled genius. It is indeed awe-inspiring. Sun Yin approached with 2 elders from the Misty Rain Tower, showering praises upon him. Chu Yun disowned his intent, wishing to uncover his background. He replied, Steward Su, you flatter me. I hail from the Shao family of Wutan City, a rather inconsequential clan. My victory today was purely fortuitous. The name Shao family of Wutan City was unfamiliar to Sun Yin, as such a place did not exist within the Great Xia Dynasty. However, he did not express skepticism and instead smiled. Young Master Xiaoyan, you are far too modest. Your performance today is evident to all. There is no need for self-deprecation. Chu Yun smiled lightly. Steward Su, may I inquire about my reward? Of course. You may select any item from the 2nd tier of our prize list, Sun Yin responded. I have made my choice. I desire the evil infant at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage, Chu Yun declared. The evil infant? Young Master Xiaoyan, this entity is notoriously perilous. Should it be inadvertently released, even those of the esteemed realm of elders would require considerable effort to subdue it. Are you certain of your decision? Sun Yin asked, seeking confirmation. Chu Yun resolutely replied, I am certain. Very well, I shall have someone retrieve it immediately. Sun Yin wasted no time, dispatching an aide for the task. At this moment, Chu Yun noticed the multitude of eyes upon him, at least 1,000 pairs, each observing from various angles. The expressions varied: shock, admiration, confusion, and some tinged with profound resentment, likely stemming from heavy losses in prior bets. With Tai Feng estimise, their only recourse was to harbor hatred towards Chu Yun. Yet, he remained unfazed. The more individuals who despised him, the better it was for him. Before long, an elder from a Misty Rain Tower returned with a purple box, within which was sealed the evil infant at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. Young Master Xiaoyan, here it is. Sun Yin presented it to him. Chu Yun confirmed receipt and nodded. I shall take my leave now. May you travel safely, young master. We look forward to your next visit to the Misty Rain Tower. Sun Yin smiled warmly. Chapter 21. The Lamb Delivered to Your Door. The Name of Xiao Yin. After Chu Yun and Luo Feng departed, Sun Yin's smile gradually faded. He could not help but inquire, have you heard of the Shao family in Wutan City? The 2 elders behind him shook their heads in unison. My lord, we have been in the Great Xia Dynasty for many years and have gained knowledge about every state and county, yet we have never heard of Wutan City. Another elder added, Indeed, my lord. Do you think that this Xiao Yin may not be speaking the truth? After pondering for a moment, Sun Yin replied, I shall report this matter to the Lord. Regardless of this person's origins, the talent he displayed today is undeniably first class, even in that realm. As Chu Yun and his companions exited the Misty Rain Tower, they walked towards the prince's mansion. Young master, we are being followed, and by quite a few, Luo Feng reported, having noticed several ill-intentioned figures trailing them. Chu Yun, already anticipating this, maintained a relaxed demeanor and replied, Strike swiftly, Luo Commander. Do you understand? Rest assured, I comprehend, Luo Feng acknowledged. They turned a few corners and soon found themselves in a dark alley. Chu Yun have they not emerged yet after following us all this way? Just then, the trio turned to see 5 figures blocking the alley's entrance. Your observation skills are commendable. Yet, it is regrettable that you are still overly arrogant. Upon discovering us, you dare to stop. Among the 5, 2 were peak-stage Yuanying elders, while the other 3 were middle-aged men of the same level. Chu Yun observed their greedy and hostile gazes. It seems you have lost your bets and are now coveting the rewards I possess. Hence your pursuit, he remarked calmly. Indeed, one of the peak-stage Yuanying elders replied with a cold laugh. The rewards for Misty Rain Tower are divided into 6 tiers. No one has ever claimed the 1st or 2nd tier. The fact that you obtained the 2nd tier prize proves your exceptional talent. However, as a mere early-stage Jindan cultivator, how could you possibly contend against a Yuanying expert? Tonight you, this so-called genius, are destined to be a fleeting flower. The gaze Chu Yun cast upon them was that of disdain. Do you recognize them? Luo Feng asked, shaking his head. From their attire, they appeared to be rogue cultivators. Quite dull. Without any backing, it hardly seems worth the trouble to engage them. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yun commanded, "Dispose of them, Luo Commander." "As you wish, Your Highness," Luo Feng responded, and in an instant, he appeared behind the five. That was fast. The five's expressions changed as they prepared to retaliate. Luo Feng extended his palm, unleashing the power of Nirvana, which crashed down upon them. "This is Nirvana power. Spare us, Senior." The five Yuanying cultivators, realizing Luo Feng's overwhelming strength, immediately fell to their knees in fear and despair. Without mercy, Luo Feng's powerful palm descended, shattering their Yuanying forms into a mist of blood. Their souls scattered. "Congratulations, Master. Luo Feng has slain a peak-stage Yuanying rogue cultivator, earning 800 editing points. After eliminating the 5 Yuanying practitioners, he accumulated a total of 400 editing points. With the previous balance of 3,000 points, his total now stood at 6,400. Luo Feng organized the contents of their storage bags and presented them to Chu Yun. "Your Highness, here are their storage bags. Most contain some spiritual materials, but there are scarce spirit stones, likely lost in previous wagers." Chu Yun accepted the bags without a glance. "Very well. Let us return." "Yes, Your Highness." The three exited the alley and, after confirming they were no longer being followed, returned to the prince's mansion. However, as they stepped through the gates, a graceful figure appeared in the night, quietly observing them. This woman was the dancer they had encountered in the misty rain tower. Yet now, she exuded an alluring aura, her eyes seemingly possessing an invisible charm that could ensnare one's very soul. The 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, quite intriguing target, she mused with a mysterious smile before vanishing into the prince's mansion. The following day, after a restful night, Tai summoned Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong to attend to Chu Yun, cleansing and dressing him while preparing exquisite delicacies and spiritual fruits. After bathing, with the assistance of Xia and Qiu, he donned the splendid garments prepared by the Empress, instantly radiating an air of nobility. After finishing breakfast, he called for Luo Feng to prepare for their visit to the palace. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he opted to have Master Wan Lei remain at the mansion. On their way to the palace, Luo Feng mentioned that the name Xiao Yan had become widely known throughout the royal city following the events of the previous night. It had even stirred considerable intrigue among the royal family and powerful sections. "Your Highness, it is rumored that Xiao Yan practices blood techniques, possibly an extraordinary prodigy concealed by the Blood God sect. Therefore, some rivals of the sect harbor intentions of eliminating him to prevent his growth." Listening to Luo Feng, Chu Yun smiled. "Let the Blood God sect take the blame. That would be quite convenient. By the way, you mentioned the royal family is now aware of this matter." "What of my father?" Luo Feng lowered his head and replied, "His Majesty is already aware of Xiao Yan's identity." Chu Yun regarded him with an understanding glance. As the captain of the shadows, it was only reasonable for him to report such matters. This was of little consequence to Chu Yun, as a sudden rise to the Jindan realm would undoubtedly not escape his father's notice. Even without Luo Feng's revelation, his father would connect the dots upon witnessing his cultivation level. Before long, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the royal palace, making their way to the imperial study. Upon entry, they found the emperor seated upon the main throne, with the empress and Master Xiao Luo beside him. "I pay my respects to father and mother." Chu Yun greeted, bowing to the three. Luo Feng stood outside, preventing anyone from approaching. "Very well, Yun'er, rise," the emperor said amiably, gesturing for him to take a seat. Chu Yun settled into a chair and inquired, "Father, you are aware of last night's events, are you not?" The Great Xia Emperor chuckled lightly. "I have no interest in your alias, Xiao Yan. What intrigues both your mother and I is the nature of your cultivation and talent." Chapter 22. Crown Prince Chu Rong and 3rd Prince Chu Yuan in this regard. Chu Yun was well prepared. "Father, I truly do not know what transpired. In a fleeting moment, I found myself immersed in a wondrous state of enlightenment. When I regained consciousness, my cultivation had unexpectedly progressed to the early stage of the Golden Core realm." Chu Yun's response hardly constituted a satisfactory explanation. However, Attributing everything to enlightenment left no room for further inquiry. Oh, enlightenment leading to a breakthrough? That is a novel concept, mused the Emperor of the Xia Dynasty, a profound smile gracing his lips. I too find it perplexing. Perhaps I was simply fortunate. Chu Yun replied with an air of nonchalance. My son, what then accounts for your extraordinary talent? It is astonishing to hear that you, in the early stage of the Golden Core realm, could defeat those at the peak of the same realm. You cannot imagine my shock upon receiving this news. Lady Xia, the Empress, interjected, her face radiating pride and joy, buoyed by her son's remarkable talents. Mother, my talent, much like my cultivation, stems from that moment of enlightenment. I find it difficult to articulate. The sensation is quite ethereal. Since he had chosen to attribute everything to enlightenment, he decided to remain steadfast in this narrative. Ah, I see. Lady Xia nodded in realization. My son, your astonishing progress in both talent and cultivation brings me great joy. However, I must advise you to avoid revealing everything until you have firmly established your footing. Do you understand? The emperor cautioned. Within the imperial city, many eyes were fixed upon Chu Yun. Should he display his brilliance too openly, it would only incite feelings of threat or fear among those who watched. As a consequence, they would stop at nothing to eliminate him. The mystery surrounding his earlier disappearance remains unsolved to this day, illustrating just how treacherous the waters of the imperial city truly are. Rest assured, father, the reason I adopted the name Xiao Yin was precisely for this reason. Chu Yun replied earnestly. Enough, enough. Our son has matured and formed his own opinions. We should refrain from meddling. Come, tell your father and mother all that you have experienced during your years away, Lady Xia urged, her curiosity piqued regarding her son's adventures during his long absence. Chu Yun then began to recount his experiences, starting from the earliest memories he could recall. They conversed for nearly 2 hours, and eventually, Chu Yun requested 500 guards to protect the prince's residence. The emperor readily acquiesced. Following their midday meal, Chu Yun departed the palace alongside Luo Feng. Enlightenment leading to a breakthrough. What do you all think? In the palace gardens, the emperor gazed at Lady Xia and her brother with a knowing smile. Everyone harbors secrets. Since he chooses not to divulge, we, as elders, need not pry further. All we must understand is that regardless of his circumstances, he remains your son. A prince of the Xia Dynasty, the esteemed Shura master replied calmly. The three of them were not easily deceived by Chu Yun's implausible rationale. Fortunately, they were open-minded, recognizing that Chu Yun wished to keep certain matters private, and thus refrained from probing further. This child, despite his cheerful demeanor, harbors many thoughts, Lady Xia remarked with concern. I have heard from Atai that he has begun to investigate the events of that year. The Shura master's expression turned serious as he addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, if Yun'er conducts the investigation himself, he will inevitably uncover the truth about that mother and son duo. Rather than allowing him to tread into danger, why not take the initiative? A shadow flickered in the depths of the emperor's eyes. It would be simple to deal with her alone, but her connections are far-reaching. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry, potentially plunging the imperial city into chaos. Shall I summon the old man, then? Would that not suffice? The Shura master insisted. The Xia emperor shook his head. Shura, I understand your sentiments, but you must realize that I am even more eager to eliminate them. However, her ties within the court and the royal family are far from straightforward. Upon hearing this, the Shura master fell silent. Lady Xia's expression remained grave. The complexity of the relationships involved was surely beyond imagination. At the palace walls, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were making their way toward the palace gates when a voice called out to them. Commander Luo. They halted. Approaching them were 2 young men, one clad in a 5-clawed dragon robe, the other in splendid brocade garments. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Third Prince, Commander Luo greeted them with a slight bow. Chu Yun quickly discerned their identities. The one in the dragon robe was Crown Prince Chu Rong, while the one in brocade was Third Prince Chu Yuan. The resemblance between the two was evident, a testament to their shared lineage. The Crown Prince, being the eldest, exuded a mature and composed demeanor. In contrast, the Third Prince Chu Yuan radiated youthful exuberance and a sense of invincibility. Commander Luo, no need for such formalities. I presume this must be the ninth brother? Crown Prince Chu Rong said with a warm smile directed at Chu Yun. Greetings, elder brother and third brother. Chu Yun replied amiably, clasping his hands in greeting. Ninth brother, there is no need for such formalities among brothers. I have heard of your return, and both I and the third brother are exceedingly pleased. As your elder brother, it is only fitting that I prepare a banquet in the Eastern Palace 3 days hence to celebrate our reunion. I will also invite seventh brother and fifth brother, so you may become acquainted with them. The Crown Prince warmly invited. Thank you, elder brother. I will certainly attend in 3 days. Chu Yun nodded affirmatively. Then, it is settled, the Crown Prince exclaimed with delight. With that, Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the palace gates, making their way to the prince's residence. Your Highness, are you certain you wish to attend the banquet in the Eastern Palace? Luo Feng inquired quietly. Do you suspect it to be a trap? Chu Yun replied with a casual smile. Luo Feng stated bluntly, it is the Crown Prince who has extended the invitation. If matters were to turn violent, he would find it difficult to regain control. Exactly. He lacks the audacity for such a course of action. I surmise his invitation is not intended to harm me, but rather to gauge my abilities. Coincidentally, I too wish to assess him and become acquainted with my other brothers. Upon returning to his residence, Chu Yun found that the 500 guards dispatched by the Emperor had also arrived. After reviewing their credentials, he deemed the arrangement acceptable. Among the 500 soldiers, there was one at the nascent Soul Realm, 10 at the Golden Core Realm, with the remainder primarily at the Chi Gathering and Transformation Realms. Chapter 23. The evil infant acknowledges its master. The celestial demoness suffers loss. Within the confines of Chu Yun's chamber, the esteemed Wan Lei Zunja had responded to his summons and now stood present. In Chu Yun's hands were 2 significant artifacts. In his left hand, the heavenly Hua Ding, and in his right, a box containing the evil infant. Due to time constraints, he could only stow these items away for the moment, intending to examine them further once he had the leisure to do so. Indeed, it was no mistake. The spiritual patterns on the heavenly Hua Ding formed an intricate array. What could possibly be sealed within? After scrutinizing the ding, Chu Yun realized that the seal was beyond his current capabilities to unravel. Even Wan Lei Zunja, a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the revered realm, was unable to assist due to his unfamiliarity with the array. Your Highness, the seal within this ding is certainly the work of a supreme being, unless one of equal caliber attempts to break it. Only someone with extraordinary talent in arrays may possess a chance. Wan Lei Zunja confirmed after careful consideration. A supreme being. Chu Yun felt a twinge of surprise. It appeared that the origins of the heavenly Hua Ding were far from simple. Yet, with the demise of the Jihua sect members, this matter would remain unresolved. Never mind. Since there was no way to pursue the matter further, he decided to set it aside for the future. With the heavenly Hua Ding secured, he turned his attention to the box containing the evil infant. Wan Lei, envelop this room with your power, ensuring that the aura and strength of the evil infant cannot escape, he commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Wan Lei Zunja released a surge of golden, lightning energy from his palm, casting an invisible net of thunder that enveloped every corner of the chamber, effectively containing any potential leakage of the evil infant's aura. With everything in place, Chu Yun opened the box. Boom! In the next moment, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth from the box, threatening to engulf the entire room, an endless wave eager to spill outside. Yet, Wan Lei Zunja's lightning displayed its might, as the thunderous net held firm against the onslaught of the evil infant's aura. Ha ha ha! At last, I have returned to the light. The shrill, piercing laughter of the evil infant echoed throughout Chu Yun's chamber. A dark, shadowy figure erupted from the box, resembling the nascent soul of a practitioner, yet its entire being was suffused with a sinister aura akin to a malevolent specter. So this is the evil infant. Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded it. He then unleashed the power of his netherworld divine eye, his irises transforming to a deep purple. An intangible force of the netherworld surged forth, constraining the oppressive aura of the evil infant as if it were its natural adversary. Kneel. Bow. At his command, the evil infant's body fell to its knees, unable to resist. How is this possible? You brat. Who are you? How could you possibly control me? The evil infant was utterly aghast, unable to comprehend how this human boy could exert control over it. It was an evil infant, born from countless soul imprints, nurtured by wicked thoughts. Not even a revered practitioner could hope to dominate it. In my presence, how dare you call yourself this king? Insolence! Chu Yun's voice turned icy as he invoked a method to torment the evil infant's essence. Please no. Spare me. Have mercy. The evil infant's cries of despair filled the air, a stark contrast to its earlier bravado. Hearing its pleas, Chu Yun declared, "From this day forth, I am your master. Should you entertain any rebellious thoughts, with but a thought, I could render you non-existent." Realizing that Chu Yun had the power to control its body, the evil infant quickly acquiesced. Yes, yes. Please spare me, master. I shall never dare to defy you again. With that, Chu Yun relented. Ceasing his torment of the infant's spirit, the evil infant let out a sigh of relief, the previously dispersing malevolent energy slowly retracting back into its being. What is your name? Chu Yun in Guit? Master, I am Yitun. In the realm of evil infants, they call me the Night King. It answered, trembling slightly. Yitun. You mentioned the realm of evil infants. Do you mean to say that you possess a separate world? Chu Yun Guidit. Indeed. However, master, the realm of evil infants is exceedingly distant from here, and even I cannot return at present, Yitun replied. Then how were you sealed by the people of the Misty Rain Tower? Chu Yun asked further. A flicker of anger crossed Yitun's face. Mentioning this vexes me. Those wretched fools from the Misty Rain Tower. I merely devoured a few of their elders, and they dispatched 3 revered practitioners to capture me, as if I had a blood feud with them. They were numerous and powerful, and ultimately, I was taken. Chu Yun's expression twitched. You consumed their elders. Is that not a blood feud in itself? He was taken aback to learn that the Misty Rain Tower could send 3 revered practitioners at once. This force was indeed unfathomable. Enough. From now on, you shall reside within my spiritual sea. Do not leave unless I summon you, Chu Yun commanded. Yes, master. The evil infant's essence transformed into a dark purple light and flew into Chu Yun's spiritual sea. Wan Lei Zunj dissipated the lightning energies within the chamber. As Chu Yun approached the door, he pushed it open, only to find Xia, dressed in maid attire, standing in the courtyard, holding several bouquets of flowers that emanated a delightful fragrance. In an instant, Chu Yun's soul felt as if it were spinning. Something is amiss. Realizing the unusual nature of the situation, Chu Yun swiftly activated his netherworld divine eye, piercing through all illusions. To his astonishment, the floral scent was, in fact, a profound and enigmatic magical force, attempting to ensnare his soul and draw it into a certain influence. The source of this magic was not the flowers themselves, but rather the person, Xia. Chu Yun remained composed, his demeanor unyielding. What are you doing with those flowers? In the depths of Xia's eyes, a fleeting expression of surprise vanished in an instant. Not ensnared? How is that possible? Her methods were not something a mere prince of the Great Xia could withstand. A smile graced Xia's face. Your Highness, I gathered these flowers from the garden. I thought they were beautiful, so I brought them to you. As she approached Chu Yun, the invisible magical force continued to envelop him. Its potency was such that it could easily ensnare even a practitioner at the Broken Realm. Wan Lei Zunj sensed the anomaly. However, Chu Yun discreetly signaled for him to remain still, feigning ignorance. Maintaining his demeanor, Chu Yun smiled brightly and accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance. These flowers are lovely. They smell wonderful, Xia. You truly have a thoughtful heart. Smack. While speaking, Chu Yun deliberately slapped Xia's rounded dairy. His actions were intentional. This individual dared to impersonate Xia, concealing her true identity. Thus, he felt justified in taking advantage of the situation. Xia's face flushed instantly. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze fixed on Chu Yun, reflecting shock and incredulity. No one had ever touched that part of her before, not even in her previous life. As the formidable celestial demoness, she had once stood at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Though now merely a fragment of her former self, She could distinctly feel the warmth of his hand and the tremor of her own body. This Chu Yun acted with such effortless audacity, truly a shameless rogue. In that moment, a murderous intent flickered deep within the celestial demoness heart. Chapter 24. A city in turmoil, seeking Xiao Yan. Oh, what is the matter? Feeling shy? Xiao Xia, I comprehend your intentions. Given your proactive gesture of presenting flowers to this prince, I shall grant you the opportunity to warm my bed tonight. As Chu Yun spoke, he effortlessly pulled Xiao Xia into his embrace, savoring her warmth and softness. Xiao Xia felt a wave of electricity coursing through her body, prompting her to abruptly break free from Chu Yun's hold. She initially intended to retaliate, to confront Chu Yun, but something held her back. Your Highness, it is rather inappropriate in broad daylight, Xiao Xia said, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Since you have made such a suggestion, I shall come by tonight. I must take my leave for now. With that, she promptly turned and exited the courtyard. Chu Yun watched her hurried departure with a smirk of triumph on his lips. He leisurely brought his hand to his nose and inhaled softly, quite fragrant indeed. Your Highness, this individual is not simple. Her power is enigmatic. Had she not approached so closely, I might not have noticed, the venerable Wan Lei remarked in a low voice. Indeed, I nearly fell for her scheme. Yet, I remain uncertain of her true intentions. Wan Lei tonight. Chu Yun began outlining the preparations that Wan Lei needed to undertake for the evening. After Xiao Xia departed, she returned to her quarters. Inside, the real Xiao Xia lay unconscious upon her bed. What could possibly be happening? Why did my powers fail to affect him? The demoness was still troubled by the events of earlier. She could not fathom how Chu Yun had evaded her soul-binding powers. Even a figure at the nascent soul stage would find it impossible to resist such an influence, let alone a mere golden core cultivator. Forget it. No need to dwell on it further. I shall uncover the truth tonight. I am eager to see what peculiarities lie within this little fellow's body. The demoness' gaze turned sharp and ethereal, as if an otherworldly force enveloped the room, ensnaring anyone who ventured within 5 paces of her. In the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong, Third Prince Chu Yuan, and several of the Crown Prince's attendants, including Tang Xiang, the array master from the recent auction at the Misty Rain Pavilion, sat within the hall. Luo Feng was indeed never far from the Crown Prince's side. This makes it impossible for us to find any opportunity to act, Chu Yuan said, his expression darkening slightly. Do not be hasty. He has just returned, and both our father and the Empress, as well as the Asura Venerable, hold him in high regard. To strike at this juncture would be exceedingly perilous. After some time, even with Luo Feng's protection, I shall find a way to ensure his demise. A fierce and brutal glint flickered in Crown Prince Chu Rong's eyes. Even now, he could not fathom how Chu Yun had survived. Years ago, their men had cast the infant Chu Yun into a bottomless abyss. The likelihood of a newborn, without any protective power, surviving such a fall was virtually nil. They could not comprehend how he had managed to live. They dismissed the notion that anyone could impersonate him. If his father could misidentify his own son, that would indeed be a bizarre occurrence. Brother, how do you plan to test him at the banquet 3 days hence? Zhu Juan in Guit, let others gauge his cultivation and talent. As for the rest, a mere newcomer to the capital thinks he can shake my foundation? It is nothing more than a fool's dream, Chu Rong scoffed. Having occupied the throne for many years, he had nurtured numerous allies within the capital, expending great effort to achieve his current standing. If he were to fear a rookie challenging his position, he would become a laughingstock. The only factor worthy of his concern was the sure family behind Chu Yun. Otherwise, as the crown prince of a grand dynasty, he could easily dispose of him with a mere flick of his finger. Chu Yuan chuckled. That lad's good fortune in surviving means he should never have returned. Now that he has, he shall face death once more. How foolish and tragic. At this moment, the crown prince turned his gaze toward one of his attendants, an elder with white hair and beard. What that Xiao Yan? Have you traced his whereabouts? The elder replied earnestly, Your Highness. I have dispatched numerous individuals to seek out Xiao Yan's location. However, curiously, since the events of last night at the Misty Rain Pavilion, Xiao Yan's trail has vanished. Many are searching, yet none have succeeded in finding him. Chu Yun frowned. Increase the efforts. We must spare no expense in locating him. This individual possesses extraordinary talent. If he can be brought under my command, he will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset in securing my reign. Other forces must not be allowed to seize him first. The crown prince had become deeply intrigued by Xiao Yan since hearing of him, even contemplating the necessity of bringing him into his fold. Should Xiao Yan flourish, he might very well reach the level of the celestial realm. Yes, your highness, rest assured. I shall send out the remaining men immediately, the elder affirmed. Brother, isn't it rumored that Xiao Yan's cultivation technique bears a striking resemblance to the blood god sect's blood arts? He may very well be one of their own. Chu Yun, Chu Yun replied with unwavering conviction. No, the notion that he is affiliated with the blood god sect can be entirely dismissed. My mother has inquired with them, and while Xiao Yan practices blood techniques, they are fundamentally different from those of the blood god sect. Moreover, the sect's leader has personally communicated with my mother, confirming that this Xiao Yan is not one of theirs. Chu Yuan's eyes brightened. In that case, this is indeed fortuitous. The less background he has, the easier will be for us to recruit him. The crown prince stated, precisely. Thus, this matter cannot be delayed. The sooner, the better. The Eastern Palace had dispatched the majority of its forces, even stationing individuals at all 4 city gates, ready to report upon sighting anyone resembling Xiao Yan. Although Chu Yun had donned a mask during the events at the Misty Rain Pavilion, concealing his true visage, his silhouette, height, and hairstyle had been captured by recording stones. As such, anyone fitting the description would be approached by various factions, not only by the Eastern Palace, but by all powerful entities within the capital, including the General's Mansion, the various princely residences, and even the rare Prime Minister's Mansion, all searching for Xiao Yan. The Prime Minister's Mansion, too, sought Xiao Yan upon the direct orders of Meng Ruxua, who harbored serious suspicions that this so-called Xiao Yan might very well be a manifestation of the Demoness. The Demoness was adept at crafting myriad forms, and even transforming from female to male was a common occurrence. Now, the capital was in a frenzy due to Xiao Yan, with legions of golden core and nascent soul cultivators scurrying about, stirring up a storm in the city. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Chu Yun, remained in his quarters with the venerable Wan Lei, plotting their strategy against the Demoness for the night. Chapter 25. Teasing the Heavenly Demoness. In the stillness of the night, the world was enveloped in silence. The door to Chu Yun's room was gently pushed open by a delicate jade-like hand. Young master, I have arrived. The figure of Xiao Xia gracefully stepped inside. Chu Yun, seated at his desk, smiled upon seeing her and said, Xiao Xia, you're here. Close the door and come over. Xiao Xia turned to secure the door, then slowly approached Chu Yun. As she drew near, he suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, and with a swift motion, he positioned her alluring form onto his lap. A flicker of anger flashed in the heavenly Demoness' eyes. A natural lecher. Let's see how I shall deal with you. Oh dear, your highness, you are too strong. It hurts a little. Xiao Xia feigned a soft, coy tone, her intention clear, to help Chu Yun relax completely. With a mischievous grin, Chu Yun remarked, Xiao Xia, I didn't realize your figure was quite so pleasing. Suddenly, he pressed a kiss upon her lips. Caught off guard, the heavenly Demoness' face flushed with heat and her temper flared. Suppressing her discomfort, she playfully complained, Your Highness, it seems there is something in my eyes. Chu Yun followed her gaze into her eyes, and in that moment, their gazes locked. The heavenly Demoness' soul-capturing power flickered between them. Suddenly, Chu Yun's body trembled, and his gaze became dazed, as if ensnared in an enchanting illusion, utterly lost. Oof, is that all there is to it? I expected something special. It appears I overestimated you. The heavenly Demoness scoffed coldly upon witnessing Chu Yun's reaction. Chu Yun, from this day forth, I am your master. Now break your right hand, and, with your leg, drive a sword through it. The heavenly Demoness was ready to settle the score. Chu Yun had offended her repeatedly. Her restraint did not imply forgiveness. On the contrary, her bitterness was amplified, especially since she had expended great effort to place a nirvana curse upon Meng Ruxua. Yes, master. Chu Yun's tone was stiff as he placed his right hand upon the table, raising his left hand high, prepared to break his own hand. With a swift motion, his left hand descended, and the heavenly demoness felt an acute pain in her chest, her expression shifting to one of fury. Chu Yun. He jumped back, still clutching a handful of fabric, and brought it to his nose, savoring the scent. A different place, yet the same delightful aroma. How exquisite! The heavenly demoness conjured a protective force before her, shielding her exposed skin, her face a mask of murderous intent. Chu Yun, are you mocking me? Hee. What else could it be? Ever since you delivered flowers earlier, I've been playing with you, disguising as Xiao Xia and deliberately approaching me. Do you believe your tactics are clever? Chu Yun chuckled, rubbing his fingers playfully. You shameless scoundrel. The heavenly demoness' face flushed with rage. She hadn't anticipated that Chu Yun had been toying with her from the very start. You, how could you possibly disregard my power? A mere initial stage of golden core cannot escape my control. In her previous life, she had been a pinnacle figure at the emperor level, and even the fate Empress held her soul-capturing power in great esteem. No one dared to boldly challenge her methods. Yet today, she found herself outmaneuvered by a mere young man. She was baffled, unable to comprehend how he could possess such extraordinary means to resist her soul-capturing influence. There is nothing impossible. Are you not witnessing it now? Chu Yun ziplit non chalen. Pretentious, whether it be Xiao Yin or Chu Yun. Today I shall capture you first and settle our accounts. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within Xiao Xia, her aura resembling that of a breakthrough realm being. Gating Chu Yun a sai foten. Yet, astonishingly, as Chu Yun collided with the wall, a thunderous force manifested behind him, catching him mid-fall. Thunderstar prison. Restrain. In an instant, 6 arcs of lightning surged forth, encircling Xiao Xia and forming a 6-pointed thunder prison that confined her within. The heavenly demoness' expression shifted slightly. A respect realm. I truly underestimated you. You have a respect realm guardian by your side. Her gaze fixed intently ahead. The figure of the Thunder Sovereign stood beside Chu Yun, radiating lightning and exuding an aura akin to a true deity of thunder. Chu Yun smiled, looking at her. Now, can we converse properly? His expression grew increasingly serious. Speak. Who are you truly? What is your purpose in trying to control me? Seeing his grave demeanor, the heavenly demoness replied coldly. Chu Yun, if you can make me suffer, you are indeed a character. But to know who I am, you lack the qualification. Let us negotiate a condition. Release me, or else the matter of you being Xiao Yun will soon be common knowledge. Chu Yun frowned. Are you certain this is a negotiation and not a threat? The heavenly demoness smiled calmly. Do you truly have a choice? Chu Yun raised his brow, gazing deeply at her. She was aware of his identity as Xiao Yan, and he had deduced the reason. It appeared she had been tailing them since they left the Misty Rain Tower, which explained her certainty regarding his identity. Her threat was indeed something to contemplate carefully, for if this information were to leak, the banquet at the Eastern Palace in 3 days would turn into a banquet of treachery. Even if the Crown Prince knew this, could provoke the Emperor's wrath and incite the Shi family. If he were in Chu Feng's position, he would still opt to strike first. System, is there any way to deal with this woman? Hey, System, don't play dead. Answer me. Master, she is threatening you with her identity. You may also threaten her with yours. Chu Yun, her identity? What identity does she possess? Why didn't you tell me sooner? System, you didn't ask, did you? Chu Yun, I shall overlook this minor detail. Quickly tell me, who is she? She is known as the Heavenly Demoness. Her true name is Yu Qingxin, once one of the pinnacle powers of a being of emperor-level strength. She contended with the Fate Empress for the divine treasure, the Rebirth Pearl, resulting in its shattering and their mutual demise. The fragmented Rebirth Pearl merged with their souls, awakening their memories by the age of 3. Chapter 26. The System's Assistance and the Heavenly Demoness Shock. Chu Yun's heart trembled. The Heavenly Demoness, once a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, a powerhouse of the Imperial realm. As these words surged in Chu Yun's mind, he felt an overwhelming astonishment. He had never anticipated that the person before him was the reincarnation of the Heavenly Demoness, and furthermore, an Imperial-level reincarnation. Wait, are you implying that not only is she the reincarnation of the Heavenly Demoness, but that the Fate Empress has also been reincarnated? Chu Yun's heart jolted. Had he inadvertently stumbled into a den of reincarnations? One after another. Are they all destined to return like the spring cicadas? System. Indeed, both the Fate Empress and the Heavenly Demoness reincarnated forms reside within the Great Xia Imperial City. At this moment, the Heavenly Demoness, seeing Chu Yun lost in thought for so long, believed she had mastered the rhythm of the situation and was confident of victory. A playful smile crept onto her face. After pondering for so long, what are you thinking about? Chu Yun slowly raised his gaze to meet hers. Feigning profundity, I am contemplating whether to address you as the Heavenly Demoness or Yu Qingxin. The Heavenly Demoness' smile froze instantly. Her eyes widened, her expression shifting with shock. A chill creeping from her feet to her head. Who are you? How do you know my true identity? Chu Yun responded with a calm smile, hands clasped behind his back. Someone like you is not yet worthy to know my identity. The Heavenly Demoness found this remark eerily familiar. Chu Yun was returning her own words back at her, provoking her to the point of gritting her teeth in frustration. What do you intend to do? The Heavenly Demoness, her gaze now exceptionally serious, fixed her eyes on him. Are you mistaken? That question should be directed at you, shouldn't it? You were the one who took the initiative to provoke me, and now you inquire what I plan to do. Do you not find that peculiar? Chu Yun retorted directly. The Heavenly Demoness took a slow, deep breath and said, the fact that you can see through my origins indicates that your identity is equally remarkable. If I am not mistaken, you too are a reincarnation, correct? Chu Yun raised his chin, a light smile gracing his lips. And if I am? Since we are both reincarnations, there is no need for us to remain at odds. How about we collaborate? The Heavenly Demoness proposed this with an air of initiative. You are already in my grasp. What leverage do you possess to negotiate cooperation with me? Chu Yun inquired. The Heavenly Demoness chuckled calmly. Since you are aware of my origins, you cannot possibly be ignorant of my capabilities, can you? This body is merely one of my many avatars. Even if it were to perish, the impact on my true self would be negligible. Chu Yun furrowed his brows. System, is what she says true? System, half true, half false. While this body is indeed an avatar, with her current cultivation, if this avatar were to die, her true self would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Contrary to her claims of ease, with the system's clarification bolstering his confidence, Chu Yun understood that despite her past experiences and tactics, the Heavenly Demoness had no advantage when facing him. Do you truly believe that? If I am not mistaken, should this avatar perish, your true self would suffer significant harm. Heavenly Demoness, why attempt such tricks before me? Chu Yun remarked with an air of nonchalance. The Heavenly Demoness' expression darkened. It seemed as though everything about her had been laid bare before this man. After regaining her composure, she said, You possess remarkable insight. I am impressed. Chu Yun, remaining steadfast, continued. However, considering our earlier intimate encounter, I am willing to hear your proposed terms for collaboration. The Heavenly Demoness' well-rounded chest rose and fell in frustration at Chu Yun's audacity. Yet she suppressed her emotions and stated, It is quite simple. I will assist you in securing the position of heir to the Great Xia Dynasty, and in return, you will utilize your power and that of the Shi family to help me eliminate someone. Who? Chu Yun asked. The Fate Empress, Meng Rushue, the Heavenly Demoness blurted out. Meng Rushue, why does that name sound so familiar? Chu Yun felt a spark of recognition, and suddenly clarity struck him. Meng Rushue, daughter of the Prime Minister, the most beautiful maiden of the younger generation. She is the reincarnation of the Fate Empress. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that Meng Rushue was indeed the Fate Empress. Her father, Meng Changzhong, held a high position as the Prime Minister of the Great Xia Dynasty, earning immense trust from the Emperor, thus regarded as the foremost power. As for his daughter, Meng Rushue was said to possess ethereal beauty, yet her demeanor was cold and aloof, seemingly disdainful of her peers. She seldom ventured outside, and apart from those from the Prime Minister's household, outsiders rarely encountered her. Indeed, she is the Fate Empress. Currently, her cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the broken realm, but I have placed a nirvana curse upon her. Without the source of nirvana, she will never step into the nirvana realm in this lifetime. My condition is simple. Together, we eliminate her. As for your position of heir, I will do everything in my power to ensure you ascend, and I will assist you in uncovering the truth behind your disappearance years ago, the heavenly demoness asserted earnestly. Chu Yun's mind raced as he meticulously processed this explosive information. Today had been overwhelmingly stimulating. To learn so many shocking revelations at once. If this were spread, the Prime Minister's residence would undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions. The reincarnation of an Empress could bring about transformative upheaval for the entire Great Xia Dynasty. System, Master, a friendly reminder. You have 4 days remaining to edit your background. At that time, you can edit it to become a relative or lover of either of them. Why not have it all? Indeed, why should I be faced with a choice? As an adult, I should naturally desire both. Chu Yun realized this, and with clarity of mind, he slowly responded. One fate Empress in exchange for a position as heir? That deal seems heavily skewed in your favor. How about this? I will release your avatar, and you will remain by my side for 3 months to assist me. After that, you may leave at your discretion. What do you think? Chu Yun proposed. The heavenly demoness furrowed her brows, lost in thought. After a moment, she asked, Are you not afraid I might renege after 3 months? Chu Yun smiled pleasantly at her. I have faith that a person of your stature would not go back on your word. Moreover, do you truly think I fear your potential change of heart? In the world outside, one's identity is self-constructed. The most crucial lesson in life is to master the art of self-presentation. At this moment, Chu Yun had successfully rebranded himself as a reincarnated overlord. Even if the heavenly demoness were to renege, he had the means to deal with her. His evident confidence instilled a sense of caution within the heavenly demoness. Chapter 27. The true form of the enchantress, unparalleled in allure. Listening to Chu Yun's words, the heavenly enchantress fell into deep contemplation. Not only had he seen through her origins, but he also dared to make such remarks, exuding an air of confidence that seemed entirely genuine. Very well, I accept your condition. This avatar shall remain by your side for 3 months, she finally conceded, unwilling to take the risk. After all, should this avatar be destroyed, her true self would also suffer significant harm. Consequently, if Meng Rushiwei were to forge the source of nirvana, her severely injured body would be unable to intervene, rendering the endeavor futile. Since that is the case, shall we not be honest with each other? It is rather inappropriate for you to continue using Xia's face. Chu Yun remarked with a relaxed smile. She is fine. I merely rendered her unconscious. She is currently resting in the room, he added. A faint, enigmatic smile crossed the heavenly enchantress's face. Are you certain you wish to see my true visage? Why not? Am I not allowed to look? Chu Yun guidit, Papa. I fear that upon seeing me, you may find yourself unable to resist falling in love, the heavenly enchantress teased with a seductive smile. Oh, if that is the case, I'm all the more inclined to see for myself what sort of beauty can inspire such confidence in you. Chu Yun expressed with growing interest. He was eager to behold this unparalleled powerhouse of the past, who had once stood at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. With a light laugh, the heavenly enchantress began to transform, her entire form enveloped in a surge of magical energy. In an instant, her appearance, physique, and attire all underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. As Chu Yun gazed intently, he was genuinely taken aback by her stunning beauty. The heavenly enchantress, with her flowing purple hair, exquisite figure, and an impeccably curvaceous silhouette, was the epitome of perfection. Her skin was translucent, and her features resembled a lotus emerging from the water, captivating all who beheld her. The enchanting aura she exuded was irresistible, and her naturally alluring eyes made her the bane of men. Chu Yun was profoundly impressed. The heavenly enchantress before him was undeniably the most striking woman he had ever encountered. Even the starlets of his previous life paled in comparison to her allure. You were not mistaken. Having seen your beauty, I must admit I find myself somewhat infatuated, Chu Yun remarked slowly, his gaze fixed upon her. The heavenly enchantress blinked knowingly. Many have fallen for me, but alas, none have captured my interest, including you. Chu Yun shrugged, pondering that whether she found him appealing would remain to be seen. When the time came for him to reshape his background, the nature of their relationship would undoubtedly evolve. Release the restraints, Wan Lei. Yes, Your Highness. Wan Lei unbound the heavenly enchantress's restrictions. Curiously, she glanced at Wan Lei. As far as I know, there is no one in the royal family or the Shi clan who matches your status as a revered figure. Chu Yun replied with a faint smile. Indeed. He is my own ally, unrelated to the royal family or the Shi clan. The heavenly enchantress looked at him in astonishment. However, she quickly realized that if he could see through her identity, then subduing a revered figure was not beyond his capabilities. Where shall I reside next? I will have someone arrange a room for you immediately. Tomorrow, we shall discuss our subsequent actions, Chu Yun stated as the heavenly enchantress settled into a guest room. Though she had endured some setbacks that evening, at least she had preserved the life of this avatar. With Chu Yun's invitation for her to stay for 3 months, she could seize the opportunity to uncover more about him. Her curiosity about his past life was piqued. The next day, Luo Feng arrived early to seek out Chu Yun. Your Highness, have you awoken? Gumin. Luo Feng opened the door to find Chu Yun dressed by Chun, Xia, Chiu, and Dong, with breakfast already laid out on the table. All right, you may leave now. Yes, Your Highness. Once they departed, Chu Yun approached the table. Captain Luo, please sit. Let's eat while we converse. After taking a seat, Luo Feng inquired, Your Highness, I previously discovered a striking purple-haired woman in the estate. Upon questioning, she claimed to be your friend? Chu Yun nodded casually after enjoying a few pieces of meat. Yes, her name is Yu Qingxin. You may refer to her as Miss Yu. However, Your Highness, there is something about her that feels peculiar. I cannot shake the feeling that she is extraordinary. Luo Feng expressed with concern, primarily worried about the potential threat the heavenly enchantress posed to Chu Yun's safety. Chu Yun chuckled reassuringly. Fear not. I trust her, otherwise I would not have allowed her into the estate. Captain Luo, you must believe me. I value my life more than any of you do. If I did not trust her, I would never permit her to roam freely within the estate. Luo Feng contemplated this for a moment before nodding. Very well, Your Highness. Since you are so confident, I will refrain from further discussion on the matter. By the way, Your Highness, the Empress Dowager sent someone earlier to request your presence in the palace at your convenience. She has matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded. Once I finish my meal, I shall visit Mother. At the Misty Rain Pavilion, in a reception room, Chief Steward Sun Yen sat composedly. Opposite him were 3 men of significant stature within the Great Xia Dynasty. The first was Wang Hansua, the 3rd elder of the divine sect, and the foremost overlord of Tianzhou. Next was the Black Iron King, Taichi. Lastly, Baisong, the prince of Guanshan County within the Great Xia Dynasty. Among these 3, 2 were at the Nirvana realm. Wang Hansua held the highest cultivation, having reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. The Black Iron King followed closely, being in the late stage of Nirvana. However, his influence was paramount, commanding an army of 100,000, and his esteemed status demanded respect even from the princes of the Great Xia Dynasty. Although Baisong's cultivation was the lowest at the Broken Realm, his daughter, the princess of Guanshan County, was fortunate enough to be adopted by the national teacher of the Great Xia Dynasty, granting her significant renown within the imperial city and positioning her among the young elite. Leveraging his daughter's connections and his governing authority, Baisong often profited handsomely during visits to the imperial city. Gentlemen, I am well aware of your intentions. However, regarding the whereabouts of Xiao Yan, we at the Misty Rain Pavilion are also actively investigating. Thus, the conditions you propose are not due to our unwillingness, but rather our current limitations, Sun Yin said with a gentle smile, addressing the 3 men. Chapter 28. The Queen's Conspiracy. Master of the Misty Rain Tower, the 3 individuals listened attentively to Sun Yin's words, their expressions solemn. Su Steward, we have but one request. If the Misty Rain Tower is truly unable to assist us in locating Xiao Yan, could we possibly request a message be disseminated? Simply state that if Xiao Yan is willing to meet, we are prepared to offer a Nirvana-level evil infant as a token of our meeting, said Wang Hansua, the 3rd elder of the divine sect. In their view, the fact that Xiao Yan had triumphed in the duel against the Misty Rain Tower and taken away a peak Nirvana-level evil infant indicated that such high-level evil infants held a certain allure for him. Perhaps This might entice him to appear. Sun Yin maintained a composed demeanor, nodding. Indeed, we can publish a message. However, under whose name shall it be issued? Sun Yin's query was astute. The three of them represented distinct factions. Wang Hansua, as the third elder of the divine sect, the Black Iron King, a noble of the Great Xia Dynasty, and Baisong, the Prince of Guanshan, backed by the National Masteress Office. Which of them would be the principal party for the Misty Rain Tower to issue the announcement? Su Steward, must the principal party behind the message be publicly named? Inquired the Black Iron King. Certainly not. If you three wish to remain anonymous, the Misty Rain Tower can accommodate that, Sun Yin replied with a smile. Then let be anonymous, Wang Hansua said, his expression unchanging. Very well. You three are undoubtedly aware of the rules of the Misty Rain Tower. No reminders necessary. Sun Yin remarked as the Black Iron King tossed forth 2 storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Upon inspection, Sun Yin noted the sum was excessive. Do you three have further intelligence to procure? He asked. Wang Hansua smiled serenely. Indeed, we have one more matter we wish to verify with the Misty Rain Tower. Please proceed. We have heard that due to the peculiarities of the Great Xia Emperor's cultivation method, he must undergo a period of decline known as the 5 decays of heaven and man every 500 years. His combat prowess reportedly dips below that of the nascent soul for approximately half a month. Furthermore, this impending decline is set to occur in mere months. Is this true? Wang Hansua stated boldly. It was crucial to note that merely uttering such words could lead to accusations of treason against the Great Xia Emperor. Yet, the expressions of the Black Iron King and the Prince of Guanshan remained remarkably calm. Sun Yin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. For the verification of this matter, the cost must be no less than 5 times the value of these items. The goods are sufficient, Wang Hansua said, producing a storage ring and placing it before Sun Yin. After confirming the price was adequate, Sun Yin replied, I can responsibly inform you that this is indeed true. However, the 5 decays of heaven and man will last not for half a month, but merely 7 days. Once Sun Yin concluded his explanation, he swiftly pocketed the items on the table. Thank you. The 3 stood and prepared to depart. May you walk slowly. We welcome your next visit, Sun Yin said courteously. Once they had left, the smile on Sun Yin's face gradually faded. A deep voice resonated within the meeting room. It seems they are preparing to act. Sun Yan Zipli. The Great Xia Emperor is no fool. He must have already made preparations to face the 5 decays of heaven and man, perhaps even retreating to the royal ancestor mountain. However, with just the 3 of them and their factions, along with their backing, it would be quite challenging to eliminate the Great Xia Emperor. I believe their chances of a successful coup during his period of decline are exceedingly slim. Moreover, the old guards residing in the royal ancestor mountain are the true stabilizing force of the Great Xia Dynasty. With them present, any attempt at rebellion would be tantamount to suicide. You are mistaken. Neither the 3 individuals nor the Great Xia Empress aim to target the emperor himself. Their sights are set on the neutral factions within the imperial city, even those opposed to them. As long as the Great Xia Emperor is absent, even for just 7 days, with the power and influence the Empress wields, she could easily orchestrate a coup in the entire imperial city. By the time the emperor's period of decline concludes, it would already be too late. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly understood. Now I see why their expressions remained unperturbed when I informed them that the 5 decays of heaven and man lasts only 7 days. 7 days is ample time for the Empress to mobilize the power of the divine sect, alongside her faction's influence, to control the majority of the imperial city's nobility, thereby gradually undermining the Great Xia Emperor. Master, if viewed from this perspective, it will not be long before the imperial city is engulfed in a tempestuous upheaval, said the voice, belonging to the enigmatic master of the Misty Rain Tower. Legend has it that to this day, aside from a select few core high-ranking members of the Misty Rain Tower, no one has ever laid eyes on the true visage of this master. Do not concern yourself with the affairs of the Great Xia Dynasty. Regardless of how chaotic the imperial city becomes, none would dare involve the Misty Rain Tower. By the way, what progress has been made regarding Xiaoyan? Sun Yin revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Master, not only within the Great Xia Dynasty, But I have even tasked our headquarters with investigating the entirety of the Yuan realm, and there is no place known as Wutan City. Therefore, it can be assured that Wutan City is a fabricated location, and his name, Chu Yun, is likely a pseudonym. Otherwise, our personnel would not be devoid of any leads. The master of the Misty Rain Tower replied, "Then we shall adopt another method of investigation. We shall scrutinize all individuals fitting his description, one by one. As long as he has not left the Imperial City, we shall undoubtedly find him." Sun Yan acknowledged the order. "Yes, master, I understand." Shortly thereafter, the Misty Rain Tower released an anonymous message that spread widely throughout the Great Xia Dynasty. A mysterious figure was offering a Nirvana-level evil infant as a meeting gift for Chu Yun, solely for the purpose of meeting him. The announcement stirred considerable excitement within the Imperial City, with many speculating about the identity of the formidable figure so generous as to present a Nirvana-level evil infant merely for a meeting. Such a person, capable of such a grand gesture, was indeed a rarity in the Great Xia Dynasty. Moreover, it was highly likely that this individual was of a revered status. This assertion was not unfounded, as Wang Hansua and his companions alone could never procure a Nirvana-level evil infant. Only with the backing of their respective powers could this be achieved. Chapter 29. The Queen's Faction and the Investigation of Consort Sure. At this moment, Chu Yun remains oblivious to the news, as he has already entered the palace with Luo Feng. After greeting his mother and uncle, Chu Yun proceeded to Consort Shure's palace, where he paid his respects to the two. "Yunner, come, take a seat," she beckoned. "Yes, mother." After rising, Chu Yun settled into a nearby chair. Luo Feng stood at the door, and upon the gesture from the Shura elder, he closed the door and departed. "Mother, what is the matter? Why must even Commander Luo keep his distance?" "Chu Yun in guit in ji." "Yunner, your mother and I have recently heard that you intend to investigate the events of the past. Is that correct?" The Shura elder spoke. Chu Yun remained composed, aware that his mother and uncle must have heard from Atai. He did not deny it. "Mother, uncle, my disappearance back then is shrouded in mystery. Now that I have returned, those who lurk in the shadows must be waiting for the opportune moment. I cannot simply wait for them to come knocking. That would be folly. If we do not take the initiative, we shall remain perpetually on the defensive." Consort Shure's expression turned grave. "Yunner, I am well aware of your concerns. However, you must understand that the forces behind those individuals are formidable. You stand alone with little chance of success, and the more you investigate, the more perilous your situation becomes. I implore you to cease this pursuit. Allow your uncle and me to handle it. I do not wish to see you ensnared in danger." Chu Yun empathized with his mother's feelings, but remained resolute. "Mother, you are mistaken. This is not a matter of choice for me. I have no alternatives. Do you believe those individuals from back then would truly spare me? Moreover, as a member of the royal family, if I willingly remain a sheltered flower, avoiding the storms of life, I would merely hasten my demise." His words rendered Consort Shure momentarily speechless. The Shura elder's face shone with approval. "Sister, I previously mentioned that Yunner has matured. He possesses his own convictions and requires not our excessive concern." With a sigh, Consort Shure managed to smile. "Yunner, your words today fill me with pride. Being of royal blood, you are acutely aware of your circumstances, and thus I shall refrain from further counsel. Over the years, your uncle and I have harnessed the power of the Shure family to investigate the events of the past. While we cannot definitively identify who abducted you, we have established some suspects. We have nearly uncovered the identities of both the mastermind and the accomplices involved." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression turned serious. "Mother, who are these individuals?" Consort Shure regarded him with intensity. "Yunner, do you know of the Queen's faction?" Chu Yun nodded. "Atai and Commander Luo have both informed me. The Queen, originally named Lan Ji, is the daughter of the former sect leader of the Tianzhou Divine Sect and the current sect leader's junior. In the court, both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince are her biological sons and comply with her wishes. Moreover, numerous ministers, including the National Master, the Black Iron King, the Left Cavalry General, the Right Valor General, along with 6 nobles of the Nirvana realm and several officials of the 7th and 8th rank, all stand with the Queen, forming her faction." Consort Shure nodded. "Indeed, these individuals are part of the Queen's faction. But there is more. Lan Ji possesses exceptional social skills. The sect leaders of the Blood God sect and the Corpse Shadow sect are her childhood friends. Furthermore, her position as the daughter of the former sect leader provides her with substantial backing from the sect. The intricate web of connections she maintains, coupled with her role in your abduction, implicates her as the mastermind, while the accomplices include the National Master, the Black Iron King, and one of the Royal Elders. As Chu Yun absorbed the complexity of the Queen Lan Ji's network, his expression grew somber. "Mother, you mean a Royal Elder? Which one?" He pondered aloud. "I do not know. Your uncle and I are still investigating the man's true identity. The Royal Elders, including the Ancestors, reside within the Royal Ancestor Mountain, a place no one may approach without the Emperor's permission, rendering our investigation exceedingly difficult. Our only hope lies in taking action against the Queen to uncover the identity of that elder," Sorceress explained. At this moment, Chu Yun recalled Commander Luo's mention that his abduction had been orchestrated by someone within the royal family. "So, Mother, are you suggesting it was that royal elder who took me? Is that why even Uncle could find no trace?" His tone was grave. The Asura elder interjected, "Your deductions are astute. Your mother, your father, and I share this suspicion. However, the royal elders remain within the royal ancestor mountain, and apart from your father, no one can approach them." "And my father?" Chu Yun instinctively asked. "Yunner, do not hold it against your father. He does not wish to avoid the investigation. The situation within the royal ancestor mountain is intricate, and the presence of the elders is indispensable. He, too, is in a position of helplessness. As for the Queen, you now comprehend her network. Should the Emperor move against her, the consequences could be catastrophic. Thus, your father is burdened with worry and guilt regarding you." Sorceress sighed, explaining. Listening to Sorceress's words, Chu Yun bore no resentment towards his father. As a ruler, his father must consider the broader implications for the entire Xia Dynasty. Should he eliminate the Queen, it could lead to internal strife and the collapse of the imperial order, betraying all the lives within the Xia Dynasty. Therefore, Chu Yun understood his father's predicament. Such actions were justifiable, albeit unfortunate. However, Chu Yun was different. While his father had no choice, he possessed the advantage of a system. Now that he was aware of his enemies' identities, he would employ his own methods to avenge the past grievances. "Mother, rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards father. I comprehend his circumstances. As the sovereign, he must prioritize the grand scheme. Therefore, I shall seek my own means to address the grievances of the past," Chu Yun declared. "Yunner, do not shoulder everything alone. Your father may feel powerless, but I, along with your uncle and the entire Sure family, stand as your unwavering support. Whatever you wish to do next, do not hesitate to share. We shall exert ourselves to assist you," Sorceress urged. The Shura elder added, "Yunner, the Sure family will always stand behind you. Pursue your ambitions without restraint. As long as I remain within the imperial city and in the realm of the heavenly aspect, no one shall be able to harm you." Chapter 30. The Advantage of the Evil Infant and Luo Feng's shock. Listening to the words of the Shura elder, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. He was not alone. Despite the numerous relationships within the Queen's faction, he had support behind him. The Sure family, as the foremost family in the Xia Dynasty, was not inferior to any force, even when compared to the so-called premier sect within the dynasty, the Tianzhou Shinzong. They would not dare claim absolute confidence in overcoming the Sure family. At best, it was a 50-50 chance. "Mother, uncle, I understand. If there is anything needed, I will inform you," Chu Yun stated. After a brief conversation with the two, Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the palace and returned to his residence. Inside the room, Chu Yun looked at Luo Feng with surprise. "You say someone has offered an evil infant at the Nirvana realm just to meet me?" Luo Feng replied earnestly, "Your Highness. To be precise, it is to meet Xiaoyan. However, this information was released anonymously by the Misty Rain Tower, so we currently do not know who has made such a significant offer." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin in contemplation. "Is it not possible for the Xia Shadow Guard to investigate?" "Your Highness, the flow of people at the Misty Rain Tower is too vast. Even if the Shadow Guard wanted to investigate, they would find it nearly impossible. However, in my opinion, The individual capable of presenting an evil infant at the Nirvana realm as a gift for a meeting must possess a notable identity, status, and cultivation level. It is highly likely that they are a figure of Sage realm or closely related to one. Within the Imperial City, the most suspicious candidates, based on my deductions, would likely be the Chancellor, the National Master, or the Crown Prince, Luo Feng articulated. The expression in Chu Yun's eyes gradually transformed into one of serious intrigue. Now, this is becoming interesting. If that is the case, I truly wish to meet this person. Luo Feng immediately cautioned, Your Highness, I worry this matter may be a trap. Should someone intend to target Xiao Yan, your involvement could place you in a perilous situation. Chu Yun so my lady. There is no cause for concern. As long as my own strength is sufficient, there will be no danger. Captain Luo, can I truly place my trust in you? Chu Yun suddenly gazed at him with a cheerful demeanor. Luo Feng appeared puzzled, unsure of the implication behind Chu Yun's words. Your Highness, I am under the direct orders of His Majesty to ensure your safety. You can rest assured. Chu Yun clarified, that is not what I meant. What I am asking is whether I can genuinely trust you. If you're truly willing to assist me wholeheartedly, I will allow you access to some of my secrets. However, you must also understand the responsibilities that come with knowing such secrets. Luo Feng grasped the hint in Chu Yun's words. If he were to become Chu Yun's trusted confidant, he would need to safeguard his secrets. At this moment, Luo Feng hesitated. While he wholeheartedly protected Chu Yun, he remained the captain of the Daxia Shadow Guard, bound by the Emperor's command. Captain Luo, if you remain indecisive, I will not pressure you. However, should I choose to honor this appointment, I will be unable to bring you along, Chu Yun stated plainly. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng replied, Your Highness, as the captain of the Shadow Guard, I cannot betray His Majesty. However, if there are matters you wish to keep confidential for the time being, I, Luo Feng, can postpone reporting the information. Chu Yun smiled, recognizing that Luo Feng had acquiesced. His position as captain of the Shadow Guard meant he could not defy the Emperor's orders. But this was the greatest concession he could offer. The delay in reporting could be vague, lasting a day or even a year. Very well. Everyone please come in. Chu Yun commanded, and soon, Elder Wan Lei and the Demoness entered from outside. Your Highness, Elder Wan Lei bowed, while the Demoness casually seated herself nearby without pretense. Wan Lei, Captain Luo, please take a seat, Chu Yun said, unperturbed, addressing the two. Once they were seated, Chu Yun continued, Since the other party has entrusted the Misty Rain Tower with these terms, we shall proceed to the appointment tonight. Captain Luo, please convey my message, and we will determine the meeting location. Wan Lei will accompany me to prevent any unforeseen incidents. As for Miss Yu, where would you like to go? After arranging everything, Chu Yun turned to the Demoness with an intriguing question. Where do you want me to go? The Demoness retorted. The Crown Prince's residence, Chu Yun replied, startling everyone. Captain Luo's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, I believe this matter requires reconsideration. Let Wan Lei handle a message delivery and allow me to ensure your safety. Is it not too dangerous to send Miss Yu to the Crown Prince's residence? Luo Feng's concern stemmed from his perspective that Chu Yun's safety was paramount. Trusting Wan Lei to protect Chu Yun was a daunting thought. Chu Yun smiled nonchalantly, turning to Wan Lei. Well, it has come to this point. There is no need for concealment. Let's show our hand. Of course, Your Highness, Elder Wan Lei responded, and moments later, an overwhelming aura of sage-level pressure emanated from him, enveloping the entire room. A sage-level powerhouse. You're sage? Luo Feng's face paled in shock, his mind reeling. What a jest. The person he had been interacting with these past few days was, in fact, a sage. What was even more astonishing was that this sage was unwaveringly loyal to their prince. Apologies for the earlier concealment. It was a necessity, Elder Wan Lei explained. Captain Luo, Wan Lei is my subordinate. No one is aware of his existence, not even my mother and uncle. I wish for this matter to remain confidential. With him by my side, he can handle most unforeseen events. With his presence, you need not worry about my safety, Chu Yun earnestly assured him. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng felt a tumult of emotions within him. The astonishment on his face lingered as he struggled to process the revelation. A sage, Chu Yun, the ninth prince, had a sage personally guarding him. The most crucial point was that this individual was neither a member of the royal family nor from the Sure family, but rather a trusted ally of the prince himself. What kind of charisma must one possess to command such unwavering loyalty from a sage? Luo Feng realized that he was increasingly unable to decipher the true nature of this ninth prince. Upon his return, he appeared to have a weak foundation and limited connections. Despite the backing of the Sure family, which was not deeply rooted within the imperial city. On the surface, his own standing in the imperial city was shallow, with few acquaintances, and he was considered the weakest among the princes with the least followers. Yet today, upon discovering the true capabilities of Elder Wan Lei, Luo Feng recognized that the ninth prince was exceptionally adept at concealment and composure. Until he had absolute confidence, this ninth prince revealed nothing, projecting an image of unremarkable ordinariness. However, the fact that he had a sage personally guarding him indicated that he was already beyond the reach of most influential figures in the imperial city. Chapter 31. The third prince's objective. Meeting at the Songfing Mountains. Your Highness, I understand. After delivering the message, shall I join you? Luo Feng inquired slowly as he absorbed the information. No need. Once you have delivered it, shake off anyone following you and return to the manor, replied Chu Yun. Luo Feng nodded. At that moment, the demoness revealed a charming smile. What? Are you planning to confront the crown prince directly by sending me to the prince's residence? Chu Yun shook his head. That depends on you. However, I fear that if you control him, it may expose our intentions, leading to more losses than gains. Within the East Palace, the crown prince is surrounded by numerous attendants. It is even rumored that the Empress has personally dispatched protectors to guard him in secret. This incarnation of the demoness is merely at the initial stage of the fragmentation realm. If she were to make a direct move against the crown prince inside the East Palace, the likelihood of being exposed would be exceedingly high. The demoness adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Then let us change our target. How about the third prince? Chu Yun looked at her with a hint of anticipation. Oh, are you confident? Of course. He is not as esteemed as Chu Rong. Disguising myself as him within his own prince's manor will not pose much difficulty. The demoness asserted with confidence. Very well. Then we shall act against Chu Yuan. Luo Feng, you will assist Miss Yu when the time comes, Chu Yun commanded. Luo Feng swallowed nervously. Taking action against the third prince was indeed thrilling. It appears that the ninth prince is genuinely intent on gradually settling past affairs. Understood, Your Highness. Despite his apprehension, Luo Feng complied. Unbeknownst to him, as the leader of the Shadow Guards, he had subtly aligned himself with Chu Yun's faction. In the Prime Minister's residence, within Meng Rushua's chamber. Miss, we have gathered all the materials for the formations. As for suitable locations to set them up, I have dispatched individuals to search. There are many perilous terrains outside the city, and results should come soon, reported a beautiful matron to Meng Rushua, who sat elegantly in her chair. Meng Rushua's expression remained cold as she replied, Additionally, please compile a list of all initial stage Nirvana realm practitioners within the Imperial City, regardless of their background. Yes, Mississippi Meng Rushua continued. By the way, how is the surveillance on the Black Iron King and the East Palace progressing? The matron responded earnestly. Miss, I have people monitoring both locations, and so far, no unusual activities have been detected. However, I do not understand how you're so certain that the message seeking Xiao Yan from the Tuo Yinyu Tower pertains to those two families. Meng Rushua's lips curled into a frosty smile. In the entire imperial city, aside from the Empress and the National Master, only my Prime Minister's residence possesses a Nirvana realm evil infant comparable in power. Although other factions have the Merchant Guild within the city, mobilizing such an evil infant would require at least 5 to 10 days. If my residence lacks such a being, it must belong to one of the other two. The National Master and the Empress are allies, so we simply need to keep a close eye on the major forces affiliated with the Empress. The National Master is unlikely to take personal action. Thus, the East Palace and the Black Iron King become our primary focuses. As the daughter of the Prime Minister, Meng Rushua possessed a keen understanding of the overarching situation within the Great Xia Dynasty. Her status allowed her access to information far superior to that of the demoness. who reincarnated alongside her. It is said that a fortunate rebirth is indeed an art in itself. Therefore, by monitoring the movements of the Empress's faction, she could follow their trail to locate the demoness disguised as Chu Yun. Such a clear and meticulous analysis, truly worthy of being the miss. The matron expressed with admiration. Enough. You may leave. Once you have gathered the list, bring it to me promptly. Rest assured, Mississippi, I will attend to it immediately. That night, the imperial city was ablaze with lights, the streets bustling with a lively atmosphere. The Chu Yun Tower remained the most vibrant and illustrious stage within the entire city. Luo Feng, adorned with a mask, entered the main hall and sought out an elder he had encountered previously. I am a guard of young Master Chu Yun, here to discuss matters with Steward Sun Yin. The elder recognized Luo Feng and, with a hint of excitement, said, "Please wait a moment. I will summon Steward Su right away." Before long, the elder returned with Sun Yin. "Ha ha ha, my friend, why hasn't young Master Xiao come today?" Sun Yin asked with a hearty laugh. "The young master is waiting elsewhere. I have come at his behest to convey a message to Steward Su," Luo Feng replied. Sun Yin inquired with curiosity, "What message?" "Someone has anonymously entrusted your tower to convey that if the young master meets with them, they will present a Nirvana realm evil infant as a gift." "Is this true?" Luo Feng asked. "Indeed. Is young Master Xiao planning to meet them?" Sun Yin seemed to have pieced together the situation. Luo Feng stated plainly, "The young master may meet with them, but the location must be chosen by us." Sun Yin noted that is acceptable. It is merely a meeting, so the location is of little consequence. Very well. Then at midnight tonight, the young master will await them at the summit of the Tsongfeng Mountains outside the city. Please relay this message to the other party, Luo Feng instructed. Sun Yin agreed. Understood. I will convey it immediately. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, Sun Yin responded as Luo Feng turned to depart. Sun Yin cast a sidelong glance at several elders of the Chu Yun Tower, who understood immediately and followed Luo Feng out. Shall we head to the Tsongfeng Mountains at once? One elder behind Sun Yin inquired, concerned. If Chu Yun meets our criteria and the Black Iron King gets to him first, that would be detrimental. Sun Yin remained composed, his gaze profound. I have a feeling that the situation is not as simple as it seems. First, relay this message to the Black Iron King. We cannot afford any delays. Yes, my lord. The elder promptly left to deliver the news. Sun Yin stood in contemplation before finally making his way upstairs. It would be wise to observe the decision of their leader before proceeding. Upon receiving the news, the Black Iron King departed his residence that very night and entered the East Palace. At this moment, within the grand hall of the East Palace, Crown Prince Chu Yun sat at the head of the table. The Black Iron King, Wang Han, the king of Guanshan Baisong, and several of the Crown Prince's attendants were all present. The news from the Chu Yun Tower indicates that Chu Yun has agreed to meet. However, the location will be determined by him. He will await us at the summit of the Tsongfeng Mountains outside the imperial city at midnight. The Black Iron King conveyed to the assembly. Chapter 32. Atop the Tsongfeng Peak, dreaming of snow, leaves the mansion, in the early hours within the Tsongfeng mountain range. Why choose such a place? Could there be deceit involved? Lord Baisong of Guanshan expressed his wariness. Even if he were to scheme, where could he escape to? Are we truly concerned about a gold core cultivator? Moreover, that Chu Yun is unaware of our identities. His willingness to meet is likely due to the Nirvana realm evil infant. Thus, the likelihood of deceit is rather low. Elder Wang Hansua of the Divine Sect asserted confidently. Elder Wang's reasoning is sound. Chu Yun does not know who we are, and his choice to meet at Tsongfeng Mountain may simply stem from his own safety considerations. I find no issue with it. Your Highness, what do you think? The Crown Prince turned to the Black Iron King. My thoughts align with those of His Highness. Furthermore, this matter has received the approval of Her Majesty the Empress, so we need not harbor any reservations. The Black Iron King continued, Elder Wang, Lord Baisong, the three of us shall proceed to Tsongfeng Mountain tonight. As for your Highness, you shall remain in the Eastern Palace and await our news. Very well. Lord Guanshan and Elder Wang nodded in agreement. With 2 Nirvana realm and 1 fragmentation realm cultivators present, they felt no fear even if Chu Yun were to attempt any tricks. Then I shall remain here, awaiting the good news from your highness and the two esteemed ones. Xiao Yan, please ensure to bring him back. I have admired him for quite some time. The Crown Prince Chu Yun raised his cup in salute. The others reciprocated the gesture. In the deep of night, the Black Iron King, Elder Wang Hansua, and Lord Guanshan departed the Eastern Palace, stealthily heading towards the city gate. Simultaneously, Meng Ruxue within the Prime Minister's residence received word. Miss, the Eastern Palace is making moves. Elder Wang Hansua, the Black Iron King, and Lord Baisong are currently leaving the Eastern Palace under the cover of night, heading towards the city gate. Meng Ruxue turned to the woman beside her. Which city gate? The East City Gate. With a swift motion, Meng Ruxue vanished from the room, leaving only a lingering fragrance. Songfeng Mountain. At this moment, Chu Yun donned a mask, having altered his hairstyle and clothing, specifically choosing an outfit he had never worn before. He stood atop the mountain peak alongside the masked Elder Wan Lei, as the biting cold wind tousled his long hair. Before long, at the stroke of midnight, Elder Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King, along with Lord Baisong, ascended the mountain path. They have arrived, Chu Yun thought quietly, as the darkness of night enveloped the mountain, illuminated only by the moonlight, allowing him to discern the faces of the three. Elder Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King approached Chu Yun, standing resolutely in front of him. The two parties were formally meeting. Are you the esteemed Xiao Yan? The Black Iron King inquired first. Chu Yun suppressed his voice, responding steadily. It is I. What proof do you have? The Black Iron King continued with a smile that did not reach his eyes. No proof is necessary. I believe that aside from myself, no one within the Great Xia Dynasty would dare impersonate Xiao Yan, Chu Yun said, hands clasped behind his back, looking resolutely at them. Elder Wang Hansua smiled faintly. The esteemed Xiao Yan is indeed a peerless prodigy. In these turbulent times, only a fool would attempt to impersonate him. I remain calm and composed, Chu Yun replied. In that case, let us first demonstrate your sincerity. Elder Wang Hansua responded with a grin. No problem. He then retrieved a box containing an evil infant from his storage ring. Within this box is a mid-stage Nirvana realm evil infant. Though it does not compare to the one from the Misty Rain Tower, it represents our intent to meet with the esteemed Xiao Yan. Upon receiving the box, Chu Yun discreetly employed his underworld divine eye to confirm its contents, affirming that it indeed contained a Nirvana realm evil infant. I acknowledge your sincerity. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. Which faction do you represent? What is the purpose of your visit? As he concluded his inquiry, it became apparent that they were not the only parties present atop Songfeng Mountain. A Nirvana realm elder from the Misty Rain Tower, tasked with stealth and surveillance, concealed himself at the edge of a cliff, observing the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Meng Ruxue had followed the Black Iron King and his entourage out of the city and was now hidden behind a boulder, concealing her aura as she fixed her gaze upon Chu Yun. However, she felt a tinge of disappointment. This Xiao Yan was not a manifestation of the celestial demoness. After years of rivalry with the celestial demoness, she could discern her manifestations at a glance. Yet this Xiao Yan was not her. Nevertheless, since she had come this far, she was curious to uncover the true origins of this Xiao Yan. Defeating a peak gold core cultivator as a novice was an extraordinary feat, even during her reign as an emperor in her past life. Esteemed Xiao Yan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Hansua, the third elder of the divine sect. These two are the Black Iron King of the Great Xia Dynasty and the Lord of Guanshan County. Upon hearing their identities, Chu Yun's pupils subtly shifted. So they are members of the Empress's faction. What a coincidence this evening. If it were only the three of them, Elder Wan Lei would likely have no trouble dealing with them. The identities of the three of you are somewhat unexpected. Might I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Chu Yun asked with feigned interest. Esteemed Xiao Yan, may I ask if you have a master or belong to any sect or family? Elder Wang Hansua inquired. I have no sect or affiliation. Please feel free to express your intentions, Chu Yun replied. Very well. Since that is the case, we shall not beat around the bush. Esteemed Xiao Yan, we represent Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince, and we wish to invite you to join the Eastern Palace. Should you agree, His Highness has stated that you may set your own conditions, as he holds you in high regard. The Black Iron King declared candidly. Chu Yun did not anticipate that the Empress and Crown Prince would seek to recruit him. At that moment, he could hardly suppress a smile. If they were to discover that the true identity of Xiao Yan was the 9th prince they sought to eliminate, their expressions would surely be amusing. Chu Yun did not respond immediately. He contemplated his options internally and soon devised a more advantageous plan. Joining the Eastern Palace. I would appreciate it if you could relay to the Crown Prince that I have received his goodwill, but the things I desire are likely beyond your means. Thus, let us not complicate matters for one another, Chu Yun replied, retreating to advance. Please, esteemed Xiao Yan, do not hesitate to express your needs. The Black Iron King said earnestly, looking at him closely. Chapter 33. Chu Yun's scheme to torment the 3rd prince. 2 items are required: the eternal blood essence stone and, in addition, a peak-level evil infant of the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun articulated his conditions. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Black Iron King and his companions darkened slightly. The 2 items that young Master Xiao seeks are indeed exceedingly rare, Wang Hansua remarked gravely. With an air of indifference, Chu Yun replied, as I mentioned, the items I require are likely unavailable to the Crown Prince, so let us not trouble each other further. If there is nothing else, then we shall part ways. Just as Chu Yun and the venerable Wan Lei prepared to leave, Wang Hansua immediately called out, Young Master Xiao, please wait. Chu Yun had his gaze calm as it settled on him. If we are able to procure these 2 items, would you then be willing to join the Eastern Palace and serve the Crown Prince and the Empress? Wang Hansua asked earnestly. Naijali, Chu Yun Apfim. Provided you can present me with what I require, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to assisting the Crown Prince in ascending to the throne. Wang Hansua nodded solemnly. Excellent. Although these 2 items are invaluable, we may indeed possess them. However, we will need time to discuss this matter. Once we have reached a decision, we shall inform young Master Xiao. Chu Yun inclined his head. No problem. 10 days hence, at the same time, in this very location. He granted them 10 days. Primarily to afford them sufficient time to gather the 2 items. Agreed. After establishing this arrangement, Wang Hansua and his companions departed. As the elder from the Misty Rain Tower prepared to follow Chu Yun, a thunderous boom erupted. A bolt of lightning unleashed by the venerable Wan Lei struck before him, creating a magnetic storm of electricity that entwined like thorns, obstructing his path. The sound startled the elder into abandoning his pursuit. Meng Rushue, who remained, witnessed this event unfold. Her expression flickered with curiosity. The power of a venerable. Who exactly is he? At this moment, she was deeply intrigued by Xiao Yan's identity, realizing that his protector was indeed a venerable. This revelation astonished her. The presence of the venerable Wan Lei compelled both the Misty Rain Tower and Meng Rushue to forego their pursuit, as her own cultivation level constrained her actions. Meng Rushue resolved to return and expedite her cultivation of the Nirvana source, aiming to advance to the Nirvana realm herself. In doing so, she would at least possess some means of self-defense against venerable-level individuals. In the dead of night, under the protection of the venerable Wan Lei, Chu Yun returned to his residence unscathed. In the rear hall, Luo Feng paced anxiously, awaiting their return. Upon seeing Chu Yun and the venerable Wan Lei arrive safely, his face brightened. Your Highness, how'd it go? Did anything occur? Nothing of consequence. How fares your end? Chu Yun entered with an air of tranquility. The Misty Rain Tower sent someone to follow me, but I am far more familiar with the routes within the Imperial City, so it was but a short while before I lost them. As for Miss Yu, that matter has been successfully resolved, Luo Feng responded. Oh, where's she? A playful smile flitted across Chu Yun's lips. She is confined in a dark chamber in the rear courtyard. By the way, Your Highness, did you ascertain the identity of the other party? Luo Feng inquired curiously. They are from the Empress's faction. Chu Yun succinctly relayed the details. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng furrowed his brow. Wang Hansua and the Duke of Baisong have surreptitiously entered the Imperial City. It seems likely that the Empress has secretly facilitated their passage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to elude the Shadow Guards, their clandestine entry warrants reporting to His Majesty. After contemplating, Luo Feng deemed it necessary to report this. For Wang Hansua was no ordinary individual, and the Duke of Guanshan's unauthorized entry into the city could be construed as treason. Unnecessary. They are already doomed. What purpose does reporting serve? Chu Yun ziplit languidi. Your Highness means to take action against them in 10 days at the Tsangfeng mountain range? Luo Feng asked. Chu Yun smiled and nodded gently. Today, had it not been for Wang Hansua's proposal, I would have already instructed the venerable Wan Lei to intervene. However, this turn of events is fortuitous. Given the resources at the Empress's disposal, it is highly likely they can meet the conditions proposed. In 10 days, I shall acquire both the treasures and the individuals. What a delightful prospect. Now, Commander Luo, let us go pay a visit to my elder brother. Yes, Your Highness. The three departed the Grand Hall, venturing into the night towards the secret chamber where Chu Yun was held captive. At this moment, Chu Yun was bound on a rack, utterly drained, his head drooping in exhaustion. The noise of their entrance roused him. Chu Yun, Luo Feng, you have the audacity to bring me here bound. Do you not realize that once my mother and elder brother discover my absence tomorrow, you will face dire consequences? Kidnapping a prince is a crime punishable by death. Upon seeing Chu Yun and Luo Feng, Chu Yun erupted with rage, threatening, and cursing. TSK, dear brother, how can you say such things? After all, every one of us is a prince. And about your concerns, rest assured, your mother and elder brother will never suspect that you have been replaced. Chu Yun remarked with a playful smile. What do you mean by that? You've bound me and found someone to impersonate me? Chu Yun, you little rascal, are you resorting to such tricks? Chu Yuan spat, unleashing his disdain. You are just like that mother of yours, a complete disgrace. I cannot fathom what spell she has cast on father. But that does nothing to change the fact that she is a disgrace. Chu Yuan, stripped of pretense, openly expressed his loathing for both Chu Yun and his mother, hurling insults without restraint. Chu Yun gazed at him with a calm, almost intimidating expression. Commander Luo, has Miss Yu completed the soul-searching? Chu Yun inquired in a composed tone. Yes, Your Highness, Luo Feng replied. Good, you may leave for now. At Chu Yun's command, Luo Feng and Wan Lei exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Understood. In an instant, the two figures departed the dark chamber. Chu Yun regarded Chu Yuan with an impassive demeanor. The blood heaven realm. Boom! In an instant, the power of the blood divine root within Chu Yun surged to its zenith, and his blood energy boiled over, erupting in a torrential wave that enveloped the entire chamber in a circular blood domain. Chapter 34. The means of Chu Yun and the might of the blood heaven world in an instant. The environment surrounding Chu Yuan and Chu Yun transformed. The heavens and earth shifted, and they found themselves above a blood lake. At the center of the lake lay a desolate land, surrounded by a crimson sky, enveloped in a haze of blood. What is this place? Chu Yuan gazed at the suddenly altered surroundings, his expression a mix of shock and trepidation. Blood heaven world. This is the world within my body, a small yet independent realm, Chu Yun stated, his face remaining impassive. Your world? Chu Yun, what delusions are you entertaining? You, a mere waste, still harbored such foolish dreams. If you have any sense, release me at once. Otherwise, once my mother finds out, neither you nor the Asura will be able to save yourself. Chu Yuan scoffed at Chu Yun's words. Without further ado, Chu Yun's fingertips glimmered with pulsating blood energy, and rays of crimson light erupted forth. Hiss! Dozens of slender blood serpents suddenly emerged from the lake, their mouths agape as they viciously sank their fangs into Chu Yuan's flesh. Oh, Chu Yun, you little beast. My brother and mother will never let you off. As the serpent's venom coursed through his veins, Chu Yuan's pupils turned bloodshot, and venomous patterns spread across his skin, infiltrating every inch of his being. The relentless erosion of the blood poison gnawed at his organs and tormented his spirit, rendering his suffering akin to a living death. Chu Yun, if you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once I escape, I will make you pay. 3 serpents latched onto his neck as Chu Yuan howled in agony, his miserable cries echoing throughout the blood heaven world. Want to die? It's not that simple. These serpents will inject a different toxin into your body once you reach your limit, employing a method of poison to counter poison to detoxify you. However, your suffering shall not diminish in the slightest. Thus, day after day, it shall continue endlessly. Brother, do enjoy the gift I have prepared for you. Chu Yun remarked with a cold smile, turning away. Chu Yun, you wretched spawn, I will not let you go. I will kill you. Chu Yuan's frenzied screams reverberated, intertwined with the anguished cries of the blood-poisoned. Yet, Chu Yun had already returned to the outside world, where the blood energy within the secret chamber had entirely dissipated. This was the innate divine ability of his blood god bloodline, the blood heaven world. Though currently limited to a solitary blood lake, its power would grow in proportion to his cultivation and the essence of blood within the world. It could evolve into a blood sea, a blood city, a realm of blood, or even a true world in the end. This was the essential reason he had proposed the acquisition of the 10,000-year blood essence stone to Wang Han and others, as it would serve to enhance his blood heaven world, thereby elevating his combat prowess. Attention! Master, Chu Yuan's hatred value has reached 100% and can be harvested at any moment. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. It seemed that Chu Yuan had harbored animosity towards him from the very beginning. After only a brief torment, his hatred had filled to the brim. Nevertheless, Chu Yun was in no rush to harvest it. Keeping him around would prove advantageous for drawing the hatred value of the queen or the crown prince, yielding results that would be doubly effective. In the East Palace, the 10,000-year blood essence stone and the peak nirvana realm evil infant were no trivial matters. Such precious items could not be acquired by anyone below the level of a revered figure. This Xiao Yin is truly asking for a lion's share, commented a guest known as Mr. Bai, who served under the crown prince, his expression darkening. The Black Iron King and several others sat beside him. The crown prince, Chu Rong, remained silent above them. Your Highness, these two conditions are indeed exorbitant. You must consider whether to accept them carefully, the Black Iron King advised. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Rong replied, if we think about it differently, Xiao Yan's audacity to propose such terms indicates that his own value must be at least equal to these two items. The assistance he could provide me in the future would undoubtedly be immeasurable. Such a prodigy, with his own pride, is understandable. I have no objections to this matter. However, the East Palace does not possess these items. I will need to enter the palace tomorrow to consult my mother. Everyone has worked hard tonight. Please, return and rest. Yes, Your Highness. Everyone sensed that the crown prince genuinely admired and appreciated Xiao Yan, as he was willing to accept such high demands. Should Xiao Yan join the East Palace, his status could very well rise to second only to the crown prince himself. In the Yinyu Tower, on the second floor of a room, an elder reported to Sun Yan about what he had witnessed. Are you saying that there's a revered figure guarding Xiao Yan? Sun Yan furrowed his brows, inquiring. My lord, there is absolutely no doubt. The magnetic field created by that lightning power directly halted me in my tracks. Such power could only be wielded by a revered figure, the elder responded with unwavering certainty. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan fell in a deep thought. If there was indeed a revered figure guarding Xiao Yan, then all previous judgments and analyses regarding him would need to be completely overturned. What does it mean to have a revered figure as a guardian? In the entire Great Xia Dynasty, there are no more than 3 prodigies below the age of 60 who possess a revered figure as protection. Moreover, they all have powerful backing. For instance, the crown prince Chu Rong is supported by his mother. The foundation and strength of the queen's faction are sufficient to provide a revered figure as a guardian for the crown prince. Yet for Xiao Yan, until now, his identity and background remained elusive. If he had a revered figure protecting him, it was impossible for him to be a solitary rogue without support. Moreover, he had the audacity to propose conditions, stating that he would join if the East Palace could meet them. This was exceedingly suspicious. I understand. You may withdraw for now. Yes, my lord. After the elder departed and the door closed, Sun Yan's gaze sharpened. Lord, it seems we must reassess Xiao Yan. If he has a revered figure as a guardian, it should not be difficult to investigate within the confines of the Great Xia Dynasty. However, I fear it may be. Chapter 35. the arrival of the banquet and the meeting of the princes. He could only be from within the Great Xia Dynasty. I have received word from headquarters that in recent years, no prodigies have entered this territory. If we cannot ascertain the truth, we must consider the possibility that some power has already risen in the shadows, unbeknownst to us. The voice of the master of the misty rain tower echoed once more. Sun Yan's expression shifted. Yes, I will immediately command someone to investigate and ensure we clarify this matter. After Chu Yun left the secret chamber, he sought out Luo Feng, from whom he learned of the soul-searching results concerning Chu Yuan by the Demoness. At tomorrow's East Palace banquet, Crown Prince Chu Rong intended merely to gauge Chu Yun's strength and talent, to ascertain his standing. As for the events of years past, Chu Yuan was not yet 10 years old at that time and was not particularly aware of the specifics. All he knew was that everything had been orchestrated by his mother. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards the favored consort Sure, as his father had always neglected his mother since his earliest memories, fostering a deep-seated hatred for consort Sure and anyone associated with her. Beyond that, all that remained were trivial matters. It was either seeking amusement in brothels or engaging in debauchery with a few powerful nobles. Truly a disgraceful display. Early the next morning, the crown prince entered the palace. He did not return to the East Palace until noon, having obtained the Empress's permission for his visit. He directly instructed Wang Han to relay this news back to the Divine Sect. The Divine Sect had captured a few Nirvana realm evil infants in its early years, one of which happened to be at the peak of Nirvana realm, sealed within the sect. As for Lady Lan, she personally conveyed a message to the leader of the Blood God sect, requesting a piece of a 10,000-year-old blood essence stone. Such stones were plentiful in the Blood God sect, yet a 10,000-year-old one was extraordinarily precious, necessitating her direct intervention. A significant transfer of resources was currently underway, meticulously arranged by the Empress's faction. However, none of them anticipated that their strenuous efforts to procure treasures for Xiao Yan would ultimately yield nothing, resulting instead in losses both in resources and personnel. As time passed, the day of the East Palace banquet swiftly approached. That evening, Chu Yun donned his attire and stepped outside, where Luo Feng awaited him at the door. Your Highness. Chu Yun regarded him. Commander Luo, let us proceed. Indeed, given that Venerable Wan Lei had previously appeared at the Misty Rain Tower, and considering he had only worn a mask atop Songfeng Mountain, Chu Yun decided to leave him within the estate to avoid unnecessary complications. Tonight, the East Palace was abuzz with activity. The Crown Prince personally hosted a banquet to celebrate the return of the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, inviting nearly all the young nobles of the imperial city. Among them were the young lords of the Wang family, many scions of esteemed clans, and offspring of some of the most powerful figures in the city. Besides granting the Crown Prince ample face, most were eager to catch a glimpse of the long-missing 9th Prince and discern his countenance. As Chu Yun and Luo Feng arrived at the East Palace, several servants stood at the entrance to greet guests. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of Chu Yun, one approached with courtesy. May I ask if you're the 9th Prince? Indeed, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. 9th Prince, please enter. The Crown Prince has been awaiting your arrival. The servant promptly led the two into the East Palace. Inside the opulent and lavish hall of the East Palace, several striking courtesans dressed in dance attire were performing in the center to entertain the guests. Crown Prince Chu Rong sat majestically at the head table, flanked by several other princes of the dynasty and many prominent nobles from the city. The 3rd Prince, Chu Yuan, occupied the seat directly beside the Crown Prince, signifying the Crown Prince's deep regard for him. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware that the current Chu Yuan had already been replaced. The 9th Prince has arrived. Upon this announcement, all eyes in the hall turned towards the entrance. There stood Chu Yun, composed and self-assured, clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of noble grandeur. Luo Feng followed closely behind him, and under the collective gaze of the nobles, they strode confidently into the hall. We pay our respects to the Crown Prince. Chu Yun offered a slight smile and a respectful bow towards the Crown Prince at the head table. Ha ha ha! 9th brother and Commander Luo have arrived. We are brothers. No need for formalities. Please take your seats. Our friends have been eagerly awaiting you. Crown Prince Chu Yun greeted him with a warm smile. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, and he and Luo Feng took their seats at a vacant spot on the right. Chu Yun could feel the collective gaze of the attendees upon him, some with curiosity, others with disdainful scrutiny. Your Highness, I have heard that several of my other brothers are also present today. Might you introduce them to me? After settling in, Chu Yun guit. Certainly, ninth brother. Even without your prompting, I would introduce you. This gentleman to your left is your fourth brother, fourth Prince Chu Shun. The one to your right is your fifth brother, fifth Prince Chu Yu. The lady across from you is your sixth sister, sixth Princess Chu Xinyan. The gentleman beside her is your seventh brother, seventh Prince Chu Bei. Lastly, seated across from your third brother is your eighth brother, eighth Prince Chu Hao. In the entire hall, apart from the second prince leading troops at the border, all other princes and the princess were present. Chu Yun surveyed them all. As their eyes met, each offered a slight nod. He had naturally familiarized himself with these brothers. The fourth, fifth, and seventh princes were not particularly distinguished among the princes, nor were they part of the crown princess faction, positioning themselves as neutral parties. The sixth princess and the eighth prince were both born of the favored consort, which naturally fostered a closer bond between them. As for the second prince, he was the most astute among them. His talents were unmatched, excelling in both literary and martial arts, to the extent that even the crown prince had once been overshadowed by him. However, due to the death of his mother and his lack of connections, he would be a thorn in the Empress's side if he remained in court. Thus, he had sought an early command to lead troops at the border, distancing himself from the intrigues of the imperial court. At this moment, Chu Yun rose, raising his cup in salute. Esteemed brothers and sisters, I have recently returned to the imperial city and am still unfamiliar with its people and matters. Therefore, I have not paid my respects sooner. I hope you will not take offense. Allow me to offer a self-punishment of a cup. With that, Chu Yun drained his cup in one gulp. Chapter 36. The Banquet's Trial, Princess Guanshan. Haha, Brother Jiu, we are all family here. There is no need for formalities. Your return brings us great joy, and our royal siblings are truly delighted. The Empress and our father have missed you for many years, and now that you are back, it fulfills a part of their wishes, remarked the fourth prince, Chu Shun, with a smile. Indeed, ninth brother, we are all kin. There is no need for such pleasantries. In the future, should any matters arise within the city, do not hesitate to seek out Sister Lu, added the sixth princess, Chu Xinyan. Thank you, Sister Lu, Chu Yun replied, setting down his wine cup as he resumed his seat. Ninth brother, today's banquet is primarily arranged for you. You ought to showcase your talents to us, your elder brothers and sisters, interjected the fake Chu Yuan, who was actually the demoness in disguise. This was a plan orchestrated by the crown prince from the outset, and the demoness had discreetly informed Chu Yun of the arrangements for the banquet. With an unruffled demeanor, Chu Yun smiled and inquired, what does third brother mean by that? Chu Yuan chuckled. In our Great Xia Dynasty, martial prowess has always been esteemed. As princes, we must not neglect our martial arts. Ninth brother has returned for several days, yet we remain unaware of his talents. Why not take this opportunity during the banquet for you to demonstrate? At this remark, many nobles present exchanged knowing glances, as it was evident that the third prince wished to gauge the ninth prince's cultivation level. Third brother. After all, ninth brother has only just returned. He may not yet have had the opportunity to learn many of the royal techniques. Why rush this matter? Surprisingly, it was the eighth prince, Chu Hao, who spoke up in defense of Chu Yun. It was noteworthy that Chu Hao's men had participated in the intelligence auction concerning the defenses of Chu Yun's princely residence during the Yinyu Tower auction, casting doubt on his intentions. With a demeanor that exuded scholarly elegance, Chu Hao appeared calm and composed. Yet Chu Yun could sense a depth to his thoughts that belied his outward appearance. Eighth brother, your words are misplaced. As princes, we merely wish to see how ninth brother has grown during his time away. Regardless of his strength or weakness, how could I, as an elder brother, speak ill of him? Chu Yuan deeply. As the host of the banquet, the crown prince leisurely observed with a wine cup in hand. Chu Yun understood that if he did not acquiesce, they would concoct various reasons to persuade him. Thus, he decided to comply. Eighth brother, your intentions are appreciated. However, third brother's point is fair. Since this banquet was arranged by His Highness for my sake, I should indeed make a display. Gradually, he rose to his feet. The crown prince graciously remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. If ninth brother prefers, we can simply continue to enjoy our conversation and revelry." Chu Yun shook his head, internally mocking the crown prince's duplicity. He wished to avoid taking the lead while allowing the third prince to speak on his behalf, only to attempt to appear benevolent. However, if he was to showcase his abilities, there ought to be a worthy opponent. Standing in the center of the grand hall, he observed the surroundings and addressed the crown prince. "Let me demonstrate my skills against the ninth prince." A young woman dressed in blue, among the noble elite, gracefully stood and approached. "Who is this?" Chu Yun inquired, to which the crown prince promptly responded, "Almost forgot. Allow me to introduce her. This is Princess Guanshan's cherished pearl, the adopted daughter of our esteemed national master, Guanshan Princess Beilanqi." Chu Yun regarded her and smiled. "So, it is the Guanshan Princess. It is an honor to meet you. The ninth prince is too kind. Today, let Princess Lanqi have the pleasure of experiencing your prowess. I trust you will show mercy." She replied with a gentle smile. Chu Yun, unreserved, stated, "No need to be overly formal. Ninth brother, princess, this contest is merely a friendly exchange. Let us not mar the harmony." The crown prince cautioned insincerely. "Of course, your highness," they both affirmed. They took their positions opposite each other, a mere 5 steps apart, as the gaze of all present fixated intently upon them. Beilanqi's cultivation was at the peak of the gathering Qi realm, and while she was not particularly outstanding among the talented individuals in the imperial city, everyone understood that Chu Yun had been missing for over 20 years, deprived of royal resources and training, and had only recently returned. Thus, it was anticipated that he would face a devastating defeat. There was no suspense in this outcome. "Ninth prince, I must apologize," she began, launching her attack with 5 stars divination, as 5 ethereal spheres resembling stars descended from 5 directions. Chu Yun merely smiled, his lips curling into a slight grin. In the blink of an eye, he evaded the 5 spheres with the grace of a wraith. His speed astounded the 8th prince, whose pupils narrowed, and the other princes realized, in that fleeting moment, that their 9th brother was far from ordinary. Undeterred by Chu Yun's evasion, Beilanqi controlled the spheres, unleashing hundreds of radiant light beams that cascaded down like a torrential downpour. At that moment, Chu Yun raised his left palm, channeling his energy to coalesce into a crimson arc before him. "Break!" The blood arc surged forth, swift as a dragon seeking to devour all, splintering the radiant beams of light. Bang! 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 The blood arc continued unabated, piercing through Beilanqi's 5 spheres. By the time she reacted, the blood arc hovered ominously above her brow, mere inches from sealing her fate. At this sight, the entire hall fell silent, a palpable tension gripping the atmosphere. Beilanqi's complexion drained of color, her breath stuttering in fear, while the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Even the crown prince's eyes reflected profound surprise. "Are you unscathed, princess?" Chu Yun inquired, his power dissipating as he approached her with a gentle smile. "And no, I am fine. Thank you, 9th prince, for your mercy." Beilanqi exhaled deeply, visibly shaken. "That is a relief," Chu Yun replied, then turned to the crown prince. "Elder brother, I wonder if my display has met your expectations, as well as those of the esteemed guests present? 9th brother, you have truly astonished me. I did not anticipate that you have reached the initial stage of the transformation Qi realm. I am genuinely pleased for you, though inwardly vexed." Chu Rong maintained a facade of camaraderie. Chapter 37. The second background edit. Previously, the aura of power that Chu Yun exhibited indeed belonged to the initial stage of the transformation realm. This was due to Chu Yun, having foreseen the arrangements made by the crown prince upon his arrival at the East Palace, directly requesting Master Wan Lei to seal his cultivation, maintaining it at the initial stage of the transformation realm. This was to prevent the exposure of his identity as Xiao Yan. After all, having acquired such a precious item, it would be heart-wrenching if it were to be lost due to a mere banquet. Listening to the utterly hypocritical words of Chu Rong, Chu Yun replied, "Compared to my elder brother, I still fall far short. 9th brother, you are too modest. After all, I am somewhat older than you. If you were to reach my age, Your cultivation would undoubtedly be impressive, said Chu Yun, smiling. Chu Yun chuckled lightly, saying nothing further as he returned to his seat. Ninth brother, I have heard that when you first returned, your cultivation was merely at the gathering chi realm, correct? How is it that in just a few days, you have broken through to the transformation realm? Could it be that you encountered some fortuitous event during this short period? The fifth prince, Chu Yun, probed at this moment. Chu Yun responded calmly. Fifth brother must have misheard. I returned with the cultivation of the initial stage of the transformation realm. I simply did not disclose it to anyone. The fifth prince nodded. I see. Ninth brother, I observe that the power you practice belongs to the blood-based techniques. This reminds me of a certain prominent figure in the imperial city in recent days. Suddenly, the eighth prince, Chu Hao, spoke up. Eighth brother, are you referring to Xiao Yan, who gained fame from his battle at the Misty Rain Tower? Precisely. Chu Hao nodded earnestly. It is said that Xiao Yan practices blood techniques, and, despite being at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, managed to slay a peak Golden Core duelist from the Misty Rain Tower without sustaining any injuries. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, no one currently knows where the Xiao Yan hails from or what he looks like. Otherwise, one would certainly wish to make his acquaintance. We are all practicing blood techniques. What if the ninth brother is indeed Xiao Yan? In that case, you have already made his acquaintance. Chu Yun immediately cast his gaze towards the celestial demoness, knowing full well that this was an intentional provocation on her part. Nevertheless, it startled him. This woman certainly knew how to stir things up. The others in the hall chuckled, regarding Chu Yuan's words as mere jest. Though they all practiced blood techniques, how could the ninth prince possibly be Xiao Yan? That was simply inconceivable. One was at the transformation realm, while the other was at the Golden Core realm. The gap between them was akin to that between heaven and earth. Particularly in the eyes of the crown prince, what was Chu Yun? How could he be compared to Xiao Yan, who was soon to join the East Palace? That would be an outright insult to Xiao Yan. Eighth brother, rest assured, since you wish to befriend Xiao Yan, as your elder brother, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish. The crown prince's words left the eighth prince quite taken aback, yet he still replied, Then I thank you, elder brother. Subsequently, the banquet entered its most tedious phase, consisting merely of polite exchanges. As the host, the crown prince introduced the various nobles present to Chu Yun. Chu Yun reciprocated with toasts and exchanged some trivial conversation. It was not until the deep of night that the banquet finally concluded. Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence. Meanwhile, in the East Palace's side hall, the crown prince Chu Yun, Chu Yuan, the princess of Guanshan, Beilanqi, and Wang Hansua, who had been residing in the East Palace, were all seated within the hall. The initial stage of the transformation realm. This is somewhat unexpected. This little bastard has been outside for over 20 years and has somehow managed to break through to the transformation realm. Considering this, his talent likely isn't too shabby. Otherwise, how could he achieve such rapid progress within the impoverished resources of the Jihua sect? Wang Hansua analyzed calmly. Although the initial stage of the transformation realm does not rank among the top-tier talents in the imperial city, it is worth noting that Chu Yun has been living in a sect with scarce resources like the Jihua sect, which is incomparable to the high-quality resources enjoyed by others. Yet, even so, he has reached the initial stage of the transformation realm. This can only be explained by his talent. The crown prince's expression darkened slightly, his gaze growing cold as he remarked, Humph, once this period passes, it will be his demise. Moreover, I am about to acquire the unparalleled genius Xiao Yan. By then, with my cultivation, even if he is a mere lucky survivor, he will be crushed, and the second prince will be no different. At that time, the previous generation will be restrained by my mother, while this current generation of youth shall be completely under my dominion, and across the entire Great Xia, no one will escape my grasp of power. The crown prince's words unabashedly revealed his desire for control and his insatiable ambition. Your Highness, should we send someone to keep an eye on Chu Yun? After all, given his current talent, should he manage to win over some noble families within the city, it may impact our future plans, the Guanshan prince advised. The crown prince shook his head confidently, saying, Prince, you think too highly of him. The strength he displayed today was indeed beyond our expectations, but he is still far from being my rival. He is merely an ant. Had it not been for his uncle, the Asura Sovereign, still residing in the palace, I could have easily crushed him at any moment. Have you ever seen anyone monitoring an ant? Upon hearing this, the Baisong prince said nothing further. After discussing the progress of the eternal bloodstone and the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm's evil infant, they each took their leave. The next day, Chu Yun rose early, primarily because the cooldown time for editing backgrounds had arrived. System, check the editing points. Editing points, 6,400. Recommend a few good backgrounds. I wish to see what's available. Recommended backgrounds include the illegitimate child of Empress Ji, 2,000 editing points. The direct disciple of the ancestral mountain clan elder, 1,500 editing points. The gatekeeper disciple of the blood god sect, 1,700 editing points. The father of crown prince Chu Yun, 4,000 editing points. The younger brother of the chief steward of the misty rain tower, 6,000 editing points. The lifelong confidant of prime minister Meng Changzhou, 4,800 editing points. The reincarnation of the celestial demoness former beloved, 6,000 editing points. The unresolved past of the destined Empress Meng Ruxua, 8,000 editing points. The only disciple of the carefree master, 10,000 editing points. The leader of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. The brother of the heavenly saint king, 20,000 editing points. Upon seeing these recommended backgrounds, the corners of Chu Yun's mouth twitched. The illegitimate child of the Empress. He would be too bored to edit that. Even Chu Yun's father was included. Good heavens, is this system trying to make him wear a green hat in front of his own father? However, he genuinely wished to see how the crown prince would address him as father. That scene would undoubtedly be quite dramatic. Nevertheless, it was rather abstract. System, your recommendations are getting more and more peculiar. Are you planning to venture into the realm of abstraction? Chu Yun internally scoffed. System, is it not rather dramatic, master? You could also become an abstract master like me, system. Chapter 38. The eternal love of the celestial demoness past life, Chu Yun's forehead furrowed with a few lines of confusion. This system is truly a trickster, full of contradictions. Wait a moment. The backgrounds of Meng Changzhou and Meng Ruxua are somewhat acceptable in price. But why does this brother Sun Yin have an editing point value of 6,000? What kind of absurdity is this? Chu Yun immediately sensed that something was amiss with these valuations. A schemer. Absolutely a schemer. System. Master. Although Sun Yin is merely at the peak of the Nirvana realm, his identity within the Misty Rain Tower is quite extraordinary. He is the nephew of a high-ranking figure at the Misty Rain Tower headquarters. He has been sent to the Great Xia Dynasty due to some mistakes he made. But with his uncle's influence, it is only a matter of time before he is recalled to the headquarters. Thus, his editing point value of 6,000 is truly not high, indeed a fair price. Chu Yun, is that so? System, truthful and fair. But what about the others? Why are their values exorbitantly high, even surpassing those of the Destiny Empress? Who are these individuals? The Unfettered One, a peerless prodigy from the previous generation of the Origin Realm, a lifetime devoted to sword cultivation, wandering the world as a solitary cultivator, achieving the supreme path, known as invincible among equals. As for the lord of the Rakshasa sect, their power far exceeds that of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the Rakshasa sect, even those at the esteemed realm can only serve as protectors or elders. Only those who reach the supreme realm are considered core high-ranking members. The sacred king of heaven and earth, a superlative existence, with a single thought capable of dominating all within the Great Xia Dynasty. Good gracious, how terrifying! Invincible among equals, and transcending the sacred, these are celestial feats. Chu Yun marveled at the strength and backgrounds of these individuals. However, given his current editing points, he would not consider them. He needed to resolve his immediate issue, and the most fitting choice was to select a background editor between the Destiny Empress and the Celestial Demoness. Yet, his editing points were insufficient for the Destiny Empress. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to choose the background of the Celestial Demoness Eternal Love, proceeding with the edit. As he edited the background of the Celestial Demoness Eternal Love, Chu Yun's editing points instantly dwindled to a mere 400. Background is being edited, please wait. The alteration of causality has been completed. Identity reset has been completed. Congratulations, Master, the identity editing has been successfully accomplished. With the completion of the background editing, Chu Yun's mind was filled with new memories. Long ago, when the celestial demoness was merely an ordinary girl, she was frail and sickly, cared for by a boy who was also an orphan. Gradually, as they spent time together, feelings blossomed between them. Yet neither dared to voice their sentiments. Until one day, the celestial demoness' stunning beauty caught the attention of a young master from a prominent family. In his pursuit, he brazenly brought others to murder the boy right before the celestial demoness' eyes. Even in his final moments, she could not express her true feelings. Witnessing her beloved perish before her was a devastating blow, leading to her emotional collapse and awakening the long-dormant celestial demon body within her. Thus, a legendary figure emerged in the annals of the Origin Realm's history, and Chu Yun's identity is that of the reincarnation of the deceased boy. Goodness, what a plot! Truly a case of love sacrificed for the heavens, wielding boundless power. Chu Yun exclaimed, "It is a pity that the celestial demoness did not utter the phrase, 'Revive, my beloved.' Otherwise, the narrative would have reached sublime heights." Chu Yun glanced at the birthmark on his palm and the distinctive mark on his leg, both remnants of that boy's unique identifiers. In due time, he only needed to reveal these marks casually before the celestial demoness, and everything would fall into place. Although it is said that a reincarnated being may not possess the traits of their past life, should the celestial demoness harbor any suspicions, she would certainly find a way to verify them. At this moment, Chu Yun was least concerned about verification. "Your Highness, are you there?" Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. It was the voice of Atai. "What is it?" Upon hearing Chu Yun's voice, Atai promptly replied, "Your Highness, Miss Yu has returned and wishes to see you." Chu Yun was somewhat taken aback. It was indeed a case of speaking of the devil, and he appears. However, logically speaking, the celestial demoness should be at the third prince's residence right now. Why would she suddenly return? Could something significant have occurred? "Let her come in." "Yes, Your Highness." Shortly after Atai departed, an alluring fragrance wafted through the door. The celestial demoness did not knock, but simply pushed the door open, commenting, "You seem quite at ease." Upon entering, she saw Chu Yun seated at the table, enjoying hot pot and fine wine alone. "It's cold. Why not sit down and have a bite?" Chu Yun smiled and casually suggested. The celestial demoness walked over and sat beside him, asking, "Aren't you curious why I returned so suddenly?" Chu Yun shook his head. "This is your home. You are free to return at any time." Her expression turned perplexed at his words. Is he unwell? Is he flirting with me? She was not the naive type, and Chu Yun's words almost made her chuckle. With a serious demeanor, the celestial demoness replied, "I have come to inform you that the Destiny Empress intends to refine the source of nirvana. As you know, our relationship is complicated. Therefore, I must stop her. Her strength rivals mine. I will confront her in my true form. But if any mishap occurs that affects this incarnation, I will be powerless." Chu Yun, not foolish, immediately grasped the celestial demoness' intent. She clearly sought his assistance to thwart the Destiny Empress's plan to refine the source of nirvana. After all, should the celestial demoness incarnation be compromised, it would adversely affect Chu Yun himself. After swallowing his food, Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "I haven't said I wouldn't help you. Just tell me the specific time and place, and I will personally intervene to assist you against the Destiny Empress." The celestial demoness was somewhat astonished, not expecting Chu Yun to agree so readily. This indeed caught her off guard. Yet, she remained unaware that Chu Yun was determined to sabotage Meng Rushue's plan. Otherwise, the source of nirvana in his possession would gather dust like Nian Peng's Asura. "Very well. I will notify you the moment I make my move." The celestial demoness nodded and said, "Are you truly not going to eat? This hot pot is delicious." Chu Yun invited once more. Only then did the celestial demoness glance at the bubbling hot pot before her. The ingredients simmering within stirred a long-sealed memory deep within her. Long ago, before she embarked on her cultivation journey, that same person prepared a hot pot identical to this one for her. As they savored it together in a dilapidated temple amidst the snow, Observing the celestial demoness lost in thought, Chu Yun felt a surge of triumph. This pot of hot pot was his subtle ploy. If you wish to eat, just say so. Why are you dazed? Come, allow me to serve you. This is quite a gesture of goodwill. Chu Yun took a bowl and willingly served her a portion, deliberately presenting it with the palm facing her. The celestial enchantress regained her senses just as she was about to respond. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the mole in the palm of Chu Yun's hand. And in that fleeting moment, both her expression and actions became utterly frozen. Chapter 39. The Inner Turmoil of the Celestial Enchantress. What happened? Chu Yun's hand hovered in midair as he feigned ignorance. The celestial enchantress's heart surged like a thunderclap upon noticing the birthmark in Chu Yun's hand. Her emotions cascaded in tumultuous waves. The positions were identical, with no discrepancies whatsoever. Even the shape and size were perfectly matched. Could such coincidences truly exist in this world? The celestial enchantress snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed intently upon Chu Yun. Suddenly, she rose and grasped Chu Yun's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? Though the allure of my presence is undeniable, must you be so wild? Chu Yun hastily interjected after setting down his bowl. The celestial enchantress, disregarding everything else, lifted his pant leg, her eyes locking onto the base of his thigh. Upon seeing the mark, her complexion trembled, her eyes reflecting a whirlwind of shock, joy, and confusion, a tumult of emotions swirling within her. Observing her hand resting on his thigh, the warmth stirred a playful remark from Chu Yun. So infatuated with me? Might as well proceed directly with our affairs? At that moment, the celestial enchantress had lost all interest in his words. The tumult within her heart had rendered her expression somewhat unrestrained. It truly is you. Su Ziheng, you are the reincarnation of Su Ziheng, aren't you? Her voice trembled with excitement, as if demanding an immediate answer from Chu Yun. Furrowing his brows, Chu Yun could not concede. Acknowledging himself as Su Ziheng would tarnish the impression he had crafted while toying with her. Thus, forgetting became the most convenient excuse. I do not know who Su Ziheng is, but if you claim he is my past life, there may indeed be some truth to that. The celestial enchantress, perplexed, inquired. What do you mean? You do not know who your past life is? She found it illogical. If Chu Yun were oblivious to his past identity, how could he discern her true nature? At this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. To be honest, I truly do not know who I was in my past life. I possess no memories of it. As for how I perceive your identity, it's because I have possessed a pair of extraordinary eyes since childhood, capable of seeing through most of the world's causality, including yours. Chu Yun fabricated a casual explanation, and the celestial enchantress, true to form, refrained from probing further into the nature of his eyes. Her focus had shifted entirely to Chu Yun's past life. Just these two marks, your birthmark and the one on your hand, are identical in position, size, and shape. How could such a remarkable coincidence exist in the world? The celestial enchantress yearned to affirm that Chu Yun was indeed Su Ziheng, for he had once been her sole source of solace during her youth. His death had plunged her, Yu Qingxin, into the abyss of becoming the demon empress, the celestial enchantress. Yet beneath her resplendent exterior lay a heart sealed in solitude. Su Ziheng was the only key to unlocking that seal. However, reason still whispered to the celestial enchantress that a reincarnation might not mirror its past perfectly. Perhaps this was merely an extraordinary coincidence after all. After all, Chu Yun himself had claimed he bore no memories of Su Ziheng. After listening, Chu Yun remarked, I have had these two marks since I can remember. However, relying solely on them does not warrant a definitive conclusion, unless you possess another means to verify. As if inspired by his words, a spark ignited in the celestial enchantress's mind. Indeed, there exists an object that can determine whether you are truly Su Ziheng. With a flick of her will, a withered flower appeared in her hand. This is a flower that Su Ziheng nurtured himself. Initially bloomed thanks to a drop of his blood. After his death, it withered. I sealed it within my soul for many years, and during my reign, I placed a seal upon it. Only the soul power of Su Ziheng can unlock it and allow the flower to bloom anew. Now try it. If you can revive this flower, there can be no doubt that your past life is indeed Su Ziheng. The The celestial enchantress was eager, her expression revealing her profound concern and significance attached to this matter. Chu Yun observed her reaction, surprised by the intensity of her response. It was far more than he had anticipated. It was evident how profoundly Su Ziheng resonated within her heart. That uniqueness was irreplaceable. Silently, Chu Yun accepted the flower, cradling it in his palm, channeling his soul power into it. Suddenly, the previously withered flower visibly regained its luster, releasing a fragrant aroma as it blossomed anew. Ziheng, it truly is you. The celestial enchantress's heart was wholly convinced of Chu Yun's identity. Tears welled in her eyes, as a flood of long-buried memories cascaded through her mind. She recalled their shared childhood, how they had relied on each other, and how Su Ziheng endured a beating for hours just to secure her bun. She remembered the night of heavy snowfall when she fell ill, nearly freezing to death, only to be carried to safety by Su Ziheng, who braved the cold with sheer willpower. She remembered the look in Su Ziheng's eyes as he lay dying, a gaze filled with tears and suppressed emotions. All these memories, etched into Yu Qingxin's heart, were impossible to forget across lifetimes. So who exactly is Su Ziheng? What connection does my past life have with you? At this juncture, Chu Yun could only feign ignorance, asking the question knowingly. The celestial enchantress brushed away her tears, her expression complex as she gazed at him. He was a wonderful person, the most important figure in my life. Since you do not remember, there is no need to force it. Your past life remains your past, but you are still the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, Chu Yun. That will never change. Chu Yun met her gaze. You seem unwell, celestial enchantress. She rarely smiled, a faint smile gracing her lips. Do not call me celestial enchantress. Call me Xin. You used to call me that. You need not worry about me. I am merely overwhelmed with joy. After a moment of contemplation, the celestial enchantress spoke earnestly. Chu Yun, from this moment forward, remember that no matter what happens, I will unconditionally stand by your side and accompany you through it all. Whether you believe it now or not, time will prove everything. Feeling her sincerity, Chu Yun gazed into her eyes. No need for proof. I trust you. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, their eyes meeting, and then exchanged a smile. Chapter 40. The ambitions of dreaming like snow and the intricacies of court relationships. Soon after, the demonist departed from the prince's residence, as he must continue to masquerade as Chu Yuan and could not linger here for long. At this moment, Chu Yun sat alone in his chamber, holding the box given to him by Wang Han Sua and the others, which contained the sealed evil infant. Night Swallow, do you truly possess the confidence? He inquired within his mind, questioning the evil infant. Night Swallow. Night Swallow responded with utmost reverence. Master, this is indeed certain. I have reached the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm for many years, having devoured no fewer than 10 evil infants of the same realm. I am already on the verge of transforming into a being of the esteemed level. If I were to consume 2 more Nirvana evil infants, I am certain I can ascend to the level of a respected being and will not disappoint you. Night Swallow vowed earnestly. Listening to these words, Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged. I hope so. If you can reach the esteemed level, you will be able to take on a human form, and no longer need to hide within the confines of my consciousness. Evil infants at the esteemed level no longer need to exist in their infant forms. They can freely transform into various entities, such as humans or beasts, posing no difficulty for them. Furthermore, unless one possesses significantly higher cultivation, even beings of the same esteemed level would find it difficult to discern the true form of an evil infant without them revealing themselves. After storing the box, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng to enter the palace. There were matters he wished to discuss with his mother and uncle. In the prime minister's residence, dreaming like snow perused the list in her hand, her gaze meticulously scanning the names. She had already set up the formation to deal with those in the Nirvana realm, located just outside the imperial city in a place called the Crescent Moon Valley, an area desolate and silent, perfect for her schemes. After thorough examination of the list, her target was finally locked onto one individual, the Grand Elder of the Yin family, Yin Song. The Yin family was a local aristocracy within the imperial city. Although they did not hold any official positions, their heritage was formidable, with ancestors who had once reached the esteemed level. Though their former glory had faded, they remained among the top 3 families in the imperial city. Particularly, the current head of the Yin family possessed considerable talent, and was merely a step away from breaking into the esteemed level, needing just a bit of fortune. It was decided. Yin Song, dreaming like snow, confirmed her target. The beautiful woman accompanying her pondered, "Miss, Yin Song holds a high status within the Yin family, but he has no offspring and often remains within the family. Luring him out of the city may prove challenging." Dreaming like snow replied calmly, "The absence of offspring does not mean he lacks significant connections. I have heard that Yin Song has, in the past, kept several young women as companions. Follow this lead and investigate." The beautiful woman responded, "Understood, Mississippi." In the imperial palace, Chu Yun, Consort Shi, and the Asura elders sat together. "Yinner, do you have something to discuss?" Consort Shi inquired directly. "Mother, I intend to establish my own network of connections within the imperial city," Chu Yun stated. Consort Shi and the Asura elder exchanged glances, the latter crossing his arms and speaking in a measured tone. "Do elaborate." "Certainly. Uncle, mother, you must be aware that when disregarding the power of the Empress's faction, the forces surrounding the crown prince are the strongest among all of Father Emperor's offspring. Therefore, relying solely on the Shi family, our strength is insufficient to contend against the multitude. Thus, I wish to lay the foundation for a network that is uniquely my own. I have come primarily to inquire about the factions within the imperial city that may align with my interests," Chu Yun articulated with sincerity. His thoughts were evidently the result of careful deliberation. After a moment of silence, Consort Shi responded, "Yinner, there are numerous factions within the imperial city, and their relationships are quite intricate. The crown prince has already courted the majority of the local powers, leaving only a few worthy of consideration, such as the Yin family, the Tianbao Pavilion, the Mingwang Mansion, and the Prime Minister's residence." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was familiar with these factions. The Yin family was a formidable local aristocracy, ranking among the top 3 in the imperial city. The Prime Minister's residence required no further elaboration. The former Prime Minister, the highest authority, was indeed a being of the esteemed level. Even his uncle would have to show some respect. The Mingwang Mansion was one of the 3 great mansions within the imperial city. The other 2 were the Black Iron King and the Xin King. The former had long aligned with the Empress's faction, while the latter had been in seclusion for 50 years, making him irrelevant to consideration. As for Tianbao Pavilion, prior to the emergence of the Misty Rain Tower, it was the foremost trading house of the Great Xia Dynasty, basking in glory. However, after the rise of the Misty Rain Tower, Tianbao Pavilion faced severe repression, leading to significant business losses. Due to its inferior resources and personnel strength, it could not compete with the Misty Rain Tower. Consequently, Tianbao Pavilion had been relegated to opening branches in other regions of the Great Xia Dynasty to mitigate the losses of the main pavilion. Nevertheless, although Tianbao Pavilion could not compare to the Misty Rain Tower, it did not mean it was entirely down and out. After all, it had once been the premier trading house, and a lean camel is larger than a horse. The pavilion master remained a being of the esteemed level. However, due to the existence of the Misty Rain Tower, they were compelled to adopt a low profile. I have heard that the crown prince attempted to court these factions, but ultimately failed, Chu Yun remarked. The Asura elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chu Rong not only tried to win them over, but even approached the Xianwang Mansion. However, the leaders of these factions are astute individuals. Instead of becoming embroiled in the struggles of imperial power, they prioritize their own stability. After all, in a struggle for imperial power, no faction can guarantee absolute victory. They are all wise and aware of the consequences of such actions. Chu Yun's countenance grew solemn. The primary reason they did not accept Chu Rong's overtures is likely due to Father Emperor. The Asura elder and Consort Shi exchanged surprised glances at his insight. Yinner, your ability to perceive this is truly remarkable. You are correct. The refusal of Prime Minister Meng and the Pavilion Master of Tianbao primarily stems from your Father Emperor, the reigning monarch. Chapter 41. The Chancellor of the Great Xia, Meng Changzhong. Chu Yun discerned the intricate relationships at play here. As his uncle, the Asura Sovereign, had remarked, the current Emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, who is also his father, would never passively allow his son to consolidate power by winning over all the influential figures within the imperial city right under his nose. Such a scenario is simply inconceivable. If it were to reach that point, the long-secluded commander of shadow guards would surely re-emerge, bringing bloodshed to the imperial city. Meng Changzhong and his associates were acutely aware of this reality. The reigning emperor could not permit his son to amass power, as such actions would threaten the very essence of imperial authority. Thus, they did not acquiesce to the prince's overtures, but instead made the most prudent and appropriate choice. However, should it be Chu Yun, the situation would be entirely different. If he could garner the support of these influential figures, he would not only establish a solid foundation to oppose the prince within the imperial city, but would also undoubtedly receive the emperor's backing, perhaps even covert assistance. As an emperor, he could not bear to see any one son dominate while the others remained mere shadows. Due to his father's stance, they could not agree to support Chu Rong. To do so would jeopardize the emperor's authority, an affront he could not tolerate. However, if they were to support me, the implications would be entirely different. Chu Yun's sentiments resonated with Shi Fei and Asura Sovereign. The latter remarked, "The question remains, how will you win them over? These individuals are astute, and aligning with you would mean antagonizing the Empress's faction. Throughout history, the struggle for imperial power has led to glorious victories for the triumphant, while the defeated face dire consequences. What can you present to them as proof of your strength to counter the prince and the Empress's faction?" Chu Yun's expression turned serious. "What if I tell them that I am Xiaoyan?" Upon hearing this, the Asura Sovereign pondered deeply. This indeed presents a compelling proposition, but if that is all you have, it may not suffice. Even if you prove you are Xiaoyan, possessing unparalleled talents, you are still not fully matured. Without full maturity, there remains an element of uncertainty in their eyes. Chu Yun reflected on these words. His uncle was indeed correct. They were not fools. Even if he proved himself as Xiaoyan, it would only evoke their astonishment. To persuade them to follow him based solely on this would be quite challenging. If he truly wished to sway the leaders of these factions, he would likely need to reveal some of his hidden cards. "Mother, uncle, I understand now. I shall first seek an audience with father. It is essential to discuss this matter with him. As for how to win over these individuals, I will contemplate this thoroughly." Chu Yun rose and addressed the two. To him, the evil infant was his greatest secret weapon. Yet, it would be unwise and reckless to expose this trump card merely to gain their favor, thereby risking his own safety. Thus, he resolved to first meet his father, hoping to secure some measure of support. Indeed, you should seek him out. If your father is willing to assist you, the connections with the chancellor should pose little difficulty. The Asura Sovereign stated candidly. It was well known throughout the dynasty that Chancellor Meng Changzhong was not only the most trusted minister of the Great Xia Emperor, but also a childhood companion. With a mere word from the emperor, Meng Changzhong would undoubtedly stand firmly by Chu Yun's side, providing his support. Chu Yun nodded, bidding farewell to the two, and accompanied by Luo Feng, proceeded to the imperial study to meet the emperor. Inside the imperial study, the Great Xia Emperor sat comfortably, engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man. This individual, clad in official robes, exuded a sense of calm reliability. Though his presence was restrained, there was an undeniable air of authority about him. Even in the face of the emperor, he displayed no hint of tension, remaining as steady as a mountain. This man was none other than the chancellor of the realm, Meng Changzhong, and in this life, the father of the destined Empress Meng Rushua. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince requests an audience," reported an elderly eunuch who entered the room. "Oh, the ninth prince has arrived. Let him in," commanded the Great Xia Emperor. "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch exited promptly, and soon after, Chu Yun and Luo Feng stepped inside. "Your son pays his respects to father." Luo Feng bows before Your Majesty. "Greetings to the Chancellor." Luo Feng also bowed to the Chancellor, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's gaze immediately turned towards Meng Changzhong. This was his first encounter with him, and he felt a twinge of surprise. "There is no need for excessive formalities. Rise," the emperor instructed. "Thank you, father," they replied. Rising to their feet, Chu Yun then addressed Meng Changzhong. I was unaware that Chancellor Meng was present. It is an honor to meet you for the first time. Please do not hold it against me. Meng Changzhong smiled warmly. Ninth Prince, you are too kind. I have long heard His Majesty speak of your talents and remarkable abilities. Seeing you today, you truly live up to the reputation of Xiao Yan. Clearly, his father had already informed Meng Changzhong of his identity as Xiao Yan. Chu Yun responded with a hint of surprise. Chancellor, you flatter me. Enough of the pleasantries. The Great Xia Emperor interjected. Old Ninth, you have come to see me. Is there a matter at hand? Father, I wish to discuss something with you, but Chu Yun hesitated, his demeanor indicating uncertainty. Meng Changzhong smiled gently at the emperor. Your Majesty, if there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Wait, Old Ninth, the Chancellor is not an outsider. He is one of my most trusted advisors. Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. The Great Xia Emperor's words took Chu Yun by surprise. Meng Changzhong remained silently observant, not interjecting. Yes, Father, since you have encouraged me, I shall speak candidly. I have conversed with Mother and my uncle, and they are both in agreement that I should investigate the truth behind my disappearance all those years ago, unearthing the masterminds behind it all. I have come to seek your opinion, Father. Should you agree, I will then proceed with further details. Chu Yun left some ambiguity in his words, not revealing everything at once. His remarks, however, caused the emperor's expression to shift to one of complexity. Meng Changzhong, standing by, also displayed a countenance imbued with significance. Chapter 42. The Scheme of Dream Changzhong, the Arrival of the Wang Xiandao Sect. Yinner, your ability to articulate this sentiment suggests that you have gleaned certain information from your mother and uncle. Hence, I must inquire, do you harbor resentment toward your father? The emperor spoke candidly. I do not, replied Chu Yun. Is it truly a lack of resentment, or merely a reluctance to express it? The emperor probed further. I genuinely bear no ill will towards father. As the sovereign of a nation, you must consider the greater good of the entire dynasty. I fully comprehend the weight of your responsibilities, and thus, I possess not an ounce of grievance. Chu Yun earnestly responded. The emperor, upon hearing this, felt a profound sense of relief. My dear Yinner, how do you intend to investigate this matter? What measures do you have in mind to hold those responsible accountable? Realizing the emperor did not oppose him, Chu Yun understood that he could potentially provide formidable support. The emperor's feelings of guilt towards Chu Yun were one factor. Additionally, he recognized the current dynamics within the imperial capital, where the crown prince's faction held overwhelming dominance, a situation he found unsatisfactory. Your Majesty, I have yet to formulate a specific plan. However, the masterminds behind the events of that year, having had the audacity to abduct me from the palace, surely wield an extensive network of connections. If I were to undertake this investigation alone, it would be not only time-consuming, but also exceedingly arduous. Therefore, I dare to request your assistance in recommending a few skilled individuals to aid me. I shall personally visit them to solicit their help, Chu Yun proposed. Dream Changzhong and the emperor, who were present in the room, discerned Chu Yun's true intentions. Both were acutely aware of the identities of the individuals behind the scenes from that year. Chu Yun's request was merely a pretext for him to establish a network of his own. Furthermore, his statement implied that with his father's approval, he would effectively secure imperial backing, thus enhancing his leverage in courting other factions. After a moment of contemplation, the emperor gazed at him with a meaningful expression. Yinner, do you possess the confidence to pursue this? Father, I believe that in certain matters, abstaining from contention is itself a form of contention. If that is the case, why not devote ourselves fully to the endeavor? As for my confidence, I claim to have it. Will you trust me? This exchange between father and son caused a subtle shift in Dream Changzhong's demeanor, leading him to privately muse. This ninth prince possesses a certain intrigue. Ha ha ha. Naturally, I have faith in you. Chancellor, you are fortuitously present. From this day forth, I entrust you with assisting the ninth prince in investigating those past events. Will you accept this charge? The emperor laughed heartily, turning directly to Dream Changzhong. Chu Yun cast a glance towards Dream Changzhong. They all understood that the emperor was effectively signaling for Dream Changzhong to align himself with Chu Yun. Once the chancellor's position was made clear, standing with the ninth prince, his influence within the imperial capital would be elevated significantly. It is worth noting that Dream Changzhong was the foremost authority in the court, his power unmatched by figures such as the Black Iron King or the Prince of Baisong. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Dream Changzhong smiled lightly. Your Majesty's command is one I shall dutifully follow. It is indeed a fortunate opportunity to assist a talent such as the ninth prince. Chu Yun bowed his hands in gratitude. Chancellor, your praise is unwarranted. In the future, I shall seek your guidance whenever I encounter difficulties. Dream Changzhong replied with a gentle smile. I shall share all that I know. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun took his leave from the palace. How'd it go? What is your assessment of him? After his departure, the emperor directly inquired of Dream Changzhong. He possesses the aura of a sovereign, demonstrates remarkable talent for cultivation, exhibits astuteness, and acts decisively. He is nearly the perfect heir, Dream Changzhong remarked, reflecting his favorable impression of Chu Yun. Indeed, Yuner is commendable. At present, he appears to be the most suitable candidate to inherit the throne. However, unfortunately, while appointing a successor is relatively straightforward, deposing one is far more complex. The emperor sighed softly. Dream Changzhong did not contest this, aware that a portion of the court's officials were aligned with the empress's faction. Should the idea of deposing the crown prince arise, they would undoubtedly intervene, leading to turmoil in the court and potentially igniting chaos. Moreover, even in the case of a deposition, substantial justification would be required, necessitating a serious transgression by the crown prince. As the saying goes, one must have a just cause. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is acutely aware that his adversaries are the crown prince and his faction. Since you have permitted me to assist him, why not amplify the situation? Let us escalate the conflict rapidly, Dream Changzhong suggested. The emperor regarded him with suspicion. What scheme do you have in mind? Dream Changzhong smiled slightly. We shall employ certain individuals to sound an alarm to the Eastern Palace and the Empress's faction. The emperor comprehended his intent. If that is the case, then proceed. Understood. Later that afternoon, as Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence, he felt invigorated by the significant gains made during his visit to the palace. Not only had he secured the formidable support of Dream Changzhong, but he had also garnered the discreet backing of his father. In high spirits, upon returning to his quarters, he summoned Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong to enjoy a hot pot meal and engage in leisurely conversation. As night fell, Your Highness, coughing slightly, Luo Feng stood awkwardly at the door, softly announcing, Your Highness, representatives from the Wangxiandao sect have arrived, claiming to have something to deliver to you. After a brief pause, Chu Yun's voice resonated from within. Understood. Please escort them to the reception hall and wait for me. Yes, Your Highness. Once Luo Feng departed, Chu Yun, with the assistance of Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, completed his ablutions and donned his attire before promptly heading to the reception hall. In the reception hall, Luo Feng was entertaining two representatives from the Wangxiandao sect. One was Elder Yang Muqian, the seventh elder of the sect. The other was an elderly man, tall and slender, exuding an aura even more formidable than Yang Muqian's. This man was Elder Feng Zili, the third elder of the Wangxiandao sect, a peak-level practitioner of the Nirvana realm. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yun entered the hall. Ninth Prince. Yang Muqian immediately stood, beaming with a smile. Elder Yang, and this esteemed individual is. Upon entering and recognizing an old acquaintance, Chu Yun expressed his surprise. Luo Feng approached and introduced, Your Highness, this is Elder Feng Zili of the Wangxiandao sect. Ninth Prince, a pleasure to meet you. Elder Feng Zili smiled faintly. Ah, it is an honor to finally meet Elder Feng, whose reputation precedes him. Please, everyone take a seat. After everyone settled, Chu Yun continued, Elder, I understand that you and the third elder have come to return certain items. Indeed, Your Highness. The purpose of our visit is to restore some belongings to their rightful owner, Yang Muqian explained, producing 3 storage rings and placing them before Chu Yun. Restore to their rightful owner? What do you mean, Elder Yang? Chu Yun inquired, slightly puzzled. Your Highness, these items belong to the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family. After our thorough collection, we have personally packaged them and brought them to you. young Muqian elaborated. Only then did Chu Yun recall the context, nodding in appreciation. He then extended his spiritual consciousness into the 3 storage rings. By the heavens, I was not prepared for this. It is truly astonishing. Chapter 43. The Goodwill of the Wangxian Dao Sect, targeting the Crescent Moon Valley. Within these few storage rings lie a plethora of precious items. 3,000-year blood essence stones, 1,000-year flesh spirit mushrooms, 2,000-year snow spirit ginseng, earth-grade heavenly spirit pills, earth-grade armor, and heavenly-grade soul banners, among others. Such invaluable treasures, when compared to the combined wealth of the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family, likely do not even amount to 1/10 of their worth. Elders, these items seem a bit excessive, do they not? Chu Yun gazed meaningfully at Feng Zili and Yang Muqian, speaking up. Excessive? These are all gifts rightfully owed to your highness. The Jiuhua sect and the Yi family have displeased your highness, and since this incident has occurred in Qingzhou, our Wangxian Dao sect, as the dominant power in Qingzhou, ought to make some show of goodwill to express our sincerity, Yang Muqian replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun quickly grasped their intentions. After pondering, he responded, very well then. I shall graciously accept your sect's goodwill. Elders, how long do you plan to stay in the imperial city? If you have no pressing matters, why not reside at my estate? No one would bestow such extravagant gifts without reason. The actions of the Wangxian Dao sect could imply 2 possibilities. The first being they had a request to make, and the second, an intention to curry favor with him. In Chu Yun's view, the likelihood of the first scenario was slim. He leaned more towards the notion that the Wangxian Dao sect sought to establish a rapport with him, or perhaps to align themselves with him. This time, we indeed have no urgent matters and are in no hurry to depart. Since the 9th prince has extended such an invitation, we shall impose upon you, Feng Zili said with a calm smile. Agreed. Atai, prepare 2 splendid guest rooms immediately. Yes, your highness, Chu Yun called out, instructing Atai to attend to the matter. At that moment, Feng Zili, with a thoughtful gaze, inquired, 9th prince, as we arrived. The sect master specifically instructed that if you require any assistance from the Wangxian Dao sect, do not hesitate to ask. We shall certainly offer our utmost support. Hearing this, Chu Yun nodded seriously. Your sect master is truly considerate. Upon your return, I shall convey my gratitude. You honor us, 9th prince. After a brief conversation, Chu Yun personally hosted a banquet for the 2 elders. The revelry continued deep into the night before they all retired to their respective chambers. Accompanied by Luo Feng, Chu Yun returned to his quarters. Your highness, the goodwill from the Wangxian Dao sect is rather unexpected. It seems they wish to place their stakes with you? Chu Yun, deep in thought, replied, I cannot draw conclusions just yet. We shall observe for a while. Very well, it is getting late. Luo commander, you should rest now. Yes, your highness. The following day, at the prime minister's residence. Miss, we have discovered something. Yin Song has 3 concubines whom he cherishes greatly. They operate a small shop within the city and enjoy his protection. Despite their beauty, no man dares to approach them. The beautiful matron reported to Meng Rushue. He certainly knows how to indulge himself. I have heard my father speak of him. Though aging, Yin Song's desires remain. And he's a man of passion and loyalty towards women. In that case, let him fulfill the old adage. To die beneath the peony is to be a spirit of elegance. What has become of those 3 women? Meng Rushue's expression remained icy. I've already had them drugged and taken out of the city. They're likely at the Crescent Moon Valley now. The shadow recording stone is also prepared. We await your command to commence. The matron, meticulously prepared, spoke with utmost respect to Meng Rushue. Then let it be tonight. Personally deliver the shadow recording stone to the Yin residence. Let him know that if he wishes to save them, he must come alone to the Crescent Moon Valley. Meng Rushue declared calmly. Understood, miss. As dusk approached, Meng Rushue concealed her presence and quietly exited the city, heading towards the Crescent Moon Valley to await Yin Song's arrival. Meanwhile, at the 9th prince's estate, Chu Yun had just spent some time fishing in the pond of his backyard when the heavenly demoness arrived. Exainer, noticing the heavenly demoness' presence once again, Chu Yun instinctively spoke, albeit puzzled. He had expected Chu Yuan to be in the Eastern Palace awaiting dinner. So her visit was unexpected. Do not speculate. This is my true form. My doppelganger remains in the Eastern Palace. The heavenly demoness explained upon seeing the confusion on Chu Yun's face. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but observe her more closely. Alas, externally, the differences between the heavenly demoness' true form and her doppelganger were nearly indistinguishable. Exiner, have you come because Meng Rushue is about to take action? Chu Yun inquired. The heavenly demoness nodded. Indeed. Tonight, at the Crescent Moon Valley outside the city, she has set up an array, awaiting the invitation to ensnare her target. She plans to leverage Yin Song's concubines as leverage to lure him in, aiming to eliminate him. Surprised by the revelation that Meng Rushue's target was the elder of the Yin family, Yin Song, Chu Yun found it fortuitous. The Yin family was indeed one of his intended allies. It seemed that the elder must be saved at all costs. I understand. However, Excellent, I am curious as to how you learned of Meng Rushue's plans? Chu Yun asked with intrigue. The heavenly demoness did not withhold information. Her reincarnation has garnered considerable fame, making it easy for me to control some individuals around her. She has several death warriors, and at least half of them are secretly under my influence. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was taken aback. Half of Meng Rushue's death warriors were under the control of the heavenly demoness? It appeared that sometimes, even a favorable reincarnation was not entirely advantageous. The two women, one in the light and the other in the dark, had their respective advantages and disadvantages. While Meng Rushue possessed resources and information far beyond the heavenly demoness, the latter operated from the shadows, rendering it difficult for Meng Rushue to pinpoint her adversary. Very well. Night is fast approaching. Let us depart the city and head towards the Crescent Moon Valley. The heavenly demoness queried, Will you go alone? What about Wanlei? Unaware that Chu Yun could command the evil infant, the heavenly demoness assumed that with Chu Yun's current cultivation, even if he possessed great talent, he would still be insufficient against Meng Rushue. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Do you underestimate me? If I dare to go alone, then I surely have my means. Enough chatter. Let us be on our way. Though the heavenly demoness remained somewhat skeptical, she ultimately chose to trust him. Chu Yun instructed Luo Feng to remain at the estate, to inform any visitors that he had retired early. Subsequently, Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness set forth together, making their way out of the city towards the Crescent Moon Valley. Chapter 44. A critical moment. The esteemed elder Yin Song of the Yin family received a letter and a stone of memories this evening. Upon opening it, he discovered that the contents within the stone depicted his 3 beloved women. The letter contained but a single sentence: if you wish to save them, come alone to the valley of the waning moon, where they shall not see the dawn of tomorrow. In a fit of rage, Yin Song crushed both the stone and the letter. Without informing anyone, he departed from the Yin family in a fury, heading towards the valley of the waning moon with unwavering determination. In the valley, amidst the stillness of the night, the 3 women cherished by Yin Song lay unconscious, bound to a tree. Among them was Meng Rushue, clad in a flowing blue garment, her delicate figure concealed behind a veil that obscured her stunning beauty. She stood quietly, awaiting her intended target. At that moment, concealed behind a stone above the valley, Chu Yun and the demoness observed cautiously, careful not to draw too close. This old man truly knows how to play, Chu Yun remarked, noting the youthful beauty of the 3 women, their skin radiant and well-nourished, a testament to Yin Song's robust health. What, do you also desire multiple wives? The demoness queried with a scrutinizing gaze. Chu Yun Juka. Such a notion is but a reflection of my heart, which has divided itself among various loves. Yet, my truest affection is reserved for you, my dear Exa. The demoness shot him a disapproving glare. Flattery will get you nowhere. Your intentions are all too clear. Nevertheless, she bore a certain tolerance for Chu Yun, recognizing that should he ascend to the throne, it would be impractical for him to remain solely devoted to one woman. Suddenly, a radiant light, akin to a meteor, descended from afar, prompting Chu Yun to straighten his posture. Someone approaches. At the valley's base, the luminous figure transformed into a stern, bald elder clad in gray robes. Meng Rushue addressed him. Elder Yin Song, it is a pleasure to meet you. Enough with the pleasantries. Release my women at once, or I shall ensure your demise tonight. Yin Song's infamous temper was evident as he pointed an accusatory finger at Meng Ruxue. Unfazed by his outburst, Meng Ruxue replied melodiously, "Very well, I shall release them." She proceeded to untie the three women, enveloping them in her spiritual energy and bringing them before Yin Song. Yin Song's eyes narrowed with caution as he confirmed their merely faint state, allowing a measure of relief to wash over him. "Who are you truly? What is your intent?" Meng Ruxue's objective was straightforward. "I seek to obtain something akin to what you possess." Yin Song's brow furrowed in confusion. "What is it you desire?" "Your life." As her words echoed, the ground of the Valley of the Waning Moon illuminated in intricate patterns, ensnaring Yin Song within a formidable array. Above, the array conjured countless bolts of lightning, cascading down with ferocity. The earth transformed into a quagmire, grasping at Yin Song and the others with its muddy tendrils. A final lethal formation activated before Meng Ruxue, revealing a colossal figure wielding a battle axe, its body adorned with intricate patterns. This was a manifestation of immense power. Poised to strike, Yin Song, confronted by the overwhelming array, felt his expression darken. Great Destruction Seal. He combined his hands, unleashing a cross-shaped imprint infused with potent energy, shattering the giant's axe and obliterating the descending lightning. However, the quagmire had already ensnared the three women, threatening to drag them into its depths. In a fit of fury, Yin Song swiftly maneuvered, conjuring a mighty mountain of energy to sever the grasp of the muddy tendrils. He placed the three women atop the mountain, but the deadly array shifted once more. The bolts of lightning merged with the mire, forming immense meteorites that plummeted towards him. Meng Ruxue stood atop the giant, directing its assault against Yin Song's formidable energy. Great Summer Palm. Yin Song unleashed all his power, his imprint resonating with an overwhelming force capable of shifting mountains and seas. At that moment, he grasped Meng Ruxue's true intent, to use his women as a distraction, compelling him to divide his focus. Meng Ruxue's strategy bore fruit, as Yin Song was forced to protect the three women, unwittingly playing into her hands. The Great Sumeru Palm managed to withstand the onslaught of the meteorites and the giant's axe, yet he neglected to account for Meng Ruxue. The Wheel of Destiny. She seized her opportunity, and as Yin Song remained preoccupied with the array's power, he unwittingly lowered his guard. A massive wheel, radiant with the light of fate, descended upon him, imbued with divine strength beyond comprehension. With no time to react, Yin Song exposed himself to the impending blow. Should the Wheel of Destiny strike, it would severely wound his essence and render him completely at Meng Ruxue's mercy. "Do you think you can breach the realm of Nirvana without my consent?" In that critical moment, the demoness' dark energy shattered the barriers of the array, revealing her and Chu Yun boldly within the fray. Chapter 45. The 100 Absolute Deaths. Night swallows the horse. The demon soul Emperor Bell, the celestial demoness, utilizing her soul power, materializes a bell of the demon emperor, a manifestation of her former prowess. However, due to her insufficient cultivation in this lifetime, she can only summon a flickering remnant. Nevertheless, this is more than adequate. The demon emperor bell tolls, colliding fiercely with the Wheel of Destiny. The two formidable powers clash violently, erupting in a cataclysmic explosion that sends forth towering waves. At this moment, Yin Song swiftly reacts, channeling his energy to grasp the three women, deftly evading the lethal strike of Meng Ruxue's formation. Celestial Demoness. You have finally chosen to reveal yourself. Upon seeing the celestial demoness, Meng Ruxue's deep, galaxy-like eyes immediately glimmer with a murderous intent. Decades have passed, yet your temper remains as fierce as ever. Alas, your dream of using Yin Song to forge the source of rebirth shall come to naught today. The celestial demoness remarks with a light chuckle. What? The source of rebirth? At this moment, as he flies to the side with the three women, Yin Song comprehends the true intention behind that woman's seduction. She aims to transform him into the source of rebirth. What nefarious heart. Little brother, please watch over these ladies for me. Tonight, I shall rend this woman into 1,000 pieces. Yin Song tosses his three wives toward Chu Yun, who catches them, bewildered. Is this now my responsibility? Yin Song truly has an audacious heart. However, the situation is clear to any observer. The two have come to confront Meng Ruxue. Aware of this, Yin Song prepares to ally with the celestial demoness against Meng Ruxue. He soars forward, flanking the celestial demoness as they confront Meng Ruxue head-on. It seems you shall not escape this night. The celestial demoness smiles, casting a glance at Meng Ruxue. Meng Ruxue's expression darkens, her gaze fixed upon her. We have known each other for many years. You understand me, and I you. I have long suspected you would plant spies near me. Did you truly believe I came unprepared tonight? As her words fall, the three formations below erupt simultaneously. In the instant the giant battle axe detonates, a small green vial concealed within shatters, releasing a dense green mist that swiftly envelopes the surroundings. As the mist spreads throughout the remnant moon valley, the flora and earth dissolve into blood. Under its grasp, all things vanish. The 100 absolute deaths. I never expected you to prepare such a thing. Truly, it is beyond my anticipation. The celestial demoness watches the encroaching green mist, her smile fading. A green mist barrier rises before Meng Ruxue, separating them. Oof. A mere parlor trick dares to challenge me. The great shimmy palm. Yin Song scoffs, channeling the power of rebirth. He slams a shimmy palm imprint directly onto the mist wall. However, the palm dissolves upon contact with a toxic fog. Yin Song is taken aback. Having lived this long, he has never encountered such a terrifying poison. Even his great shimmy palm can be corroded. This 100 absolute deaths is specially prepared for you. Even if I cannot forge the source of rebirth today, as long as I kill you, the curse of rebirth will naturally dissipate. This time you truly must die. A rare smile flickers beneath Meng Ruxue's veil as she gradually retreats. The celestial demoness, seeing her retreating figure, feels a deep unwillingness. Yet, she cannot dwell on Meng Ruxue now. She must find a way to break through the 100 absolute deaths. System, what is this 100 absolute deaths? Chu Yun in Gui Intnali. 100 absolute deaths. A most sinister poison from the elemental realm, concocted from the evil infants combined with numerous deadly toxins. Wherever the toxic mist spreads, all will be dissolved into blood, with a terrifying effect that can even corrode spiritual power. The 100 absolute deaths before you is crafted from 3 initial stage evil infants of the rebirth realm. Unless your spiritual power reaches the level of a master, it cannot be broken. Of course, master, there is another method. You can consume the evil infants with the evil infant. Chu Yun, puzzled, asks, what do you mean? The release of the 100 absolute deaths is primarily led by the 3 evil infants. If you command Night Swallow to consume those 3 evil infants, then the 100 absolute deaths will naturally collapse. Upon hearing this explanation, Chu Yun makes a decisive call. Night Swallow, lock onto the locations of those 3 evil infants and devour them. Yes, master. Wow. Night Swallow emerges from Chu Yun's body in the form of an evil infant, exuding an aura of peak rebirth realm power without restraint. The peak rebirth realm evil infant. Yin Song is startled, his expression shifting drastically. The celestial demoness and the retreating Meng Ruxue also change countenance upon witnessing this. An evil infant. You can control evil infants? As Night Swallow flies out, the celestial demoness completely disregards them, her heart filling with a shocking realization. Chu Yun smirks lightly, saying, I told you not to underestimate me. Just because I lack thunderous power does not mean I am without means of self-defense. The celestial demoness, upon receiving Chu Yun's confirmation, feels a deep tremor within her. To control an evil infant is a feat that no one could achieve even at the pinnacle of her past life. If he truly possesses such a capability, then the realm of evil infants is bound to. The consequences of this potential are too daunting for the celestial demoness to contemplate. Meanwhile, Night Swallow quickly locks onto the 3 evil infants' auras, unleashing a torrent of sinister energy as it devours them one by one. The 3 evil infants of the rebirth realm, having been transformed into the 100 absolute deaths, have lost their autonomy and are no match for Night Swallow. In mere moments, they are completely consumed. Delightful! Night Swallow bellows to the heavens, relishing this long-awaited feast. Shortly thereafter, all traces of the 100 absolute deaths' toxic mist vanish. Meng Rushua's pupils widen, fixating on Chu Yun. Who on earth is he? However, as the 100 absolute deaths dissipate, Yin Song and the celestial demoness suppress their astonishment and pursue Meng Rushua without hesitation. Do not flee. You must leave something for me tonight. Yin Song unleashes his full potential. As a dignified rebirth realm powerhouse, his reputation is at stake. He must capture Meng Rushua, otherwise, he cannot quell the anger brewing within him. The celestial demoness hastily joins the pursuit, and with Yin Song's explosive force, they close in on Meng Rushua, engaging her in a fierce battle. The celestial demoness joins the fray, unleashing a relentless barrage against Meng Rushua, outnumbered 2-1. With one being a superior rebirth realm cultivator, Meng Rushua stands no chance without the formations and the aid of the 100 absolute deaths. In mere moments, her delicate arms are stained crimson, her complexion growing increasingly pale and strained. And as for that broken realm, let it be a mere after-dinner treat. Night Swallow, witnessing the distant battle, locks its gaze on Meng Rushua, preparing to rush in and consume her as well. If you consume even a single hair from her, your infant's soul shall receive a blade. Chu Yun's cold voice halts it. Night Swallow abruptly comes to a screeching halt midair, its expression reflecting sheer terror. Master? Master? Who is she? Night Swallow cautiously glances at Chu Yun, inquiring with apprehension. Chapter 46. The mysterious master rescues the Empress. The Chancellor moves against the Queen's faction. Chu Yun's expression darkens slightly. It is not your place to inquire. Do not meddle. Yes, yes. Night Swallow dared not utter another word, obediently hovering in the air. Nevertheless, having devoured 3 Nirvana realm evil infants and refined them, he would undoubtedly reap tremendous benefits. Chu Yun cast his gaze towards the direction of the heavenly demon maiden and her companions. Upon observing that Meng Rushua had fallen into a precarious situation, he furrowed his brow but made no move, as if waiting for something. Emotionally and logically, she was the Chancellor's treasured jewel, a reincarnation of the fated Empress. Chu Yun could not bear to watch her perish this night. Boom! At that moment, as Yin Song had cornered Meng Rushua, a thunderous roar reverberated through the remnant Moon Valley. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning swept through the space between them, effortlessly shattering the heavenly demon maiden's magical restraints, whisking Meng Rushua away into the night sky. The entire battlefield shifted in less than a breath. Meng Rushua's figure had vanished from sight. What? Yin Song was taken aback, glancing back in astonishment, his soul sense pursuing, yet finding not a trace. The heavenly demon maiden gazed towards the direction of Meng Rushua's disappearance, her pupils deepening as she murmured, Master Realm. At that moment, Chu Yun and Night Swallow happened to arrive, realizing she had set up a backup plan, but regrettably, she had managed to escape. In the entire Great Xia Dynasty, a woman with such capabilities at the fragmentation realm was unheard of. My young friend, may I ask who this lady truly is? Yin Song inquired gravely. We are also uncertain of her identity. However, it is fortunate that Elder Yin and the 3 ladies are unharmed, Chu Yun replied. My young friend speaks the truth. I'm truly grateful for your assistance tonight. Otherwise, I fear I would have met my demise at the hands of that woman. May I inquire as to your origins? Yin Song understood Chu Yun's reluctance to divulge the woman's identity and did not press further. Nonetheless, he still wished to express his gratitude for their life-saving intervention. Elder Yin, I am Chu Yun. This lady's surname is Yu, and she is to be my future wife. Chu Yun introduced himself with a bold face. Chu Yun? That name rings a bell. Chu Yun, the 9th prince. Yin Song's pupils widened, his expression shifting dramatically. It is best for Elder Yin to be informed of this. I would appreciate it if you could keep tonight's events confidential. I do not wish for a 5th person to learn of this matter, Chu Yun said with a faint smile. Yin Song was internally shaken. The 9th prince possessed the ability to control evil infants. Such power was terrifying. If this were to leak, it would send shockwaves throughout the imperial city. Moreover, this Lady Yu was no ordinary person. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, with a captivating presence, but she also possessed formidable strength, nearing the Nirvana realm's pinnacle. How could two individuals be so extraordinarily gifted? The ninth prince was truly a hidden marvel. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall speak not a word of this. No matter who inquires, I will claim ignorance. Yin Song vowed immediately. Excellent, let us leave it at that. Exioner, let us depart. The heavenly demon maiden turned to leave alongside Chu Yun and Night Swallow. Yin Song watched their departing figures, his heart unsettled. Such a prodigy as the ninth prince could jeopardize the crown prince's position. On the way back, the heavenly demon maiden asked, How did you control the evil infants? Thus far, no one in the Yuan realm possesses such capability. Chu Yun smiled nonchalantly. It is a natural gift. I suppose I am simply fortunate. The heavenly demon maiden regarded him suspiciously. Is this truly an innate ability? Chu Yun nodded. Indeed, it is the genuine article. After a moment of silence, the heavenly demon maiden cautioned, You must be careful in the future. Such power should not be flaunted. You are unaware of the consequences of possessing this ability. It is no exaggeration to say that if word of your control over evil infants reaches certain powerful factions in the Yuan realm, you, along with the Great Xia Dynasty, will face dire calamity. Hearing her words, Chu Yun's playful demeanor gradually shifted to seriousness. Fear not. I am well aware that a commoner is innocent. Yet possessing a treasure brings trouble. I understand this principle better than anyone. Not far from the imperial city, in a secluded forest, a bolt of lightning flashed, and Meng Ruxue appeared. She remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings and asking, Who are you? Why did you save me? Silence enveloped her, with no reply. Meng Ruxue's brow furrowed. The individual had likely departed. Yet, she could not fathom why a figure of Master Realm caliber would save her without cause. Simultaneously, she was still reeling from the revelation that Chu Yun could control evil infants. A pinnacle Nirvana realm evil infant. Could it be him? After a moment of contemplation, a name surfaced in Meng Ruxue's mind. Xiao Yin, from the Smoke and Rain Tower, who had possessed a pinnacle Nirvana realm evil infant. Her expression turned grave, but she was also injured. The immediate priority was to return to the Chancellor's residence under the cloak of night. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Chu Yun was hurriedly approached by Luo Feng. Your Highness, there is trouble. Luo Feng's anxious expression, Chu Yun inquired, What has happened? Luo Feng's face was serious as he replied, Today in court, the Chancellor accused 4 third-rank officials of embezzlement and other violations of the Great Xia laws. His Majesty was furious and ordered their titles revoked, their 9 clans punished, and all imprisoned in the Sky Prison pending judgment. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun retorted, What does this have to do with me? Luo Feng continued, Your Highness, do you know the identities of these 4 individuals? They are all key figures in the Queen's faction, and their combined power is nearly equivalent to that of a first-rank official. Their capture is akin to plucking out one of the Queen's eyes. Chapter 47. The Chancellor's Allegiance, the thunderous departure from the city. Upon hearing these words, a serious expression enveloped Chu Yun's face. The Chancellor is mobilizing the Queen's faction. If I am not mistaken, this matter has likely been plotted alongside my father. The Chancellor has now aligned with me. His actions against those individuals are primarily intended to incite unrest in the Eastern Palace. After a moment of calm contemplation, Chu Yun arrived at a significant conclusion. The incriminating evidence against those officials was evidently already in the Chancellor's possession. The timing of its public revelation serves to announce to the world that he, the foremost power in the Great Xia, has completely severed ties with the Queen's faction, even declaring enmity. With Meng Changzhong re-entering the fray, the Queen and the Crown Prince could not possibly remain passive. Since the Chancellor and my father have initiated this game, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I shall enter the fray. With this determination, a confident smile graced Chu Yun's face. Your Highness, what shall we do next? Luo Feng inquired solemnly. Someone, Van Lei, Chu Yun instructed. Understood. Before long, the esteemed Wan Lei entered the room. Your Highness, Chu Yun note that, Van Lei, I have summoned you for a specific task that requires you to venture outside the city. Your command shall be fulfilled, Wan Lei replied respectfully. The influence of the Queen's faction is substantial within the imperial city, yet extends to various other provinces as well. I need you to devise a method to eliminate each faction on this list, leaving no survivors. Furthermore, inflict whatever torment you deem fit, ensuring they understand you are my subordinate. Do you comprehend? Chu Yun handed Wan Lei a list densely filled with the names of at least several dozen influential families. The strength of these factions is not inferior to that of the Jihua sect or the Yi family. Some even boast ancestors at the peak of the Nirvana realm, serving as the backbone of the Queen's faction. After taking the list, Wan Lei assured, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand what must be done." Chu Yun had two primary objectives in assigning this task to Wan Lei. The first was to strike a blow against the Queen's faction. The second was to leverage the influence of these factions to acquire corresponding editing points. He could not solely focus on the imperial city. If he wished to amass significant editing points, targeting the other provinces would prove advantageous. Once Wan Lei departed, Luo Feng remarked, "Your Highness, what of us?" Luo Feng recognized that with Wan Lei dispatched to eradicate the Queen's faction in other provinces, tranquility within the imperial city was no longer feasible. "Commander Luo, accompany me to the Chancellor's residence," Chu Yun ordered. "Yes, Your Highness." Both understood that this visit would inevitably expose their connection to the Chancellor's residence. Of course, this was precisely what Chu Yun desired. To recruit allies, it was imperative to showcase the strength on his side. The Chancellor's public alignment had indeed provided Chu Yun with the greatest assistance. Within the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong sat in a dark mood, surrounded by Chu Yuan, the Black Iron King, Wang Hansua, the Duke of Guanshan, and numerous courtiers, each displaying a grim countenance. "Meng Changzhong's actions have openly severed ties with us," the Black Iron King stated coldly. Wang Hansua's expression shifted, his gaze turning icy. Word from Her Majesty indicates that the two attendants she dispatched were unable to even enter the Chancellor's residence. It appears he no longer wishes to engage in further explanations with us. With a stern face, the Crown Prince remarked, "I still cannot fathom why he has chosen this course of action. What benefits does opposing us bring to the Chancellor's residence? For many years, the Chancellor's residence and they have enjoyed a peaceful coexistence. Meng Changzhong's sudden eruption has caught everyone off guard." The Duke of Guanshan and the Black Iron King shared the same perplexity, unable to understand Meng Changzhong's motives. "I have perused the charges against those individuals. I have seen the evidence in the dungeons. Meng Changzhong's grip is lethal. Their fates are sealed, and even the Queen and the National Master cannot save them," Chu Yuan declared coldly. Evidently, Meng Changzhong had prepared well in advance. The volume of evidence could not have been amassed in a mere day. Wang Hansua said with a furrowed brow, "Eldest brother, could this matter be related to Chu Yun?" Before Chu Rong could respond, a figure clad in a black robe, wielding a dragon-headed scepter and bearing a face etched with age, slowly entered through the palace door. His triangular eyes instilled a sense of dread, and though he concealed his aura, the pressure he emanated was palpable among those present. Upon seeing the elder, everyone, including Crown Prince Chu Rong, rose to their feet. "We greet the National Master." "National Master, why did you not inform me of your arrival beforehand?" the Crown Prince asked, stepping forward to greet him. The National Master, Feng Tianzhong, was a figure of the previous generation. If one were to trace lineage, both the current Emperor of the Great Xia and Meng Changzhong were his juniors. The Crown Prince's respectful demeanor reflected the National Master's unassailable status within the Queen's faction. "It would be unreasonable for me not to come in light of such a significant event. Your Highness, you may not yet be aware, but I have received definitive news. Not long ago, the ninth Prince, Chu Yun, has entered the Chancellor's residence." This revelation sent a tremor through all present in the hall. Chu Yun indeed. Meng Changzhong has chosen Chu Yun. The Crown Prince's expression turned to one of shock, his mind racing with confusion. Why would Meng Changzhong choose Chu Yun? In terms of cultivation, he surpassed Chu Yun by leaps and bounds. In terms of connections, he was far superior. Even if the Shi family were strong, the divine sect could withstand them. Moreover, he had allies beyond just the divine sect. Thus, regardless of the perspective, Meng Changzhong's choice of Chu Yun seemed a foolhardy gamble. Why would he do this? Perhaps it is not merely his choice, but the emperor's decision as well, the national master intoned. The crown prince trembled at the mention of his father. Father. A realization dawned upon him, and his expression darkened further. After sitting on this throne for so many years, to relinquish it without a fight, no matter who it is a delusion, whether or not it was voluntary. The situation had reached an impasse. Since they had made their move, it was only natural that they retaliate. The national master's eyes glimmered with depth, Your Highness. With such resolve, you do not disappoint me. Rest assured, those who dare to act against us shall inevitably face repercussions. Chu Yun may perish once, but he can certainly perish a second time. With a cold glint in his eye, the national master continued, Your Highness, let us proceed to the palace to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Very well, national master. We shall go at once. Their entrance into the palace would signal the impending counteroffensive from the Queen's faction, which would soon unfold. Chapter 48. The Ascendance of the Malevolent Infant, the Night Devourer. In the grand hall of the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Yun and Meng Changzhong sat across from each other, while Luo Feng remained quietly seated beside them. Meng Changzhong brewed a pot of tea, fully aware from the moment Chu Yun entered the estate that the ninth prince had grasped the underlying intentions behind his actions. It seemed that His Highness had come with a purpose, likely to put on a show for those watching. With that in mind, Meng Changzhong inquired, Have you considered how you will respond next? Chu Yun replied with a gentle smile, With the Prime Minister on my side, what have I to fear? Moreover, both the Prime Minister and my father seem eager to provoke them. If they do not act, our efforts would be rendered meaningless. Meng Changzhong continued, You must already know who the true mastermind behind the events of years past is. Over the years, His Majesty has contemplated stripping the Crown Prince of his title more than once, but various factors have thwarted those intentions. Now that you have returned, showcasing your evident talents, it is clear that you far surpass the Crown Prince. This may finally allow His Majesty to realize his long-held ambitions. After taking a sip of tea, Chu Yun, feeling contemplative, remarked seriously, I am not so benevolent. The grievances of the past cannot be settled with merely the title of Crown Prince. Their blood must be the price of justice. This imperial city is inevitably destined to witness a significant bloodbath. Meng Changzhong did not immediately respond, recognizing that one cannot advise another to act kindly without having endured their suffering. Furthermore, as Chu Yun was to inherit the throne, he must possess a heart steel for the task. Your Highness, since I have already aligned myself with you, I shall certainly assist you in obtaining everything you seek. I have also received word that the State Master has gone to the Eastern Palace, likely to meet with the Crown Prince and the Empress. Based on my understanding of them, they will soon retaliate against me and you as well. Meng Changzhong's tone remained calm, undeterred by the impending threat from the Empress's faction. Chu Yun shared this composure, aware that his uncle still resided in the palace. Regardless of the Empress's machinations against him, the first step would be to draw his uncle away. Otherwise, with his uncle present, even the leader of the divine sect could not touch Chu Yun. What do you think their next move will be? Chu Yun asked, his expression steady. Meng Changzhong shook his head, lifting his teacup. I cannot say. However, it is certain that, for now, they will not act against your safety. The Asura Sovereign remains in the city, and they lack the capability to challenge you. A smile crept onto Chu Yun's lips. Prime Minister, if we were to wait for their actions, why not take the initiative and strike first? Meng Changzhong paused, his gaze sharpening. Are you suggesting we target the families within the city? Chu Yun replied, Since we have torn the veil, why not widen the rift? I understand your concerns about the potential repercussions of making too much noise, which might provide the Empress's faction with an opportunity to exploit our actions, correct? Meng Changzhong, somewhat astonished, asked, Since you are aware of the risks, do you perhaps have a plan? If I told you that neither the Empress nor the State Master could find any incriminating evidence against us? Chu Yun flashed a confident smile. Meng Changzhong studied him deeply. After about half an hour, Chu Yun and Luo Feng departed from the Prime Minister's residence. The only reason he dared to visit was that he knew Meng Ruxue would be tending to her injuries. Thus he felt no worry about encountering her. Otherwise, even if he had to visit, he would have war amassed to avoid any complications should he cross paths with Meng Ruxue. That night, within the prince's residence. Two distinguished guests arrived, cloaked in black robes to conceal their identities. Upon entering the grand hall, they shed their cloaks. One was Yin Song, the eldest elder of the Yin family, while the other, a middle-aged man slightly younger than Yin Song, had graying temples and exuded a formidable presence that far surpassed Yin Song's. Elder Yin, it is a pleasure to meet you again. You must be the head of the Yin family, Yin Ding. I have heard much about you. Chu Yun greeted them with polite warmth. Having witnessed the previous events, Yin Song held the ninth prince in the highest esteem, having been thoroughly impressed. Your Highness, you flatter me. You are every bit as distinguished as the rumors suggest. Yin Ding replied courteously. Please, have a seat, Chu Yun invited. Once they were seated, he addressed them directly. I believe you both have guessed the purpose of my invitation tonight. Thus, I will speak plainly. Given the current situation, only one side can emerge victorious from the conflict with the Empress's faction. The Yin family has remained neutral, not entangled in the affairs of the imperial power struggle. However, once this conflict escalates, no family within the imperial city will be able to escape unscathed. Head Yin, you must understand my meaning. Chu Yun's words were blunt, directly illuminating the reality of their precarious position. Once the struggle for imperial power commenced, the neutral forces within the city would inevitably be drawn into the fray. Perpetual neutrality was unsustainable unless they possessed the strength to rival the entire Great Xia Dynasty. Listening intently, Yin Ding and Yin Song pondered his words. Your Highness, I grasp your intent. Indeed, as you stated, once this vortex of imperial power expands, the Yin family cannot remain neutral forever. However, I wish to know why we should choose you, Yin Ding inquired candidly. Though the Prime Minister's residence currently supports you, the odds still favor the Eastern Palace, he continued, seeking a compelling reason for their allegiance. Is my identity as Xiao Yin coupled with this, Chu Yun declared, his voice firm. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of the sovereign-level malevolent infant enveloped the entire room. Merely a hint of this power plunged Yin Ding and Yin Song into a state of shock, as if they had been cast into the abyss. The shadow of the night devourer materialized behind Chu Yun, its sinister eyes seemingly capable of dictating their very existence. At that moment, Chu Yun resembled a deity of malevolence, commanding the realms around him. The sovereign-level malevolent infant. Yin Ding gasped, drenched in sweat as he struggled against the terrifying pressure. Yin Song was equally astounded. Didn't he just reach the peak of nirvana last time? How has he ascended to sovereign level so soon? Is this some kind of joke? A new realm every day. Enough. That will suffice. Chu Yun gestured, and the oppressive aura of the night devourer receded. The two members of the Yin family exhaled in relief, having been immobilized by just a fragment of that overwhelming might. It was utterly terrifying. Chapter 49. In the dead of night, the annihilation of the aristocratic families. The malevolent infant of the sovereign realm. Ninth Prince you are Xiao Yin? You can still control the malevolent infant. The astonishment in Yin Ding's tone was barely concealed. As a formidable peak Nirvana realm expert and one of the strongest of the Yin family, he found himself visibly tense before Chu Yun. This is something Elder Yin Song should understand better than you. Yin family head, this evening I have revealed these matters to you with utmost sincerity. Moreover, I can offer the Yin family a promise. Once the struggle for imperial power concludes, the Yin family shall rise to become the foremost family in the imperial city. Chu Yun, by demonstrating his own worth, painted a grand vision for the two of them. This vision was not only enticing, but also within Chu Yun's capabilities to fulfill. Yin Ding's pupils widened in shock as he turned to Yin Song. The latter nodded. Indeed, as His Highness has stated, this is all true. In my opinion, His Highness's talents far surpass those of the Crown Prince. Since the Yin family must choose a side, I am more inclined to align with His Highness. Yin Song's crucial support further stirred doubts within Yin Ding's heart. Overwhelmed by shock, he began to seriously contemplate the matter. This night, he had thoroughly recognized Chu Yun's value. Merely his ability to control a sovereign realm malevolent infant was sufficient to sway the entire situation. After a moment of deep contemplation, Yin Ding steeled his expression and made a decision. Very well. Since your highness is so sincere, The Yin family shall not betray your trust. From now on, the Yin family are willing to heed your command. With the Yin family's allegiance secured, Chu Yun's mood lifted as he smiled. Excellent, head of the Yin family. I assure you, in the future, you will surely rejoice for making such a profoundly wise decision tonight. Half an hour later, under the cover of darkness, Yin Ding and his companion stealthily departed, unnoticed by anyone in the Imperial Prince's residence. The Yin family's decision further expanded the web of connections surrounding Chu Yun. In the early hours of the morning, Chu Yun sat gracefully at the fishing platform in the backyard, with Luo Feng standing quietly and steadily behind him, as if they were awaiting something. Focus. The Sovereign of Thunder annihilates 100 Snake Island. Master receives 3,000 editing points. The Sovereign of Thunder annihilates 1,000 Leaf Pavilion. Master receives 2,800 editing points. The Sovereign of Thunder brutally slaughters Elder Pushuan. Master receives 1,200 editing points. The Sovereign of Thunder brutally slaughters the one-eyed old demon. Master receives 900 editing points. Within Chu Yun's mind, the mechanical notifications from the system echoed incessantly. The Sovereign of Thunder had indeed lived up to his expectations, earning him over 10,000 editing points in just one day. Such efficiency was astounding. However, given the number of factions he had eradicated, he believed the news would spread by tomorrow. Moreover, the deceased were all key figures of the Empress's faction. If he were the Empress, he would undoubtedly realize that a Sovereign Realm expert had intervened. Should the Sovereign of Thunder choose to act again, his efficiency would surely be somewhat affected. Simultaneously, Luo Feng received a message. He immediately reported, "Your Highness, the matter has been handled. Tonight's patrol team has been diverted." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun lifted his gaze slightly to admire the bright moon, revealing a hint of a charming smile. "Then let us depart." Indeed, in the Imperial City, the Li family stands as a renowned aristocratic family, possessing a peak Nirvana Realm ancestor. The current family head is also a mid-level Nirvana Realm expert, although their foundation does not rival that of the Yin family. They rank among the top 5 families in the Imperial City. At the stroke of midnight within the Li residence, head of the Li family, Li Feng, was comfortably asleep in bed with his 2 wives. Suddenly, Li Feng's eyes flew open, and he sprang up. "Who is it?" His pupils dilated as he scanned the brightly lit room, only to find that the 2 women beside him had become cold corpses. A faint smile graced Chu Yun's face as he sat at the table, one foot casually resting on a chair, his expression one of amusement. "Wives, you Shai Di." Witnessing the lifeless forms of his beloved, Li Feng's face contorted in horror, fury surging to his brain. With reddened eyes, he unleashed his Nirvana power and lunged towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun remained unflinching, his gaze calm and composed as he regarded him. "An ant dares to harm my master? What do you take me for?" Suddenly, a sinister figure flashed at the doorway, a young man appearing before Chu Yun, casually unleashing the malevolent infant's chains, enveloping the room in malevolent energy and sending Li Feng flying. The chains tightly coiled around his body, causing excruciating pain that pierced his very marrow, restricting his soul's power under the weight of the malevolent infant's force. Thud! Li Feng's body crashed heavily to the ground, racked with pain that left him trembling. His features contorted. "Sovereign. Sovereign Realm. Who are you?" "My Li family is aligned with the Empress. Do you not fear the National Master and the Empress seeking revenge on you?" Li Feng gasped in agony. The young man was, of course, Yitan. After refining the 3 malevolent infants of the Nirvana Realm, he had successfully broken through to the Sovereign Realm, and he owed a debt of gratitude to Meng Rushue. Hearing Li Feng's words, a smirk curled upon Chu Yun's lips. "I am Chu Yun, the 9th Prince of the Great Xia Dynasty." "What? You are Chu Yun?" Li Feng's pupils widened in shock, a multitude of emotions, shock, hatred, anger, and sorrow, flashing across his face. Li Feng's anger level reaches 93%. Not yet at 100%. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately devised another plan. "Let us bring him out, so his family may reunite." "As you wish, Master." Yitun Chaklet. He then dragged Li Feng along with the malevolent infant's chains, following Chu Yun. Within the expansive courtyard of the Li family, A barrier of malevolent energy enveloped everything, rendering sound and sight imperceptible to the outside world. Chu Yun and Yi Tun led Li Feng into the barrier. In the next moment, Li Feng's expression transformed from rage to terror. Grand Elder, Ancestor, even you. Li Feng's despair deepened as he beheld the scene before him. Inside the barrier, the courtyard was filled with over 1,000 members of the Li family, all subdued by Yi Tun's power, including the Grand Elder of the Nirvana realm and the family's ancestor. Luo Feng and the celestial demoness stood coldly to the side, their gazes devoid of any compassion as they regarded the Li family members. In the struggle for imperial power, it was the subordinate factions of each camp that first fell victim to the ruthless hand. This was clear to Luo Feng, and the Li family was equally aware. They simply had not anticipated that the ninth prince, Chu Yun, would have such formidable allies by his side. It was utterly unforeseen. Ninth prince, could you grant my Li family a chance? If you spare us today, we are willing to leave the imperial city and never again involve ourselves in the affairs of imperial power. Chapter 50. The annihilation of the three great families. A tremendous upheaval. At this moment, Li Feng collapsed onto the ground, beseeching Chu Yun. As the head of the Li family, he bore the weight of responsibility. He could not bear to witness the annihilation of the Li family at his own hands. Chu Yun, upon hearing this, remained expressionless. Li family head, how can you still be so naive at your age? Fenger, cease your lamentations. The victors and the vanquished are determined tonight. The Li family has perished. But that does not equate to your victory. Chu Yun, the Empress will undoubtedly seek vengeance for us. Even in death, we shall await you in the afterlife. In stark contrast, the disheveled ancestor of the Li family, possessing the Nirvana realm, was far more lucid. He understood that pleading for mercy was futile. Since Chu Yun was intent on vying for the crown prince, he would not spare them. Old man, you see things clearly. With that, Chu Yun declared, then let us send you on your way first. Night Swallow. Yes, master. Night Swallow grinned, extending his tongue to lick his lips, and then an ominous shadow of a wicked infant erupted from within him, resembling a monstrous spirit from the abyss. It opened its gaping maw and devoured the ancestor whole. Night Swallow has slain the Li family ancestor, gaining 7,000 editing points. A peak Nirvana realm cultivator, though the enmity was not yet fully realized, the 7,000 editing points were nonetheless substantial. Ancestor, the members of the Li family cried out in sorrowful anguish. Their ancestor was dead, and the pillar of the Li family had crumbled. In the next moment, Chu Yun glanced at Luo Feng, who understood immediately and dragged 3 young boys from the crowd. Father, father, save me, please, father. These children were the young masters of the Li family, the biological offspring of Li Feng. No, no, my children. Li Feng could only watch helplessly as the 3 were thrown into the air by Luo Feng, and the wicked infant's shadow opened its abyssal mouth once more, consuming them. Night Swallow has slain the 3 sons of the Li family, gaining 400 editing points. Li Feng's enmity level has reached 100%. Li Feng, this foolish creature, had been thoroughly nurtured in his rage. Well then, this farce should come to an end. Night Swallow, Chu Yun slowly turned away and commanded, leave none alive. Understood, Night Swallow replied joyfully. Luo Feng and the demoness followed Chu Yun as they gradually exited the barrier. Chu Yun, you shall not escape a wretched fate. I shall curse you even in death. You will surely descend into hell. You will. Ah. Li Feng's voice abruptly ceased, replaced by the desperate roars and wails of the thousands of Li family members facing despair. Yet, this lasted merely an instant, as the wicked infant's maw devoured everything, transforming the entire Li residence into a mausoleum. Night Swallow has slain Li Feng, gaining 6,000 editing points. Night Swallow has slain the Grand Elder of the Li family, gaining 4,000 editing points. Night Swallow has slain the Li family. With the annihilation of the Li family, Chu Yun amassed over 20,000 editing points. However, upon concluding with the Li family, they did not return to the prince's residence, but instead proceeded toward another family estate. The following day, a shocking piece of news erupted, causing the entire imperial city to boil with commotion. In a single night, Among the top 10 families in the Great Xia imperial city, Li, Su, and Yu families, every individual had mysteriously vanished without a trace. Aside from a few merchants remaining and some clan members who were away, all others, including the high-ranking officials, had disappeared overnight, their whereabouts unknown. Moreover, these three families were staunch supporters of the Empress. Once this news broke, the entire imperial city was thrown into a frenzy. Various theories circulated, some suggesting that the members of the three families had been slain. Others speculated they might be hiding in secrecy, plotting rebellion. Still, others believed they had fled the city during the night to seek refuge in a rival nation. In any case, the discussions were rampant. Given the gravity of the situation, the emperor, upon learning of this, immediately dispatched shadow guards for a thorough investigation. In the imperial palace, in a pavilion within a back garden, was this truly the doing of the ninth prince? How did that lad manage it? Could it be the work of the Shura? The Emperor of Great Xia appeared somewhat astonished, deeply taken aback by the report from Meng Changzhong. Meng Changzhong shook his head no. The ninth prince stated that the disappearance of these three families must remain a mystery. Thus it cannot be the work of the Shura. After all, once the Shura leaves the palace, the Empress would inevitably receive word. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The ninth prince possesses such capabilities? It seems I need not worry any further. Suddenly, the Emperor received a message from the shadow guards. He opened the spiritual message, and his expression changed. Now, this is quite interesting. What is it, Your Majesty? Meng Changzhong inquired immediately. See for yourself. The Emperor handed the spiritual message to him. After taking a glance, Meng Changzhong's expression altered. Qinya Pavilion, Ba Island, these are all factions aligned with the Empress. How could they all be eradicated in a single day? The Emperor nodded. The most crucial point is that no traces of the assailants can be found. This implies that the perpetrators are likely only a handful, or perhaps just one person. Meng Changzhong's expression shifted, a venerable one. The Emperor's gaze deepened. Which venerable do you think could be responsible? Such actions are evidently aimed at removing the Empress's allies, suggesting profound enmity. Meng Changzhong pondered for a long while, but could not fathom who would dare eliminate the Empress's factions at such a critical juncture. The key detail was that it aligned perfectly with the ninth prince's actions, one striking within the imperial city, the other targeting other states and regions. What a remarkable coincidence. Enough. Return for now. I shall send someone to investigate and see how the Empress intends to handle this matter. Yes, Your Majesty. In the ninth prince's residence, Chu Yun awoke late into the afternoon, as spring, summer, autumn, and winter helped him don his attire. Upon opening the door, he immediately yawned several times in succession. Your Highness, what were you up to last night? You seem rather listless, Xiao Chun remarked, daring to jest. Chu Yun playfully pinched her nose. If you doubt my vitality, would you care to test it? Xiao Chun's face turned as red as an apple. Your Highness, the other three maidens laughed heartily at this exchange. At that moment, Luo Feng approached leisurely. Your Highness, you are awake. Chu Yun nodded and addressed the four maidens. All right, you may all leave now. Yes, Your Highness. After the four departed, Chu Yun turned serious and inquired. Luo Tongling, what is the situation? Chapter 51. Master Xianyuozi arrives in February. Your Highness, the news of the sudden disappearance of the Li family and the other two major clans has spread throughout the royal city. In addition, the massacre of forces such as Ba Island and Qinya Pavilion has also reached the capital from other states. It is likely that the Queen's faction has already received the news. Luo Feng replied earnestly. Hearing this, Chu Yun maintained a calm expression, as everything was within his expectations. Understood. For now, instruct the people in the manor to remain inside and await news from ensnared. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng then took his leave. For Chu Yun, there was no need for further action at this point. He simply needed to wait for the East Palace to make its move. Moreover, tomorrow would mark the 10th day of the agreement between Xiao Yin and Wang Han, at which point Chu Yun would not hold back. He intended to capture them all in one fell swoop. Alert! Background editing cooldown has completed. As the 7-day background editing cooldown came to an end, Chu Yun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before returning to his room and closing the door. Checking editing points. Editing points, 58,000. The over 50,000 editing points were accumulated from the destruction of the three clans last night, combined with the forces obliterated by the Wanlei Zunjia. Over 50,000. How exhilarating. He immediately began to examine the available background identities. Destined Empress Meng Rushua's unresolved past. 8,000 editing points. Only disciple of Xianyuozi. 10,000 editing points. Master of the Rakshasa sect. 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Heavenly Saint King. 20,000 editing points. He could now edit these backgrounds. However, the unfortunate reality was that he could only select one this time. The others would have to wait for another 7 days. After much contemplation, Chu Yun ultimately settled on the most cost-effective background, Xianyuozi's only disciple. According to the system's description, Xianyuozi was a supreme being, and not just any supreme, he was unparalleled. With such a master backing him, what else did he need a plan? A simple plea for assistance would suffice to eradicate the entire Queen's faction with a single sword strike. System, I choose to edit this background, disciple of Xianyuozi. Warm reminder, Master Xianyuozi is currently in a remote ancient secret realm in the Yuan realm, far from the Great Xia Dynasty. Even if the Master edits this identity, it will take at least 2 months for him to arrive in the Great Xia Dynasty. What? 2 months? Then let me choose another. Brother of the Heavenly Saint King. Master, the Heavenly Saint King is in the Pure Land, even further away. It will take at least 6 months for him to arrive. Chu Yun's forehead was lined with frustration. Are you kidding me? Are all of them so distant from the Great Xia Dynasty? Am I to edit the background of the Misty Rain Tower instead? Master, the background of the disciple of Xianyuozi is indeed the most cost-effective choice. Once the editing is complete, in 2 months, everything in the Great Xia Dynasty will be at your command. As for the 2-month wait, the Master can exchange for some blind boxes, which may yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, the 7-day editing cooldown will soon pass. After a detailed explanation from the system, Chu Yun found some merit in its reasoning. He could wait 2 months for Xianyuozi. Once he arrived, he would have a supreme being at his back. What royal elders or queen's advisors would dare stand against him? They would kneel and sing his praises. Very well, let's proceed with the editing. Chu Yun ultimately decided to edit the background of being Xianyuozi's only disciple. Background editing in progress. Please wait. Cause and effect alteration completed. Identity reset successful. Alert. Congratulations, Master. Background editing successful. Instantly, a new memory surfaced in Chu Yun's mind. In Qingzhou, during his youth, he encountered a wandering swordsman clad in a cloud robe who sensed a connection with him and took him as his disciple. However, the swordsman wished for Chu Yun to endure trials in the outside world for his growth, leaving him only a sword soul jade, and resumed his travels. He instructed Chu Yun that whenever he faced insurmountable difficulties, he could use the sword soul jade to contact him, and he would come at once. This rather cool master was indeed formidable, a true sword immortal. Chu Yun now possessed a clear image of Xianyuozi's appearance and his stance when wielding a sword. Similarly, with a resetting of cause and effect, Xianyuozi would also have memories of taking Chu Yun as his disciple. Slowly, Chu Yun retrieved a jade resembling a long sword from his possession. This was the Sword Soul Jade. Master, your disciple is now the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Due to the struggle for imperial power, life and death must be divided. Thus, I humbly request your assistance. Chu Yun transmitted this message into the Sword Soul Jade. In a mysterious, ancient, secret realm, amidst a desolate and blood-soaked wasteland, over a dozen colossal demon kings, towering like mountains, lay lifeless, their blood long dried and turned to stone. The precision of their wounds indicated they had all fallen to a singular sword chi. Such powerful demon kings, akin to the status of human celestial beings, have been dispatched in an instant by a single sword. At the heart of the wasteland, within a valley, a swordsman in a cloud robe held a sword and unleashed a sword chi, cleaving the vast sky and creating a massive rift akin to a tear in the heavens. A great demon lord, hiding in the void, met its demise as the swordsman severed its head with a single stroke. The massive skull, the size of a mansion, tumbled from the void, its body lost within. This great demon lord had once possessed the cultivation of a supreme beast, but was nonetheless vanquished by the cloud-robed swordsman with a single strike. The swordsman's gaze remained unchanged as he prepared to continue his journey when suddenly, the sword's soul jade at his waist began to emit a radiant glow. He picked it up and heard Chu Yun's voice along with his message. This young man, it had indeed been over a decade since they last met. Very well. Chu Yun, wait for your master. Xianyuozi sent a message back through the sword soul jade, then turned to depart towards the exit of the secret realm. Upon receiving Xianyuozi's response, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. In just 2 months, the end of the queen and her faction would be at hand. Overjoyed, he then recalled the remaining editing points. After spending 10,000, he still had 48,000 left, which could be used to purchase cultivation cards or open blind boxes. Chapter 52. The Unveiling of the Blind Box and the Queen's Counterattack. With 48,000 remaining, the options available to him were considerable, yet meager at the same time. Simply exchanging for cultivation enhancement cards was evidently less advantageous than opening blind boxes. He first utilized 15,000 editing points to redeem a Broken Realm cultivation card. Subsequently, he used 32,000 points to acquire 8 golden blind boxes. After this expenditure, only 1,000 editing points remained. Exchange successful. Treasures have been fully sent to the system warehouse. Would the master like to open them? Open. Chu Yun responded without hesitation. Opening. Congratulations, master. You have obtained 2 Nirvana Realm Peak summoning cards, 1 Minor Realm enhancement card for the Venerable Realm, 1 Venerable Realm summoning card, 1 Life Liquid, 1 Breath of the Celestial Lord, 1 Divine Ability, Celestial Fire, Vermilion Bird, and 1 Venerable Eye. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. The issuance of these rewards filled Chu Yun with a sense of novelty. System, please introduce these treasures. System, certainly. Life Liquid. A single drop can restore a person's injuries to their original state. Even the most severe soul disintegration and primordial injuries can be instantly healed, a supreme level treasure. Breath of the Celestial Lord. Upon use, grants 10 breaths worth of celestial power at the heavenly aspect. Divine Ability. Celestial Fire, Vermilion Bird. This divine ability has 5 tiers. Upon reaching the 2nd tier, one can transform into the Vermilion Bird, descending heavenly fire to incinerate all impurities in the world. Venerable Eye. The eyes of a Venerable Realm cultivator can only be fused by those at the Nirvana Realm level. After fusion, not only will one's strength increase, but one can also comprehend the profound mysteries of the Venerable Realm. Fortunate indeed, Chu Yun said. To acquire such treasures from blind boxes feels akin to winning the lottery in the past. Upon reading the descriptions, he felt an immense satisfaction. System. Let us first use the Broken Realm cultivation card. Using. As the cultivation card was employed, Chu Yun's aura surged like the wind, directly transcending the nascent soul realm and reaching the initial level of the Broken Realm. In his mind, he practiced the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird's divine ability. With the enhancement of the Celestial Blood Divine Root, it felt as if he possessed a learning cheat. Any spiritual technique or divine ability required only a brief mental rehearsal to achieve mastery. After several seconds, a red vermilion bird mark emerged on the inner side of his forearm, a testament to having grasped the 2nd tier of the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird. I must find an opportunity to test the might of the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird, he thought, gazing at the searing power contained in his palm. System. What level does my current strength belong to? System. Replying to the master, with the mastery of the Celestial Fire Vermilion Bird alone, you are already invincible within the Broken Realm and can contend with those in the early Nirvana Realm. Additionally, due to your previous substantial nurturing of the Blood Heaven world with blood crystals, the Blood Heaven world has expanded once more. Now, if you unleash your full power without reservation, your combat strength rivals that of the late Nirvana Realm. Chu Yun was somewhat astonished, not expecting his current combat prowess to extend to the late Nirvana Realm, which indeed brought him a measure of delight. Then I shall use the remaining items. He decided to remotely use the Minor Realm enhancement card for Venerable Realm on Wan Lei Venerable. Wan Lei Venerable, being at the late stage of the Venerable Realm, would achieve the pinnacle of that realm with further enhancement. Moreover, due to his constitution as a sacred body and his divine root being of the sacred grade, even among peers, his uncle would not stand a chance against Wan Lei Venerable. Remote enhancement in progress. Remote enhancement complete. Wan Lei's cultivation has been elevated to the pinnacle of the Venerable realm. Character summoning in progress. Character summoning successful. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared as if descending from the heavens, standing before Chu Yun. "Greetings, Your Highness." Among them stood an elderly man, exuding an aura that surpassed the others. He was indeed a venerable. The other 2 were both at the peak of the Nirvana realm. One was a handsome man clad in a black robe, adorned with a black dragon crown, while the other was a captivating woman, her figure serpentine and alluring. Though not quite rivaling the ethereal beauty of the celestial demoness, she possessed a unique charm of her own. Display their information. Name: Venerable Xia. Realm: Late Venerable Realm. Constitution: Fate Array Sacred Body. Divine Root: Sacred Grade. Name: Mu Rongyin. Realm: Peak Nirvana Realm. Constitution: Extreme Ice King Body. Divine Root: King Grade. Name: Fire Spirit Maiden. Realm: Peak Nirvana Realm. Constitution: Void Flame King Body. Divine Root: King Grade. Having reviewed their details, Chu Yun spoke. "There is no need for excessive formality. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Highness." Once they stood, Chu Yun scrutinized them before continuing. "From now on, you shall conceal your auras and refrain from revealing your cultivation levels. Do you understand?" "Yes, Your Highness." In the imperial harem, within a side hall, the national master Feng Tianzhong, divine sect leader Wang Hansua, and Crown Prince Chu Rong were seated on either side. At the head of the chamber sat a woman clad in a resplendent yellow phoenix robe, adorned with a 6-dragon 3-phoenix crown, a demeanor dignified, bearing a striking resemblance to Crown Prince Chu Rong. This individual was none other than the reigning Empress of the Great Xia Dynasty, Empress Lan Ji. "Your Majesty, I have confirmed the whereabouts of my people. Since last night, Shura has remained within the palace and has not left the city. As for Meng Changzhong, he too has stayed within his residence all night. This is the concrete information obtained from the Misty Rain Tower. Therefore, these 2 can be entirely ruled out." Feng Tianzhong stated slowly. Empress Lan Ji's expression darkened. In just one day, her faction had suffered losses exceeding 10,000. The disappearance of the 3 families of the Li clan likely indicated their demise. However, to achieve such a feat in a single night without leaving a trace, the perpetrator must possess at least the strength of a venerable. If we exclude these 2, does that not leave us without suspects? Could it be that this matter is the doing of Chu Yun and his associates? The Crown Prince's face also bore a grim countenance. Even now, they had uncovered not a single clue. Even a Misty Rain Tower was reportedly still investigating. Naturally, their suspicions fell upon the venerable level figures associated with Chu Yun. Yet with Shura and Meng Changzhong eliminated as suspects, they found themselves without any leads. It's impossible for Chu Yun to be a venerable, is it not? That would be utterly ridiculous. No, there is still one person. Within the imperial city, there exists another venerable who could be aiding Chu Yun. Empress Lan Ji's eyes gleamed with a sudden realization, as if an idea had struck her. Chapter 53. The target, Atai and Meng Ruxue. Could the queen be referring to Yinmu? Feng Tianjing's gaze flickered towards her, his voice tinged with gravity. Queen Lan Ji nodded faintly. He has not made an appearance for a long time. It is rumored that he is in seclusion, but the veracity of this remains uncertain. The Crown Prince and Wang Han's expressions subtly altered upon hearing Jinmu's name. For them, this name was undoubtedly thunderous. Jinmu is the commander of the entire Shadow Guard and the direct superior of Luo Feng. More crucially, he acts solely on the Emperor's command and is no ordinary figure of the revered realm. In the vast expanse of the Great Xia Dynasty, even the peak powerhouses among the revered, such as the Shura Revered and the Sect Master of the Divine Sect, cannot claim certain victory against him. Mother, if it is Jinmu, does that not imply? The Crown Prince's countenance darkened, a flicker of ferocity crossing his brow. The others in the hall understood his implication. The only one capable of commanding Jinmu in the entire imperial city is the Emperor of the Great Xia. This means that his father intends to deal with him? Chu Yun felt a tumult of anger within. This was all due to Chu Yun. Had he not returned, such matters would not have arisen. His Majesty's intentions likely involved making Chu Yun the heir. Meng Changzhong's allegiance to Chu Yun, in my opinion, is largely indicative of his influence, Feng Tianzhong added. Lan Ji's expression deepened. Having been married for many years, she was acutely aware of his methods. She was certain that behind all this, the Emperor's shadow loomed. It seemed he was using Chu Yun to gradually dismantle her support. If he wished to change the heir, as long as I am here, he shall never succeed. His time of decline is limited to 2 months at most. When that time comes, it will herald a change in the imperial city, and he shall have no means to reverse the situation. However, before that, these matters shall not be endured in silence. Since they have targeted my people, naturally it is an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A cold glint flickered in Lan Ji's eyes. What does the queen plan to do about those individuals? Feng Tianzhong inquired. Lan Ji contemplated seriously before responding. For now, we shall not act against Chu Yun. He is under Luo Feng's close protection and possibly even Jinmu's shadow, making the chances of killing him low. Thus, the chief steward of his household presents a commendable target, as does Meng Changzhong's daughter. Let's take the lives of these two to whet their appetite. Furthermore, I have instructed the Corpse In sect and Blood God sect to apply pressure on the Shur family's territory to force Shura out of the imperial city. After hearing the queen's words, the others nodded slightly. Targeting a Tai and Meng Rushua appears to be the most viable plan, and it would undoubtedly inflict substantial damage on Chu Yun's camp, especially Meng Rushua, the most beautiful woman of the younger generation in the Great Xia Dynasty. Should she perish, it would send shockwaves throughout the realm, including Meng Changzhong, who could not possibly remain calm. By the way, Mother, what about the other factions in the provinces? Who shall investigate? Chu Rong asked at that moment. This matter requires no concern. The Vice Master of the Divine Sect has personally gone to investigate, and I believe results will emerge shortly. Lan Ji recalled something and continued. By the way, you are to meet that Xiao Yin tomorrow, correct? Chu Rong nodded. Yes, Mother. The items have already been delivered to the Eastern Palace. Tomorrow at dawn, Elder Wang and the Black Iron King will proceed to the Tsangfeng mountain range to meet Xiao Yin. If all goes well, this extraordinary talent will become my guest tomorrow, and I shall immediately bring him to meet you, Mother. The Crown Prince held great expectations for Xiao Yin, even before their encounter. Lan Ji nodded. Good. I too wish to see what this overnight sensation truly looks like. In the Ninth Prince's manor, Chu Yun sat in a pavilion, deeply scrutinizing the Tianhua Ding in his hands. A steady footfall approached, and a figure stood before Chu Yun. Si Zhen, greeting His Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Rise. Si Zhen, do you have the confidence to dismantle the formation within this cauldron? Chu Yun had momentarily forgotten that the summoned Si Zhen was a practitioner with exceptional talent in formations. He's a master of formations. The ceiling of this Tianhua Ding is beyond the capability of the Thunder Revered, as he is unfamiliar with the formation path. However, Si Zhen may not be bound by such limitations. Chu Yun had always been curious about what was truly sealed within the Tianhua Ding. The millennium-old herb from the Wangxian Dao sect was stolen by Qin Kun, and its whereabouts remain unknown. Yet, Chu Yun had a premonition that the true sealed object within the Tianhua Ding would undoubtedly surpass the value of that millennium-old herb. Si Zhen took the cauldron, and a flash of blue light sparkled in his eyes as the ancient patterns inscribed upon it shimmered with radiance. After a thorough examination, Si Zhen provided a precise response. Your Highness, this sealing formation was likely arranged by a peak formation master of the Supreme Realm. Given my current cultivation, I can dismantle it, but it will require some time. How long? Within 2 months. The exact duration will depend on how much of the Supreme Realm's power remains within those formation patterns, Si Zhen replied. Another 2 months? Is it a coincidence that everything seems to conflict with this 2-month time frame? Upon hearing the estimated time required, Chu Yun could not help but express his frustration. Very well. Proceed with the dismantling. Let me know if you need anything, he instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Once Si Zhen departed with the Tianhua Ding, Chu Yun summoned Yi Tun and Luo Feng. Your Highness. Master, what is it? Yi Tun inquired curiously, standing beside Luo Feng. Tomorrow at dawn, the 10-day agreement I made with the Eastern Palace will come to fruition. At that time, Yi Tun, you shall accompany me to the Songfeng mountain range. Luo, Tongling, arrange matters at the city gates to ensure we erase any traces of our entry and exit. Chu Yun instructed the two. Yes, Your Highness. Rest assured, Master. A mere few Nirvana realm practitioners are like ants to me. Dealing with them will be a breeze, Luo Feng declared. Yi Tun's words seemed a bit lofty, while Luo Feng's expression turned stiff. He himself belonged to the Nirvana realm, and Yi Tun's remarks were somewhat offensive. Chu Yun cast him a sidelong glance and continued. I just received news from Xia. The Queen's faction intends to act against Tai and Meng Ruxue. Luo, Tongling, inform the Chancellor to be vigilant. As for Tai, let him leave the city during the day tomorrow. We shall lure the snake out of its hole. At this thought, a smile blossomed on Chu Yun's face. If the Queen's faction dares to follow Tai out of the city, they shall face dire consequences. Chapter 54. Chu Yun's guilt. Yes, Your Highness. I shall visit the Prime Minister's residence right away. Luo Feng was about to leave when he suddenly turned back, saying, Your Highness, regarding Miss Yu, I have something concerning her that I believe you should be informed about. Chu Yun Bodin get indeed. What is it? About 10 days ago, Miss Yu inquired whether Lord Wan Lei was present at the residence one night. Luo Feng replied. Chu Yun's brow furrowed slightly. Which day exactly? When? Luo Feng answered with certainty. The day after you and your companions returned from the Songfeng Mountains. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly asked, What was your response? I answered truthfully, Luo Feng replied. After listening, Chu Yun's expression darkened. He remained silent for a few moments before saying, All right, I understand. You may go. Understood. Luo Feng then proceeded to the Prime Minister's residence. Yi Tun, with a glint in his eye, quietly asked, Master, could it be that it was Lord Wan Lei who rescued Meng Ruxue last time? Chu Yun shot him a cold glance, the atmosphere turning tense, and said nothing. Feeling uneasy under Chu Yun's gaze, Yi Tun chuckled nervously. Master, I must attend to urgent matters, so I shall take my leave. With that, he hurriedly disappeared. Alone, Chu Yun sat in contemplation, his thoughts racing, ultimately manifesting as a deep sigh. Indeed, he had underestimated the heavenly demoness. Once a figure of imperial stature, her temperament was no less formidable than his own. Since the truth could not be concealed, it was better to be forthright. He would not allow misunderstandings to fester. Rising, Chu Yun made his way to the secret chamber where the heavenly demoness was in seclusion. Upon entering the chamber, he found the heavenly demoness seated calmly, sensing his arrival. She spoke with a cool demeanor. Is there something amiss? Nothing in particular. I simply wish to have a conversation. Chu Yun replied, finding a place to sit, his gaze laden with meaning. The heavenly demoness opened her eyes, revealing her striking purple-golden irises, and asked, What shall we discuss? How did you discover it? It was I who had Wan Lei rescue Meng Ruxue, Chu Yun admitted, somewhat sheepishly. The heavenly demoness remained composed, her expression surprisingly serene. You refer to this matter? The one who saved her was undoubtedly a being of considerable power, at least at the level of a respected elder. A respected elder could easily have annihilated us all, yet they chose merely to rescue Meng Ruxue without revealing their identity. This indicates that the rescuer feared exposure. Coupled with their mastery of thunderous power, a brief inquiry with Luo Feng revealed everything. Chu Yun was taken aback by her calm response. She seemed unfazed by the revelation. Then why did you not confront me immediately? Do you not hold me accountable? He asked sincerely. Her gaze remained steady. If you wished for me to know, you would have told me. If not, any inquiry on my part would yield only evasive excuses, which I find unnecessary. As for holding you accountable, you lack memories of your past life, and thus may harbor reservations towards me. I understand. I have mentioned before that time reveals all, and I shall not blame you for this. Her words left Chu Yun momentarily speechless, grappling with the realization that she still believed he had no memories of his past life, making her mistrust understandable. This thought stirred a pang of sorrow within him. He gazed at her, feeling a wave of affection, before stepping forward to embrace her tightly. Xia, I vow that such event shall not occur again. The heavenly demoness, caught in his embrace, gently rested her hands on his back. This was her first intimate encounter with a man, and the warmth of their bodies brought her a peculiar joy. Is your motive for saving her to prevent our conflict? She inquired, her mood lightening. Chu Yun ziplit gandili. Indeed, I wish to see an end to your strife, and even hope for a coexistence. Very well, I will agree to this, she responded. Chu Yun sprang to his feet, astonished. You agree? His disbelief was palpable. After all, they were sworn enemies, and yet she had consented so readily. Truth be told, neither of us, past or present, possesses an absolute certainty of vanquishing the other. Even back then, had you not allowed Wan Lei to rescue her, she might not have perished. One should not underestimate the trump card of a reincarnated emperor. Our long-standing rivalry has exhausted us both. I am willing to make concessions for you. However, persuading Meng Rushua may not prove as simple. The heavenly demoness shared her thoughts candidly. Chu Yun understood that her willingness to express these sentiments stemmed from her regard for him. As a man, he had no reason to falter in this endeavor. Rest assured, I will handle matters with Meng Rushua. You need not worry, he assured her before departing the chamber. Once outside, Chu Yun sighed deeply, his thoughts tangled. To have deceived a woman who cares for me so sincerely. I truly am a wretched creature. System, absolutely. The system responded unexpectedly. Chu Yun. System, are you feeling unwell? Do you need assistance? System. System, please do not think this way, master. You are a good man. Your intentions remain pure. You merely wish for harmony among them and a blissful family. Chu Yun, I appreciate that sentiment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night fell. Luo Feng had arranged everything at the city gates, and as midnight approached, Chu Yun, Yi Tun, and the respected elder Xijun stealthily exited the city. In precaution, Chu Yun had brought along Xijun. Additionally, 2 other groups were secretly leaving the city at the same hour, heading toward the same destination, Songfeng Mountains. One group consisted of individuals from the Eastern Palace, while the other was comprised of powerful figures from the Misty Rain Tower. Chapter 55. Storms gather over Songfeng. The 4 great elders. Atop Songfeng Mountain, Chu Yun remained masked, alongside the 2 figures of Yi Tun and Elder Xijun, who also concealed their appearances. As the dawn approached, Wang Hansua and Black Iron King gradually ascended from the mountainside, their silhouettes standing before Chu Yun and his companions. Wang Hansua's gaze swept across, noticing the 2 unfamiliar figures beside Chu Yun, yet he paid them little heed. Young Master Xiaoyan, you have arrived as promised. We have prepared the items for you. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a blood-red crystal and a box containing a sealed evil infant. This Millennium Blood Essence Stone is genuine, and the box contains an evil infant at the peak of the Nirvana realm. Young Master Xiaoyan, feel free to inspect. In a display of sincerity, Wang Hansua waved his hand gently, causing the 2 items to float effortlessly towards Chu Yun. After receiving and confirming their authenticity, Chu Yun nodded. Both items are in order. Thank you for your efforts. The subtle tone in Chu Yun's final words went unnoticed by Wang Hansua and Black Iron King, who mistook his politeness for formality. Black Iron King interjected, Young Master Xiaoyan, we have shown our sincerity. When do you intend to meet His Highness the Crown Prince? He has been waiting for you in the Eastern Palace tonight, eager to personally meet such a talented individual as yourself. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun smiled faintly, putting away the items. The Crown Prince's regard for Xiao Yan is indeed flattering. Wang Hansua continued, His Highness holds young Master Xiao in high esteem. With the Crown Prince's assistance and your innate talent, it will undoubtedly be a formidable alliance. In the future, the name of young Master Xiao will surely echo throughout the vast expanse of Daxia. Even at this moment, Wang Hansua continued to praise Chu Yun. The latter regarded the 2 with a knowing expression, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the name Xiao Yan, when associated with any crown prince, could bring renown to Daxia. However, regrettably, this crown prince is not Chu Rong. At this, the expressions of Wang Hansua and Black Iron King shifted, the former's face dark. What do you mean by that, young Master Xiao? Are you suggesting you wish to go back on your word? With an enigmatic smile, Chu Yun's voice turned cold. Even if I were to renege, what would you do about it? Their faces darkened further. Xiao Yan, I advise you against such folly. After taking the items, you think you can simply escape? Such good fortune does not exist in this world. Should you dare to go back on your word today, I assure you, you will lie down in the Songfeng mountain range. Black Iron King threatened coldly. Wang Hansua's imposing presence at the peak of the Nirvana realm began to emanate. A terrifying aura engulfing the mountaintop, exerting pressure upon Chu Yun as a warning of his power. Unfazed, Chu Yun regarded them with an amused glint in his eyes, casually suggesting, "Do as you wish. I am ready. Rest assured, my lord, leave it to me." Yi Tun chuckled. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of the evil infant erupted from him, akin to a tsunami, shattering Wang Hansua's oppressive force. Respectable elder, run. Wang Hansua and Black Iron King's faces turned pallid as they realized Yi Tun was a being of the Elder Realm. They had no time to contemplate. Instinctively, they attempted to flee. Now that you stand before me, do you think you can escape? Yi Tun felt their disdain for him was excessive. Even with his aura revealed, they still thought to run. In a state of utter panic, they instinctively chose to flee. Had they known Yi Tun's thoughts, they would have been infuriated. In Yi Tun's perspective, they ought to kneel and beg for mercy instead. Celestial Evil Claw. Yi Tun slowly extended his palm, unleashing a surge of malevolent energy that transformed into a colossal evil infant's claw, as if to shatter the mountain itself, reaching out toward the two. Earth Shatter Lamp. Golden Void Spirit Spear. Seeing they could not evade, Wang Hansua and Black Iron King braced themselves to withstand the assault. A golden lotus lamp ignited above the summit, while Black Iron King drew forth his most formidable spirit weapon. The golden void spirit spear morphed into a radiant dragon, ablaze with resplendent nirvana flames, illuminating the night sky over the mountain. The Earth Shatter Lamp coalesced into a gigantic figure, the lamp serving as its heart, controlling the towering giant to charge at the claw. Sizzle. Boom. As anticipated by Chu Yun, the colossal figure and the radiant spear were utterly annihilated. Upon contact with the claw, the elder-level waves unleashed obliterated everything. Both the Earth Shatter Lamp and Golden Void Spirit Spear turned to ash. The claw continued unabated, seizing the two bodies. The Nirvana flames, igniting on Wang Hansua and Black Iron King, were swiftly infiltrated by the malevolent energy. They felt an icy chill enveloping them, the malevolent force integrating with their very essence, suppressing their powers while torturing their every meridian. It was as though an insidious evil rampaged within them, compelling even these two powerful Nirvana realm warriors to emit anguished cries. With a flick of his finger, Yi Tun brought the claw, along with the two men, back to the mountaintop. Thud, thud. Under the weight of Yi Tun's power, the two knelt before Chu Yun. Who are you? I am the third elder of the divine sect. If you harm me, you shall not escape unscathed. Wang Hansua gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while glaring fiercely at Chu Yun. Chu Yun regarded him coldly. Yi Tun, take them aside for now. Yi Tun's expression turned serious as he nodded. Yes, my lord. He acted, compressing the two into fragments of sand and absorbing them into his form. Having watched for so long, do you not intend to reveal yourselves? If you do not emerge now, I shall truly take my leave. Chu Yun called out loudly to the surroundings of the mountaintop. Young Master Xiao Yan, the two by your side possess remarkable strength. A familiar voice resonated, and in the next moment, several figures descended from the dark clouds, revealing themselves to be more than a dozen individuals. They were all from a Nirvana realm. Leading them was Sun Yin, the chief steward of Yinyu Tower, accompanied by two other elderly figures. Both were formidable beings of the Elder Realm, standing flanking Sun Yin. Chapter 56. Sun Yin's ambiguous attitude and the demonstration of Sijun. Upon encountering Sun Yin, Chu Yun's expression remained largely unchanged, though he furrowed his brow slightly. Su Steward, this seems rather unprincipled, does it not? The last time, I released your people, yet now you come here with such a multitude. Are you not seeking to oppose me? Anyone in such a predicament would undoubtedly harbor discontent. Moreover, Chu Yun was not known for his benevolence. If the Misty Rain Tower truly intended to be adversarial, he would have no qualms about using the breath of the Celestial Sovereign to eliminate them. Sun Yin chuckled and calmly elucidated. Young Master Xiao, you have misconstrued our intentions. The Misty Rain Tower is a commercial entity. Our greatest reluctance is to engage in the conflicts between various factions. Thus, we certainly do not wish to be enemies with you. With a cold demeanor, Chu Yun retorted, then what is the purpose of your visit? On this occasion, we have merely come to seek confirmation from young Master Xiao, or rather from His Highness the Ninth Prince, Sun Yin replied, a hint of inscrutable amusement gracing his features. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun fell silent, uncertain whether Sun Yin was testing him or if they had indeed uncovered his identity. After a brief contemplation, he responded, if you claim I am a prince, so be it. What is it that you wish to verify? Chu Yun's reply took Sun Yin by surprise. He was genuinely probing Chu Yun, as the Misty Rain Tower had conducted thorough investigations and established that the identity of Xiao Yin was indeed a fabrication. Their meticulous inquiries revealed a striking resemblance to the long-missing ninth prince, Chu Yun, who had recently returned. However, if Chu Yun was truly the ninth prince, one could not help but wonder how he was surrounded by so many beings of the sovereign realm, not to mention possessing such extraordinary talents. Your inquiry pertains to the origin of His Highness's innate gifts. Sun Yin gazed intently at him. Such matters regarding my talents are of a personal nature. I fear I cannot disclose them, Chu Yun replied. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. As Chu Yun prepared to depart with his companions, a member of the Misty Rain Tower, standing ahead, nonchalantly summoned a gust of wind that dislodged Chu Yun's mask, revealing his true visage. Sun Yin's pupils constricted as he realized it was indeed him. At that moment, he was entirely convinced of Xiao Yan's identity as the ninth prince, Chu Yun. Stopping in his tracks, Chu Yun had not intended to continue concealing his identity. With the Misty Rain Tower suspicious of him, it was only a matter of time before his true identity was exposed. However, the manner in which his mask was unveiled altered the nature of the situation entirely. Su Steward, I have shown you sufficient courtesy, have I not? Your actions are rather unbecoming. Chu Yun glared at them with cold eyes. The two sovereign realm members of the Misty Rain Tower wore expressions of haughty superiority, arms crossed, exuding an air of disdain that repulsed Chu Yun. My apologies, Your Highness, for any discourtesy. I hope you can forgive us. Sun Yin offered a polite remark. Is that all? Sun Yang, do you truly believe this matter can be dismissed so easily? Chu Yun's gaze bore into him, revealing a chilling intensity. Chu Yun, what more do you expect from Su Darren? Do not overstep your bounds. Even if your talents are remarkable, you are not in a position to act recklessly before the Misty Rain Tower, one of the Sovereign Realm members declared with an air of superiority. Who are you to interject when a master speaks? Chu Yun shot back defiantly, unperturbed by the Sovereign Realm status. To him, they were no different from those he had previously chastised. What did you say? How dare you insult me? The aggrieved sovereign, enraged, lunged towards Chu Yun with a swift strike aimed at his neck, unleashing the pressure of the early sovereign realm upon him. Boom! The formation seal of the sovereign Jun erupted, transforming into a hexagram array, its radiance dispersing the pressure from the Misty Rain Tower's member, sending his hand recoiling backward. Bang! The force of the star radiance struck the assailant, propelling him back several meters, rendering his arm numb and immobile. What incredible strength! The elder from the Misty Rain Tower exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of caution and shock. As the aura of the Sovereign Jun was revealed, Sun Yin and the others fully comprehended his formidable prowess. He was not merely an ordinary sovereign, but a late-stage sovereign realm cultivator. Alone, he could easily overpower all present tonight in the mountain range. Standing beside Chu Yun, the sovereign Jun maintained a dispassionate gaze upon them, ready to act without hesitation should Chu Yun command it. Meanwhile, Yi Tun stood to the side, his expression darkened. He understood the might of the Misty Rain Tower. Opposing such a force would exact a heavy toll. Frankly speaking, 100 of the Great Xia Dynasty would be insufficient against the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower. Yet, should his master choose to engage, he would willingly accompany him into the fray. Life and death were trivial. If challenged, he would not shy away from battle. Observing the unfolding situation, Sun Yin's eyes darted, and he retrieved a blood essence stone from his storage ring. Your Highness, I apologize for the earlier transgressions of my subordinate. Please accept this 10,000-year blood essence stone as a token of goodwill. The Misty Rain Tower harbors no malice towards you, and I hope for your understanding. Seeing Sun Yin's sincerity, Chu Yun slowly accepted the ancient blood essence stone. Su Steward, my grievances are not directed at you. For a long time, the royal family and the Misty Rain Tower have maintained mutual respect, and my impression of you has been favorable. However, some of your sovereign members could certainly benefit from an enhancement in their perspective and decorum. The expressions of Sun Yin's two accompanying sovereigns darkened considerably, but Sun Yin shot them a glance, swiftly suppressing their emotions. Turning back to Chu Yun, he replied with a faint smile, "You speak the truth. I shall reflect on this matter. Furthermore, rest assured, the occurrences of this night will remain confidential within the Misty Rain Tower." Though uncertain of Sun Yin's true intentions, Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate it. Now let us depart." With that, Chu Yun and his companions exited the Songfeng Mountains, retracing their steps through the night back to the imperial city. P.S. A brief note on cultivation realms. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm. Golden core realm, nascent soul realm, fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, sovereign realm, celestial aspect realm, celestial sovereign, supreme sovereign realm, king sealing realm, saint sealing realm, saint king realm, immortal realm, heavenly desolation realm, eternal realm, quasi-emperor, great emperor realm. Chapter 57. The rules of the Misty Rain Tower as Sun Yin observed the departing figures of Chu Yun and his companions. A profound solemnity began to shadow his countenance. Lord Su is merely an arrogant youth, relying on a modicum of talent, remarked one of the two esteemed beings beside him. Their expressions tinged with displeasure. They were acutely aware of Sun Yin's true identity. It is no exaggeration to say that even figures of the celestial realm must show utmost reverence in Sun Yin's presence. They could not fathom why Lord Su would extend such deference towards Chu Yun, even presenting him with a precious Millennium Bloodstone. "What do you understand?" retorted Sun Yin. "Chu Yun is not as simple as you perceive. Just a few esteemed experts surrounding him are shrouded in mystery. Thus, it is far wiser to cultivate a cordial relationship with him than to foster enmity. This is not merely a matter of face, but a question of intellect. Furthermore, your condescending demeanor must be amended. The Misty Rain Tower conducts its business without regard for the status of individuals. All are treated equally, with no one being deemed superior or inferior. Should this occur again, I shall enforce the regulations of the tower." Sun Yin gazed at them with discontent, issuing a warning. "Understood, Lord Su. There will be no next time," the two esteemed beings replied, lowering their heads in sincere acknowledgement of their misstep. They were fully aware of the formidable weight that the word rules held within the Misty Rain Tower. "Very well. Return now," Sun Yin commanded. The entourage of the Misty Rain Tower subsequently departed from the Songfeng mountain range. In this convergence of three factions, it was the Queen's faction that bore the brunt of the suffering. In the residence of the Ninth Prince, after Chu Yun and his companions returned safely, the esteemed Jun began to gradually unravel the intricacies of the Tianhua cauldron's ceiling formation. The door to Chu Yun's chamber stood ajar, and soon, besides himself and Yi Tun, the true form of the heavenly demoness arrived. "Did you summon me?" Chu Yun nodded. "Please have a seat." The heavenly demoness took her place beside him. "I called both of you here to inquire about the details concerning the Misty Rain Tower. Yi Tun, you have had dealings with them. As for ensnared, your understanding of the strength of the Misty Rain Tower should be more comprehensive. How formidable is it?" Chu Yun inquired. He had previously heard the heavenly demoness advise him to avoid provoking the Misty Rain Tower and to conduct himself according to their regulations. However, having witnessed the events of the evening, he now regarded the Misty Rain Tower as a significant uncertainty. Therefore, he needed clarity regarding this faction's true nature. "You have provoked the Misty Rain Tower?" The heavenly demoness furrowed her brow. Chu Yun shook his head. "Not exactly. I sensed that Sun Yin harbored no ill will towards me. Rather, it was the condescension emanating from those two esteemed beings that I found distasteful. Indeed, Had Chu Yun not offered the Millennium Bloodstone as a gesture of reconciliation, he might have compelled the esteemed Jun to take action against those individuals. My master, I can only attest that the Misty Rain Tower's headquarters wields immense power. They possess not only celestial realm experts, but also a considerable number of supreme realm cultivators. Their strength is entirely beyond that of the Great Xia Dynasty, Yi Tun replied earnestly. His knowledge was limited, having spent most of his time within the Abyssal Child realm and possessing only a superficial understanding of the powers within the Origin realm. Upon learning that the Misty Rain Tower had numerous supreme realm experts, Chu Yun maintained his composure, as this was within the realm of his expectations. However, the heavenly demoness continued. This is merely a partial view of their strength. The Misty Rain Tower is one of the most pinnacle and deeply rooted factions in the entire Origin realm. Chu Yun, let me be frank. There exists an emperor-level presence within their headquarters. In my prime, I could contend with them, but now, to offend them would yield no hope of victory. The heavenly demoness' words caused Chu Yun's expression to shift slightly. Yi Tun listened in astonishment. The mere notion of an emperor within one of the Origin realm's pinnacle factions was enough to instill despair in many. Given the formidable strength of the Misty Rain Tower's headquarters, why have they established branches in the Great Xia? Chu Yun guided Papa. This is part of their business strategy. They operate thousands of branches within the Origin realm, each generating substantial profits. It is no exaggeration to say that the Misty Rain Tower is the wealthiest faction in the Origin realm. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The Misty Rain Tower has strict regulations. All branches are prohibited from interfering in the disputes of various factions or from instigating provocations. Their adherence to rules has preserved their esteemed reputation over the years. Chu Yun grasped the essence of the heavenly demoness' words. As long as he did not actively provoke the Misty Rain Tower, he had little to fear from this uncertainty. It was inevitable that within such a vast faction, a few unscrupulous individuals would exist, but one could not condemn the entire organization for the misdeeds of a few. If that is the case, I need not worry excessively. Chu Yun contemplated earnestly. He believed that the two individuals from tonight were likely anomalies within the Misty Rain Tower. Otherwise, if all its members behaved similarly, their reputation would have plummeted long ago. Indeed, you need not be concerned, as long as you do not cultivate a deadly rivalry with them. The Misty Rain Tower will not seek trouble. Moreover, they place great importance on regulations. Even if you were to slay their members, provided you can demonstrate that it was their fault, the Misty Rain Tower would not seek revenge and might even send higher-ups to offer an apology. The final statement from the heavenly demoness genuinely left Chu Yun astonished. To manage a faction of such magnitude while emphasizing rules and principles was commendable. Chu Yun reflected on this. If he were in their position, he would find it difficult to emulate such restraint. His ambitions were driven by an imperial desire rather than a pure benevolence. He could not help but feel a degree of admiration for the leader of the Misty Rain Tower. Prince Chu Rong had waited from dawn until midday in the Eastern Palace. His anticipation morphed into impatience, confusion, suspicion, and ultimately, anger. Finally, upon receiving news from his sent agents, he was utterly devastated. Your Highness, there is no one at Songfeng Mountain Range. The ground is littered with fragments of shattered lanterns and the Golden Void Spirit Spear. Elder Wang and the Black Iron King have most likely met with misfortune. Treasures are lost, and Xiaoyan's whereabouts remain unknown. It is highly probable that he is the cause of the peril faced by Elder Wang and the others. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince's Fury and Wang Hansua's Terror Xiaoyan. How could it possibly be him? Chu Rong had not slept a wink throughout the night. His eyes now bloodshot, disbelief etched across his face. It was evident that something had gone awry with Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King, as indicated by their shattered spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, Xiaoyan's whereabouts remained unknown, making him the prime suspect. It was highly likely that Xiao Yan had laid a trap in the Songfeng Mountain Range, leading to the misfortune of the two. But how could Xiao Yan possibly contend with them? Both were at the Nirvana realm, one being at its pinnacle. Who, apart from a revered master, could confidently confront them? As Chu Rong's thoughts spiraled into chaos, anxiety gnawed at him, compelling him to pace back and forth in earnest contemplation. Sir, It seems we have been outmaneuvered from the very beginning. Let us proceed to the palace and report this matter to the Empress immediately. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Yun resolved to enter the palace without delay to inform his mother of the situation. In the palace, Chu Yun stood within the Empress's chamber, his head bowed, a mask of gravity and loathing upon his face. The Empress, Lan Ji, listened intently, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, yet her demeanor remained composed. Through the sacred methods of the divine sect, she had established contact and learned that Wang Hansua's life lamp still flickered, indicating that the two were not yet deceased. "Are you certain it was that individual named Xiao Yan?" Lan Ji inquired gravely. "Mother, I cannot say for sure. I dare not assert that it was indeed Xiao Yan, but if it were him, it is likely that he orchestrated everything from the outset, stealing what we had prepared for him and abducting Elder Wang and the others," replied the Crown Prince, his expression heavy. Useless. To be toyed with by a mere nobody without any backing. You bring shame upon me." Lan Ji scolded without restraint. With his head bowed low, even his anger surged within him, the Crown Prince found himself incapable of defending his actions. After a moment of calming her ire, Lan Ji spoke coldly. "Given the circumstances, do not entertain any further thoughts. If you cannot locate Xiao Yan and the Black Iron King, then go to the Misty Rain Tower and enlist their help. Furthermore, issue a decree for the capture of Xiao Yan. Whoever can unearth his whereabouts and capture him alive shall be rewarded with a premium spiritual pill." A premium spiritual pill, even for those at the revered realm, held considerable allure. Lan Ji's proclamation made it clear how determined she was to hunt down Xiao Yan. "Yes, mother. I shall personally go to the Misty Rain Tower to see this matter through." Chu Yun responded solemnly. The depth of his feelings for Xiao Yan was complex. Admiration had swiftly morphed into vehement hatred. After leaving the palace, Chu Yun made his way to the Misty Rain Tower, where Sun Yin personally received him. After stating his purpose, Sun Yin kept his word and did not divulge any information regarding Chu Yun. As for the whereabouts of Xiao Yan and Wang Hansua, the Misty Rain Tower declined the business, explaining that they too were still investigating and could not provide any concrete answers. However, they accepted another commission, subsequently issuing a bounty for Xiao Yan. An anonymous benefactor had offered a premium pill for anyone who could capture Xiao Yan alive. The news spread like wildfire throughout the imperial city. Numerous powerful factions were left wondering who harbored such animosity toward Xiao Yan, willing to put forth such a generous bounty, enough to incite a frenzy among cultivators beneath the revered realm. Consequently, driven by greed, not only the imperial city but all factions across the entire Xia state mobilized, seeking any trace of Xiao Yan. After all, the allure of a premium spiritual pill was far too enticing. In the Ninth Prince's residence, Chu Yun enjoyed a peaceful slumber until Luo Feng relayed the news to him. Upon hearing it, he remained unfazed. The Empress's faction placing a bounty on him was well within his expectations. "By the way, Your Highness, earlier, His Majesty sent word, requesting you to come to the palace once you awaken," Luo Feng added. Chu Yun nodded. "Father likely wishes to discuss the bounty matter. No need to rush. You may leave now." "Yes, Your Highness," Luo Feng replied before departing. Chu Yun then proceeded to a hidden chamber in the rear courtyard, a room designed as a prison by Yi Tan. At that moment, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King were nailed to a cross, their bodies shattered, veins severed and restored countless times, their pain amplified by Yi Tan's malevolent energy. This torment aimed to shatter their souls, intensifying their suffering to the utmost. Both men were on the brink of death, their faces smeared with blood, scarcely able to speak. "Divine sect, Empress, you will not escape unscathed. If you have the ability, then kill us." Wang Hansua gasped, his voice barely audible. Yi Tan stood before them, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Wish to die? It won't be that simple. Until my master speaks, I cannot allow you to perish." He began channeling power into their bodies, intent on mending their shattered bones and veins. With deliberate steps, Chu Yun approached, soon standing before the three. "Master." Yi Tan halted his actions, bowing in respect. "Xiao Yan, who exactly are you?" The Black Iron King exclaimed, his swollen, dim eyes fixed upon Chu Yun. Looking down at the two, Chu Yun offered a cold smile. Your pitiful state is indeed tragic. Very well, it is time I introduce myself. Xiao Yan is none other than I. I am the ninth prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, Chu Yun. Upon hearing Chu Yun's declaration, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King, who had already been drained of strength, could no longer feel their pain. Their eyes widened in disbelief, horror etched upon their features, struggling to comprehend the revelation. Xiao Yan is Chu Yun. How could this be? How could he possibly be Chu Yun? Chapter 59. The Departure of the Asura, a Fortuitous Encounter. Chu Yun, how is it possible that you are Xiao Yan? How could there still be a concealed master beside you? Wang Hansua's hoarse voice trembled with disbelief. Unfazed, Chu Yun coldly smiled, stating, "There is no need for you to know such matters." In the next moment, he unleashed the blood heaven realm, an endless surge of blood energy emanating from his body, enveloping the entire chamber. The group found themselves within the blood heaven realm, which had evolved from a mere blood pool into a flowing river of crimson, thanks to the blood essence stones. By merging them, Chu Yun had continuously enhanced the realm, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. Third Prince, Wang Hansua and Tai Wang were momentarily taken aback, unable to ponder their surroundings, as before them stood a man, tortured to the brink of mental collapse, with disheveled hair. Indeed, it was the third prince, Chu Yun. Third Prince, how could this be? Wang Hansua's words faltered as a dreadful possibility dawned upon him. If the third prince was imprisoned here, then the one in the Eastern Palace must be an impostor. Chu Yun, utterly devoid of strength to speak, could barely lift his head even when called. The relentless torment he had endured rendered him intimately acquainted with the feeling of being unable to live or die. He had shattered countless times, and now, apart from harboring a profound hatred for Chu Yun, he also yearned for death, a release from his suffering. Hi Taiwan, Wang Hansua. I am in no rush to kill you. Remain here and keep Chu Yun company. When the day comes to confront Lan Ji, I will ensure you witness the final moments. With a sly smile, Chu Yun manipulated the blood river, transforming it into thousands of blood serpents that viciously tore at their bodies. The venom released by the serpents began to spread throughout them, causing them excruciating pain. They had already sustained severe injuries, and the agony was now amplified to its zenith. Chu Yun, you shall not escape a wretched end. The Empress and the divine sect will surely tear you apart. Wang Hansua howled in despair, struggling against his fate, but Chu Yun regarded their plight with indifference, finding amusement in their desperate cries. Let us go. Yes, master. He and Yi Tun exited the blood heaven realm, returning to the chamber. Chu Yun slowly retrieved the box containing the evil infant. Sealed within was a Nirvana realm evil infant. This is for you. I hope you do not disappoint me and strive to break through soon. He tossed the box to Yi Tun. Overjoyed, Yi Tun caught it and immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you, master. Following this, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng, and together they ventured into the imperial palace. At the prime minister's residence, Meng Rushue had been in seclusion since returning from the Crescent Moon Valley, nursing her injuries. Today, her wounds had finally healed. However, upon exiting her seclusion, she learned of Xiao Yan's dire situation involving a bounty on his head. Furthermore, her father, Meng Changzhong, had personally instructed her to avoid leaving the residence for the time being. Upon discovering her father's allegiance to the ninth prince, Chu Yun, and the actions taken against the Empress's faction, she began to piece together the reasons behind his caution. It was likely that her father feared retaliation from the Empress, prompting him to advise her to remain within the confines of their home. In her chamber, a beautiful woman concluded her report and added, "Miss, as per the Prime Minister's orders, we are likely unable to take any action for the time being. Your injuries have only just healed. Perhaps you should rest a while longer?" Meng Rushue understood the concerns of her subordinates. After all, the Dark Demoness and Xiao Yan were threats lurking in the shadows, while the Empress's faction remained openly hostile to her father. Especially concerning was Xiao Yan, whom she still could not fully comprehend. The ability to control an evil infant was unprecedented. Given these factors, her current situation was undoubtedly the most precarious it had been in years. No, sitting idly will only hasten my demise. Meng Rushue was not particularly worried about the Empress's faction. Her greater concern lay with the dark demoness. With her innate talent, it was highly likely that she would soon break through to the Nirvana realm before Meng Rushua could. Meanwhile, she was trapped by the Nirvana curse, and the gap between them would only widen. Thus, she needed to devise a plan. She could not afford to simply wait. As she pondered, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. If her father had already allied with the Ninth Prince, perhaps she could leverage this connection to aid her in refining the source of Nirvana. Although Chu Yun's influence within the imperial city was relatively shallow, he was still a precious asset to the Shi family. If she could harness the Shi family's power, her hopes of successfully refining the source of Nirvana would increase significantly. "Do you know where Chu Yun is now?" Meng Rushua inquired. "Miss, we have just received word that he has entered the palace to pay his respects to the Emperor with the Shadow Guard leader, Luo Feng," the woman replied. "To the palace. Let us go. I must see him." Meng Rushua stood up, preparing to leave her room. "But miss, the Prime Minister said we should not." The woman was cut off by Meng Rushua, who firmly interrupted, "Do not worry. Even if the Empress's people wish to act against us, they would not do so openly during the day. Moreover, if I am to enter the palace, they would be even less likely to act. That would be tantamount to slapping the face of the entire Great Xia Dynasty." Meng Rushua was confident in her understanding of their mindset, convinced that her venture into the palace today would be without incident. Soon after, she and the woman departed the Prime Minister's residence, heading towards the imperial palace. Unbeknownst to Chu Yun, fate would lead him to an unexpected encounter with Meng Rushua within the palace. He had initially intended to visit the imperial study, but upon receiving a message from his uncle, he and Luo Feng diverted to see his mother. "Uncle, mother, what brings you here in such haste?" Upon entering the hall, Chu Yun inquired. "Yinner, your uncle must leave the imperial city for a while," the Asura master stated directly. Chu Yun had anticipated this development. He had received prior intelligence from the Dark Demoness. If the Empress's faction sought to target him, their first course of action would be to remove his uncle from the equation. Otherwise, they would have no chance of succeeding. Understanding the situation, Chu Yun feigned ignorance, asking, "Is it because of the Empress's faction?" The Asura master nodded. "The Corpse sect and the Blood God sect's masters have been incessantly harassing the Shi family's territories. I must return to eradicate these pests." Chapter 60. The Emperor's Intent and a Serendipitous Encounter in the Palace. Chu Yun nodded with an air of calmness, acknowledging, "I understand. During this period, I shall exercise greater caution." The Asura Sovereign responded, "The Blood God sect and the Corpse sect are likely acting on the behest of Lan Ji, aiming to drive me away from the imperial city. Simultaneously, this suggests that they may attempt to strike at you while I am absent. Yinner, for your safety, why not accompany me back?" Chu Yun smiled nonchalantly and shook his head. "No need, uncle. There is no cause for concern just yet. I have already made preparations for my own safety. You and mother need not worry. Even a sovereign may not pose a threat to me." Hearing these words, both Shi Fei and the Asura Sovereign understood that Chu Yun must possess some hidden trump cards unknown to them. However, they were still somewhat taken aback to hear him express such confidence against the sovereign. "Very well. Your father, the Emperor, is already aware of my departure. He will likely make some arrangements." The Asura Sovereign cast a scrutinizing glance at him and continued, "By the way, what have you done under the guise of Shaoyan to attract the bounty from the East Palace?" Though the prince's bounty was anonymous, the individuals capable of producing high-grade elixirs within the imperial city were few. Thus, the Asura Sovereign and Shi Fei quickly deduced the answer. "Wang Hansong and the Black Iron King are in my possession," Chu Yun declared, astonishing them with his revelation. Shi Fei's expression shifted, astonished. "What? Yinner, you captured Wang Hansong and the Black Iron King?" She was particularly intrigued by how her son managed such a feat while the Black Iron King could be disregarded. Wang Hansong was indeed a true pinnacle of Nirvana realm. Even Luo Feng could only match him evenly. Suppressing him was utterly impossible. "Mother, I have my methods. Against the Queen's faction, I would naturally not be without my preparations," Chu Yun replied with a composed demeanor. The Asura Sovereign couldn't help but notice that his nephew had grown increasingly enigmatic, to the point that even he found it difficult to comprehend him. The fact that Wang Hansong had suffered at his hands was truly unbelievable. In less than a month, Chu Yun had transformed from a condemned sinner of the Johua sect to this formidable figure. However, both of them understood that everyone harbors secrets. Perhaps Chu Yun had encountered remarkable fortunes during this time. As long as he chose not to divulge them, they, as elders, would respect his wishes and refrain from further inquiry. Very well. Yun'er, since you have grown, your uncle can rest easy. Once I conclude matters with the Sure family, I will return to the imperial city without delay. Afterward, the Asura Sovereign took his leave, and shortly after, Chu Yun, along with Sure Fei, proceeded to the imperial study to pay their respects. Inside the imperial study, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered, bowing before the emperor, who was engrossed in reviewing memorials. Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. Luo Feng pays his respects to your majesty. Upon entering, they greeted the Emperor of the Great Xia with a bow. No need for excessive formalities. Yun'er, please take a seat, the emperor gestured, putting away his brush. Thank you, Father Emperor, Chu Yun replied, settling into a chair at the side, while Luo Feng stood beside him. Yun'er, I summoned you today to inquire about the bounty from Yinyu Tower. What is the reason behind it? As Chu Yun had anticipated, his father summoned him to clarify this matter. Father Emperor, you must already know who issued the bounty, correct? Chu Yun countered with a question. The emperor nodded slightly. The crown prince personally visited Yinyu Tower early this morning, as directed by the queen. I am curious about what you did under the identity of Xiao Yin to provoke them. Without hesitation, Chu Yun replied, I set traps in the Zhongfeng Mountains outside the city and captured the Black Iron King in Wanghansong. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed the emperor's weathered eyes. Oh, Wanghansong and the Black Iron King are in your hands? Chu Yun affirmed with a nod. The emperor pondered for a moment, his expression inscrutable. I found it peculiar that the queen would offer such a hefty price. It turns out she lost 2 Nirvana realm figures. Yun'er, well, we can set Wanghansong aside for now. Capturing the Black Iron King is indeed beneficial for the current situation. Without him, his army of 100,000 will be rendered ineffective. I shall immediately dispatch someone to relocate them to other provinces, far from the imperial city. Chu Yun responded, Father Emperor is astute. The emperor's action effectively deprived the queen's faction of a significant military force, leaving them powerless to retaliate. The emperor gazed at him with meaningful eyes. However, your ability to capture both Wanghansong and the Black Iron King is truly unexpected. No wonder Luo Feng, remaining by your side, has gradually become your confidant. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately knelt. Your Majesty, Luo Feng acknowledges his wrongdoing. Chu Yun maintained his composure, not betraying any sign of alarm. He was well aware that Luo Feng had delayed reporting several pieces of information about him. It was impossible for his father not to have noticed any anomalies. Rise. I bear you no ill will. Your failure to report is undoubtedly due to this young man urging you to do so. Do you think I am unaware? The emperor spoke with an enigmatic tone. Chu Yun found himself momentarily speechless, while Luo Feng remained kneeling. The emperor continued, I am well aware of these matters, but I do not intend to pursue them further. Luo Feng, from this day forth, you need not report any affairs concerning the 9th prince. Your sole duty now is to ensure his safety. Do you understand? Luo Feng's face brightened with joy. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yun also expressed his gratitude. I am grateful to Father Emperor. You are quite perceptive and do not wish for others to probe too deeply into your affairs. I understand. However, now that your uncle has departed, your situation will not be as secure. I will have Xianfeng lead 300 shadow guards to discreetly secure your residence, ensuring your safety. In the coming days, it would be best for you not to venture outside the city without necessity, lest you fall into the hands of others, the emperor advised. Yes, I understand, Chu Yun replied, recognizing his father's good intentions and feeling unable to refuse. Before long, Chu Yun and Luo Feng took their leave from the emperor and exited the imperial study, walking along the palace corridors. Your Highness, should we arrange for a tie to exit the city next? Luo Feng inquired softly. Just as Chu Yun was about to respond, he spotted 2 feminine figures approaching from ahead. As he focused, his expression abruptly changed. Meng Ru Xue, Chapter 61, A Fierce Confrontation. Chu Xinyan, Chu Hao. At this moment, Meng Rushue and the woman also caught sight of the two. Suddenly, Meng Rushue halted her steps, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze intently on Chu Yun. Commander of the Shadow Guards, Luo Feng. Miss, this person is most likely the ninth prince, Chu Yun, the woman deduced. Recognizing Luo Feng's identity and surmising Chu Yun's identity from his presence. The ninth prince, Chu Yun. You are actually Xiao Yan, Meng Rushue exclaimed, her voice trembling, her stunningly beautiful face etched with disbelief. What? He is Xiao Yan. The woman behind her gasped, her body shaking with shock. Chu Yun, in turn, was also taken aback. He had anticipated meeting Meng Rushue eventually, but he never imagined it would occur under such circumstances. What a coincidence! Running into each other on the road like this left him at a loss for words. Miss Meng, since fate has brought us together, why not find a place to converse? Chu Yun suggested amicably. While Meng Rushue's face was filled with trepidation, a glimmer of coldness emerged in her eyes. Hold Luo Feng. I will capture Xiao Yan first. Meng Rushue was not oblivious to the larger situation. She understood that the threat posed by Xiao Yan and the heavenly demoness far outweighed that of the queen's faction. Therefore, she was willing to act within the palace to uncover the secrets surrounding Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness. In an instant, Meng Rushue summoned her shattered realm's spiritual power, her figure darting forth like a shooting star, swiftly charging towards Chu Yun. The beautiful woman simultaneously unleashed a circle of Nirvana realm energy, making a concerted effort to temporarily restrain Luo Feng. Bold! Luo Feng stomped his foot, his aura surging forth, shattering the woman's confinement. It was utterly ridiculous for a newly ascended Nirvana realm cultivator to think she could trap him. Just as he prepared to intervene against Meng Rushue, he caught Chu Yun's eye, indicating that he need not take action. A smile played on Chu Yun's lips as, the moment Meng Rushue launched her attack, crimson spiritual light radiated from his palm. He struck out with a powerful hand, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that collided with Meng Rushue's offensive. Bang! Meng Rushue's palm imprint shattered instantly, sending her figure reeling back nearly 10 meters. Her pupils dilated, her heart racing with disbelief as she gazed at the scene before her. Chu Yun had actually reached the early stage of the Shattered Realm. Moreover, the power he wielded was far beyond her own. How could this be? She had once been an emperor, with a constitution and foundation that were undoubtedly sacred grade. She was an incredibly ambitious individual, convinced that her talent was unmatched in the Yuanshi realm. Yet now, Chu Yun's strike had crushed her across realms, leaving her shaken and somewhat defeated. Miss Meng, please cease hostilities. We are all family here. There is no need for such conflict, which would only harm our harmony, Chu Yun urged once more. Shameless. Chu Yun, who considers you family? Today, I will not lose to you. Meng Rushue, too proud to concede, prepared to unleash her hidden cards against Chu Yun. But in the next moment, a figure appeared, seizing her arm. Stopping in her tracks, Meng Rushue turned to see the newcomer, exclaiming in surprise, Father. The figure was none other than Meng Changzhou. His expression was grave, brows slightly furrowed. Rushue, you are being reckless. How dare you attack the prince? Have you turned against us? Meng Changzhou reprimanded his daughter directly, to which Meng Rushue retorted furiously. Father, this is a personal matter between me and Xiao Yan. Do not interfere. Upon hearing this, Meng Changzhou was somewhat taken aback. His daughter had actually recognized Xiao Yan's identity as the ninth prince. Enough. Stop this foolishness. Rushue, where has your usual reason gone? We are in the palace, not a marketplace. Meng Changzhou's thunderous voice brought Meng Rushue to a halt. Her fiery emotions gradually cooled as she realized that a confrontation with Chu Yun within the palace would ultimately cause the most trouble for her father. I understand, she conceded, retracting her power and abandoning her intention to strike. Your Highness, Rushue has wronged you. It is my failure to discipline her. I hope you can forgive her. Meng Changzhou expressed an apology to Chu Yun. Please, Prime Minister, do not say such things. There has been a significant misunderstanding between Miss Meng and me. I will personally visit her residence at a later date to clarify this misunderstanding, Chu Yun replied earnestly. Meng Rushue turned her face away, entirely unconvinced by Chu Yun's words. If it weren't for him, her plans at the Crescent Moon Valley would have succeeded. Furthermore, she would not have been forced into a 10-day retreat to recover from her injuries. For her, the enmity between her and Chu Yun was irreconcilable. Yet, she was unaware that it was Chu Yun who had orchestrated her rescue by the revered Master Wan Lei. All of this stemmed from differing perspectives, with no right or wrong involved. Meng Changzhou nodded. Very well. Your Highness, I shall take my daughter and take my leave. With that, Meng Changzhou led Meng Ruxue and the woman out of the palace. Chu Yun let out a long sigh of relief, grateful for the Prime Minister's timely arrival. Had things continued as they were, he would have had no choice but to forcibly subdue Meng Ruxue. However, doing so would only complicate future reconciliations. The background could be easily adjusted, but how to articulate it would depend on Chu Yun's own eloquence. Your Highness, did you offend Miss Meng previously? Luo Feng inquired curiously from the side. It's a long story. Chu Yun shook his head, sighing. Let us not dwell on her. You mentioned arranging for Ah Tai to leave the city. Considering the timing, they should have reached the outskirts by now. Let us proceed and hope to catch a bigger fish. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng responded promptly, sending a message to the prince's residence. Not long after, the chief steward of the 9th prince's residence, Ah Tai, departed the royal city under the pretext of procuring supplies at noon. At the 6th princess's residence, within a brightly decorated palace, the 6th princess, Chu Xinyan, and the 8th prince, Chu Hao, sat alone in the spacious hall. Chu Hao held a paper fan, his smile subdued as his fingertips lightly brushed over its surface. The queen has already sent someone to follow Ah Tai out of the city. They are likely preparing to act against him once they reach the outskirts. Now that the Shura master has left, even with Luo Feng's close protection, facing a master would be a daunting challenge. At this moment, Chu Xinyan was a stark contrast to her demeanor at the previous banquet, her aura as cold as frost, devoid of the warmth she had previously shown towards Chu Yun. Instead, whenever Chu Yun's name was mentioned, she could not conceal her disdain. Chu Yun's talent was beyond our expectations, but his foundation is too shallow. Now that he has openly severed ties with the Eastern Palace, his days are surely numbered. Chu Hao remarked, stroking the paper fan with a faint smile. Chapter 62. Surrounded on all sides, the prince's retinue. Chu Xinyan gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a hint of regret. What a pity. I initially believed he could be a useful pawn to help us delay Lan Ji. It seems we can scarcely rely on him now. Chu Hao smiled serenely. Why should we place our hopes on him? Father's celestial decline leaves us with scarcely 2 months. At that time, Lan Ji will undoubtedly mobilize every resource to seize control of the dynasty. That will be our opportune moment to infiltrate the ancestral mountain. Chu Xinyan then inquired, have you acquired that item? Chu Hao nodded slowly. Not long ago, Mother managed to secure it and entrusted it to me. Should any unforeseen events arise, she will assist us in holding back the 2 celestial lords of the royal family. We must do everything in our power to free grandfather. This is the most promising opportunity we have had in years. His gaze was resolute, as if the words he spoke were a testament to his very existence. Chu Xinyan nodded deeply. Though she said nothing further, her thoughts echoed his. Their very purpose in life was to dismantle the seal within the ancestral mountain. What the world did not know was that the 2 of them, along with their mother, the current favored consort, were the bloodline descendants of the 10-eyed, celestial demon sealed within the mountain. Outside the imperial city, Atai had flown several dozen miles alone to a secluded valley. Surrounded by towering cliffs, the valley appeared unremarkable. Suddenly, Atai halted, turning to the direction from which he had come, and called out without a hint of trepidation. Hiding in the shadows, you rat, do you intend to continue lurking? Come forth, all of you. His voice echoed through the desolate valley. Do you truly believe that being a dog for the Shur family grants you the right to be arrogant? Today, I shall teach you what it means to be a dog. 3 figures emerged at the valley's forefront, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged men. The elder was none other than Mr. Bai, one of the prince's advisors, while the other 2 were also his subordinates, both at the late stage of the Broken Realm. Mr. Bai had even reached the initial stage of nirvana. Confronting Atai, who was merely at the mid-stage of the Broken Realm, was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. I was wondering who it could be. By Jing, so it is you, old dog. The prince sent you 3 to capture me? I admire your composure in such dire straits. Since you wish to play the part, I shall allow you to do so. With a wave of Mr. Bai's hand, the 2 Broken Realm subordinates charged forth, their spiritual energy manifesting in forms as mighty as dragons and tigers, their fists imbued with immeasurable power. Suddenly, a massive tree erupted from the ground, effortlessly blocking their powerful strikes. 2 green leaves transformed into azure rays, shooting forth like arrows, piercing through the 2 men and binding them together, rendering them powerless. The 2 subordinates of the Broken Realm immediately lost their ability to resist. Mr. Bai's expression shifted as he fixated on the figures emerging from either side of the tie, Yang Muqian and Feng Zili, who had come as a part of the trial bestowed upon them by Chu Yun to assess their loyalty to the Wangxiandao sect. Mr. Bai's pupils constricted slightly. Feng Zili, are you and the Wangxiandao sect truly opposing the prince? Mr. Bai, the prince is not the enlightened sovereign of Daxia. The only rightful ruler of the realm is the 9th prince. Feng Zili replied coldly. I advise you not to resist futilely. Surrender willingly, and you may avoid unnecessary suffering. Understanding the implications, Mr. Bai realized there was no point in further dialogue. As the Wangxiandao sect had allied with Chu Yun, he immediately turned to flee the valley. However, a colossal palm descended from the heavens, slamming him down into the earth, his legs sinking deep within. Blood trickled from his lips as he looked up in disbelief at the 2 figures in the sky, Yin Ding and Yin Song. You of the Yin family have also sided with Chu Yun. A wave of fear coursed through him. The Yin family and the Wangxiandao sect had both pledged allegiance to Chu Yun, and the Eastern Palace had failed to glean any intelligence about this development. The realization was chilling. He comprehended that they had grossly underestimated Chu Yun. If he could sway the Yin family, a neutral force, under the watchful eyes of the Empress, he must possess undisclosed trump cards. Yet, the Eastern Palace maintained an air of disdain toward him. If this continued, it would lead to dire consequences. Bai Jing, we have known each other for over a decade. Though our friendship is shallow, we have shared a few drinks. Do not make this difficult for us. Surrender and come back with us, or we shall have no choice but to cripple your cultivation. Yin Song warned, his gaze unwavering. After much contemplation, Mr. Bai sighed deeply. Surrounded by 4 Nirvana experts, including 2 at the peak of that realm, he stood no chance of victory. Ultimately, Yin Ding sealed the power of the 3 men and covertly escorted them back to the city. Atai, having completed his mission, swaggered back. For Chu Yun intended to make it known to the Empress's faction that Atai was unharmed, but those they had sent would never return. In the 9th prince's residence, Chu Yun was leisurely fishing while enjoying a hot pot, attended by Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, who pampered him with massages, their faces reflecting sheer delight. Shortly, Luo Feng approached. Your Highness, Atai has returned. How'd it go? Chu Yun, relaxed, replied nonchalantly. Have they been captured? Yes. They have been apprehended and are temporarily held within the Yin family, as per your previous instructions. The Eastern Palace should have sensed something amiss by now, given that Atai returned to the city without a care, brazenly walking through the gates. The eyes of the Eastern Palace have likely already reported this back. Luo Feng reported earnestly. Chapter 63. Vice Master of the Divine Sect, Yin Rujuan. Chu Yun smiled faintly. This was precisely the effect he desired. He understood that the Empress's faction was intent on targeting Atai, and to mitigate any risks, they would undoubtedly keep a close watch on those around him. In contrast, Chu Yun chose to act differently. He directly instructed the 2 members of the Wangxiandao sect and the individuals from the Yin family to take action outside the city. The Empress would never fathom that, aside from his own household, Chu Yun had several others at the Nirvana realm at his disposal. He told them to wait there until nightfall before proceeding. As night fell, he spoke calmly. Let us go then. Yes, Your Highness, Luo Feng replied, swiftly departing to allow Chu Yun his contemplative silence. Xia, has Yu Yun emerged from her seclusion? Chu Yun inquired. Xia shook her head. Your Highness, Miss Yu's secluded chamber has shown no signs of activity. Chu Yun nodded, reassured. He had refrained from disturbing the heavenly demoness during this crucial moment of her advancement to the Nirvana realm. He was confident that, given her extraordinary talent, she would undoubtedly succeed without issue. Attention! Congratulations, Master! Venerable Wan Lei has annihilated the Lucian sect in the southern province, earning 13,000 editing points. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind once more. Venerable Wan Lei had proven most effective, having obliterated nearly 10 sects over the preceding period. With this latest addition, his total editing points had reached an impressive 35,200. In the southern province of the Great Xia Dynasty, at Qianlu Mountain, the Lucian sect's headquarters lay in ruins. The once magnificent main hall was now a wreckage of collapsed peaks, drenched in blood and littered with corpses. The remnants of glory were nowhere to be found. Only the crumbling walls and mountains of bodies remained. The Lucian sect was not only a vassal of the divine sect, but also a faction deeply trusted by the Empress. Yet now, its master lay dismembered, his soul obliterated by divine thunder, leaving no chance for rebirth. Shortly thereafter, Venerable Wan Lei emerged from the sect's treasure vault, having pillaged it entirely. Just as he prepared to depart, a blazing celestial fire descended from the heavens, hurtling towards him. Venerable Wan Lei swiftly evaded, retreating 1,000 meters to escape the fiery onslaught. Upon impact, the fire erupted violently, engulfing the entire Lucian sect in flames, trapping Venerable Wan Lei within the inferno. Unperturbed, Venerable Wan Lei gazed upward. A figure clad in a crimson cloak, towering at 8 feet, exuded an overwhelming presence, his cold eyes scrutinizing Venerable Wan Lei like a hawk. An aura of transcendence surrounded him as the temperature of the air intensified. At the pinnacle of the venerable realm, Venerable Wan Lei sensed that this individual's aura slightly exceeded his own, but he was not a celestial venerable. Thus, he concluded that the figure must be an experienced venerable realm master. Yet, he felt no fear. After all, aura does not equate to combat prowess. The outcome remained uncertain. In my recollection, there seems to be no one of your caliber within the Great Xia's venerable realm. From whence do you hail? You have slaughtered numerous sects associated with my divine sect. What is your intent? The crimson-clad man's gaze was icy as he demanded answers. Recognizing the man's identity, Venerable Wan Lei surmised, at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, there are only 3 within the divine sect, and your mastery of celestial fire leaves little doubt. You must be Yin Rujuan, the vice-master of the divine sect. You've come personally. It seems my actions have indeed provoked you, Venerable Wan Lei remarked coolly. But do you truly believe you can detain me alone? Yin Rujuan narrowed his eyes. Let us see. In an instant, he unleashed his battle form. A colossal fire giant towering 1,000 feet, resembling a divine being engulfed in flames, imposing as a mountain against the sky. Venerable Wan Lei was undaunted. Summoning his own battle form, the sky quaked with the presence of his thunderous figure, commanding countless arcs of lightning, standing as a god of annihilation, the air crackling with energy. The 2 venerables unleashed formidable power, thousands of blazing fireballs raining down like meteors. The thunderous figure gathered lightning, launching explosive orbs of thunder, each crackling with immense power. The fierce clash between these 2 peak venerables reverberated throughout the southern province, reducing the once mighty Qianlu Mountain to mere flatland. Numerous forces in the southern province were stunned, their gazes drawn to the mountain where the battle raged. Even the elders of various sects were stirred from their secluded meditations, hurrying towards Qianlu Mountain to witness the confrontation. In the eastern palace, the crown prince sat with his head bowed, surrounded by Chu Yun, the Duke of Guanshan, and several other courtiers, each bearing expressions darker than the last. One of the courtiers, after several attempts, finally turned to the crown prince and cautiously spoke, "Your Highness, we still cannot reach Mr. Bai and the others." Crash! What in the world is happening? The crown prince roared, slamming his palm onto the table, shattering it in fury. He could not comprehend the events of the past few days. First, there was the incident with the Black Iron King and Wang Han, and now his 3 courtiers, one of whom was his advisor, had teamed up to confront a mid-stage Broken Realm Atai. only for Attai to return unscathed to the ninth prince's residence. Meanwhile, the three he dispatched were still unreachable. Silence enveloped the room as everyone understood the crown prince was in a volatile state, and none dared to speak. They too were bewildered. What transpired after Mr. Bai and the others left the city? The atmosphere grew tense for several moments, until one of the courtiers summoned the courage to speak. Your Highness, we have stationed people to watch over Chu Yun's residence, including all the experts from the Sure family within the royal city. Yet up until now, they have not left the city even once. The disappearance of Mr. Bai and the others seems unlikely to be their doing. This matter is indeed peculiar. It feels as though we've been ensnared in inexplicable circumstances, both last time and now. Your Highness, could it be possible that our plans were leaked? The courtier's words, though calmly spoken, sent ripples through the hearts of those present. The implication was unmistakable. There might be a traitor among them. Chapter 64. The aristocratic families of the imperial city, the Kai family and the Lu family. Upon hearing this, the crown prince, who had initially been filled with rage, gradually calmed down. After a moment of deep contemplation, he sternly admonished, Mei Li, I do not wish to hear such divisive remarks that undermine our unity. I will deliberate on this matter thoroughly. I am weary now. I shall retain Wang Guanshan and my third brother here. The rest may leave. With a wave of his hand, the attendants responded in unison, Yes, Your Highness. As the others departed, only the crown prince and the two remained. His countenance bore a heavy weight, evidently filled with suspicion regarding his internal associates. Yet, he could not display this openly, as it would be detrimental to their cohesion. He had complete trust in his third brother and Wang Guanshan. Your Highness, it seems there is indeed a significant likelihood that internal issues have arisen. Shall I report this to the National Master and Her Majesty the Queen? Wang Guanshan, with a serious expression, inquired. The Crown Prince replied gravely, There is no need to make this matter too public for now. I shall convey the information to Mother and the National Master myself. If there are indeed internal problems, the culprit will not act rashly for the time being, making it challenging to identify them. Chu Yun then interjected, Elder brother, if this is the case, we can only rely on the local forces within the imperial city. The Crown Prince pondered seriously, Third brother, you must personally send messages to the heads of the Kai and Lu families, as well as the leaders of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps and Yunwu Tower, urging them to come to the East Palace forthwith. I have urgent matters to discuss with them. Understood. Chu Yun responded promptly and began transmitting messages to these factions, the Kai and Lu families. The two most prestigious local families within the imperial city possessed the foremost and second most profound strength among all noble families, even surpassing the Yin family. Particularly, the Kai family, as the foremost family, boasted an elderly ancestor at the revered level. The 1,000-kill mercenary corps and Yunwu Tower, while not as deeply rooted as the Kai family, also held considerable power within the imperial city, possessing several strong practitioners at the Nirvana level. All these factions shared a commonality. They were aligned with the Queen's faction and were supporters of the Crown Prince. Half an hour later, four figures entered the palace in a staggered formation. They were Kai Yongming, the head of the Kai family, Lu Sansi, the head of the Lu family, Feng Bubi, the leader of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, and Yun Yang, the mistress of Yunwu Tower. 3 men and 1 woman, each exuding increasingly potent auras, were all formidable practitioners at the Nirvana level. After exchanging pleasantries with the Crown Prince, they took their seats. Your Highness, may I inquire as to why we have been summoned today? Kai Yongming initiated the questioning. Esteemed guests, the Black Iron King and Elder Wang Hansua of the Divine Sect have gone missing several days ago due to Shaoyan. Not long ago, 3 of my attendants encountered an incident while preparing to confront the steward of the Chu Yun residence, and they too are now unaccounted for. I suspect there may be some unsavory elements within the East Palace. Hence, I sought your assistance, for you are the only ones I can trust, the Crown Prince. Chu Rong solemnly declared. At this revelation, the expressions of the 4 shifted in shock. The disappearance of the Black Iron King and Elder Wang. Kai Yongming furrowed his brow deeply. He had dealings with both men, particularly Wang Hansua, whose strength was comparable to his own. If even he had vanished, The implications behind this matter were surely profound. Your Highness, could it be that the bounty on Xiao Yun was issued by you? Yin Yang, with an elegant demeanor and a youthful visage, inquired, her voice imbued with a soothing quality. Indeed, it was the will of my mother. We must ascertain the truth behind Xiao Yan. The Crown Prince expressed a hint of disappointment. However, thus far, there has been no word from the Misty Rain Tower. I fear the prospects are dim. Upon hearing this, each of the attendees contemplated their thoughts. Lu Sansi, known for his astuteness within the imperial city, cogitated briefly before asking, Your Highness, what is the Queen's stance on this matter? What do you require from our families? Strictly speaking, the consolidation of these four powerful factions was the prerogative of the Queen. Although the Crown Prince held a lofty position as the Dragon's son, he was still somewhat inexperienced in their eyes. My intention is to momentarily set aside the matter of Xiao Yan and focus our efforts on dealing with Chu Yun and his associates. With the absence of Lord Shura, I do not believe Luo Feng can remain hidden indefinitely. The moment he emerges will present us with the best opportunity to strike. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed with urgency and murderous intent. His desire to eliminate Chu Yun intensified, especially given the recent turmoil. This was a chance that must not be squandered while Lord Shura was away. Listening intently, the others recognized that Lord Shura's absence indeed presented a significant opportunity to confront Chu Yun. Yet, their only concern remained the reigning emperor. Your Highness, would the consequences of assassinating Chu Yun within the city be too severe? He has only just returned, and the emperor places great importance on him. If he were to perish at this juncture, it would undoubtedly incite a storm, Lu Sansi cautioned. Your Highness, I concur with Brother Lu. While Chu Yun may be a target, should he die now, the emperor's wrath will be formidable, and we may face dire repercussions, Kai Yongming added, his apprehension evident. The Crown Prince's expression gradually darkened with indignation. I care not for such matters. Chu Yun must die swiftly, even if my father were to hold me accountable afterward. With both my mother and I present, what is there to fear? Kai Yongming, maintaining his composure, replied, Your Highness, I believe it prudent to consult the Queen for her perspective on this matter. I have already stated, I will inform Mother myself. You need only seize the opportunity to act against Chu Yun. If necessary, eliminate Luo Feng as well. You are all my loyal subordinates. When I ascend the throne, you shall be richly rewarded. The Crown Prince, in his agitation, realized that the four he summoned were not entirely obedient to his commands. Rather, a significant part of their allegiance stemmed from their loyalty to his mother. Kai Yongming and Lu Sansi exchanged troubled glances when suddenly, a figure clad in a phoenix robe appeared at the palace door, her dark eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment as they fixed upon him. The Crown Prince noticed her presence, and his expression shifted dramatically. Mother. Chapter 65. The thoughts of Lady Lan disregarded his gaze. Her expression slightly frosty as she slowly entered the hall. I have seen Mother. Salutations to Her Majesty the Queen. In an instant, several individuals in the hall rose, bowing in greeting. The Crown Prince, realizing the situation, obediently vacated his seat, inviting his mother to take her place. After Lady Lan approached, she elegantly swept her phoenix robe aside and sat down calmly, saying, Enough, everyone rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Kai Yongming and Lu Sansi gradually stood up and resumed their seats. Mother, why did you come without informing me beforehand? I would have personally welcomed you at the door, the Crown Prince said, filled with respect. Lady Lan regarded him with an impassive gaze. Runger, your heart is already in turmoil. Do you not realize? Do you understand the consequences if the head of the Kai family and others act on your suggestions? The Crown Prince's face reflected a hint of reluctance. Mother, I know if Chu Yunru dies, Father will undoubtedly be furious. However, these inexplicable setbacks have made me feel as if an unseen force is assisting him. My unease grows stronger. Without Chu Yunru's demise, I cannot find peace. Lady Lan's eyes turned cold as she sternly replied, If he dies, will you truly find peace? Ongya, I have taught you time and again that in the game of strategy, the key is not merely to see through your opponent, but to strengthen oneself. If your heart is strong enough, How can you be unsettled to the point of losing your composure? If you incite the Kai and Lu families to kill Chu Yun, you are merely laying everything bare before your father. Such actions will only ruin the grand scheme I have meticulously planned. Do you understand? Do you truly think the shadow guards at your father's command are incompetent? The Kai family, the Lu family, including Yunwu Tower and the Qinsha Mercenary Corps. Which of these forces is not under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards? You have lost your senses to even consider this. It is utterly foolish. Lady Lan berated him fiercely, showing no regard for the crown prince's status. The others remained silent. The reason Lu Sanxi and Kai Yongming did not comply with the crown prince was that these factions were part of the queen's camp, and the emperor had long instructed the shadow guards to keep a close watch on them, not to mention their intent to kill Chu Yun. Even a hint of abnormal behavior would immediately be reported. After being scolded harshly, the crown prince seemed to awaken somewhat, realizing that such actions would lead only to loss. It could even jeopardize his mother's carefully crafted plans. Yes, I accept your reprimand, mother. I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me. He lowered his head, ashamed. Your Majesty, the crown prince is still young, and given the recent strange occurrences, it is understandable that his thoughts have been impulsive. Lu Sanxi interjected, seeking to defend the crown prince. Indeed, your Majesty, although the crown prince has acted rashly, there are reasons behind his actions. I implore you to temper your anger, Kai Yongming added promptly. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Several individuals present, all of whom were perceptive, stepped forward to plead for mitigation. Please, mother, do not be angry. Chu Yuan also stood to voice his support. Seeing this, Lady Lan's anger subsided slightly. Enough, you need not defend him. My son is known to me better than anyone else. Ronger, I hope this will not happen again. The crown prince assured her, yes, mother's teachings, I will remember. Very well, everyone, please sit down. Lady Lan waved her hand, and once everyone was seated again, she began addressing the main topic. Previously, the 100,000 troops under the Black Iron King have been ordered by the Emperor to be dispatched to the borders. Lady Lan's first words caused expressions of shock to spread across the room. Such speed, the Black Iron King has only been missing for a few days, and the Emperor has already removed his army. This is tantamount to seizing his military power. How coincidental, Lu Sanxi said with a note of caution. Could it be that the Emperor and Xiao Yin have some undisclosed relationship? It is highly likely that they share some hidden connection. Furthermore, there is another piece of news that will soon reach the imperial city. The flowing god sect in the southern province has been annihilated. The culprit was intercepted by Ru Jun, leading to a fierce battle atop Qianlu Mountain. Ultimately, Yin Zun's blockade was forcibly torn apart, and the perpetrator managed to escape. Currently in a state of being untraceable, Lady Lan's expression grew increasingly grave as she spoke. What? Even Yin Zun could not stop him. Who is this perpetrator? Kai Yongming exclaimed in shock. The others displayed similar astonishment. Yin Ru Jun, to them, he is akin to a legendary figure, the vice master of the sect, at the pinnacle of the Zun realm, one of the renowned giants of the Great Xia Dynasty. How could such a figure allow the perpetrator to escape, and even break the blockade? This indicates that the individual's strength is certainly not inferior to Yin Zun. Lady Lan replied, we do not know the specifics of his identity. He is also at the pinnacle of the Zun realm, described as a bald man, practicing lightning-based techniques. Beyond that, there is little other information, Lady Lan continued. A bald man, pinnacle of the Zun realm, lightning. The attendees pondered, racking their brains to recall the history of the Great Xia Dynasty's Zun realm. Yet none matched the description. Could he be from another dynasty? Feng Bubi ventured. It cannot be ruled out, but at least we now have a concrete direction. The southern province and the nearby two great provinces, the God Sect, Blood God, and Corpse Shadow 3 sects have already united to seal off the area. They will certainly not allow him to wreak havoc any longer. Lady Lan's expression remained serious. In addition to the three major sects, other affiliated forces are also mobilizing to ensure that the bald man does not succeed again. The God Sect has even employed their treasure divine eye to cover the three provinces. The moment the Thunder Zun reveals himself, escape will be nearly impossible. Kai Yongming stated, Mother, what shall we do next in the imperial city? If Chu Yun cannot be killed, Are we to remain powerless? The third prince, Chu Yun, inquired. Two matters. Do everything in your power to uncover the traitor within the Eastern Palace. Additionally, you must ascertain who is assisting Chu Yun. Leave no one who has exited the city today unexamined. Lady Lan resolved, convinced that since they had kept watch over Chu Yun's residence, including the Sure family and even the Chancellor's residence, and yet issues still arose, there must be others within the imperial city aiding Chu Yun. Yes, your majesty. The others rose solemnly in response. Chapter 66. The celestial which breaks through after the others departed. Only Lan Ji and her two sons remained in the East Palace. Mother, are we truly to wait over a month before we eliminate Chu Yun? If we prolong this any further, might he not develop unforeseen variables? Furthermore, Meng Changzhong possesses immense power as prime minister, with a significant portion of the Ministry of War's officials being connected to him. If we allow this to go unchecked, it may lead to numerous complications for us, the Crown Prince said earnestly. Even now, he harbored a lingering feeling that if Chu Yun were allowed to survive until a month from now, it could jeopardize their plans. This sixth sense within him intensified with each passing moment. No matter how much chaos Chu Yun caused, he was ultimately an incapable individual, limited by his reliance on the Sure family and the current favor of the Emperor. Allowing him to live would only serve to confuse your father. As for Meng Changzhong, I have my own strategies in place. You and Yuan need only identify the traitor among you. The rest is not your concern, Lan Ji assured with certainty. Yes, mother. As night fell, the celestial which emerged from her retreat, having successfully ascended to the initial stage of nirvana. Congratulations, Xia, on your successful breakthrough. Chu Yun greeted her with a smile as she approached the fishing platform. The Empress has ordered the Kai family to investigate who has been covertly aiding you, and they have also detected internal corruption, the celestial which stated promptly. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, replying, no matter, let them investigate. Even if they uncover the Yin family's involvement, it matters not. I've already summoned Master Wanlei back to the royal city, so there is little to worry about. Chu Yun had the ability to communicate with Master Wanlei from distant lands. He was well aware that the three major sects had jointly sealed off the three continents, and even the divine sect had deployed its treasure divine eye, casting a wide net. It would be challenging for Master Wanlei to take action. Thus, returning him to the royal city was the most prudent choice. The celestial witch, reassured by Chu Yun's arrangements, continued. The Empress has devised a plan to deal with Meng Changzhong, though its specifics remain unknown for now. However, I suspect it may involve Meng Ruxue. After the death of his wife, Meng Changzhong's only vulnerability rests with his daughter. Therefore, if the Empress truly intends to control him, threatening Meng Ruxue would be the most effective approach. Chu Yun pondered for a moment before responding, I understand. I will notify the Prime Minister to remain vigilant. Very well. Since Xia has just emerged from her retreat, let us pay a visit to the Yin family, Chu Yun declared, rising to leave with Yi Tun and the celestial witch in stealth towards the Yin residence. Later that night, in a secret chamber of the Yin family, Mr. Bai and his companions were imprisoned, their powers sealed, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Yin Ding, Yin Song, and two members of the Wang Xiandao sect led Chu Yun to this location, with the former introducing them, Your Highness, these are the ones. Chu Yun scanned them with a discerning gaze before stating, Yi Tun, I leave them to you. Yi Tun grinned, rest assured, my lord. He then summoned a wave of formidable dark energy that enveloped the area, obscuring their vision. Moments later, the chilling cries of Mr. Bai and his companions echoed through the chamber. Yin Ding and Yin Song exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly upon hearing the screams, yet they refrained from speaking. Though they were acquainted with Mr. Bai, the struggle for imperial power was ruthless, often accompanied by bloodshed and death. If they fell into the Empress's hands, their fate might be even worse. The Empress has grown suspicious of someone aiding me within the royal city. She has instructed the Kai family to conduct an investigation. Given their capabilities, they are likely to uncover your connections, Chu Yun remarked, seemingly indifferent to the agonizing cries of Mr. Bai as he conversed calmly with Yin Ding and the others. Upon hearing the potential for exposure, Yin Ding remained composed, asking, Your Highness, what shall we do next? Chu Yun replied with a faint smile. There is no need for panic. Even if they discover the Yin family and Wang Xiandao sect support for me, they will not dare to act against us within the royal city. The Yin family's roots run deep here, and I will ensure our activities are monitored. However, Elder Fong, please send word back to your sect leader that the Empress will likely instruct her affiliated sects to retaliate against the Wang Xiandao sect, so they must remain vigilant. I will contact my uncle tomorrow, requesting that he dispatch a respected member of the Shi family to assist you. Chu Yun's arrangements were meticulous, and he had long prepared his countermeasures. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. I will relay this message to the sect immediately so that they can prepare. Fong Zili expressed gratefully. Mr. Bai's hatred level has reached 100. Two Shattered Realm guests' hatred levels have reached 100. With the system notification, Chu Yun ordered, very well, execute them. Yes, my lord, came Yi Tun's voice from the shadows. Instantly, the screams of Mr. Bai and the others ceased abruptly. Congratulations, Master. Yi Tun has slain Mr. Bai, earning 6,000 editing points. Yi Tun has eliminated two Shattered Realm guests, earning 4,000 editing points. With the matter resolved, Yi Tun emerged from the shadows, appearing as if nothing had happened, visibly satisfied. The three individuals had granted Chu Yun a total of 10,000 editing points. Adding to the previous count of 35,200, he now possessed 45,200 points, ready for background editing the following day. Very well, let us conclude for tonight. Elder Fong, you two should stay at the Yin residence for now and await my instructions, Chu Yun instructed. Yes, Your Highness. Afterward, once they departed the Yin residence, Chu Yun and his companions made their way through the night towards the Tianbao Pavilion. Chapter 67. The Master of Tianbao, conquering the Tianbao Pavilion, breaking the monopoly. Tianbao Pavilion. Once the foremost commercial establishment of the Great Xia Dynasty, though currently overshadowed by the Misty Rain Tower, still thrives due to its monopoly in various states and regions, maintaining a respectable presence. Late at night, Chu Yun entered Tianbao Pavilion with a few companions and promptly identified himself to one of the attendants, expressing his desire to meet the pavilion master. The attendant led them to a guest room, saying, Your Highness, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the pavilion master. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Night Swallow and the Demoness exchanged glances, with the former inquiring, Master, if negotiations falter, should we resort to force? Chu Yun shook his head. There is no need for that. Besides, I am confident in my ability to persuade him. Shortly after the attendant departed, a series of steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. A portly man, radiating affluence and wearing a benevolent smile, entered. Your Highness, your presence at this late hour truly graces our Tianbao Pavilion. Chu Yun regarded the man with a smile. Pavilion Master, I apologize for the late intrusion. This rotund middle-aged man was none other than the master of Tianbao Pavilion, revered as Tianbao Zunjiang. Not at all. I have long heard of your admirable demeanor, Your Highness. Today, it is indeed as I have heard. Please take a seat. After the initial pleasantries, the pavilion master inquired, What brings you to Tianbao Pavilion at such a late hour? Chu Yun replied candidly, I wish to discuss a business proposition with you, pavilion master. I wonder if you would be willing to consider it. The pavilion master raised an intrigued eyebrow. Oh, I am eager to hear the details. Chu Yun glanced around before continuing. Tianbao Pavilion has faced considerable pressure from the Misty Rain Tower in recent years, with business in the Imperial City reduced by nearly 70% compared to the past, were it not for the monopoly in other states. The main pavilion would likely have shut down by now. Given this, rather than enduring the slow decline, why not seek a new path? The pavilion master raised his brow. What alternative path do you propose? Chu Yun stated plainly, if Tianbao Pavilion were to receive royal support, even if it could not surpass the Misty Rain Tower, it could at least stand as an equal in the Imperial City, preventing any imbalance. The pavilion master stroked his sparse beard and chuckled. I comprehend your intentions. You wish for Tianbao Pavilion to align itself with you, much like Prime Minister Ming? The ongoing struggle between the Ninth Prince and the Crown Prince is common knowledge in the Imperial City, especially with the backing of Meng Changzhong for the Ninth Prince, making this power struggle all the more compelling. However, There is a significant difference between watching a spectacle and participating in it. Being such a shrewd individual, the pavilion master knew that merely painting a rosy picture would not suffice to sway his allegiance. You must understand, once the power struggle is laid bare, Tianbao Pavilion would not escape its repercussions. Rather than being forced to choose a side, why not make a proactive choice? Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor. The pavilion master smiled nonchalantly. While your words ring true, for Tianbao Pavilion to side with you based solely on this ethereal collaboration seems. Chu Yun discerned the implication in his tone. You believe my chances of success are slim? The pavilion master smiled silently, his expression tacitly confirming Chu Yun's deduction. At that moment, an aura of shattered realm emanated from Chu Yun. The pavilion master's brows furrowed in surprise. Shattered realm? I did not anticipate your level of cultivation to be concealed so deeply. Yet even so, he concluded, choosing to ally with you remains a substantial risk for Tianbao Pavilion. Chu Yun responded calmly. Throughout history, risks have always coexisted with opportunities, have they not? Pavilion Master, you are aware of the annihilation of the Lucian sect, are you not? The Pavilion Master squinted. Are you suggesting that you orchestrated it? Chu Yun conceded. My people did it, emerging unscathed after confronting Yen Rujuan. He is now on his way back to the Imperial City. Moreover, Night Swallow. Chu Yun glanced at him, and Night Swallow understood, releasing a hint of pressure from his status as a revered figure. The Pavilion Master's expression shifted as he turned his gaze towards Night Swallow. I was indeed blind. I did not realize you were a revered figure. Pavilion Master, our master comes today with sincere intentions, and we hope you will consider carefully, Night Swallow asserted. Master? The Pavilion Master was taken aback. Initially, he presumed this individual might be a protector sent by the Shi family to aid Chu Yun. However, the term master indicated a completely different relationship. It implied that despite his youth, Chu Yun had achieved shattered realm cultivation and commanded a revered figure as his servant. Furthermore, Pavilion Master, the Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect now stand by my side. The Black Iron King and Wang Hansua are also under my influence. I can assure you that I have not utilized a shred of the Shi family or royal power to accomplish these feats, Chu Yun disclosed further. The Pavilion Master's pupils dilated. These accomplishments were all achieved by the Ninth Prince through his own efforts. The Pavilion Master's heart raced with trepidation. If this were true, the Ninth Prince was not merely a hidden tiger, but a true dragon capable of tearing the heavens asunder, poised to soar above the clouds while lying in wait. After a prolonged contemplation, the Pavilion Master finally spoke. I have but one question for you, Your Highness. If Tianbao Pavilion assists you in seizing the throne, what can Tianbao Pavilion genuinely gain in return? The rights to auction royal treasures annually, with over half of the proceeds granted to Tianbao Pavilion, along with the exemption from all taxes, while also making Tianbao Pavilion the royal merchant. With such support, it would suffice to establish a balance with the Misty Rain Tower in the Imperial City. For Chu Yun, there was no need to exhaust himself in courting various factions. Once his master, Xian Yaozi, arrived, all struggles for power would be resolved. However, Tianbao Pavilion was different. As a local force of the Great Xia, if the external Misty Rain Tower were to crush them, the entire commercial economy of the Great Xia would fall under the control of the Misty Rain Tower. Thus, Chu Yun needed to bolster a faction capable of standing against them in the realm of commerce, ensuring that the Misty Rain Tower could not monopolize the economy of the Great Xia. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, the Pavilion Master was genuinely swayed. He promptly replied earnestly, Very well, I hope Your Highness will remember your promise made tonight. Thus, Tianbao Pavilion is willing to serve you faithfully. Chapter 68 Innocence. Master Ke. Having successfully subdued the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Chu Yun and his companions returned to the prince's residence. The next day, everything in the royal city proceeded as usual, without any notable changes. The Kai and Lu families were still investigating Chu Yun's allies within the city. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince and the Third Prince continued their collaboration to uncover the traitor within the Eastern Palace. However, Chu Rong could never have imagined that the greatest traitor was both far away and right before his eyes. Inside Chu Yun's chamber, He was eagerly anticipating the system's notification. Setting aside other matters, he was determined to edit the background concerning Meng Rushue's unresolved sentiments. He had long pondered this edit. Time could not be wasted on Meng Rushue. He had already heard that the Prime Minister had placed her under house arrest for her safety. This was the perfect opportunity for him to facilitate their relationship. As for the future, he intended to choose between the brother of the mightiest Saint King and the leader of the Rakshasa sect. After all, there was only a 7-day cool-down period, and he was not one to hesitate. Ding! Background editing in progress. Please wait. Causal changes completed. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, Master. Background editing successful. Chu Yun's editing points were drastically reduced by 800, leaving him with 37,200. Simultaneously, his mind was flooded with an intensely poignant and unforgettable memory. This was from his past life when, in her youth, Meng Rushue's village was ravaged by bandits, leading to the tragic demise of her parents. Due to her beauty, she, along with over 100 other young women, was captured by these brigands with the intent to sell them into prostitution for profit. Yet, among the bandits was a young apprentice named Wu Xia, a tragic figure himself. Having lost his parents at a young age and raised by the very bandits who mistreated him due to his inherent kindness. Seeing Meng Rushue alone and vulnerable, he secretly cared for her, providing her with food. However, Meng Rushue harbored a deep-seated hatred for the bandits, blaming them for her parents' deaths. And she perceived even Wu Xia's kindness as deceitful. Thus, she treated him with disdain and indifference. On the eve of her intended sale to a brothel, the third in command of the bandits, Wu Xia's master, developed lustful intentions towards Meng Rushue due to her beauty. In the dead of night, he attempted to violate her within the confines of her cell. Fortunately, Wu Xia arrived just in time. In his desperate bid to protect Meng Rushue, he accidentally killed his master with the very dagger gifted to him. That night, he escaped with her, both determined to flee the bandit lair. However, their escape was fraught with peril as the bandits soon discovered the murder and pursued them relentlessly. Cornered with no avenue of escape, Wu Xia, who had once discovered an ancient cultivation manual, made the ultimate sacrifice. In a final act of desperation, he grasped Meng Rushue's hand and plunged the dagger into his own heart, utilizing the power of the manual to allow Meng Rushue to step onto the path of cultivation, granting her the means to protect herself. At that moment, Meng Rushue's heart was irrevocably moved, especially as she felt Wu Xia's body grow cold in her grasp. He fell lifeless at her feet, and thus, an eternal seed of emotion was sown in her heart. She was left uncertain of her feelings for Wu Xia, but he had etched himself into her soul at that moment. After stepping onto the path of cultivation, Meng Rushue awakened her fated divine physique. That very night, she exacted vengeance upon the bandits, avenging her village, her parents, and Wu Xia. Yet, the one who had shown her kindness, only to be met with her icy demeanor, became a thorn in her heart. This thorn transformed her character permanently. She became forever distant, her most regretful and guilty feelings reserved for the deceased Wu Xia. How naive and innocent he was! He died at the moment when her feelings for him were most fervent and genuine. Upon absorbing this memory, Chu Yun could only sigh deeply at the tragic tale. Wu Xia was not foolish. His feelings for Meng Rushue were pure and unsullied. Even in his dying moments, he entrusted his life to her, wishing for her to live on in his stead. Unbeknownst to him, as he held Meng Rushue's hand and pierced his own heart, he became the sole anchor of her soul. This recollection was profoundly sorrowful and desolate, even though Chu Yun had not truly lived through it. The weight of the memory pressed upon him. Upon reflection, today was indeed the anniversary of Wu Xia's death. He was convinced that Meng Rushue would remember this day. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun resolved to visit the Prime Minister's residence today. He summoned Luo Feng, and together they set off for the Prime Minister's estate. In the National Master's residence, Master Feng Tian was engrossed in a game of chess, lost in thought. Master Kazun is here, announced a respectful steward of the National Master's residence. Show him in, Feng Tian replied without lifting his gaze, fully absorbed in the game. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in dark attire approached, exuding an unsettling aura. It seems the National Master is in high spirits. The Empress has sent me to the National Master's residence. I wonder what business she has. His voice was soft, yet carried a sharpness that was disconcerting. Feng Tian finally raised his head, regarding the newcomer with a calm demeanor. Chu Yun, your journey has been arduous. Please take a seat. The visitor showed no hesitation and sat down comfortably. The Empress has summoned you, Chu Yun, to capture someone alive, Feng Tian stated. Who? Inquired Master Ku. Meng Ruxue, daughter of Meng Changzhong, Feng Tian replied earnestly. Chapter 69. The revered Ku of the Corpsine sect. Chu Yun meets Ruxue. Dream Ruxue. A mere young girl? Upon hearing this, revered Ku appeared somewhat perplexed. How could a trivial young girl from the younger generation summon him to the imperial city? Was this not an overreaction? You see, even you could not have anticipated that the Empress would send you to deal with a mere child. Naturally, Meng Changzhong would be even less capable of predicting this. Feng Tianzhong smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, revered Ku began to grasp the implication of the task. It became clear. The Empress feared that Meng Changzhong might have foreseen the move, and sending someone else might lead to failure, correct? Feng Tianzhong did not deny this. Revered Ku's abilities allow him to take a life from dozens of miles away, as if plucking a flower. I believe capturing a daughter of Meng Changzhong should pose little challenge. Revered Ku raised his head, a sinister smile gracing his enchanting face. Rest assured, National Master. Capturing a mere girl poses no difficulty at all. Feng Tianqing glanced at the time and remarked, currently, Meng Changzhong is right within the palace, making this an excellent opportunity. Feng Tianqing's implication was unmistakable. Await my good news. Upon hearing this, revered Ku immediately rose, waved his sleeve, and vanished from the National Master's residence. In the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Yun and Luo Feng's visit coincided with the Prime Minister's absence, so they were received by Chu Yun, the chief steward of the Prime Minister's estate. This steward was the second strongest in the Prime Minister's residence, Meng Changzhong's absolute confidant, with cultivation at the late Nirvana stage. Steward Chang, I have come today primarily to meet Miss Meng. I would appreciate it if you could guide me. Chang Yun greeted them with a smile. Certainly. Please follow me, Your Highness and Lord Luo. Soon after, Chang Yun led Chu Yun and Luo Feng to the door of Ruxue's chamber. Knock, knock, knock. Mississippi Chang Yun gently tapped on the door. What is it? A voice as cold as an ice mountain came from within. His Highness the Ninth Prince wishes to meet you, Miss, and is presently outside. After Chang Yun spoke, the door was instantly flung open, revealing Ruxue standing before them. A smile spread across Chu Yun's face. Miss Meng, I trust you are well. Ruxue narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze upon him. You are quite bold to come here. There is nothing daring about it. I am here primarily to clarify a misunderstanding with Miss Meng. Ruxue's lips curled into a cold smile. A misunderstanding? Very well, if you wish to resolve it. Then come inside. Ruxue turned and walked deeper into the room, and upon seeing this, Chu Yun stepped inside. Your Highness, Luo Feng, standing beside him, expressed concern, fearing for his safety. Chu Yun responded calmly with a reassuring smile. Do not worry, Commander Luo. You and Steward Chang may wait outside. Nothing will happen. After saying this, Chu Yun entered the room, and the door closed instantly behind him. The barrier set by Meng Changzhong now manifested within the room, completely isolating all power and sound from the outside. Inside Ruxue's chamber, Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings, inhaling lightly, and remarked, the fragrance in this room is truly delightful. Heh, should I call you Xiao Yin or Chu Yun? Ruxue seated herself leisurely, no longer in a hurry to act. At that moment, her icy face displayed a playful expression. Chu Yun, of course. Xiao Yin is merely a pseudonym. Chu Yun remained unperturbed, naturally taking a seat opposite her. I'm quite curious about how you came to know the Demoness, and your ability to manipulate the evil infant. Do you believe that if I were to widely disseminate this information, you would surely meet a grim fate? At that point, not even the Great Xia Dynasty, nor the Supreme Monarch, could save you. Ruxue's cold gaze bore into him as she spoke expressionlessly. Chu Yun poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and replied with satisfaction, I believe you, Should you spread this news, my troubles would indeed be unending. However, Chu Yun's expression shifted to one of complexity, and he regarded her solemnly. Should you proceed with such an action, I fear you may live to regret it for a lifetime. Chu Yun, you hold yourself in too high regard. Though my father stand by your side, even if you were to perish, I wouldn't feel an ounce of regret. Even if I ultimately lose the struggle for the throne, I have ways to protect the Prime Minister's residence. Your death is of no consequence to me. Ru Shui could not help but chuckle, filled with disdain for Chu Yun's arrogance. Chu Yun, with an unusually serious expression, gazed at her. Indeed, it is of no consequence. I have always been an inconsequential person to you. Observing his demeanor, Ru Shui furrowed her brow, perplexed by his words. Initially, I did assist the Demonis in breaking your 100 absolute deaths, for I had no other choice at that moment. Fortunately, in the end, I managed to rescue you. Seeing you safe was a relief. Chu Yun's gaze bore into her. Ru Shui's expression shifted slightly. What did you say? It was your people who saved me? Chu Yun smiled lightly. It is of little importance now. If you wish to disclose my ability to control the evil infant, I will not hinder you. I will not harm you, nor hold it against you. You need not worry. Slowly, Chu Yun rose to his feet, and under Ru Shui's bewildered gaze, he turned his face, mimicking the tone of Wu Xia before his demise. Schwerer, the Wu Xia of the past has long since perished. You should forget that chapter of the past. That heart did not cease to beat. Rather, it has moved to another place, continuing to fulfill its mission. Live well. In my stead. Continue onward. After speaking, Chu Yun appeared profoundly contemplative as he walked toward the door. In that instant, however, Ru Shui's figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. At that moment, Ru Shui's expression transformed dramatically. Gone was her earlier composure, replaced by shock, doubt, and disbelief. Who on earth are you? How do you know these things? Speak. How do you know? Ru Shui's breathing grew rapid. Only she was privy to her connection with Wu Xia. When she pierced Wu Xia's heart, he uttered those very words. Live well. In my stead, continue onward. This phrase would forever be etched in her mind. There is no need to know who I am. My current identity is merely the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Ru Shui, I'm very happy to see you again. That alone is enough. Chu Yun's continual retreat allowed Ru Shui's heart to become increasingly unbalanced, her memories with Wu Xia uncontrollably surfacing in her mind. Why does Chu Yun know these things? Moreover, judging by his tone, why is he so similar to Wu Xia? Could he be? You are Wu Xia? You are his reincarnation. Ru Shui's voice trembled slightly. She could not be certain whether Chu Yun was indeed Wu Xia's reincarnation. However, if he were, then everything that had transpired would naturally align. Regardless of whether it were true or not, he remained an inconsequential person. Not important at all. Well then, I shall take my leave. Chu Yun lowered his head, appearing somewhat forlorn as he reached for the door. Chapter 70. The Fusion of Soul and Blood. The Assault of the Paper Man. Stand firm. At that moment, Meng Rushua grasped his hand tightly, a drop of essence blood coalescing between her fingers. Subsequently, she released a drop of soul blood that had been sealed within her own spirit. This drop of soul blood was once pure and innocent. In his final moments, he had bestowed all his vitality upon Meng Rushua, who was then too fragile to withstand such a sacrifice. He could only leave her this drop of soul blood, a lasting memento of his existence. Now, as Meng Rushua took this precious drop to ascertain Chu Yun's identity, it was evident that she had made a monumental decision. Regardless of the outcome, this drop of soul blood would vanish, and she would irrevocably lose the last remnant of innocence. She combined this drop of soul blood with Chu Yun's own essence blood, her gaze unwavering and her focus intense as she observed the transformation of the two drops. To her astonishment, the fusion proceeded seamlessly, devoid of any rejection, ultimately merging into a single drop of vivid crimson blood. At that moment, Meng Rushua's eyes widened, tears shimmering at the corners. The revelation before her overwhelmed her with indescribable joy. It was true. Chu Yun was indeed the reincarnation of Wu Xia. You truly are him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? With fervor, Meng Rushua grasped Chu Yun's hand, her heart racing with excitement. The past held no need for entanglement, knowing that he was well sufficed. Besides, I am merely an insignificant person. Chu Yun replied with a grave tone. Seeing his demeanor, Meng Ruxue felt a surge of guilt. I did not mean it that way. Wu Xia. No, Chu Yun. You gave me life. You are profoundly important to me, even the most significant. My harsh words were not born of knowledge. I did not realize you were him. I'm sorry. She lowered her head, guilt washing over her. Deep down, she had always harbored profound remorse for Wu Xia, and her earlier words had cut him deeply, leaving her feeling less than human. Yet, Chu Yun shared in this sentiment, feeling somewhat despicable himself. This pitiful state resembled that of a deceitful character. He struggled to reconcile his feelings. However, he understood that dealing with a woman like Meng Ruxue required a gentler approach, one that would leave a lasting impression on her heart, allowing her to feel a deep sense of remorse towards him. Only then could he truly seize the reins of their relationship. Do not speak in such a manner. Ruxue, I have told you, no matter what, I will not hold it against you. I am here solely to clarify misunderstandings. As for your relationship with the demoness, she has promised me she will not trouble you again. I hope that, even if you cannot become friends, you will at least refrain from becoming enemies. He presented her with a source of nirvana from his vault, understanding that this was precisely what she required. Indeed, upon seeing the nirvana source, Meng Ruxue's face registered shock. The nirvana source? Is this what you prepared for me? Do note that I am aware of your situation with the demoness. The nirvana seal upon you can only be broken with the nirvana source. Now, take it, and I shall take my leave. Holding the nirvana source, Meng Ruxue's emotions surged as she watched Chu Yun open the door and depart, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Yun did not linger. He exited alongside Luo Feng and Chang Yun toward the courtyard gate. This was part of Chu Yun's strategy. Emotions, when left unresolved, often linger far longer than when confronted directly. Just as Meng Ruxue stored the nirvana source away and took a few steps to follow him, a small paper man suddenly descended from the sky, exuding waves of spiritual energy as it lunged towards her. Sensing the danger, Meng Ruxue's expression changed, and she swiftly retreated. The paper man shimmered with ethereal light, releasing dozens of black, malevolent chains that ensnared her limbs. These chains, imbued with sinister energy, burrowed into her veins, rendering her completely powerless to resist. An attack from a respected realm, she thought, cursing under her breath. The paper man dragged Meng Ruxue upwards, preparing to make its escape. Despite her frantic struggles, she could not break free from the clutches of the evil chains. In this dire moment, she had no choice but to unleash her strongest card, the divine pearl of reincarnation. In an instant, a radiant light emanated from her body, akin to the purifying light of a celestial being, successfully dispelling the malevolent energy within her. The chains binding her were obliterated, and Meng Ruxue leapt downward. What is this power? The paper man's voice, dripping with a sultry tone, echoed. The little girl certainly harbors many secrets within. Yet, regrettably, you cannot evade me a second time. It unleashed thousands of sinister papers that surged forward like venomous snakes, overwhelming her entirely. At that moment, two powerful attacks from the Nirvana realm struck, as Nirvana flames whipped through the air, accompanied by a swirling tempest. Chang Yun unleashed a compassionate palm seal, and together they thwarted the malevolent paper assault aimed at Meng Ruxue. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yun and his companions rushed back, relieved to find Meng Ruxue unharmed. Ruxue, come here, Chu Yun called, and she immediately soared to his side, with Luo Feng and Chang Yun standing protectively in front, ready to confront the looming paper man. Chapter 71. The situation escalates. Sir Zhen pursues. The presence of a revered figure. Never did they anticipate that a being of such exalted status would be dispatched to confront the young lady. Chang Yun gazed at the paper figure, his expression a tumultuous blend of shock and gloom. Although the Prime Minister had been forewarned, he could not fathom that the Empress would employ a revered figure against Meng Ruxue. Chang Yun retrieved a square disc and cast it into the sky, where it transformed into a golden barrier enveloping them. I have sent a message to the Prime Minister. For now, we can only endure. Chu Yun's countenance was grave. This golden barrier could withstand even the mightiest forces of the Nirvana realm. Yet when faced with a revered figure, he felt an unsettling uncertainty. Ha ha! Do you truly think such trivial tactics can impede me? The paper figure emitted a disdainful, sinister laugh, followed by the launch of two tentacles wreathed in dark malevolence, striking ferociously against the golden shield. Bang! Bang! With merely a few blows, the golden barrier began to fracture, teetering on the brink of collapse. This would not suffice. It cannot withstand the power of a revered figure. Luo Feng furrowed his brows, sensing the urgency, and began to gather strength in his hands. Bang! 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 Under the relentless assault of the sinister tentacles, the golden shield shattered completely, forcing the four of them to evade in separate directions. Starstorm. Luo Feng summoned a colossal storm star with his Nirvana power, aiming it at the encroaching tentacles. At the peak of the Nirvana realm, you are but an ant. The tentacles of the paper figure, unstoppable and resolute, pierced through, unleashing a wave of energy that sent both Luo Feng and Chu Yun hurtling away like leaves in a tempest. The tentacles reached again for Meng Ruxue. Blood Heaven Realm. At this moment, Chu Yun unleashed the Blood Heaven Realm, a torrent of sanguine energy cascading from the heavens, enveloping Meng Ruxue. Boom! The tentacles struck empty air, uprooting the entire garden, toppling pavilions and rockeries in their wake. The blood energy surrounding Chu Yun transported Meng Ruxue to his side. Witnessing Chu Yun's formidable ability left Meng Ruxue astonished. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the paper figure as he spoke in a solemn tone. Can you delay him for 50 breaths? Do you have a plan? Meng Ruxue inquired immediately. After 50 breaths, he will be vanquished. Chu Yun's voice rang with unwavering conviction. Very well. Leave it to me, Meng Ruxue affirmed with a nod. You too, so young yet remarkably capable, have indeed surprised me. Very well. You shall accompany me. Corpse Marsh Canopy. A colossal black canopy materialized before the paper figure, within which a multitude of corpse energy surged and roiled, resembling an endless abyss, from which two corpse puppets were launched. Their bodies were impervious, their might overwhelming, as they barreled towards Chu Yun and Meng Ruxue. Reincarnation Divine Pearl. Celestial Light of Purity. Meng Ruxue stood resolutely before Chu Yun, her hands releasing the radiance of reincarnation, forming a barrier of luminescence that was sacred and inviolable, successfully thwarting the assault of the two puppets. With the aid of this celestial treasure, Meng Ruxue was able to withstand the power of a revered figure, far surpassing the capabilities of Luo Feng and Chu Yun at their Nirvana realm. This truly astonished Chu Yun, prompting memories of the celestial demoness warning. Do not underestimate a reincarnated emperor. At this juncture, Meng Ruxue had managed to hold her ground for over 30 breaths. Though the two puppets had yet to advance even a fraction, her condition had deteriorated significantly. Her complexion was ashen, devoid of color, as if she had suffered a severe illness, and her body had become alarmingly frail. It was evident that forcibly wielding the celestial treasure was proving to be too taxing for her current state. I am curious to see how much longer you can endure. The paper figure intensified the canopy's power, augmenting the combat strength of the two puppets once more. Boom! 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 The radiance of the reincarnation light began to wane rapidly beneath the relentless bombardment of the puppet's strength. Just then, Chu Yun raised his head suddenly, his expression fierce. Let him perish. Bang! A radiant formation descended, its overwhelming power shattering the two corpse puppets into fragments. Reinforcements have arrived. The paper figure expressed her, but in an instant, the space tore open. The figure of Sir Jean emerged, wielding spatial energy to form a binding array, ensnaring the paper figure in place. Break! The corpse-laden canopy was forcefully torn apart under Sir Jean's directive. Your Highness, this is a substitution technique. The real body is hiding several dozen miles away. Sir Jean reported to Chu Yun, having discerned the paper figure's ruse. Can we track him? Chu Yun inquired with a serious demeanor. Yes, but doing so would expose my identity and strength within the imperial city, Sir Jean replied. That is of no consequence. At all costs, capture this revered figure. Chu Yun commanded with unyielding resolve. Understood. Sir Jun released his restraints, stepping into the formation. The paper figure unleashed a torrent of sinister energy, powerful enough to crush a giant mountain. Yet it was effortlessly dispelled by a killing formation conjured by Sir Jun. In the next moment, Sir Jun seized the paper figure with a firm grip. Which faction do you represent? When did such a character appear in the Great Xia imperial city? The paper figure questioned, astonished. You need not know, Sir Jun replied curtly before crushing the paper figure to pieces. In the instant of its explosion, a trace of blood was left behind, which Sir Jun swiftly captured. Seeking the celestial trace, Sir Jun invoked a secret technique, a glow emanating from his forehead as he infused the blood trace within, using it to locate its origin. Before long, Sir Jun pinpointed the whereabouts of the individual, vanishing from the Prime Minister's residence. Meng Rushue, now utterly exhausted, had depleted her vital energy, her strength waning to the brink of collapse. Rushue, thankfully, Chu Yun caught her just in time. Luo Feng and Chu Yun hurriedly approached, their lips stained with blood, but their injuries relatively minor. Young lady, your highness, how is she? Chu Yun inquired anxiously. She is merely fatigued from excessive energy expenditure. She has fainted temporarily, but will be fine, Chu Yun assessed after examining her. Chu Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, then asked, Your Highness, who was the revered figure that intervened earlier? He is one of my subordinates. Fortunately, I summoned him at the first opportunity. Otherwise, today's events would not have unfolded so simply, Chu Yun replied solemnly. He had contacted Sir Jun immediately, instructing him to hasten to the Prime Minister's residence. Thankfully, Meng Rushue had managed to hold on for several breaths. Otherwise, Chu Yun would have been compelled to resort to his ultimate trump card, the celestial breath stored within the warehouse. Your Highness's subordinate is a revered figure. Chu Yun's expression turned to one of disbelief, nearly unable to process the information. The ninth prince actually had a revered figure among his ranks. What an unfathomable revelation. Chapter 72. The Defeat of Chu Yun and the Suppression of Xi Jun. Changguan sure, if there is nothing else regarding Shui, I will leave her in your care. At this moment, Chu Yun, unable to pay heed to his astonishment, entrusted Meng Rushue to him. Very well. Chu Yun supported the unconscious Meng Rushue and responded affirmatively. Commander Luo, let us depart. The expression on Chu Yun's face was as cold as ice, and he immediately pursued alongside Luo Feng. Within the imperial city, the revered Xi Jun swiftly pinpointed Chu Yun's location through a trace of blood energy. At this moment, Chu Yun stood atop a towering building within the city, suddenly sensing an encroaching force. He hastily tore through space to evade. Boom! In an instant, where he had previously stood, an imprint of a four-directional formation emerged, annihilating everything within that area. The figure of Xi Jun emerged from the void, witnessing his attack miss the target. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a series of formation imprints that continuously struck the pathway Chu Yun was traversing. Bang! 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 The formation imprints radiated with the brilliance of revered level power, plunging the space into a vast freeze. Sizzle! As the entire space was encased in frost, Chu Yun, left with no choice, was compelled to forcibly tear through the fabric of space. Hurricane Storm. With a mere wave of his hand, Xi Jun gathered and channeled the powers of the formation, instantaneously transforming them into a swirling tempest that ensnared Chu Yun from below. The entire storm formation was laden with razor-like winds. Resembling a dragon composed of countless blades of light, its formidable force leaving Chu Yun no avenue for escape. In a desperate attempt, Chu Yun unleashed dozens of sinister waves of energy, but could not breach a single inch, as they were devoured by the tempest's might. Damn it! Do you truly believe this esteemed one fears you? Driven to desperation, Chu Yun ceased to conceal his strength, fully unleashing his power. A battle-honored form towering 1,000 feet high, shrouded in malevolent energy, manifested above the imperial city. 5 elements, secret kill. Xi Jun directly unleashed 5 formations in the sky: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, melding them under his command. In an instant, a five-element killing formation erupted with dazzling brilliance, descending upon Chu Yun's battle-honored form. Evil spirits corpse-tied. With a raise of his palms, Chu Yun unleashed two torrents of corpse energy, clashing fiercely against the descending five-element killing formation. Bang! Boom! The collision of two revered-level powers sent shockwaves that reverberated for dozens of miles, causing nearby structures to tremble. Many cultivators, sensing the impending danger, hurriedly fled to safety. Boom! The two revered-level beings engaged in open combat within the imperial city. Chu Yun had even summoned his battle-honored form, creating an overwhelming spectacle that shook the very foundations of the city. Chu Yun and Luo Feng soared into the air, gazing at the battle's location. Chu Yun had summoned his battle-honored form, but was being suppressed by the might of the five-element killing formation, compounded by the hurricane formation that sealed off his escape routes, rendering him utterly trapped. To their astonishment, it was him, the left protector of the Corpse sect, Chu Yi. Upon recognizing Chu Yun's true identity from a distance, Luo Feng immediately called out, "The Corpse sect." It was evident that he was sent by the Empress. Chu Yun squinted, his voice low and resolute. "No matter what, Chu Yi shall not escape this imperial city today." At this moment, the clash of their powers erupted violently, and Xi Jun, witnessing Chu Yun's dwindling strength, immediately reinforced the formation, doubling its power. Boom! Instantly, Chu Yun's two torrents of corpse energy were consumed by the five-element force, and his battle-honored form was struck violently by the formation. "Puff, you are truly audacious. To harm my daughter, you shall pay the price today." Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated from afar. Not far in the sky, Meng Changzhong stood atop his battle-honored form, wielding a 100-foot-long radiant spear, accompanied by 4 dragons of light as he charged directly towards Chu Yun. Already under pressure from Xi Jun, Chu Yun was compelled to divide his focus to fend off Meng Changzhong's spear dragons. In that instant, Xi Jun seized the opportunity, unleashing a formation imprint that thundered through Chu Yun's battle-honored form's chest, sending a jolt of pain through him, shattering his internal organs. Boom! After being struck once more by Xi Jun, Chu Yun's strength waned, triggering a chain reaction. Meng Changzhong's 4 spear dragons effortlessly overpowered his corpse energy defenses, obliterating nearly half of his corporeal form. Chu Yi's body lay in ruin, half of him shattered, blood and bone exposed, a horrifying sight to behold. Simultaneously, Xi Jun had completely suppressed his battle-honored form, 3 formation imprints descending to bind any movement from him. Meng Changzhong once again coalesced the radiance of his spear and thrust it towards the remaining half of Chu Yun's body, infused with lethal intent. Suddenly, the heavens shimmered with a thick layer of watery mist, forming a vast cloud that shielded half the sky and intercepted Meng Changzhong's assault. Meng Changzhong's pupils constricted momentarily, halting his advance just in time. Beside Chu Yun, the frozen space shattered, and a hand, wrinkled and weathered, emerged as it tore through the fabric of reality, brandishing a scepter crowned with a dragon's head. Such a lively scene. I had no idea the imperial city concealed such a revered presence. "It seems I have been quite ignorant," remarked the national master Feng Tianzhong, appearing with an intense gaze fixed upon Xi Jun, his eyes reflecting both gravity and suspicion. Xi Jun had no intention of engaging him, instead directing his full force to obliterate Chu Yun's battle-honored form, causing the formation imprints to explode. Bang! 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 Puff! "How dare you!" With his battle-honored form destroyed, Chu Yun suffered a grievous blow, his vitality diminished by 50%, blood spewing forth. His delicate features now marred with fury and hatred. Such a grievous wound would require months for him to recover his battle-honored form. "National Master, what is your intent?" Giskivit Gotsun exclaimeth. "You have attacked my residence and harmed my beloved daughter. Could it be that you conspire with him in this matter?" Meng Changzhong stood unwavering upon his battle-honored form, showing no deference to Feng Tianzhong, openly declaring his intent to act against him, tearing their relationship asunder without hesitation. Chapter 73. Turmoil and the Majesty of the Emperor. "What brings you to utter such words?" prime minister. As the left guardian of the convenes sect, an old man, can hardly believe that he would commit such acts. There must be a profound misunderstanding at play. Moreover, this individual's identity remains ambiguous. As a court official, you should join me in apprehending him to prevent any potential threat to the imperial city. Jiang is indeed seasoned. At this moment, Feng Tianzheng remains calm, effortlessly shifting the focus of the conversation. Meng Changzhong squints his eyes, about to speak when, rest assured, National Master, he is one of my subordinates, and his actions are solely aimed at capturing this rebel who disturbs the order of the imperial city. The National Master has consistently protected this assailant of the Prime Minister's residence and offered justifications for him. Could it be that, as the Prime Minister suggests, he is indeed in league with such nefarious scoundrels? Chu Yun, accompanied by Luo Feng, slowly approached, unperturbed, and declared with righteous indignation. At this moment, numerous gazes were fixed upon Chu Yun and his companions, as various leaders of factions within the imperial city and several respected figures observed the unfolding situation from the shadows. Standing atop the Tianbao pavilion, the Tianbao elder gazed in astonishment at the scene. If this esteemed figure were indeed under the command of the Ninth Prince, combined with last night's Night Devourer incident, his forces would boast two powerful figures. Truly astonishing. He felt a sense of relief regarding the decision he made the previous evening. Additionally, members of the Yin family, along with some powerful figures from the Eastern Palace and the Empress's faction, had also appeared in the distant skies, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. The Crown Prince wore a look of shock and trepidation. This esteemed figure is under Chu Yun's command. When did he acquire such a formidable subordinate? Why did the Eastern Palace receive no news of this? Simultaneously, Chu Yun boldly confronted the National Master. The latter's brows furrowed momentarily in surprise before darkening with gravity. Ninth Prince, though you are a prince by seniority, you lack the standing to address me in such a manner. Here, you have no right to interrupt. Are you willing to disregard the stability of the dynasty by slandering the National Master? Feng Tianzheng, ever cunning, deftly evaded the crux of the issue, casting aspersions upon Chu Yun and steering the dialogue away from Kui's actions. With the Emperor present, chaos would not ensue. I shall reiterate, step aside. Today, you cannot save Kui. Chu Yun's gaze hardened, dismissing the overwhelming celestial might emanating from the National Master. Arrogant. Chu Yun, do you truly believe you can provoke me? The National Master retorted, his expression frigid. In the next moment, he unleashed the full force of his esteemed power, summoning a colossal battle form that towered in the heavens. The peak aura of the revered realm suppressed even Meng Changzhong's battle form. Seeing the escalating tension, the elder of the formation immediately summoned his own battle form, matching the National Master's strength head-on. Three colossal battle forms loomed over the imperial city, exuding a ferocious and overwhelming presence. However, some hidden elders, well aware of the consequences, understood that these three should not engage in combat. A clash within the imperial city would spell disaster. As anticipated, a surge of dragon-like celestial might emanated from deep within the palace, its aura akin to the heavenly way, rendering resistance futile. Even the formidable presence of the three battle forms was subdued by this overwhelming force. Impudence. What do you take the imperial city for? The Emperor's voice resonated like thunder across the skies, shaking the very ground. Meng Changzhong and the National Master immediately halted their confrontation, bowing toward the palace. Your Majesty, it is not my intention to instigate conflict. It is Kui who attacked my residence and harmed my beloved daughter. I cannot fathom why the National Master chooses to protect such a villain. The National Master quickly countered, Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I merely consider the stability of the dynasty. Kui is, after all, the left guardian of the convenes sect. I cannot believe he would commit such acts. There must be someone scheming against him. The two held steadfast to their arguments when the Emperor's voice returned, laden with terrifying might, bearing down on Kui. Explain yourself. Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. Upon arriving in the imperial city, I was attacked by this man. The claim of attacking the Prime Minister's residence is utterly baseless. Chu Yun pointed accusingly at the elder of the formation, desperately attempting to defend himself. After all, he had used a substitute technique, and given that Chu Yun and his companions lacked definitive evidence, as long as he maintained his stance, the emperor could not condemn him without proof. At this juncture, Meng Changzhong suddenly laughed. Chu Yun, did you truly believe I had made no arrangements within my own residence? In the next moment, he conjured a beam of light into the heavens, transforming it into a vivid image of the formation that captured Chu Yun's paper doll attacking Meng Ruxue. Indeed, Meng Changzhong had cunningly set up a surveillance formation within his abode. The national master felt his confidence waver. With evidence now irrefutable, Chu Yun was beyond salvation. Chu Yun's countenance shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that Meng Changzhong had such a contingency. Chu Yun, you not only attacked the prime minister's residence, but now dare to deceive the emperor. The crime of deceiving the sovereign warrants your death. Chu Yun stepped forward, pointing at Chu Yun and voicing his outrage. Chu Yun, now panicked and at a loss for words, found himself unable to counter as the evidence stood glaringly before all. To argue further would be to treat the imperial court as fools. Even Feng Tianzhong turned away, falling into silence. Boom! At that moment, the celestial might from the heavens transformed into a golden dragon, radiant with golden light, which surged forth, enveloping Chu Yun's bloodied form and soaring into the sky. In an instant, all of Chu Yun's power was forcibly sealed as the golden dragon enveloped him. He had considered resistance, but before the emperor's overwhelming might, he found himself utterly powerless, swept into the palace. Chu Yun's crimes were unforgivable. His cultivation was sealed, and he was to be imprisoned in the heavenly dungeon for further judgment. Thus concluded this matter. The ninth prince and the prime minister would enter the palace, while the rest were dismissed. With the emperor's voice echoing, the vast oppressive force dissipated. Yes, your majesty, father. The onlookers gradually dispersed. The national master cast a lingering glance at Chu Yun, and the elder of the formation snorted coldly and vanished into the heavens. Meng Changzhong and the elder of the formation retracted their battle forms and approached Chu Yun. Your Highness, let us proceed to the palace. Hearing Meng Changzhong's words, Chu Yun nodded. Elder of the formation, Commander Luo, please return to your residences first. I shall accompany the Prime Minister to meet Father. Yes, Your Highness. With the Prime Minister present, Luo Feng felt reassured and turned to leave with the elder of the formation. Chu Yun also made his way toward the palace alongside the Prime Minister. Within the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince, the National Master, and Chu Yuan were seated within the hall. What on earth is happening? How could Chu Yun possess a subordinate of the revered realm? Who is that individual? The Crown Prince furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the situation. The National Master is likewise so. One can assert with certainty that he is unequivocally not a member of the Shi family. Within the esteemed ranks of the Shi family, there exists no individual of his caliber. Chapter 74. The First Honored One, the Filial Disciple. Brother, it seems that Chu Yun is far more formidable than we initially imagined. Do you think he might possess hidden cards we are unaware of? Chu Yuan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's expression shifted slightly, and Feng Tian responded immediately. Let us not lose our composure. If we cannot ascertain that person's identity, we shall pay a visit to the Misty Rain Tower. Chu Yuan nodded. Rest assured, National Master. I know what to do. However, given the current situation, what shall we do about the honored Ko? Feng Tian's expression darkened slightly. If His Majesty is personally involved, then this matter is beyond our control. We can only hope the Empress has a solution, or perhaps the Corpse In sect may intervene. At this moment, Feng Tian was also quite troubled. He never anticipated that the situation with Chu Yun would escalate to this extent, especially leading to the Emperor's direct involvement. It is important to note that the most powerful honored one in the entire Great Xia Dynasty is none other than the Great Xia Emperor. He seldom intervenes, as it is generally unnecessary for him to do so. In terms of honored one-level power, even Asura honored one falls beneath him. Moreover, in the imperial city, the Great Xia Emperor is bolstered by the dynasty's fortune, capable of standing against even those at the celestial aspect level. This is one of the primary reasons why the Empress's faction, despite its vast network, dares not act recklessly within the imperial city. Had the emperor been present in the palace at the time of Chu Yun's birth, the possibility of him being stolen would have been inconceivable. This is the absolute deterrence of a sovereign. For now, this is our only option. Third brother, you shall go to the Misty Rain Tower and see if you can gather any intelligence regarding the honored one under Chu Yun. The crown prince commanded. Understood, brother. I shall depart at once. Chu Yuan promptly left the eastern palace and hurried to the Misty Rain Tower. Within the palace, Chu Yun and Meng Changzhong entered a grand hall. We pay our respects to your majesty. The emperor was seated upon the dragon throne, having awaited their arrival for some time. Rise, he nodded, speaking in a calm tone. Thank you, your majesty. The two then stood upright. He has already been imprisoned in the sky dungeon. How is Ru Shui faring? The emperor inquired with concern. I appreciate your majesty's concern. Ru Shui is well. Merely unconscious, but unharmed, Meng Changzhong replied. The emperor nodded. That is good to hear. Ninth son, what is the situation regarding the honored one under your command? Chu Yun anticipated that his father would eventually bring this matter up. This was no trivial issue. To have such a powerful honored one present in the imperial city, especially beside his own son, while the emperor remained oblivious, was utterly intolerable for a ruler. Father, this individual was sent by my master to assist me. Chu Yun ziplit gan li. Your master? Both the emperor and Meng Changzhong were taken aback. They had never heard of Chu Yun having a master. Chu Yun had prepared his explanation, recounting the circumstances of his encounter with the immortal wanderer and how he had been nurtured to grow independently. He also informed them that his master would arrive in the imperial city in a little over a month. So that is the case. To be able to send an honored one-level cultivator at ninth son, what realm does your master occupy? The emperor inquired with curiosity. Chu Yun stroked his chin, reminiscing. I am unsure of the specifics of his cultivation. I only know that he once killed a celestial aspect cultivator as effortlessly as one would slay a chicken, with a mere stroke of his sword. Upon hearing this, both Meng Changzhong and the emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. To kill a celestial aspect cultivator as easily as that? Such power must surely belong to a supreme. The realization that ninth son's master was a supreme left the emperor deeply astonished. Even Meng Changzhong felt a surge of joy, eagerly asking, Your Highness, is this true? Can your master truly eliminate a celestial aspect cultivator in an instant? Chu Yun responded nonchalantly. I cannot say for certain. After all, that was in the past. With the passage of time, my master must have made some progress. Otherwise, he would be rather inadequate as a master. As the saying goes, the most lethal form of boasting is often the most subtle. Chu Yun's casual remarks left both the emperor and Meng Changzhong feeling a mixture of shock and incredulity. However, once they regained their composure, Meng Changzhong's mood brightened, and the joy was evident on his face, unable to be contained. With such a formidable master at his side, what could they possibly fear from the Empress's faction? Once the master arrives, power within the imperial city will undoubtedly shift in their favor. Ninth son, since you have such a master, why did you not inform your father sooner? The emperor could not help but ask. Chu Yun smiled brightly, scratching his head. Father. Primarily because my master instructed me not to reveal this lightly. If not for his impending arrival, I would not have disclosed this matter to you. In his desire to be filial, Chu Yun shifted all responsibility onto the immortal wanderer. So that is it. After all, high-level beings can be quite eccentric. It is understandable. The emperor nodded, acknowledging Chu Yun's masteress stance. By the way, father, what do you intend to do about Kui? Chu Yun then asked with a serious expression. What are your thoughts? The emperor responded, not directly answering, but rather inquiring back. If possible, I would like to request that father entrust Kui to me. Chapter 75. The Queen's Strategy, Plotting at the Borders. Chu Yun harbored intentions towards Kui, which, in the emperor's eyes, might have appeared as a desire to determine the fate of Kui himself, especially after the latter's assault on the Prime Minister's residence that had nearly endangered the lives of many. However, unbeknownst to the emperor, Chu Yun sought Kui for the hatred points and editing points he possessed. The potential editing points that could be acquired from a figure of the esteemed realm intrigued Chu Yun immensely. After a moment of contemplation, The emperor acknowledged that although Chu Yun had been imprisoned, he was still affiliated with the convenes sect. Given the gravity of the situation, it was unlikely that the sect would remain passive. They would surely dispatch representatives to the imperial city to plead for Chu Yun's life. After all, his status as a figure of the esteemed realm represented a significant loss for the sect. Very well, the emperor concluded, since you desire this, you may handle Chu Yun as you wish. Externally, I shall declare that he has been executed, leaving no room for others to maneuver. The emperor's decision reflected his affection for Chu Yun, acquiescing to his request. Thank you, Father Emperor, Chu Yun replied, his face alight with gratitude. Subsequently, the emperor ordered Xianfeng to secretly transport Chu Yun to the 9th prince's residence, while publicly announcing that Chu Yun had attempted regicide during his imprisonment, resulting in the emperor's immediate decree of execution. In Chu Yun's residence, Chu Yun was confined in a secret chamber, his limbs bound. In this grim environment, he resembled a vengeful wolf, his eyes glinting with malice as he fixed his fierce gaze upon Chu Yun. I never imagined that after traversing the realms of the Great Xia Empire for so many years, I would fall into your hands. Chu Yun, you may be formidable, but do not revel in your triumph. Should I perish, the convenes sect will ensure that you meet your demise alongside me. Even your father cannot protect you forever. You will die, and your end will be far more tragic than mine. Chu Yun's crimson eyes burned with fury, his lips curling into a vicious sneer. Chu Yun remained impassive in response to Chu Yun's impotent howls. Shortly thereafter, Yi Tun approached. Master, he said, and Chu Yun nodded. Proceed with the most ruthless methods. Chu Yun's attack on the Prime Minister's residence could have led to Dream Shui falling into his clutches had I not been present today. Thus, I cannot afford to show mercy, and I harbor a flicker of anger as well. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation from his master's demeanor, Yi Tun responded solemnly. Understood. Rest assured, master. Yi Tun advanced slowly, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, sealing off both himself and Chu Yun. Chu Yun, you will not die the good death. Soon, the chamber echoed with Chu Yun's endless screams, reminiscent of a soul being skinned alive, a cacophony of torment that resonated throughout the secret room. Chu Yun's hatred points have reached 100%. As the system's notification chimed, Chu Yun turned his head slightly. It is done. Kill him. In the enveloping darkness, a sinister light flickered, akin to a malevolent spirit descending, transforming the atmosphere of the chamber into one of chilling dread. Chu Yun's voice soon fell silent, his breath extinguished completely. Attention! Congratulations, Master. Yi Tun has slain Chu Yun, earning 15,000 editing points. Having eliminated Chu Yun and acquired a modest sum of editing points, Chu Yun now possessed a total of 52,200. With a 6-day cooldown period for editing backgrounds remaining, he could only indulge in opening blind boxes. As the darkness receded and the malevolence dissipated, Yi Tun emerged, satisfaction radiating from him. Master, I have a premonition that I am on the verge of breaking through once again. After I refine Chu Yun's soul essence, I might just touch the threshold of mid-tier esteemed realm. Although Yi Tun had recently broken through, he had devoured enough beings, continually nourished by Chu Yun. If he were to consume another figure of the initial esteemed realm, a breakthrough was inevitable. Chu Yun, note that. First, let us visit the Prime Minister's residence and see if Shui has awoken. Certainly, Master, in the Imperial Palace, within the Queen's chamber. The National Master Feng Tianzheng and 2 esteemed members of the dynasty, Ren Lin and Hong Chun, were gathered. The Queen's expression was somber. News has reached the palace that Chu Yun, during his confinement, attempted regicide and was immediately sentenced to death by His Majesty, leaving no room for negotiation. The 3 men listened intently, their expressions grave. No one had anticipated such a sudden decree against Chu Yun from the emperor. The notion that Chu Yun would dare to attempt regicide was inconceivable. Even if he were not imprisoned, he lacked the capability to harm the emperor. Thus, the accusation of regicide served merely as a pretext for the public, but it effectively shattered the relationship between the imperial family and the convenes sect. The Emperor's refusal to leave any avenues of escape for the sect was unexpected, even for the queen, who felt a sense of disbelief. After so many years of marriage, having shared the same bed, her understanding of the emperor suggested that such a casual execution of a sect's esteemed member was uncharacteristic of him. He should be acutely aware of the repercussions of such actions. Could it be that he has sensed something? Hong Chun suddenly interjected. After all, his period of decline approaches. The queen furrowed her brow slightly. That should not be the case. Our people have yet to make a move, so he cannot possibly foresee it. However, given the current dire situation, we must activate the plan that was previously devised. Rest assured, my queen, National Master Feng Tianzheng stated earnestly, I have already dispatched the border defense maps in secret. It will not be long before news of a breach at the borders reaches the imperial city. The queen nodded, realizing she must divert the emperor's attention away from them. Only through chaos at the borders could she shift his focus. Furthermore, the esteemed figure by Chu Yun's side, Yin Yulu, remains an enigma. This is indeed peculiar. However, we have uncovered that the forces aiding Chu Yun include the Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect from Qingzhou. The queen continued. What? The Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect? It is indeed them. Upon hearing this, Hong Chun and Ren Lin's expressions turned dark with indignation. Your Majesty, it seems we have underestimated Chu Yun. He has managed to secure the support of the Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect while being guarded by a mysterious, esteemed figure. He is indeed quite capable, far more than we initially presumed, Feng Tianjing remarked, wielding his staff with a solemn expression. The queen's demeanor grew cold and haughty. He possesses some capabilities, but what I detest are the forces that aid him. Since they have made their choice, they must face the consequences of that choice. As for June, he has already led the elite forces of the divine sect to Qingzhou. Regarding the Yin family, we shall wait 1 month before utterly annihilating them, uprooting their foundations completely. Having heard the queen's decisive plan, the 3 men refrained from further discussion. Regarding Chu Yun's death, the queen personally transmitted a message to the leader of the corpse Yin sect, advising them to remain calm and await further instructions. Chapter 76. The Heart of Dreaming Like Snow, Refining the Source of Nirvana. In the Prime Minister's residence, after the events unfolded, Dreaming Like Snow regained consciousness after a brief period of unconsciousness. Dream Changzhong, upon realizing his daughter's extraordinary abilities through the image array, was astounded to witness her withstand the formidable power of Ke Zuanzhang. However, he was not an unenlightened father. If Ru Shui chose not to reveal her strength to the outside world, it was evident she held her own secrets. Should she wish to share them, he would gladly listen, but if she preferred silence, he would respect her choice. In this regard, he found a peculiar similarity with the emperor. Within Dreaming Like Snow's chamber, she reclined on her bed, her complexion having improved significantly. Dream Changzhong sat nearby, inquiring about her general condition. Just then, Chu Yun entered the room, and upon seeing her, he expressed concern. Ru Shui, how are you feeling? How is your health? Dreaming Like Snow looked at him, her gaze no longer icy, and a rare smile graced her lips. I am fine. A few days of rest will suffice. Since the prince has arrived, let him stay with you, while I attend to some matters, Dream Changzhong said, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. He had already sensed an unusual dynamic between the two. It was indeed unprecedented for his daughter to show any warmth towards the 9th prince. He sensed a stir of emotions blossoming between them. Naturally, if Ru Shui were to unite with the 9th prince, he would become his son-in-law, a notion he did not mind at all. Very well, Chu Yun nodded, and soon Dream Changzhong departed. Chu Yun approached the bedside, seated himself beside her, his eyes brimming with emotion as he earnestly gazed at her. He has been slain by me. Rest assured, any who have harmed you shall not escape retribution. Dreaming Like Snow was not taken aback. Instead, she calmly replied, what about the demoness? Chu Yun's expression shifted to one of concern as he rubbed his brow. Well. Seeing his reaction, Dreaming Like Snow couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I was just teasing you. I understand that your relationship with her is likely complicated, and she may even reside in your manor. Am I correct? Chu Yun did not deny it. Indeed, she and you are both very important to me. Dreaming like Snow nodded, refraining from delving deeper into their relationship, and instead remarked, I understand. When the time is right, arrange for us to meet privately. Matters between women are best resolved without interference. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun contemplated briefly before agreeing. Certainly, whenever you wish to meet her, I will make the arrangements. Dreaming like Snow then shifted the conversation. Kui was sent by the Empress. How confident are you in dealing with her? Chu Yun confidently responded, 10 out of 10. Dreaming like Snow was slightly taken aback. Really? I must remind you that she has the backing of the divine sect, the elders of Huangzi Mountain, and even the retired emperor. This is why your father can only watch her form her faction without taking decisive action against her. Her position as empress is secured primarily due to the support of the retired emperor. Otherwise, her status in the harem could not possibly be so stable. Dreaming like Snow's insights provided Chu Yun with further understanding of the empress's connections. He had not anticipated that the grandfather he had never met would side with her. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor. Do not worry. Even with the entire Huangzi Mountain backing her, I possess absolute confidence in overcoming her. If the heavenly sovereign is insufficient, then I shall summon the supreme. If the supreme is still inadequate, I shall reach even higher. In any case, the Empress and the Eastern Palace will have no chance of victory. Seeing his unwavering confidence surprised Dreaming like Snow, but she chose not to press the matter further. For her, her trust in Chu Yun was unconditional. Later, after dining and sharing a few drinks with the Prime Minister, Chu Yun departed from the residence. Dreaming like Snow, meanwhile, began her seclusion with the Nirvana source, preparing to break through her limits. Upon returning home, it was late at night. As he entered the courtyard, the demoness awaited him. How is she? She inquired first. Chu Yun had not expected the demoness' first question to concern Dreaming like Snow's condition. He replied, she is unharmed and has commenced her breakthrough into nirvana. The demoness nodded knowingly. She certainly wouldn't be left behind. After all, how could the destined empress be hindered by the flames of nirvana? Chu Yun refrained from elaborating further and continued. She mentioned that once she breaks through, she wants to meet you privately. She stated that matters between you two are beyond my help. Only you can resolve them yourselves. Upon hearing this, the demoness fell into contemplation, recalling the origins of their conflicts that had escalated into enmity. She acknowledged the truth in her words. Their relationship could only be resolved by themselves, with no outside assistance. Very well, you should rest. I shall take my leave, the demoness said. Turning back to her own quarters, with a slight blush from the wine still on his face, Chu Yun slowly returned to his room, closed the door, and summoned the system. System exchanged for 5 golden blind boxes. Chu Yun had 200 editing points originally. He spent 20,000 points to acquire the blind boxes, leaving him with 200 points. The remaining points were perfect for editing his background. Blind box exchange successful. Would the master like to open them immediately? Why not save them for the new year? Open them. Opening blind boxes, please wait. Congratulations, master. You have obtained 1 minor realm enhancement card for Zunzhong, 2 minor realm enhancement cards for Nirvana, 1 Nirvana cultivation card, 1 supreme battle banner, human emperor banner upgradable. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. Please check. Chapter 77. The Supreme War Banner, the Monarch Standard. The Supreme War Banner? What manner of object is this? System? Chu Yun inquired, somewhat bewildered. Monarch Standard, a supreme war banner, second only to sacred artifacts. It contains 100,000 souls and can summon an army of spirits, devouring all with boundless power. Moreover, the Monarch's Standard possesses immense potential, with limits far beyond its current state. As long as it consumes a sufficient number of souls, it could potentially evolve into a sacred weapon, or even an imperial artifact. Devouring souls? Wouldn't that infringe upon Yi Tun's domain? Chu Yun blinked, and with a sweep of his hand, a pitch-black soul banner appeared, covered in dark, malevolent spirit energy, concealing what seemed like countless wicked souls within, exuding a chilling and terrifying aura. Not from the system? Is this truly the Monarch Standard? Why do I feel as if it is a demonic ensign? With such a heavy aura of darkness, one might think I had stepped into the netherworld. Chu Yun remarked, expressing his skepticism. System, Master, the monarch standard as it is, embodies the principle of righteousness intertwined with malevolence. A touch of wickedness is only natural. Haha. Chu Yun's lips twitched to the clever phrasing. Such a righteous yet sinister concept is quite the play on words. But what of its power? If you assert it is a supreme war banner, can I utilize it with my current cultivation? He scrutinized the monarch's standard and promptly asked, System, Master, as long as you elevate your cultivation to the Nirvana realm, you may use it initially. Though you will only be able to unleash a fraction of its power, it will still provide significant assistance. Only usable at the Nirvana realm? How fortuitous! I shall employ the newly acquired Nirvana Realm Cultivation Card at once. System, understood. Nirvana Realm Cultivation Card is currently in use. Please wait. As the cultivation card activated, Chu Yun felt his aura surge rapidly, transcending the boundary of realms, and within him, the Nirvana fire was born, both body and soul undergoing a momentous transformation. Early Nirvana Realm. At this moment, Chu Yun's cultivation was firmly established in the early Nirvana Realm. He sensed the newfound power coursing through him, slowly spreading his palm. A wisp of Nirvana energy materializing above it like a blood flame. This single wisp of Nirvana energy, once unleashed, could instantly transform the entire mansion into a sea of blood. System, what stage is my combat power at present? Chu Yun, feeling the Nirvana energy within, asked with curiosity. System, Master, should you employ the Blood Heaven world, your strength would rival that of a mid-tier respecter. And with the use of this supreme war banner, your combat prowess could nearly match that of an apex respecter. Listening to the system's explanation, it became clear that should Chu Yun reveal all his cards, he could contend with a typical apex respecter. In essence, as long as no one from the heavenly aspect realm intervened, none would be capable of taking his life. At this moment, he had finally acquired the means for self-preservation and could rely less on Yi Tun and the others for protection within the imperial city. The monarch standard is splendid, such a treasure. As Chu Yun gazed at the righteous yet sinister banner in his hand, he found his appreciation for it growing, and the more he admired it, the more he cherished it, almost reluctant to part with it. After holding it for a while longer, he finally stored the monarch's standard away. He still had a small cultivation elevation card for the Respecter realm and 2 for the Nirvana realm. The former would be given to Wan Lei. As for the latter 2, they would be bestowed upon Murong Yin and the Fire Spirit Maiden, while simultaneously masking their breakthrough auras. System, yes, currently in use. Congratulations. Congratulations, Master. The 3 small cultivation elevation cards have been successfully utilized. Wan Lei Tianzuan has successfully advanced to the early heavenly aspect realm. The Fire Spirit Maiden and Murong Yin have successfully broken through to the early Respecter realm. With the elevation of their cultivations, Chu Yun now had an additional heavenly aspect among his ranks and 2 Respecters. He eagerly anticipated Wan Lei's return, for as the first heavenly aspect under his command, his presence would alleviate any concerns regarding the movements of the Empress's faction. With the successful breakthroughs of his companions, Chu Yun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. As night fell, he lay down to rest, surrendering to slumber. 3 days later, following the demise of Kui, many officials and factions within the imperial city anticipated further turmoil, aware that the Corpsine sect would not remain idle. Yet, for 3 consecutive days, the imperial city remained eerily tranquil. Even the Empress's faction fell silent. However, this tranquility was abruptly shattered at dusk by an urgent piece of news. As the 2 major dynasties of the Great Xia Dynasty, the Xian Snake Dynasty and the Great Flame Dynasty, unexpectedly assembled their elite forces and launched a surprise attack on the Great Xia's border, led by Respecters themselves. The 2 dynasties seemed to possess intimate knowledge of the Great Xia's border defenses, having uncovered all its vulnerabilities. Within half a day, the entire border had completely fallen. The 100,000 troops stationed at the Great Xia border suffered near total annihilation, with only a handful managing to escape. Moreover, the 2 highest-ranking generals of the Great Xia, both at the Respecter level, were captured by the combined forces of the 2 dynasties. The other commanders were slaughtered. The second prince was also missing, his fate uncertain. Upon receiving this news within the imperial city, It was said that the emperor erupted in fury, shattering the table in his study with his wrath. Revealing the extent of his anger, he immediately summoned several key ministers, including various department heads, Prime Minister Meng, and commanders of the major legions, convening an emergency meeting. After about an hour, the Great Xia Emperor promptly issued orders for the Black Wolf Army and the Knife Bone Army commanders to lead their legions to restore order at the border. In addition to the border and some garrison forces within the prefectures, the Great Xia had 4 major legions, each led by a respecter, all of whom answered solely to the Emperor's command. Combined, these 4 legions numbered over 200,000 soldiers. The Black Wolf and Knife Bone armies boasted over 1 million troops, and given their valor and formidable strength, restoring order at the border should pose no significant challenge. Within the palace of Consort Shur, the leak of the border defenses? Chu Yun, seated beside Consort Shur, appeared somewhat taken aback. He had been within the palace all day, thus, he was just now learning of this matter. With the border compromised, his father had dispatched 2 major legions to quell the unrest. The reason for the border's downfall was indeed the breach of its defenses. Indeed, your father deduced that the only possible explanation for the border's collapse was the leakage of its defenses, providing an opportunity for the Great Flame and Xian Snake dynasties. Consort Shur spoke solemnly. The border defenses are a closely guarded secret of the Great Xia. Mother, who could possibly possess detailed knowledge of the border's defenses? Chu Yun sensed the gravity of the situation and became particularly invested. Chapter 78. The Chosen One, the Second Prince, and the Mysterious Figure, Yun Yang. Rarely, within the entire dynasty, apart from the leaders of the 4 great legions and the 2 esteemed generals of the borders, the only others privy to this matter are the Grand Commander of the Shadow Guards and your father, the Emperor. This is a military secret of our court, and even the Minister of War and the Chancellor do not possess the qualifications to be informed, replied Consort Shur. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun furrowed his brow slightly. If there is a leak in the border defenses, then the only suspects would be these few individuals. After pondering for a moment, he continued, Mother, among those you mentioned earlier, are there any members of the Empress's faction? Consort Shur could not help but ask, Yinner, do you suspect the Empress's faction is involved? Chu Yun's expression turned grave. Although there is currently no evidence, I cannot shake the feeling that this matter is intricately connected to them. It is too coincidental that after Ku Yi's demise, they find themselves in calm waters, only for trouble to arise at the borders. I refuse to believe that there is no ulterior motive at play. Chu Yun's sixth sense was remarkably accurate. He was convinced that the shadow of the Empress's faction loomed behind this incident. Hearing his assertion, Consort Shur explained, among these individuals, none are closely aligned with the Empress. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that some may have been won over by her, secretly pledging their allegiance. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun said, Mother, if the opportunity arises, please convey my suspicions to Father, so he may take extra precautions. I understand. I will visit the Imperial study shortly to discuss this with your father, Consort Shur responded. Then I shall take my leave, Mother. Chu Yun rose to bid farewell and departed the palace. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Luo Feng promptly greeted him. Your Highness, Wan Lei has returned. Chu Yun calmly nodded. I am aware. Have him and Yi Tun come see me. I have matters to discuss with them. Yes, Your Highness. In the Grand Hall, Chu Yun took his seat, and soon after, Wan Lei and Yi Tun entered in succession. Master, Your Highness. Chu Yun nodded and asked Yi Tun, how well have you assimilated Ku Yi's power? Yi Tun joyfully replied, Master, I have fully refined Ku Yi's abilities and am now on the brink of reaching the mid-stage of the esteemed realm. Chu Yun nodded. Then tonight, I shall allow you to feast once more. An intricate plan began to form within his mind. Since the Empress's faction had opted for tranquility, he would deliberately choose to act contrary to that. Master, do we have a target? Yi Tun eagerly rubbed his hands together, licking his lips in anticipation. Chu Yun instructed, Wan Lei, tonight you shall pay a visit to the 1,000-kill mercenary group. You know what to do there. Wan Lei, in response, assured, rest assured. Your Highness. Chu Yun then stated, Yi Tun, the 2 of us shall visit the Cloud Mist Tower tonight. Yi Tun immediately replied, Yes, Master. The 1,000-kill mercenary group and the Cloud Mist Tower were both pillars of the Empress's faction within the imperial city. Removing both would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to her influence in the capital. At the 8th Prince's residence, 8th Prince Chu Hao and 6th Princess Chu Xinyan were seated within a side hall. Just then, a woman dressed in a yellow palace gown, exuding an extraordinary aura and an air of timeless elegance, entered. Despite her age, her skin and appearance radiated vitality as she walked in with an expressionless demeanor. Mother! Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan stood in unison, greeting her with respect. This woman was none other than their birth mother, the favored consort of the Great Xia Dynasty. Song Yiling. The consort nodded, walking directly towards the seat of honor, where Chu Hao promptly offered her a place. After sitting down, the consort glanced at them, signaling for them to take their seats. Chu Hao, sitting beside her, folded his fan and inquired, "Mother, your visit is unusual. Do you have something to discuss?" The consort replied coolly, "You both are aware of the unrest at the borders, correct?" Chu Xinyan nodded, "Yes, mother. My brother and I were just discussing this matter. The leak of the defense has led to the border's downfall, indicating that there are certainly traitors among the 4 great legions. However, I didn't expect father to send 2 of the legions to suppress the turmoil. Is he not concerned that the traitor could be among those 2 commanders?" The consort remained remarkably composed. "This is a precautionary measure from your father. If a traitor truly resides among them, it would serve his purpose well. However, in my view, the traitor is not allied with the enemy kingdom, but rather with the Empress." Chu Hao raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting that this is all a smokescreen orchestrated by the Empress to divert father's attention?" The consort's expression was serene. "It seems she fears they may be plotting during your father's period of vulnerability, and thus resorted to such tactics. However, regrettably, this move has inadvertently compelled your second brother to return. Your second brother is currently missing, but there is a strong possibility that he is on his way back to the dynasty." The consort continued. Chu Hao's expression became serious. "Second brother. Mother, he is alone and vulnerable. Although he has trained at the borders for many years, even if he returns now, he would hardly pose a threat to the Empress and her faction, wouldn't he?" The consort shook her head. "You are mistaken. Your second brother possesses the most extraordinary fortune among you princes. I once attempted to control him, only to discover that he harbored a remnant soul within him, almost injuring me in the process. If he desires power, then the likes of Chu Yun and Chu Ron would be nothing more than ants in his eyes, utterly incomparable." Upon hearing this, both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were taken aback. They were well aware of their mother's formidable strength. It was no exaggeration to say that even their father would find it difficult to harm her if he were to truly engage. The revelation of their second brother, Chu Huang, possessing such remarkable potential was indeed astonishing. "Mother, will this disrupt our plans?" Chu Hao asked cautiously. "That is precisely my concern. Therefore, Haoya, you must meet someone on my behalf tonight," the consort instructed. Chu Hao inquired, "Who?" "The master of the Cloud Mist Tower, Yun Yang," the consort replied. "Yun Yang? Isn't she aligned with the Empress? Why would we want to meet her?" Chu Hao was filled with confusion. Beside him, Chu Xinyan shared a similar expression of bewilderment. The consort smiled faintly. "She is no ordinary person. Her concealment is on par with my own. I only discovered her true identity during a chance encounter previously." Chu Hao grew increasingly curious. "Mother, who exactly is she?" Chapter 79, Princess Yuanming. The Snow Sect of Hanzhou. "Have you heard of the Yuanming dynasty?" the imperial concubine suddenly inquired. "Yuanming dynasty?" Both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were immediately engulfed in profound recollections. Soon, Chu Hao raised an eyebrow and instinctively remarked, "Could it be that mother is referring to the Yuanming dynasty, which was annihilated by the alliance of the 10 great dynasties 500 years ago?" The imperial concubine nodded. "Indeed, it is the Yuanming dynasty, which has been extinct for over 5 centuries. In its heyday, the foundation and strength of the Yuanming dynasty were sufficient to rank among the 10 great dynasties. At its zenith, its prestige soared, instilling a sense of trepidation even among the powerful monarchs of the 10 great dynasties. Alas, the Emperor of Yuanming was overly arrogant, holding himself in high regard and disregarding the 10 great dynasties, even humiliating them on multiple occasions, ultimately leading to such a tragic fate. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan recalled their readings of historical texts, which noted that the Yuan Ming dynasty fell due to the emperor's hubris, lacking allies, and was easily extinguished by the 10 great dynasties. But mother, what connection does Yun Yang of Yunwu Tower have with the Yuan Ming dynasty? Chu Hao could not help but inquire further. Yun Yang's true identity is that of a surviving heir of the Yuan Ming dynasty. She was once Princess Yuan Ming. Known as Xin Yin, the imperial concubine replied. Princess Yuan Ming. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were both taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. They were not well acquainted with the Yuan Ming dynasty. Yet the fact that Princess Yuan Ming managed to evade the massacre by the 10 great dynasties and escape was nothing short of incredible. It was unfathomable that the noble scion of the Yuan Ming dynasty would seek refuge in their Xia, and even more perplexing that she willingly aligned herself with the faction of the Empress. Mother, if Yun Yang is indeed Princess Yuan Ming, what could be her motivation for joining the Empress's faction? Her true strength must surely surpass anyone within that faction, does it not? Chu Hao queried, filled with skepticism. The former might of the Yuan Ming dynasty far surpassed that of the current Xia dynasty. Additionally, after such a long passage of time, the princess's strength must be formidable. She is likely at least at the celestial phase, and if I am not mistaken, she may possess the treasured artifact of the Yuan Ming dynasty. When the 10 great dynasties eradicated Yuan Ming, they were unable to locate its national treasure, which is likely in Yun Yang's possession. The imperial concubine stated with a serious expression. Chu Hao's expression shifted slightly in shock, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, Mother, how do you intend for me to converse with Yun Yang tonight? The imperial concubine responded, It is quite simple. You may directly convey our intentions to her. If she agrees to assist us, once her maternal grandfather is liberated and regains his strength, he can help her with the matter. A favor from one who was once a peak monarch. I believe she will most likely not refuse. Chu Hao nodded, understood, mother. Later that night, within the residence of Chu Yun, Your Highness, elders Fong and Yang have arrived, a voice reported. In the garden pavilion, Chu Yun and the demoness were engaged in conversation over tea when Luo Fong approached to relay the news. Chu Yun turned his gaze to see Fong Zili and Yang Muqian approaching, both cupping their hands in greeting, Your Highness. Chu Yun nodded, Please take a seat. Thank you. Your Highness, they responded as they settled down. After a moment, Chu Yun spoke, Elders, have you summoned me for a specific matter? Your Highness, the Vice Master of the Divine Sect, Yen Rujuan, has led a significant contingent of elite forces to Qingzhou and has surrounded our sect, trapping us without engaging in battle. Fong Zili expressed with concern. Chu Yun set down his teacup and remarked, Didn't my uncle send a revered elder from the Shi family to assist? Is the situation still so dire? Fong Zili shook his head and sighed. Your Highness, the Grand Elder of the Shi family is currently within our sect. While he is not afraid of Yen Rujuan, the Divine Sect has adopted a strategy of encirclement without engagement. Our ancestors are worried they might be waiting for reinforcements. Hearing this, Chu Yun found the reasoning sound. If Yen Rujuan discovered Shi family members within Wangxiandao sect, the best course of action would be to summon additional forces to crush them with overwhelming numbers, delivering a painful lesson to Wangxiandao sect. Xinea, what are your thoughts on this matter? Chu Yun turned to the demoness, seeking her opinion. The demoness responded calmly. If the Divine Sect calls for reinforcements, it is highly likely they will enlist the Blood God sect. The Shi family is too distant from Qingzhou, and even with a teleportation array, their support will not match that of the nearer Blood God sect. Currently, the only viable option is to have the Snow sect, the dominant force of Hanzhou, send reinforcements to assist Wangxiandao sect. Hanzhou and Nanzhou flank Qingzhou on either side, with the Blood God sect being the dominant power in Nanzhou, while the Snow sect reigns in Hanzhou. Thankfully, the Blood God sect has ties with the Divine Sect, both factions aligned with the Empress, while the Snow sect maintains a close relationship with the Shi family. Notably, the current leader of the Snow sect is also an ardent admirer of the Shura, revered one, a devoted fan. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Yun nodded. This plan is indeed sound and currently the most feasible option. I shall immediately send word to my uncle, requesting the Snow sect as assistance. Without delay, Chu Yun dispatched a message. Feng Zili and Yang Muqian's expressions brightened with gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. There is no need for such formality. Wangxian Dao sect has faced the wrath of the divine sect because of my actions. Thus, it is only right for me to assist. There is no need for thanks. Chu Yun waved his hand, indicating they need not express gratitude. This gesture filled Feng Zili and Yang Muqian with warmth, grateful that they had not misjudged their choice in allies at Wangxian Dao sect. Before long, Feng Zili and Yang Muqian departed from the prince's residence. As night deepened, Chu Yun began arranging their course of action. The Tianlei Venerable would head to the Qinsha mercenary group to eliminate all within, while Chu Yun, along with Night Swallow, would venture to Yunwu Tower, preparing to capture everyone inside in one fell swoop. Yunwu Tower, located in the southern part of the imperial city, although not as expansive as the Yinyu Tower, rose majestically, its peak piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist, hence its name. Simultaneously, the 8th prince, Chu Hao, visited late at night under the pretext of discussing an important matter with Yun Yang, the owner of Yunwu Tower. In the reception hall of Yunwu Tower, 8th Prince Chu Hao sat composedly, soon greeted by a woman in a flowing purple gown, exuding elegance and a fragrant aura. Your Highness, it is an honor for you to visit my Yunwu Tower at such a late hour. Please forgive my lack of a proper welcome. Yin Yang entered with a gentle smile, speaking courteously. Chapter 80. An Accidental Encounter, the Battle of Mist and Clouds. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour, Chu Hao said with a smile. Yin Yang sat opposite him, her gaze fixed upon him, and with a beaming smile, she inquired, May I ask what brings His Highness the 8th Prince to seek me out? Chu Hao met her gaze steadily and replied, I have come here tonight on behalf of my mother, the Empress, to discuss a potential collaboration with Master Yin. Oh, the esteemed Empress? I am curious to know the nature of this collaboration, Yin Yang said, her interest piqued. We would like to invite Master Yin to join us in entering the Royal Ancestral Mountain a month from now to break a seal within, Chu Hao stated earnestly. Yin Yang's expression shifted subtly. 8th Prince, are you fully aware of what you are proposing? With a calm smile, Chu Hao responded, I am indeed aware. I also understand that Master Yin knows precisely what I mean. As a princess of the Yuan Ming dynasty, you must have some knowledge of the secrets harbored within the Royal Ancestral Mountain. Chu Hao directly unveiled Yin Yang's identity. Upon hearing this, her complexion revealed a slight change, but she quickly regained her composure. At this juncture, there was no need for further concealment. It was time to speak plainly. I wish to know the relationship between the demon seal within the Royal Ancestral Mountain and yourself, Yin Yang asked directly. Chu Hao did not shy away, responding frankly. He is my maternal grandfather. Your grandfather? I see. I did not expect your mother to be a descendant of the Demon King. This is quite surprising. Yin Yang's expression turned intriguing. She had not anticipated that among the concubines of a great emperor of the Xia Dynasty, there would be such hidden depth. Even a descendant of a Demon King. Since your mother has sent you, I assume she has more to convey than just this? Chu Hao, note that. My mother mentioned that if Princess could assist us, once my grandfather is freed and regains his strength, he would be able to grant you a favor, thus repaying your kindness. Yin Yang considered this condition carefully. The demon on the other side of the Royal Ancestral Mountain was rumored to be a peak-level Demon King. If she could have him owe her a favor, the allure was indeed substantial, especially as though she wished to eliminate now surpassed her own strength. Very well. Inform your mother that I accept this arrangement. As for the specifics, we shall decide once she meets with me. Yin Yang acquiesced. Chu Hao expressed his delight. Thank you, Princess. You may simply call me Master Yin. The dynasty that has long since perished no longer deserves the title of princess. Enough of that. You may leave now, Yin Yang said, her deep, beautiful eyes harboring a hint of regret. Understood. Master Yun, I shall take my leave, Chu Hao replied, preparing to turn away. Suddenly, Yin Yang noticed something and her expression shifted. Wait. Chu Hao halted, looking at her in confusion. Is there something else, Master Yin? Yin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. It seems tonight, my Cloud Mist Tower is quite lively. 8th Prince, please remain here for a moment. With that, Yin Yang exited the reception room, leaving Chu Hao in a state of bewilderment. Within the Cloud Mist Tower on the top floor, Several elders and elite disciples were rendered unconscious by the sinister energy of Yi Tun. He and Chu Yun had initially intended to capture Yin Yang, but upon reaching the top floor, they found it empty. Seeing this, Yi Tun unleashed his spiritual sense, covering the area in search of Yin Yang's whereabouts. Suddenly, as Yi Tun's spiritual sense reached the corridor, it was violently rebounded by an overwhelming force of spiritual power. Coughing up blood, Yi Tun's face turned pale. "Master, we must flee." Realizing the presence of a formidable force within the cloud mist tower, he attempted to take Chu Yun away. However, the next moment, Yin Yang's figure appeared before them. Although her aura was restrained, the playful smile on her face filled Yi Tun with apprehension. This was the formidable being who had wounded him. "In the dead of night, the 9th prince arrives at my cloud mist tower with a formidable cultivator. I wonder what your intentions are." Yin Yang's tone was cold, laced with a hint of amusement. Chu Yun was slightly taken aback. It was astonishing that Yin Yang could injure Yi Tun. This woman was indeed not to be underestimated. "I did not expect Master Yun to possess such remarkable strength. You truly are a hidden gem," Chu Yun remarked with calm composure. Yin Yang smiled lightly. "Oh, compared to the 9th prince, my modest concealment hardly qualifies as a secret. This evening, you intend to reenact the tragedies of the Li family within my cloud mist tower, correct?" Noticing Yi Tun beside Chu Yun, along with the previous presence of Master Xijun, it was clear that either of these two powerful beings could easily facilitate the disappearances of the Li family members. Chu Yun did not refute her, but instead focused on stalling for time. However, given the situation today, it seems capturing the cloud mist tower will be quite challenging. He continued, "I am curious, do the queen and the crown prince know your true strength?" Yin Yang shook her head, smiling. "That is not for the 9th prince to concern himself with. It appears you have many secrets of your own. I find myself quite intrigued." Without waiting for a response, Yin Yang's figure remained still as she reached out, summoning a colossal golden palm print that radiated an overwhelming force towards Chu Yun. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the palm print, Chu Yun broke into a cold sweat, sensing the imminent threat. Blood river, evil veil, swallowing clouds. Chu Yun and Yi Tun immediately retaliated, unleashing a torrent of sinister energy that coalesced into a black canopy, filled with howling evil spirits and a deluge of dark light. Chu Yun released the power of the blood heaven world, summoning 3 blood rivers that surged forth like a tsunami, colliding head-on with the golden palm print. Boom! However, their combined strength was instantly shattered upon contact with the palm print, crumbling to dust. Chu Yun and Yi Tun's expressions changed dramatically as they swiftly evaded. "You possess strength comparable to a master," Chu Yun exclaimed, astonished by Yin Yang's power. Feeling the intensity of Chu Yun's strength, Yin Yang's expression shifted slightly. She immediately extended her power to envelop the entire top floor, ensuring that the fierce clash within would not be heard outside. She was determined to engage with this 9th prince. Phoenix of the sky shattering. In an instant, Chu Yun's palm transformed into the claw of the phoenix, ablaze with the purest divine flames, as if it were set to tear apart the heavens. The surge of rebirth power amplified, exceeding that of most masters, as it lunged toward Yin Yang's face. Chapter 81. The Shock of Yin Yang, a Truce. Beast Transformation. Yin Yang was taken aback upon witnessing Chu Yun's arm transform into the claw of the vermilion bird. The art of beast transformation was exceedingly rare throughout the Great Xia Dynasty, and to behold such a formidable manifestation of this technique was a first for her. The sheer power of Chu Yun's combat abilities left her utterly astonished. Yet, regardless of how monstrous his prowess might be, she was resolute that he would not escape her grasp this night. With a flick of her finger, a beam of light shot forth, illuminating the vermilion bird's claw, enveloping it in a resplendent golden radiance akin to mist, subduing the purifying divine flames entirely. Simultaneously, the golden light intertwined with Chu Yun's claw, compressing the strength within his entire arm, rendering it powerless. System: activate the breath of the celestial sovereign. Chu Yun realized his strength was impotent before Yin Yang and promptly prepared to summon the breath of the celestial sovereign. Bang! Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, A thunderous bolt pierced through the fabric of space, descending like a tempestuous dragon, shattering the constraints imposed by Yun Yang. System: cease operations. Chu Yun swiftly mitigated his losses. System: sweating profusely. Do not harm my master. The figure of the Thunder Sovereign erupted from the void, unleashing a torrent of tempestuous spiritual waves that transformed the surrounding area into a storm of electricity, condensing a colossal thunderous palm. Heavenly Aspect Realm. Yun Yang's eyelids flickered. She had not anticipated that Chu Yun possessed a subordinate of the Heavenly Aspect Realm. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly ignite chaos throughout the Great Xia Dynasty. Yun Yang unleashed 3 golden flowers, and as their petals unfurled, they radiated with power potent enough to slay those of the Sovereign Realm, akin to piercing spikes colliding. Bang! Boom! The petals collided with the thunderous palm, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of spiritual waves that sent both combatants reeling. Yun Yang regained her footing before the Thunder Sovereign, who immediately positioned himself to protect Chu Yun. The surroundings were engulfed in the aftermath of their clash, with fissures in the void fracturing in every direction. In this contest of power, Yun Yang maintained the upper hand. Chu Yun's heart trembled. The master of the Cloud Mist Tower was indeed a celestial sovereign. This situation had escalated significantly. He was certain that the Empress had no inkling of Yun Yang's true strength. Otherwise, she would not have been so restrained, fearing that her aura might attract the attention of the royal powers. Your Excellency has recently ascended to the Heavenly Aspect Realm, and yet possesses such formidable strength. Your talent is remarkable. Ninth Prince, you have indeed left me in awe tonight. Yun Yang refrained from further aggression, choosing instead to offer her appraisal. Chu Yun gazed intently at her. You flatter me, Master of the Cloud Tower. Your prowess tonight has also greatly astonished me. If Lan Ji and Chu Rong were to discover that I have a celestial sovereign under my command, I wonder what their expressions would be. Yun Yang smiled gently. In that case, shall we declare a truce? What do you think, Your Highness? Chu Yun nodded, agreed. I shall pretend that nothing occurred tonight. As for you, Master of the Cloud Tower, let it be as if I never set foot here. What say you? At that moment, both Chu Yun and Yun Yang were keen to prevent any information from leaking. The Thunder Sovereign was one of Chu Yun's trump cards. If revealed, it could destabilize the Empress's faction and potentially precipitate conflict. Furthermore, the appearance of a celestial sovereign in the imperial city would not go unnoticed by the ancient powers of the royal ancestral mountain. Likewise, Yun Yang had much to lose. Exposure could lead to her expulsion by the royal forces. Not a word shall escape my lips regarding tonight's events, Yun Yang assured with a faint smile. Then I shall take my leave. With that, an unspoken understanding was reached between them. The Thunder Sovereign tore through the fabric of space, whisking them away from the Cloud Mist Tower. Yun Yang remained in place, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed their vanishing figures. This Ninth Prince, Chu Yun, was certainly not as simple as he appeared. The Empress's plans, set for over a month from now, were likely to falter significantly. Oh well, success or failure bears little consequence to me. I am merely a passerby. Yun Yang chuckled softly, dismissing her concerns as she turned to return to the reception hall. She did not divulge anything to Chu Hao, offering only vague remarks before sending him on his way. In the prince's mansion, upon arrival, Chu Yun immediately tossed several pills to Yi Tun. Consume these and recuperate well. Thank you, my lord, Yi Tun replied, promptly retreating to tend to his injuries. Tonight had indeed been perilous. The depths of Yun Yang's concealment were staggering, a Heavenly Aspect Realm powerhouse lurking within the imperial city. What could her intentions be? Chu Yun pondered with intrigue. Your Highness, should we not inform His Majesty? Wan Lei suggested. Chu Yun shook his head. We have established a verbal agreement. To breach it now would be unseemly. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yun decided to push aside his worries. He would confront her directly when his master arrived, compelling her to reveal the truth. Wan Lei, what news of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps? Chu Yun inquired next. Your Highness, due to the urgency of the situation, I rushed to their aid upon receiving your call. I have temporarily secured the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps within this celestial soul banner. The Thunder Sovereign produced a soul banner imbued with a potent vitality, containing all the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, including the Nirvana realm individuals. Chu Yun then summoned his blood energy, channeling 2 streams of crimson light into the banner, thereby adding 2 more souls within, Wang Han and He Tai Wang. Initially, he had intended to keep them alive for a personal execution before the Empress. However, with a multitude of unforeseen variables, he could only exchange them for editing points. He hoped to amass enough points to create an impressive background in 2 days' time. Commence the operation. Torture every member of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps until they are driven to the brink of collapse, Chu Yun commanded. Understood, Your Highness. Under Wan Lei's meticulous handling, the souls of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, along with He Tai Wang and Wang Han, were converted into editing points. In total, they accrued 35,000 points. Coupled with the previous 32,200, Chu Yun now possessed a grand total of 67,200 editing points. For the time being, Chu Yun opted not to utilize these points. He intended to see if, when editing his background, these points could yield a grand outcome. The following day, the previously tranquil imperial city was thrown into turmoil by the news of the disappearance of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, sending shockwaves throughout the realm. However, this time, the Empress and her faction were no longer in the dark. All suspicions converged upon Chu Yun. Chapter 82. Dreaming of Snow Breakthrough, Midnight Spring Feelings. Within the Imperial Palace, the Queen sat in a side hall, accompanied by the National Master and several royal attendants, as well as the Crown Prince Chu Yun and the Third Prince Chu Yun. They had just learned of the mysterious disappearance of all members of the 1,000-kill mercenary group, and news from Qingzhou had also arrived. Initially, the 2 revered figures from the Blood God sect were leading troops to provide support, intending to join forces with Yan Rujuan and the elite of the Divine Sect to deliver a severe lesson to the Wang Xiandao sect. However, to their surprise, the Snow sect from Hanzhou intervened, with 2 revered figures personally hurrying to Qingzhou to assist the Wang Xiandao sect. There were even clear reports that the Asura revered master was en route as well. Weighing the pros and cons, Yan Rujuan had no choice but to lead a retreat. The disappearance of the Sher family, Chu Yun, the 1,000-kill mercenary group, and previously the Li and Yu families, indicated a strong likelihood of involvement from the revered figure under Chu Yun's command. Feng Tiancheng furrowed his brows tightly. Yet, without evidence, even if we suspect him, there is no way to act publicly. After all, as it stands, His Majesty is on their side, remarked Hong Chun, his expression dark. Mother, due to this matter, the Kai and Lu families have already sent messages to me, expressing that some of their members are trembling with fear, worried that they may be next. If we do not take action, it may lead to a loss of morale, the Crown Prince also spoke. With all these matters piling up, the Queen, Lanji, wore a solemn expression, deep in thought. After a moment, she slowly spoke, within the imperial city. Let all forces allied with us construct a spatial teleportation array connecting the East Palace and the National Masteress residence. Should such incidents occur again, we can call for assistance directly. As for the next steps, it is to wait. The turmoil at the borders cannot last much longer. The Asura will likely return to the imperial city soon, and during this time, let everyone refrain from making any rash moves. Wait until your father enters the imperial ancestral mountain. That will be the day the imperial city undergoes a complete transformation. The Crown Prince responded solemnly. Yes, Mother. The Queen's choice to adopt a strategy of patience is indeed the most prudent plan. The Emperor's 5 declines of heaven and man, with only a month remaining. It is best not to create further complications during this period. As for that wretched Chu Yun, once the spatial teleportation array is established, he will certainly lose his opportunity to act. The next day, Meng Rushue emerged from her retreat, successfully breaking through and achieving rebirth. Upon hearing the news, Chu Yun rushed to the Prime Minister's residence, and after obtaining the consent of the 2 women, he arranged for their meeting that very night. Within Chu Yun's residence, in the backyard, the heavenly demon woman stood under the night light, her enchanting visage illuminated by the moonlight, appearing even more captivating. Chu Yun approached slowly with Meng Rushue, and the heavenly demon woman turned to face him. In that instant, their gazes locked. The two women regarded each other with blank expressions, neither speaking a word. Seeing this, Chu Yun chose to break the awkward silence. Ahem. Xia, sure, you are both the most important to me, so please do me the favor of speaking calmly, and refrain from resorting to violence. Hearing his words, Meng Rushue revealed a playful smile, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Xia, that sounds rather intimate. Just as Chu Yun was about to explain, he was interrupted by the heavenly demon woman. All right, let's speak privately. You need not interfere. Chu Yun sighed at this. Very well. I shall take my leave. You two converse. Turning away, he moved to a nearby fishing platform, quietly observing them. Despite his concerns, he felt compelled to keep an eye on the situation, ready to intervene should a confrontation arise. However, to his surprise, their conversation progressed smoothly. From a distance, he noted that both women began to exchange words, and after a while, smiles appeared on their faces. What is happening? Are they truly resolving their differences? Are they performing for me? Seeing this scene unfold, Chu Yun almost questioned the authenticity of the prior tensions. Were they merely acting? After a while, their discussion concluded, and they approached Chu Yun, both composed and calm. Chu Yun promptly stepped forward, curiosity evident. Have you resolved matters? The heavenly demon woman tilted her head. Looking at him, what else would you expect? Do you wish for us to fight, forcing you to choose between us? Chu Yun shook his head vigorously. No. I absolutely did not mean that. It's just that your conversation was surprisingly smooth, catching me off guard. Meng Rushue smiled gracefully. We understand better than you what you desire. Thus, we have both tacitly agreed not to complicate matters for you. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart, his face breaking into a smile. To have both of you as my companions in this life is indeed my utmost fortune. Meng Rushue and the heavenly demon woman both blushed, the former shyly retorting. Stop speaking nonsense. Who wants to be your companion? Exactly. Your skin is thicker than city walls. The heavenly demon woman chimed in. Just treat my words as foolishness. I have already made arrangements for a grand feast to celebrate your reunion. Kulme, let us drink together. Chu Yun took their hands, leading the way to the reception hall. As the night deepened and the wine flowed, Meng Rushue ended up spending the night at the princess residence. Chu Yun arranged a splendid guest room for her, while the heavenly demon woman returned to her own quarters to rest. After returning to his room, Chu Yun tossed and turned, his thoughts consumed, unable to find sleep. What is happening? This isn't right. My self-control shouldn't be this weak. Chu Yun suddenly sat up, covered in sweat, feeling a burning heat, his face flushed. He found it strange. In the past, he could resist the temptation of watching romantic films for hours without faltering. What is going on today? Why are my thoughts filled with the heavenly demon woman and Meng Rushue? Just then, a figure stealthily approached the door, whispering, Your Highness? Your Highness, it's Atai. Chu Yun, bewildered, replied, Atai, what are you doing here in the dead of night? Atai chuckled at the door. Your Highness, I was just about to ask you the same. Why haven't you visited Miss Yu and Miss Meng's rooms yet? Are you still holding back? Chu Yun's eyes widened in shock. You? Did you drug us? Atai chuckled again. Your Highness, this was all the command of Empress Sure. I had no choice. The Empress wishes to have a grandchild soon, so she provided me with a special aphrodisiac of the Great Xia Dynasty. The Empress stated that she has thoroughly assessed both Miss Yu and Miss Meng, expressing satisfaction with either choice, or even both if you prefer. Chapter 83, A Night of Spring Revelry. The unique delicacies of the Chu. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yun felt a sense of unease wash over him. It was no wonder that his body was becoming increasingly heated, and the overwhelming emotions he experienced were nearly impossible to contain. How much did you put in? Chu Yun inquired, his face growing increasingly flushed as he rose to his feet. Not much, Your Highness. Just 3.5 pounds, all mixed into the wine. Atai replied earnestly from outside. Bang! The door to the room was forcefully pushed open by Chu Yun, his figure appearing before Atai in an instant. His forehead lined with dark furrows. 3.5 pounds of aphrodisiac. Do you take me for beast? Wait, you mentioned mixing it in the wine. Does that mean they too? Chu Yun's body trembled, his gaze fixated on Atai. Atai chuckled, Your Highness, The two young ladies have also partaken in that 3.5 pounds of elixir, so they are likely experiencing the same sleeplessness you are. Chu Yun regarded Ah Tai's smirking face, which bore an expression of amusement, and felt an urge to strike him. However, knowing that he was merely acting on his mother's orders, he refrained from doing so. Very well. I shall remember this, Ah Tai. Once I have resolved this matter, you shall see how I reward you. Chu Yun said with a grin, patting Ah Tai's shoulder before swiftly making his way to the residence of the celestial demoness. Ah Tai, watching Chu Yun depart, called out with a grin, Your Highness, I also added 5 pounds of power stone powder to the wine. I guarantee you will have plenty of vigor. In the chamber of the celestial demoness, her complexion was flushed, her enchanting face as red as a ripe fruit. She sat upon her bed, attempting to suppress the potent effects of the concoction within her body. However, the unique product of the Chu was invincible in its ability to amplify desires 1,000-fold, penetrating to the very marrow. Even a venerable figure could not resist its allure. Bang! At that moment, the door to her chamber burst open, and Chu Yun strode in, approaching her with determination. Are you so impatient? I never said you couldn't touch me. Was this truly necessary? The celestial demoness, drenched in perspiration, spoke with a hint of displeasure, mistakenly believing that the aphrodisiac was of Chu Yun's making. Chu Yun's expression was one of innocent indignation as he replied, If I were responsible, do you think I would be affected as well? It was only then that the celestial demoness opened her eyes wide. In an instant, she took in the sight of Chu Yun, whose body was equally crimson. The trace of dissatisfaction on her face transformed into confusion. What is the meaning of this? It was Ah Tai. My mother commanded him to do this, saying she wished for a grandchild sooner. I am entirely innocent in this matter. Chu Yun et lai, his expression earnest. Upon hearing this, the celestial demoness felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, turning to him, she remarked, But I see this suits you just fine, you lecherous rogue. Chu Yun shrugged, feigning innocence. What could I do? After all, it is 3.5 pounds of aphrodisiac. If Xian were to blame me, might it not be better for me to leave? You dare. The celestial demoness glared at him. Look, if I stay, you call me a pervert. If I leave, you don't allow it. Alas, being a man is truly a difficult endeavor. Chu Yun lamented, maintaining his charade. The celestial demoness's face was now so flushed it was impossible to distinguish between shyness and desire. She huffed, Hurry up. You're a grown man, and yet you waste time talking. What good is that? With that, Chu Yun could no longer contain himself. He rushed forward, enveloping the delicate form of the celestial demoness in his arms, kissing her deeply. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning, her body aflame with heat. Chu Yun eagerly explored her mouth, his warm tongue dancing within as he gently laid her back upon the bed. Just as his hands ventured lower, the celestial demoness pulled away, whispering softly, Be gentle. A tempest of passion erupted within the chamber, yet half an hour later. A sudden realization struck Chu Yun, prompting him to dash towards Meng Rushua's room. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming sense of danger, akin to being targeted by a predatory wolf. The door was tightly shut, and within, the sounds of splintering furniture echoed loudly. With tenderness and ferocity, the night unfolded, leaving Chu Yun restless and forever marked by the experience. 2 days passed, during which they remained sequestered within the chamber. The Prime Minister's residence sent inquiries twice, concerned for Meng Rushua's well-being. However, Atai assured them that Meng Rushua was merely assisting the prince with his cultivation. On the 3rd day, Meng Rushua emerged from the room, returning to the Prime Minister's residence. Her face bore a slight blush, though her appearance remained unchanged. Yet her demeanor had transformed entirely, now imbued with a unique charm. As for Chu Yun, he staggered into his own chamber as twilight approached. His legs as frail as the wings of a butterfly, his eye sockets sunken, and his movements unsteady. Your Highness, what has happened to you? Luo Feng entered, observing Chu Yun's spectral state, his face pale and weakened, prompting his concern. Summon Atai for me, Chu Yun replied, consuming a few medicinal pills to regain some vitality. Your Highness, Atai went to find consorture as soon as he heard you had finished your seclusion. He has yet to return, Luo Feng informed him. He certainly has a knack for running about. Chu Yun gritted his teeth, vowing to teach him a lesson upon his return. His life had nearly been forfeit during these past few days. The initial encounters had been exhilarating, but after more than 100, he felt like a mere machine, devoid of sensation, yet still bound to the lingering effects of the elixir. Luo Feng, piecing together the situation, understood why Chu Yun had appeared so content upon seeing Meng Rushu apart. Your Highness, the elder Feng and others visited earlier with news that the elite forces of the divine sect have fully withdrawn from Qingzhou. With the assistance of the Shui sect and the Shi family, the Wangxian Dao sect is now safe and sound. Luo Feng reported the recent developments to Chu Yun. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Furthermore, instruct Xiao Chun to prepare some return to Yang pills for me. Understood. Your Highness. Luo Feng responded respectfully. Chapter 84. The Background of Power, Lord of the Apocalypse Sect. After Luo Feng departed, Chu Yun took a moment to recuperate before his focus returned. This was not merely a matter of profound realms, but rather a fundamental issue. Such exhaustion of body and mind could only be truly understood by those who had experienced it firsthand. System, check editing points. Current editing points, 67,200. The cooldown for editing backgrounds had elapsed. Please recommend some formidable backgrounds. System, certainly master. Lord of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Heavenly King, 20,000 editing points. Brother of Yin Yang, 10,000 editing points. Son of the Sword Saint, 80,000 editing points. Son of the Spirit Buddha, 80,000 editing points. Young Master of the Peach Blossom Island, 80,000 editing points. Disciple of the Vice Master of the Misty Rain Tower, 97,000 editing points. Master of the Apocalypse Sect, 50,000 editing points. Disciple of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens, 170,000 editing points. Son of the Primordial Emperor, 200,000 editing points. Disciple of the Semi-Immortal, 100,000 editing points. Old Friend of the Thousand Machines, 86,000 editing points. Seven Masters of the Grass Hall, 300,000 editing points. With numerous backgrounds to peruse, Chu Yun's gaze was drawn to each one, each more impressive than the last. Yet, the most astonishing was the final one. The Seven Masters of the Grass Hall. This background demanded a staggering 300,000 editing points. It far surpassed the sons and disciples of emperors. One extraordinary background this must be. Amidst the myriad options, another name caught his attention. Yun Yang. To become the brother of Yun Yang required 10,000 editing points. Apart from her being of the celestial realm, did she possess some extraordinary qualities? System, what is the story behind Yun Yang? Why does her association warrant 10,000 editing points? Chu Yun in Guit Gudio Sili. Master, Yun Yang, whose real name is Xin Yin Yun, is a fallen princess of the Yuanming dynasty, concealing her identity within the Great Xia imperial city. As for her associations being valued at 10,000, it relates not to her alone, but to another prodigy of the Yuanming dynasty, her brother, the sixth prince, who also survives. According to the natural progression of the storyline, this sixth prince is destined to reach the pinnacle of the king realm, ultimately becoming the new emperor of Yuanming, restoring the dynasty to its former glory. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was enlightened. He finally grasped the significance of Yun Yang. Who would have thought she was once a princess of the Yuanming dynasty? Realizing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin and continued to scan through the backgrounds, dismissing those that exceeded his current editing points. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the Master of the Apocalypse sect, which required 50,000 editing points. What immense power must this sect possess? System, please provide a detailed introduction to the Apocalypse sect. Apocalypse sect, located within the sacred land of Tai in the Yuan realm. At its zenith, the sect's foundation ranked among the top 10 within the sacred land. However, since the previous sect master failed to break through to the Saint King level, the sect has been on a decline. Nonetheless, even a dying camel is larger than a horse. Currently, the Apocalypse sect still boasts several existences at the King realm. In fact, there are 5 saints, including the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse and the contemporary Vice Master of the Apocalypse sect. In other words, if I assume the position of sect master, can I command them all? Chu Yun asked urgently. Not quite. Master, the internal relationships within the Apocalypse sect are complex. The Vice Master has coveted the sect master position for years, but has been suppressed by the 4 Knights. Thus, even if you become the sect master, given the current circumstances, you must establish authority to command everyone. What purpose does this background serve then? Am I merely seeking trouble? Chu Yun couldn't help but grumble. Do not be hasty, Master. I have not finished. Becoming the sect master of the Apocalypse sect offers a significant advantage. You will have the ability to contact the 4 Knights of the Apocalypse and command them. The 4 Knights heed only the sect master's orders. Their mission is to protect the sect master. Therefore, regardless of your authority or standing, as long as you're the sect master, you will inevitably become their object of protection. So, if I edit this background, I would have 4 saints as my enforcers? Chu Yun blinked in astonishment. System, precisely. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yun made his decision. Very well. I shall edit the background of the Master of the Apocalypse sect. Editing background, please wait. Causal changes complete. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, Master. Background editing successful. Instantly, Chu Yun's editing points decreased by 50,000, leaving him with 17,200. Shortly thereafter, a round jade tablet appeared in his hand, inscribed with the characters for Apocalypse. In his mind, he gained a new memory. This Apocalypse token, as the name suggests, signifies the sect master selection. Master, you can now activate this token to announce to all members of the Apocalypse sect the birth of the new sect master, and summon the 4 Knights to the Great Xia. The system guided Chu Yun through the activation process. Nodding, Chu Yun channeled his spiritual energy into the Apocalypse token. Meanwhile, within the sacred land of Tai, a vast mountain range stretching over 10,000 miles, a radiant light of Apocalypse suddenly erupted from the peak, soaring toward the heavens. In an instant, the entire Apocalypse sect was stirred. The Vice Master and the 5 saints, including the 4 Knights, rushed to the mountain summit, gazing in shock at the towering divine light. It is the sect master. The sect master's token has been activated. Our sect finally has a new master. The expressions of the 4 Knights were filled with exhilaration, their eyes brimming with joy. Then, from within the divine radiance came Chu Yun's voice. For Knights, proceed to the Great Xia Dynasty and assist our sect. Yes. The 4 Knights immediately acknowledged the command and vanished from within the Apocalypse sect. They did not know who the new sect master was, but their duty remained clear, to protect him. Only one remained atop the mountain, the Vice Master, whose brow was furrowed with darkness, a flicker of intense malice gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 85. The Complete Elemental Realm for Major Territories. Within the residence of Chu Yun, he gazed at the master token of the Celestial Revelation sect in his hand and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" System. Indeed, Master. The 4 Knights of the Celestial Revelation sect are en route to the Great Xia Dynasty. How long will it take for them to arrive? He asked. System. Approximately 1 month. The Tai Chi Holy Land is situated at an exceedingly vast distance from here. The 100 Dynasties is considered the boundary of the elemental realm, lacking a spatial transmission array to the sacred lands. Thus the efficiency is naturally diminished. Though Chu Yun had never ventured beyond, he had gleaned some understanding of the regional map of the elemental realm from the system. The primary territories of the elemental realm are divided into 4 distinct regions. The first region, known as the 100 Dynasties, lies at the most peripheral edge, comprising over 100 unified dynasties, commonly referred to as the 100 Dynasties. The second region is named the Sacred Lands, which is closer to the core of the elemental realm. The spiritual energy and environmental conditions here are incomparable to those of the 100 Dynasties. Dominating the Sacred Lands are powerful factions, including venerable holy places that not only possess saints and holy kings, but also some with formidable beings surpassing the immortal realm. The third region, The true heart of the elemental realm is the divine land of Shenzhou. Within the divine land, numerous factions with millennia of heritage thrive, and only those of exceptional cultivation can operate within this realm. The pinnacle of power within the elemental realm resides entirely in the divine land, encompassing the main hall of the Misty Rain Tower and many imperial lineage families. Lastly, the fourth region is known as the Starry Secret Sea, the most enigmatic domain of the elemental realm, which remains unexplored to this day. Many formidable cultivators regard the Starry Secret Sea as a site for exploration, where opportunities and perils coexist. Together, these four territories constitute a complete elemental realm. After comprehending this from the system, Chu Yun realized how minuscule the Great Xia Dynasty was within the vast expanse of the elemental realm, barely a drop in the ocean. A month's time seemed comparable to his mentor, Xian Yaozi. Well, there's no rush. Since Lan Ji has opted for stillness to counteract movement, I shall remain unmoving. Chu Yun mused, feeling relaxed and devoid of any anxiety. After all, the initiative had shifted in his favor. At the Prime Minister's residence, after returning, Meng Ruxue intended to head directly to her chamber. However, she encountered Meng Changzhong midway. Xue, I have heard that you've been practicing techniques with His Highness these past few days. How has your training progressed? Meng Changzhong inquired earnestly. Meng Ruxue, her cheeks flushed, managed to suppress her embarrassment and replied, it's fine. Oh, you seem a bit tense, Xue, Meng Changzhong observed, noticing the unusual tone in her voice. Meng Ruxue forced a smile. Father, I've been quite exhausted from the training with him. I shall take my leave to rest now. With that, she hurried away. Meng Changzhong watched her retreating figure with a wry smile, muttering, alas, daughters grow up too quickly. This lad is even swifter than I was in my youth. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. He sighed, shaking his head as he walked away. As Meng Ruxue's father, he could discern her unease, yet he anticipated that Chu Yun's impatience surpassed his own from years past. The Meng family was now undeniably intertwined with the royal family. After consuming several recovery yang pills and a few days of recuperation, Chu Yun finally restored his depleting yang energy, his complexion now radiating vitality. As for the instigator of the earlier turmoil, Tai, due to his summoning of Chu Yun's mother, and with the intervention of consort Shi, Chu Yun did not impose any severe punishment on him. Instead, he secretly instructed Yi Tun to blend 10 pounds of a special local delicacy into Tai's meals. Given Tai's physique and that dosage, he was subsequently assigned to the Misty Rain Tower, where Sun Yin arranged for over a dozen courtesans for him to indulge in. After 5 days at the Misty Rain Tower, Tai was carried back, his legs rendered incapable of walking, utterly exhausted, appearing even worse than Chu Yun. Upon his return, Chu Yun specifically brought the Celestial Demoness to see him. The Celestial Demoness, beautiful and kind-hearted, added 4 pounds of a potent, invigorating tonic to his herbal dishes. This caused Tai to remain upright for 3 consecutive days, leaving him both drained and discomfort. Ultimately, it was Chu Yun who called upon Master Wan Lei to assist in his recovery, providing Tai with an unforgettable lesson. After over 20 days, the royal city experienced no further disturbances. Meanwhile, the 9th Prince's residence was filled with laughter and joy due to Tai's incident. Although the royal city remained calm during these 20 days, some developments still occurred. The Asura Sovereign had returned to the royal city and was now within the palace. The turmoil at the border had also subsided, with the armies of the Xian Snake Dynasty and the Great Flame Dynasty being expelled by the Black Wolf and Bladebone legions. The 2 imprisoned dignitaries of the Great Xia were successfully rescued, and the border defenses were being re-established, with both legions en route back. In addition, another significant event transpired. On the previous day, the 2nd Prince, Chu Huang, returned to the royal city. He immediately entered the palace to present himself before the emperor, providing explanations. According to Chu Huang, after the border fell, he lost contact with others and chose to return to the royal city alone. Furthermore, he explicitly stated that the breach of the defense plan led to the border's downfall. The emperor, wishing to give an account to the fallen soldiers at the border, ordered the long-secluded chief of the Shadow Guards, Jin Mu, to mobilize all resources to thoroughly investigate the matter. It was imperative to unearth the traitor responsible for leaking military secrets. In the ninth prince's residence, Chu Yun and the celestial demoness sat on the fishing platform, Chu Yun now boldly resting his hand on the celestial demoness's flawless white leg, occasionally caressing it. This action drew numerous exasperated glances from the celestial demoness, yet Chu Yun's lecherous heart remained unchanged. Ultimately, the celestial demoness resigned herself to his whims. Chu Huang. Sun Yin recently delivered a message advising me to be cautious of my second brother. He is exceptionally formidable, Chu Yun casually remarked while fishing. Since when have you and Sun Yin become so close? He even sends you messages for free? The celestial demoness inquired, somewhat surprised. Chapter 86, The Cottage. O Master, I am uncertain. Following that incident with Tai, my interactions with him have only marginally increased. Yet, he unexpectedly delivered this message to me, which took me by surprise, remarked Chu Yun with a shrug. The demoness contemplated for a moment, sensing the peculiarity. Sun Yin's actions could be interpreted as a deliberate gesture of goodwill towards Chu Yun, particularly given Sun Yin's own distinguished background. Hailing from the pure land of Shenzhou, he is acutely aware of the vastness of the Yuan realm. His choice to extend an olive branch to Chu Yun is indeed astonishing. Representing the Misty Rain Tower, the information he provides is generally reliable. However, one must remain slightly wary of his overtures, cautioned the demoness after a brief reflection. I understand. Do not worry. I'm not so foolish as to be completely unguarded, responded Chu Yun, a light smile gracing his face. I am merely curious about what remarkable qualities my second brother might possess that would prompt Sun Yin to personally alert me. The second prince, Chu Huang, has yet to cross my path. I have only heard tales of his exploits. He distanced himself from the political vortex of the imperial city long ago, earning great military accolades on the frontier, earning considerable esteem among the border forces. Yet, that is the extent of my knowledge. As far as I know, my second brother lacks any faction within the court and does not engage in state affairs, rendering him a mere name in the imperial city, devoid of any supporting power. Such a figure is hardly significant to either myself or the Queen's faction. If you wish to learn more, why not meet him? The demoness interjected casually. It is not yet the right moment. Furthermore, I suspect he may come to see me on his own accord, replied Chu Yun with a confident demeanor. He is aware that the death of the second prince's mother years ago was orchestrated by Lan Ji and with Chu Huang's intelligence. He undoubtedly knows who his enemies and allies are. Seeing that Chu Yun was well informed, the demoness refrained from elaborating further. Suddenly, Chu Yun recalled, By the way, Xia, are you familiar with the cottage? Upon hearing this, the demoness's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The cottage? Why do you inquire about that? Observing her reaction, Chu Yun immediately recognized the weight of this faction. Even when he previously inquired about the Misty Rain Tower, the demoness had not exhibited such a grave demeanor. Do not be alarmed. I am merely asking out of curiosity. If you are aware, please enlighten me about this faction and the significance of its name. The term cottage evokes an image of a dilapidated hut, remarked Chu Yun. Only then did the demoness exhale with relief. She had feared that Chu Yun might inadvertently provoke someone from the cottage, which would be akin to a mouse consuming rat poison, utterly disastrous. The cottage is located far from the pure land of Shenzhou. In truth, the entire cottage, including its master, comprises merely a handful of individuals, with over half being servants. The true decision-makers within the cottage are 6 masters and their teacher, the master. Yet this seemingly diminutive faction commands immense respect across the Yuan realm, with no power daring to provoke them. Even during our peak, encountering individuals from the cottage compelled us to treat them with utmost reverence, the demoness stated earnestly, referring to Meng Ruxue. Chu Yun, taken aback, exclaimed, What? A faction with so few members is untouchable in the pure land of Shenzhou. The demoness nodded gravely. The 6 masters of the cottage are all at the imperial realm, each more formidable than the last. As for the master, historically, no one has witnessed him in action. Yet, the fact that he has trained 6 individuals of the imperial realm speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. even without having fought. The majority of cultivators in the Yuan realm regard him with the utmost reverence. Chu Yun's body trembled with astonishment. No wonder the background score for the 7 Masters of the Cottage is a staggering 300,000. It seems this faction is extraordinarily powerful in the pure land of Shenzhou. To have trained 6 Imperial-level masters, what level of attainment must the master possess? At this moment, Chu Yun could hardly fathom it. Simultaneously, he silently resolved to eventually edit the background of the 7 Masters of the Cottage. Within the palace, in the dimly lit imperial study late at night, the emperor stood alone, facing away from the entrance, his gaze fixed above. The revered Shura and Meng Changzhong entered slowly. "Your Majesty." The emperor responded softly, "In 10 days, I must enter the royal ancestor mountain to undergo the tribulation of the 5 declines." Both the revered Shura and Meng Changzhong showed no surprise, as they were evidently aware of this matter. "Your Majesty, my father has already discreetly left the Shura family and is en route to the imperial city, including the Snow sect, the Wangxiandao sect, the Luo family, and the Yun family. Their respective venerables and ancestors are secretly gathering in the imperial city. During your 7 days in the royal ancestor mountain, we shall diligently guard the imperial city, ensuring we do not disappoint your expectations." The revered Shura proclaimed earnestly. Although the queen's faction has devised intricate schemes, the emperor has not been entirely unprepared. To ascend to the throne, one cannot be of a naive disposition. He has summoned the ancestors of the Shur and Yun families into the city primarily as a precaution. Should the Queen's faction remain inactive during this period, that would be ideal. Yet if they were to act, these contingency measures he arranged would certainly allow them to contend. Inform the 9th prince about this matter, Changzhou. If his master has yet to arrive, have him borrow a venerable from his side for your use, the emperor instructed. "Yes, your Majesty. I shall convey this to His Highness the 9th Prince tomorrow," Meng Changzhong affirmed. "Your Majesty, has Commander Jinmu uncovered any leads regarding the traitor?" the revered Shura inquired. After all, this traitor is likely a venerable with significant military authority. If not identified promptly, it would be akin to a nail ready to inflict harm at any moment. The emperor turned to face them, his expression slightly cold. Based on the information brought back by the 2nd prince, Jinmu has already identified the individual's identity. The delay in action is merely a strategy to reel in a bigger catch. This matter is not for you to concern yourselves with. Understood. The revered Shura and Meng Changzhong felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. P.S. For those still unclear about the realms, I shall repeat, please mark these down. Innate realm, Qi condensation realm, Qi gathering realm, Qi transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, venerable realm, celestial aspect realm, celestial venerable, supreme realm, king sealing realm, saint sealing realm, saint king realm, indestructible realm, celestial obliteration realm, eternal realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor realm. The saint sealing realm is commonly referred to as the saint realm. The celestial aspect realm is colloquially known as the celestial venerable. Chapter 87. The Pursuit of Chu Huang. The following day, Meng Changzhong conveyed the grave news to Chu Yun, explaining the seriousness of the situation. Naturally, Chu Yun agreed to the implications, even instructing Meng Changzhong to assure his father, the emperor, that he could calmly navigate the impending trials. His master would undoubtedly arrive in time. At that moment, if anyone from the queen's faction dared to act, it would only lead to their demise. In the prince's residence, Chu Yun sat in the garden pavilion, enjoying tea and blossoms with the heavenly demoness, Meng Rushue. During these days, he had no concerns over editing points or background, for he recognized this tranquil period as a rare indulgence. In 9 days, when his father entered the ancestral mountains, he would not need to earn editing points. Others would willingly present their lives before him. Thus, it was imperative to savor this serene interval, lest he feel remorse for neglecting himself. However, as Chu Yun engaged in light-hearted banter with the 2 women, Luo Feng approached. "Your Highness, the 2nd prince has arrived." Chu Yun's expression remained unperturbed. Almost as if expected, "Luo commander, please bring him in." "Yes," Luo Feng promptly complied. Chu Huang, I have encountered him a few times, and his demeanor surpasses that of Chu Rong and others. Before your return, he was the only young man from the Great Xia who caught my eye. However, his character is rather unassuming. He shows little desire for imperial power and instead places great importance on cultivation. Meng Ruxue remarked from beside him, sharing her impressions. If he has caught Ruxue's attention, I must certainly meet my elder brother. Chu Yun smiled expectantly. Before long, Luo Feng ushered in a strikingly handsome and formidable young man, who approached with a steady gait. Your Highness, this is the second prince, Luo Feng introduced. Chu Yun immediately rose, smiling. I am Chu Yun, honored to meet my elder brother. There is no need for formalities, ninth brother. I have heard of your exploits at the borders even before your return. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your presence is indeed remarkable. Chu Huang, with a calm demeanor, smiled faintly in response. Your praise is unwarranted. I am genuinely pleased to hear of your safe return from the borders, elder brother. Please, take a seat, Chu Yun warmly invited. Very well. Chu Huang replied as he settled down, glancing at Meng Ruxue. I did not expect Miss Meng to be here. My apologies. The second prince is too courteous. Meng Ruxue acknowledged with a graceful nod. Ninth brother, who might this lady be? Chu Huang inquired, turning toward the heavenly demoness. Chu Yun explained, elder brother, this is my beloved wife, Yu Qingxin. Alongside Ruxue, they are both my consorts. Upon hearing this, Chu Huang's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his gaze flitting between the two ladies. Noticing their lack of contradiction, he could not help but exclaim, so it is. Ninth brother, you are truly fortunate. With such exquisite companions by your side, one cannot help but envy you. Chu Yun laughed heartily, then continued. Let us set aside such matters. Elder brother, I assume your visit today is not merely for idle conversation? His words deftly steered the discussion toward the heart of the matter. Chu Huang maintained his smile and replied, Ninth brother, you are astute. I have come primarily to discuss a potential collaboration. What kind of collaboration does elder brother envision? Chu Yun inquired. Though we are not of the same mother, we share a blood connection. Therefore, I shall be forthright. The struggle for the throne between you and the crown prince is already laid bare. I am uncertain of the current situation, but I can assist you. Once you secure your position on the throne, I request the head of Lanji in return, and I shall do everything in my power to help you ascend to the imperial seat. Chu Huang stated with unwavering seriousness. Indeed, this aligned closely with Chu Yun's own thoughts. How could his elder brother harbor no animosity toward Lanji? His resentment might even eclipse Chu Yun's own. The vendetta stemming from the murder of their mother would not be easily forgotten. Chu Huang's ability to endure for so many years underscored his resolve for vengeance. Elder brother, to be candid, I can fully agree to your condition. You might soon see this wish fulfilled. However, I must ask, do you truly harbor no aspirations for the throne? Chu Yun's gaze bore into Chu Huang's expression, a scrutiny shared by the two women. This inquiry was a test of Chu Huang's ambition. Should there be even a hint of disingenuousness, Chu Yun would not place his trust in him. Yet, upon hearing these words, Chu Huang shook his head with a fearless smile, stating, Ninth brother, I understand your thoughts. You wonder how one born into royalty could remain indifferent to the allure of the throne. After all, every being harbors desires. Indeed, I possess desires, but they have never been for power, status, or position. What I yearn for, what I pursue, is the great way. The culmination of that path is where my fascination lies. As for the throne, it is merely a shackle in my eyes. If you remain unconvinced, I can vow upon the great way that I shall never become the crown prince of the Great Xia. Chu Huang's response was utterly sincere. Should Chu Yun continue to question him, it would only reflect poorly on himself. Elder brother, between brothers, there is no need for such formalities. I trust you. As for the rest, there is no need for further discussion. Chu Yun expressed himself with utmost candor. Their eyes met, and they shared a knowing smile. The bond of gentlemen is forged in sincerity, requiring no further words. Chu Huang remained in Chu Yun's residence for half a day, sharing numerous insights before taking his leave. It turned out that he had strategically positioned himself in the borders, having already gained control over several influential leaders within the Queen's faction. He had also acquired specific intelligence. Within 9 days, formidable figures from the queen's faction would arrive in the imperial city. They were all esteemed individuals arriving clandestinely, while their respective disciples and elders remained inactive. This was because the queen had no need for them. This indicated that she still wielded military power within the imperial city. 3 days later, a profound silence enveloped the imperial city, descending into an almost eerie stillness. At the peak of the misty rain tower, Chu Yun stood alone in a palace crafted from purple gold and glazed tiles, addressing the air before him. "Tower Master, we have received word from the main tower. The swordsman renowned for being invincible among those of the same realm has emerged from a hidden realm in the divine land and is now present in the 100 dynasties. Furthermore, based on the direction of his teleportation, his destination may very well be the Great Xia or nearby kingdoms. The main tower wishes to assure him that should he require anything, we branches will do our utmost to fulfill his needs. If there is anything beyond our capabilities, he may appeal directly to the main tower for assistance." Chapter 88. The background of Xianyuozi. Chu Yun's words resonated in the vast hall. Soon, the voice of the master of the misty rain tower echoed, ethereal and resonant, from mid-air within the grand chamber. "Is it true that the unparalleled sword cultivator of the same realm is the supreme practitioner known as Xianyuozi?" Chu Yun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is he. Although merely a supreme being, he had left numerous remarkable deeds on the sacred soil of Shenzhou, garnering the attention of many prominent figures. Several emperors from various sects had personally sought to win him over, yet he had turned them all down. It was said that he maintained amicable relations with several emperors of the divine land, a feat that was astonishing for a supreme cultivator to befriend those at the emperor level. Despite being a solitary wanderer without a backing, Xianyuozi was deeply cherished by influential individuals, forming friendships across generations, including a deputy master from the Misty Rain Tower. His legend was undeniable. Having received the favor of numerous emperors, the master of the Misty Rain Tower remarked that now that the tower had issued directives, one should act according to the orders. "You may take charge of all matters," he declared. "Understood," Chu Yun acknowledged with a slight nod, then added, "There is one more matter. There are only 6 days remaining until the Emperor of the Great Xia enters his period of decline. A significant portion of Lanji's people have already arrived in Xia Prefecture. The powerful figures from Asura and Yun clans are also making their moves. It appears that a bloody battle is inevitable within the imperial city. However, the concubine and Xin Yun have been in frequent secret contact lately. If I am not mistaken, their objective likely revolves around the 10-eyed celestial demon within the ancestral mountain." Naturally, the Misty Rain Tower was well aware of the identities of Yun Yang and the concubine, for their names were well known. Aside from Chu Yun, who was exceptionally gifted, any minor actions from other cultivators could hardly escape the watchful eyes of the Misty Rain Tower. The ancestors of the Great Xia Dynasty had once subdued this calamity-inducing 10-eyed celestial demon within the ancestral mountain through sheer force, albeit at the cost of half the dynasty's fortune and the emperor's life. Otherwise, given the profound heritage of the Great Xia Dynasty, it could have secured a place among the top 10 dynasties in this land of 100 realms. The tone of the master of the Misty Rain Tower carried a hint of regret. The current Great Xia Dynasty, amidst the various dynasties, could only be considered mid-tier, failing to reach even the upper echelon, let alone compete with those top 10 dynasties possessing royal authority. Indeed, however, I believe that should Chu Yun ascend to the throne of the Great Xia, there might be a glimmer of hope for change, Chu Yun suddenly remarked. "Brother Yin, your assessment of Chu Yun is surprisingly high. Have you sensed something?" The master of the Misty Rain Tower inquired curiously. Chu Yun smiled faintly. "It is merely intuition, a gut feeling. I have faith in him, as well as in my instincts." Upon hearing this, the master of the Misty Rain Tower refrained from further questioning. Even if Chu Yun had indeed perceived something, he was evidently not inclined to divulge it at this moment. "Very well, if there are no further matters, you may leave. As for the royal affairs, we shall observe," the master instructed. "Understood," Chu Yun replied before turning to depart. In the National Master's Mansion, beneath its depths lay an underground palace. This space was surrounded by isolation arrays that could conceal all presence and perception. At this moment, aside from the national master Feng Tianzhong, there were a dozen figures resting within the palace, all of whom were at least at the initial stage of the venerable realm. Among them was Yen Rujuan, the deputy master of the divine sect, as well as the previously mentioned Shui Xian, a venerable figure from the blood god sect. Among the dozen venerable beings, besides Yen Rujuan and Feng Tianzhong, there were four at the peak of the venerable realm: Zhou Lin, the grand elder of the divine sect; Jiang Xie, the deputy master of the corpse Yin sect; Great Xia, the deputy master of the blood god sect; and Qi Quan, the master of the Sky Rift Valley. These individuals were all renowned figures within the Great Xia Dynasty. As for the other venerable beings, they were also affiliated with these prominent sections. The Sky Rift Valley ranked among the top 10 powers within the Great Xia Dynasty. Although its foundation was not as formidable as that of the corpse Yin and blood god sects, its strength was not to be underestimated. The assembly of these individuals in the underground palace was naturally aimed at the impending battle for the imperial city in 6 days. As long as the Emperor of the Great Xia was absent, their collective strength would suffice to control everything within the imperial city. Should Meng Changzhong, Shura, and others refuse to submit, they would be met with death. National Master, how goes the situation within the city? Is there any sign of movement? Gui Qi, the deputy master of the blood god sect, approached Feng Tianzhong to inquire. All is calm. There is no cause for concern. The consort has arranged everything. When the time comes to act, our people will control all 4 city gates, turning the entire imperial city into our hunting ground. For now, we simply need to wait patiently, Feng Tianzhong replied, sipping from a glass filled with a translucent, ruby-hued spirit. Jiang Xie, the corpse Yin sect, glanced at Yen Rujuan and, noticing his expression, asked, "Yin brother, why do you appear somewhat troubled?" Feng Tianzhong and the others turned their gaze toward him. Yen Rujuan then explained, "I have been curious about the origin of that venerable who wielded thunderous powers at Qianlu Mountain. My sect's divine, I could not locate him, and now he has vanished. I feel an unsettling anxiety. If we do not ascertain his background, I cannot shake the feeling that it could spell disaster. Brother Yin, you are overthinking this. In the current situation, even if another peak venerable were to appear, it would not jeopardize our plans. The decisive factor in this endeavor will not be the venerables," Jiang Xie confidently asserted. Indeed, the infiltration of heavenly venerates has been meticulously arranged by the Empress, ensuring absolute certainty. Furthermore, she holds a trump card that could alter everything. Thus, Brother Yin, there is no need for your concerns. Now, let us celebrate in advance for the impending resounding victory in this battle. From this point onward, the Great Xia Dynasty will echo only with our voices, while the Shi clan shall fade into history. Feng Tianzhong raised his glass, toasting with the other venerable practitioners. Unbeknownst to them, this celebration was a harbinger of misfortune. Having committed a grave taboo, their success was far from guaranteed. Chapter 89. The Ancient Era. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms. 3 days have swiftly elapsed. During this brief period, the actions of the Queen's faction have been meticulous and rigorous, with dozens of esteemed beings secretly infiltrating the imperial city. Meanwhile, the Emperor has also made arrangements for his forces. Under the guidance of Asura Elder and Meng Changzhong, the esteemed representatives of the Shi clan, Shui sect, Yin clan, Wang Xindao sect, and Luo clan have quietly entered the imperial city. On the surface, the imperial city appears tranquil, yet beneath it simmers with tumultuous undercurrents. In the top-tier families of the imperial city, the heads of the Kai and Lu clans have discreetly summoned their clan members from outside to consolidate their forces, preparing for a decisive conflict 3 days hence. At the residence of the second prince, Chu Huang stands in a secluded courtyard, holding a message that reads, "The heavenly sovereigns of the blood god sect and the corpse Yin sect have arrived outside the city." With a grave expression, he crushes the message in his hand. Lan Ji has truly been plotting for a long time. With the old masters of the blood god sect and corpse Yin sect at the gates, it is likely that the elder from the divine sect is not far behind. Should the emperor enter seclusion at the ancestral mountain, Their combined powers would be sufficient to turn the imperial city upside down. A fierce killing intent ignites in Chu Huang's eyes. Lan Ji's actions are tantamount to a coup, betraying his father and seeking to alter the very structure of the Great Xia Dynasty. Unfortunately, the two heavenly sovereigns of the royal family favor the crown prince, leaning towards Lan Ji. For them, as long as the crown prince ascends to the throne, the power struggle becomes a mere exercise for their own development. The other elder, a royal ancestor, is even less concerned. As long as the emperor is a descendant of the Chu family, he remains indifferent unless a cataclysmic disaster befalls the dynasty. This situation has its pros and cons. The downside is that Queen Lan Ji can unscrupulously scheme to secure her son's position as heir. The upside is that the power of the Great Xia Emperor remains unrestrained, allowing him to fully showcase his authority and talents as the emperor. Awong, you need not worry excessively. Your father has also arranged for the esteemed beings of the Shi clan to assist. They will be able to hold their own against them. If the situation spirals out of control and even Chu Yun cannot manage, I can once again lend you my strength through your body. A mere handful of insignificant beings. In the past, a mere glance from me would have been enough to terrify them into submission. A resonant voice reverberates in Chu Huang's mind. Master, I am not particularly concerned about this matter. With your support, Lan Ji is destined to fail. However, I am curious how you came to perceive the extraordinary nature of the ninth brother. Chu Huang inquires with intrigue. The voice within his soul responds. I have calculated his fate. Can you guess the outcome? I cannot. Chu Huang replies. His fate is veiled by an unparalleled heavenly mechanism, one so powerful that even I have never encountered before. Thus, the potential achievements of Chu Yun are boundless. There is even a significant possibility that he may reach the pinnacle of cultivation in the primordial realm. This is the primary reason I urged you to cultivate a good relationship with him. Your dynasty may very well undergo a transformation in fortune because of Chu Yun. Chu Huang is astounded by his master's words. He has known his master long enough to understand that such high praise has never been bestowed upon anyone. Even he, with his ancient heavy pupil and 10 supreme invincible bones, has only been referred to as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Yet, for someone of his caliber, his master can still perceive certain aspects. But for his ninth brother, his fate is shrouded to the point that his master cannot discern a single detail. This revelation deeply shocks Chu Huang. It is important to note that his master is not merely a person of this era, but a sage from the ancient times. Many eras ago, a calamity ravaged the primordial realm, commonly known as the era of the fallen emperors. This cataclysm led to the downfall of all the great emperors of the ancient age. Chu Huang's master is the sole survivor of that disaster, a remnant soul of the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms. Master, if what you say is true, then under the leadership of the ninth brother, will the future of Great Xia not ascend to the sacred lands of the divine continent and stand at the pinnacle of the world? Chu Huang exclaims with delight. Indeed, Chu Yun's ambitions extend beyond mere cultivation. He harbors significant aspirations for conquering the world. I sensed this during our last encounter. However, for your Great Xia Dynasty, this is not necessarily a bad thing. A ruler without ambition, ruthlessness, or the desire for expansion is merely content with the status quo. Such a dynasty is not far from ruin. The Emperor of Heavenly Mechanisms has existed for countless ages, witnessing the rise and fall of innumerable powers. He understands that for a dynasty to thrive and expand, conquest is indispensable. If that is the case, entrusting Great Xia to the ninth brother would liberate me to venture into the sacred lands without worry. Chu Huang expresses with a smile. His ambitions lie not in power. This is his heartfelt truth. He yearns for the grand stage of cultivation, the core of the primordial realm, the sacred lands. At the residence of Chu Yun these days, his father and the queen have been meticulously planning the forthcoming events. Yet, Chu Yun remains an anomaly. During this time, he indulges in revelry, enjoying life to the fullest. Each day, he leisurely spends time with Tian Mo Nu or Meng Ruxua, often retreating to his chambers for hours on end. Without the pressures of the Great Xia's affairs, he revels in the pleasures of life, demonstrating courage while exercising moderation. Without the previous butterfly legs, these days have allowed Chu Yun to truly savor the joys of an emperor. One night, after dining with the two women, he invites Wan Lei, Luo Feng, Yi Tun, Mu Rongyin, and Huo Ling Nu to join them at the table for a shared meal. Lan Ji and her associates would never have imagined this. In the vast imperial city, just within Chu Yun's residence, there is a heavenly sovereign and four esteemed beings. During the banquet, laughter fills the air, yet Tian Mo Nu's expression suddenly shifts, her gaze fixed on Chu Yun. Upon meeting her eyes, he senses something amiss and inquires, "Hexa, what troubles you?" My avatar in the Eastern Palace has gleaned a piece of information from the Crown Prince. Lan Ji has been scheming for years. 3 years ago, she secretly poisoned your mother. At any moment, she can trigger the poison, leading to your mother's instantaneous demise. Tian Mo Nu reveals without reservation. As these individuals are all allies, she immediately discloses this critical information. Chapter 90. Dismembering Chu Yuan. The three sect leaders arrive at the imperial city. The moment the words of the demoness echoed in the hall, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Chu Yun, who had previously worn a smile, now bore a countenance shrouded in darkness, his once gallant brows now radiating a fierce killing intent. "What poison is it? Is there a way to cure it?" Chu Yun inquired in a graviton. The demoness expression turned somber as she replied, "According to Chu Rong, it is a delayed poison that Lan Ji inadvertently obtained. Even a poison master of the supreme realm would require a certain amount of time to devise an antidote." With a heavy heart, Chu Yun remarked, "So, it means there is currently no way to cure my mother?" The demoness fell silent. Meng Rushue also furrowed her brows, remaining unvoiced. Although both had been emperors in their previous lives, they were not well versed in the art of poison. Even if they could concoct an antidote, the time remaining was merely 3 days. No matter how swift they were, it would be impossible without half a month at their disposal. After all, their current cultivation was only in the nirvana stage. In their former lives, they could have resolved the issue with a mere gesture, but at present, time was not on their side. However, there was still a method to preserve her life. Rushue and I can employ a secret technique to temporarily freeze your mother's life force. In this way, they would be unable to trigger the poison within her, allowing us to administer the antidote as soon as it is ready. The demoness contemplated, and it seemed this was the only feasible solution. Meng Rushue nodded in agreement. Indeed, this approach appears to be the most prudent for now. After all, they do not possess a master poisoner among them. Otherwise, this would not be so troublesome. Just as Chu Yun was about to consent to this course of action, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. "Master, there is actually no need for such measures. Among the four knights, the Plague Knight is a master poisoner of the sacred realm. He will arrive at the imperial city within no more than 2 days. Once he arrives, your mother's poison can be effortlessly resolved." In a moment of clarity, Chu Yun smacked his forehead, realizing he had nearly overlooked this crucial detail. The four knights of the Tianqi sect, war, plague, famine, and death, each held formidable power, and the Plague Knight was renowned for his expertise in poisons. Even some saints within the Taichi Holy Land regarded his potent toxins with trepidation. No matter how formidable Lan Ji's poison, it would be but child's play before a saintly poison master. "Not to worry, I have a solution. I can resolve my mother's poison," Chu Yun declared with newfound assurance. The demoness and Meng Rushue were taken aback. Without resorting to the freezing method, it meant that within 3 days, Chu Yun would be able to cure his mother's affliction. "Do you know a poison expert?" Meng Rushue inquired, her curiosity piqued. With a light chuckle, Chu Yun replied, "Not someone I know, but rather someone I possess." The two women and Luo Feng were momentarily stunned. The prince had yet to reveal another of his formidable allies. Very well, this matter need not be of concern any longer. However, since Lan Ji has poisoned my mother, it is likely she intends to use her life as leverage against the Shi family. Such treachery cannot be tolerated. A chilling glint flickered in Chu Yun's eyes. "Master, shall we take action preemptively?" Yi Tun asked. Chu Yun shook his head, "No. Acting now would have little effect on them. We must wait until they are on the brink of success, their desires at their zenith, before we strike and utterly dismantle them, shattering their minds and spirits. A cold smile crept upon Chu Yun's face. But prior to that, we must prepare a gift for Lanji. Yitun. Extract Chu Yuan's soul and dismember his body. On the day they make their move, present this gift to them. With that, Chu Yun produced the Emperor's banner, releasing the tormented and broken Chu Yuan from its confines. Yi Tun rose, waved his hand to collect the remains, and responded with a grin. Rest assured, master. I shall prepare this grand gift meticulously. With that, Yi Tun departed, and Chu Yun and the others resumed their festivities. Within the East Palace, deep in the night, Lan Ji arrived at a secluded chamber where the crown prince awaited alongside 3 middle-aged men. Upon her entrance, a tall, imposing figure with an exceptional demeanor approached her with a smile. Sister, it has been a long time. Your Majesty, the others followed suit, bowing to the Empress. Lan Ji regarded them, her dignified countenance softening with a hint of a smile. Elder brother, did you all arrive in the city without incident? Rest assured, the route you arranged perfectly evaded the Shadow Guard surveillance. It was quite smooth. However, upon entering the city, I caught a whiff of that detestable fellow's presence, the tall man. Nieming remarked. Lan Ji understood immediately that the loathsome person he referred to was none other than the current patriarch of the Shur family, the Shura Venerable. In the entire Daxia Empire, the strongest revered figure was undoubtedly the Emperor himself. Following him, 3 others shared the second rank, the Shura Venerable, Nieming, and the Supreme Commander of the Shadow Guards, Jin Mu. Their strengths were nearly equal, making it impossible to establish a definitive ranking among them. Elder brother, there is no need for concern. The very lifeblood of the Shur family is now firmly in my grasp. The Shura, he will have no choice but to submit to us, unless he wishes to witness his dear sister perish before his eyes, Lan Ji said coldly, a smile gracing her lips. Having plotted for years, she had meticulously crafted each step of her scheme. Even if the Emperor had prepared, she remained unafraid. For from the very beginning, the Shur family, whom the Emperor relied upon most, had already been ensnared in her web. It seems the poison within Shur Minua's body has fully matured. Ha ha ha. In that case, I am quite eager to witness the sight of the Shura kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Nieming laughed heartily, unrestrained. The others too wore smiles of amusement. By the way, have my father and the others arrived? Lanzi inquit. Blood Wuhuan nodded. They are already waiting in the valley outside the city. As soon as the Emperor enters the ancestral mountains, they will be able to enter the city and resolve everything. Lan Ji smiled with reassurance. That is splendid. Now, everything is in place. We merely await the final wind to set our plans in motion. Chapter 91. The arrival of the spirit-slaying dynasty. The immortal wanderer has come. In just 2 days, the Great Xia Emperor would reach the critical stage of his 5 declines. Meanwhile, at the northern city gate of the imperial city, 2 elderly men clad in simple robes entered and cast their gazes towards the end of the street. It was as if they pierced through countless structures, gazing beyond the imperial palace to the towering peak of the ancestral mountain, the Huangzu Mountain. Alas, such a splendid view would soon dissolve into nothingness. One of the elders, with eyes that seemed to penetrate endless space from the city gate, surveyed the Huangzu Mountain within the palace grounds in its entirety. Let us proceed. He is likely already awaiting our arrival. The other elder spoke with a stoic expression. In an instant, the 2 figures vanished silently from the street. At the Misty Rain Tower, Sun Yin was seated in a chair, perusing some gathered intelligence reports. Suddenly, a senior elder hurried in and presented him with a message. Master Su, this is the latest important news. Please take a look. Sun Yin accepted the document, and upon reading it, his brow furrowed in surprise. The spirit-slaying dynasty has sent envoys. 2 monarchs have arrived at once. The Great Xia Dynasty is truly on the brink of crisis now. The elder continued, Master, this spirit-slaying dynasty, being one of the top 10 dynasties in the realm, is only likely interested in the national seal of suppression that restrains the 10-eyed celestial demon. Sun Yin was acutely aware of the purpose behind the 2 monarchs' visit to the royal city. Their timely arrival suggested that someone within the palace had tipped them off. Otherwise, it would be improbable for them to arrive so fortuitously. There existed an unwritten rule among the 10 strongest dynasties. no interference in the internal affairs of other dynasties, nor should they instigate conflict without justification. Otherwise, they would face collective sanctions from the remaining dynasties. Even if the spirit-slaying dynasty coveted the national seal of the Great Xia, they would not act overtly. Sun Yan pondered deeply. He contemplated whether to discreetly inform Chu Yun about this news. However, doing so would equate to a blatant violation of the rules of the Misty Rain Tower. The matter concerning Chu Huang was merely personal and could be justified out of personal loyalty. Yet, the issue with the spirit-slaying dynasty was of significant consequence, and the two situations were not comparable. I understand the situation. You may leave now, he finally instructed. Yes. After the elder departed, Sun Yan deliberated and ultimately decided against revealing too much to Chu Yun, opting instead to send him a vague hint. At the 8th prince's residence, Chu Hao, Chu Xinyan, and the consort Song Yiling were seated in the grand hall, evidently awaiting an important visitor. Shortly thereafter, the space within the hall tore open, and two figures materialized from a rift. Those were the two elderly men who had entered the city earlier. Consort Yiling, it is a pleasure to meet you both, she greeted, along with Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan, as they all stood and cupped their fists in respect. Who would have thought that the notorious Song Laoma has a daughter? If it weren't for His Majesty's summons, I would hardly have believed it, one of the elders remarked, a hint of mockery lacing his words. A flicker of displeasure crossed Chu Hao's eyes. The condescending tone was uncomfortable for anyone. However, as they were the ones seeking assistance, they could only force smiles. My father is sealed within Huangzu Mountain. Without support, I am left with no choice. One elder waved his hand dismissively. No need for concern. After so many years, the seal that binds your father has weakened significantly. Breaking it will not pose much difficulty. However, as previously agreed, we require the national seal of the Great Xia and the blood of the current emperor to fully activate its powers. Thus, once we assist your father in his release, the subsequent matters will be of no concern to you. Consort Song Yiling nodded in agreement, understood. As long as you both aid my father, we will refrain from interfering in any further matters, including the emperor's life and the national seal, which you may take as you please. The two elders responded contentedly. Excellent. Now, let us arrange accommodations. Rooms have been prepared. Please follow me, Chu Xinyan interjected. After they departed, Chu Hao's expression darkened. Mother, they wish not only for the seal, but also for Father's life? He is, after all, my biological father. Song Yiling's countenance hardened, resolute. How? For the sake of your grandfather, we have no other choice. What we owe your father in this life, we shall repay in the next. We cannot afford to show any weakness now. Chu Hao, conflicted, replied, but these two from the spirit-slaying dynasty do not appear to be trustworthy. Can we truly rely on them? Song Yiling lowered her head, contemplating before letting out a long sigh. There is no alternative, for now. We must place our trust in them. Once your grandfather is free, everything will fall into place. As dusk approached, a figure clad in a cloud-patterned robe, a 3-foot-long sword hanging at his waist, entered the imperial city with an aura reminiscent of a legendary swordmaster. His star-like eyes swept across the surroundings, landing on the direction of the 9th prince's residence. A smile graced his lips, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, within the residence, Chu Yun sat leisurely at the fishing platform, casting his line. Suddenly, the sword spirit jade in his embrace trembled, awakening a spark of joy within him. His master, the immortal wanderer, had finally arrived. Chapter 92. The Composure of the Carefree One and the Secrets of the Tianhua Cauldron. What is it? Why so excited? Upon noticing the change in Chu Yun's expression, Meng Rushue and the celestial demoness could not help but inquire. Of course, after waiting for so long, the moment has finally arrived. Chu Yun chuckled heartily, rising to his feet, and was about to make his way to the entrance when whoosh, a rift in space appeared above the fishing platform. The figure of the Carefree One emerged leisurely from within. Ah, you've reached the Nirvana realm. Not bad. Your progress is commendable, as expected of my disciple. Upon the Carefree One's appearance, his gaze swept over Chu Yun, and seeing that his cultivation had indeed reached the Nirvana stage, he offered his praise. Meng Rushue and the celestial demoness, upon witnessing the sudden arrival of the carefree one, felt an overwhelming force emanating from him. Instantly, both women's hearts trembled. This was a superpower far beyond the realm of the venerable. Moreover, they sensed an incredibly terrifying sword intent within him, one that could easily shatter the very heavens of the Daxiao imperial city if unleashed. Chu Yun, I am honored to meet you, master. Chu Yun greeted with a bow, filled with joy at seeing his esteemed mentor still brimming with vitality. Master, at that moment, Meng Ruxue and the celestial demoness fully recognized the identity of the person before them. He was their man, the one who had been spoken of, the unparalleled supreme being, the wandering sword cultivator, the carefree one. The carefree one nodded with satisfaction. These two young ladies are not simple either. Their foundation in the Nirvana realm is so solid. The future holds great promise. He glanced at Meng Ruxue and the celestial demoness, praising them as well. His figure descended, and he stood before Chu Yun and the others. You overrate me. Your cultivation has already reached the transformation realm. With your presence in Daxia, all issues will be resolved effortlessly. Meng Ruxue and the celestial demoness remained courteous. Despite their former identities as emperors with status and vision at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, that was merely in the past. As the saying goes, the past is the past, and the present is the present. One cannot compare the two. Without the strength of the past, it is wise to remain humble. Yinner, if there is anything you wish to discuss, simply tell your master. If you desire the position of heir apparent, I shall assist you in achieving it. Anyone who opposes you shall face death. The carefree one's words, brief yet powerful, filled Chu Yun's heart with uncontrollable joy. With such a promise from his master, Chu Yun felt completely at ease. However, he was not in a hurry. His master had traveled such a long distance to Daxia. He would not allow trivial matters to mar the joy of welcoming him. Regardless, the banquet must be enjoyed first. Master, please, Chu Yun gestured grandly, inviting him forth. Very well, the carefree one replied with a gentle smile, and together they proceeded to the great hall. Chu Yun instructed Atai to prepare a lavish feast, hosting the carefree one alongside the celestial demoness, Luo Feng, Meng Ruxue, and the heavenly thunder sovereign, among others. Upon seeing his disciple surrounded by numerous venerable level and even celestial level followers, the carefree one was slightly surprised, yet more convinced of the effectiveness of his nurturing approach. Without his guidance, Chu Yun might have become merely a young master who relied solely on power. The banquet continued until deep into the night before finally dispersing. Chu Yun personally arranged for the carefree one to have the best guest room in the prince's residence, allowing him to rest temporarily. During the banquet, Chu Yun also briefed the carefree one on the current state of the Empress's faction. However, the carefree one did not dwell on it. In his view, factional disputes were merely matters to be resolved with a sword. As a supreme being, he was already invincible. Even against those of the king realm, he would stand ready to fight. His sword, the sword of invincibility, symbolized his unparalleled sword path. After ensuring the carefree one was settled, Chu Yun personally sent messages to Meng Changzhong and his uncle, the Asura Venerable, informing them that his master had arrived in the imperial city, assuring them to rest easy. In the late hours of the night, just as Chu Yun was about to retire with the celestial demoness, he suddenly received news from the Array Venerable. The seal of the Tianhua cauldron had been broken. Without delay, Chu Yun accompanied the two women to the Array Venerable's secret chamber. At this moment, the four gathered together. Facing a cabinet-sized egg, towering 2 meters high, its surface a translucent white adorned with ancient purple-black patterns, yet its species remained a mystery. This egg was the sealed object within the Tianhua cauldron. The Array Venerable even attempted to use his venerable-level soul power to probe it, only to discover a layer of insulating shield covering the egg's surface. Should he attempt to breach this shield with force, the being within the egg could perish. Thus, the Array Venerable had to abandon this plan. Having seen much in your past lives, can you discern what species this egg belongs to? Chu Yun inquired of the two women. Their expressions grew serious as they focused intently on the egg. After some time, the celestial demoness turned to Meng Ruxue and asked, "What do you think it resembles?" Meng Ruxue pondered deeply before responding. "It resembles something familiar, but these purple-black patterns are perplexing. This is the pattern of Qiongqi. How could it appear on an egg of this species? The celestial demoness suddenly had a bold hypothesis. Could it be a fusion of aberrant species? Meng Rushue's body jolted at this thought. If we consider this direction, it indeed holds potential. The celestial demoness continued. Beyond that, I cannot think of any other explanation. But if it is true, then the one who created this egg is undoubtedly extraordinary. Meng Rushue spoke with utmost caution. Isn't that so? Stop with the riddles. Speak plainly so I can understand. What relation does this egg have with Qiongqi? Is it a descendant of Qiongqi? Chu Yun pets ugenti. The celestial demoness replied gravely. This egg is that of the white tiger, one of the 4 divine beasts. However, the patterns on this egg are indeed those of Qiongqi. It is highly likely that someone took a white tiger egg and infused it with Qiongqi's bloodline. In other words, the being within this egg is an aberrant species. It possesses the appearance and abilities of the white tiger while also harboring the bloodline of Qiongqi, a fusion of a divine beast and an evil beast. Once born, its potential is beyond our comprehension. The celestial demoness' tone was extremely serious. If this aberrant species truly came into existence, would it be classified as a divine beast or an evil beast? No one could say for certain. However, this fusion of bloodlines represented a taboo existence. It was an otherworldly entity. The beast tribes of the divine land would never allow such a monster to exist in this world. For once it fully matured, its terrifying bloodline would disrupt the balance maintained for so many years among the beast tribes. Yet, upon hearing this, Chu Yun was utterly astounded. The divine beast white tiger? The evil beast Qiongqi? The being within this egg was, astonishingly, a combination of the two. He realized he had stumbled upon an incredible opportunity. Both the white tiger and Qiongqi possessed bloodlines that surpassed the Emperor realm. The upper limit of their combined lineage was simply unfathomable. It was nothing short of a heavenly reversal. In an instant, a thought ignited within Chu Yun's mind. He must hatch this aberrant species and have it recognize him as its master. In his previous life, while indulging in novels, he often encountered formidable protagonists who either rode majestic beasts or divine creatures, exuding an air of authority and captivating countless enchanting maidens. He aspired to embody such a remarkable figure himself. Thus, his steed must undoubtedly be a magnificent mythical beast of considerable stature. Chapter 93, A Drop of White Tiger Blood. The 4 horsemen arrive. Exioner, Schwerer. What is needed to hatch this egg? Chu Yun promptly turned to the 2 women and inquired. You wish to have it recognize you as its master? It is no surprise that Meng Rushue and the demoness, having fought alongside him, instinctively guessed Chu Yun's intentions. Chu Yun chuckled. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. I'm also aware that this creature, upon its birth, may pose considerable challenges due to its lineage. However, do you think I am one to shy away from difficulties? Chu Yun directly articulated the caution the 2 women wished to express. The demoness pondered for a moment before elucidating. Hatching it is not difficult. It should merely be a small cub. A single drop of white tiger blood is sufficient for it to break free from its shell. Chu Yun instinctively searched the system's marketplace. To his surprise, he indeed found white tiger blood. However, the price quickly dissuaded him. 700,000 editing points. What a ridiculous price. The system is nothing short of a swindler. Chu Yun could not help but exclaim in frustration. System, Master, have you considered the grade of this drop of white tiger blood? It is of the eternal realm level. 700,000 is hardly exorbitant. Products from the system are always of the highest quality. Those of lower grades are beneath my contempt. Upon inspection, Chu Yun confirmed that the 700,000 price tag was indeed for the eternal realm level blood. Yet, for hatching the egg, such extravagance was unnecessary. Blood of the king realm would suffice. Unfortunately, the system was unwilling to sell anything of that lower grade, deeming it unworthy. Chu Yun found himself in a dilemma. At that moment, Meng Rushue suddenly remarked, it is said that the royal family of the Xia Dynasty, one of the 10 great empires, possesses a drop of white tiger blood at the saintly realm level. If you wish to hatch this white tiger egg, that is likely your only option. Otherwise, you would have to seek it from a misty rain pavilion, which not only carries a steep price, but may also expose the egg's secret. Listening to her words, Chu Yun calmly contemplated the Chinla royal family. Then, that shall be my goal. I shall obtain that drop of white tiger blood, sooner or later. With determination, Chu Yun temporarily stored the white tiger egg in his blood heaven world, allowing it to acclimate to his aura while submerged in the blood river. On the final day, the Emperor of the Great Xia, having received word from the Shure Venerable that Chu Yun's master had arrived in the imperial city, felt his long-held concerns begin to dissipate. With a supreme realm expert present, no matter how the Empress's faction stirred, they could not overturn the situation. At noon, Chu Yun entered the palace for an audience with the Emperor. In the imperial study, the Emperor sat with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. Chu Yun stood below, his expression serene, equally silent. After a while, the Emperor finally spoke. Very well, since this day was inevitable, let it be as you wish. If Lanji and her faction truly provoke matters to that extent, I permit you to show them no mercy. Upon hearing this final decision, Chu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank you, Father. With my father's words, I can now engage in unrestricted slaughter against the Empress' faction within this imperial city. By the way, Father, I need to take Mother back to the residence for detoxification. There is no need for you to worry. My master and his companions will ensure her safety. Chu Yun continued. Prior to this, he had already informed the Emperor of the poison he had inflicted on Lanji. This revelation solidified the Emperor's resolve. As long as the Empress' faction caused trouble, he gave Chu Yun the authority to eliminate them without exception. Very well. Go and ensure your mother's safety. The Emperor nodded. Yes, your son takes his leave. Chu Yun turned and made his way to Sure Minue's quarters, escorting her out of the palace and back to his residence. As dusk approached, the 4 knights of the Heavenly Awakening sect arrived at Chu Yun's estate. In the rear garden, Chu Yun, Xiaozi, the Demoness, and Meng Rushua sat leisurely in a pavilion, engaging in conversation. The 4 knights tore through space and appeared before Chu Yun, their auras restrained, bowing low. Knight of Plague, at your service, Sect Master. Knight of Famine, at your service, Sect Master. Knight of War, at your service, Sect Master. Knight of Death, at your service, Sect Master. The arrival of the 4 knights brought a sense of security to Chu Yun. He had long established communication with them through the Sect Master's token. Knowing their exact arrival time, please rise, Chu Yun calmly gestured, his demeanor unruffled. Thank you, Sect Master. The 4 knights, clad in robes of various colors, stood upright. Sage, the 4 knights of the Heavenly Awakening sect. Yunner, you are indeed the Sect Master. I never expected that after years apart, you would attain such an opportunity. Xiaozi, upon hearing the knights introduce themselves, realized their identities and was astonished that his disciple had become the Sect Master of the Heavenly Awakening sect. Although the sect had fallen, it remained an indomitable presence in the 100 dynasties. Each knight stood at the saintly level, and even the 10 great empires treated them with utmost respect. The Demoness and Meng Rushua were equally taken aback. Chu Yun was the Sect Master of the Heavenly Awakening sect. What else had he concealed from them? Given the urgency of the situation, other matters could wait. Plague, accompany me. The rest of you, please remain here, Chu Yun instructed decisively. Yes, Sect Master. The Knight of Plague, tall and slender with blue eyes that glimmered with a faint, ethereal light, followed Chu Yun as he sought out his mother. Yunea, Your Highness, Sure Minwe, engaged in conversation with Atai, turned to see Chu Yun's arrival. Mother, I have brought someone to assist with the detoxification. Just relax, Chu Yun stated gravely, getting straight to the point. Seeing her son so serious, Sure Minwe immediately complied. Very well, Mother understands. Chu Yun gestured to Plague, who stepped forward, emanating a holy aura from his fingertips that flowed over Sure Minwe's entire being. Several breaths later, the Knight of Plague had discerned the state of her affliction. How is it? Can it be resolved? Chu Yun pomtili inquit. The Knight of Plague smiled lightly. Rest assured, Sect Master, while the poison is indeed potent, the antidote is not difficult. In half a cup of tea's time, it can be completely eradicated. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt entirely at ease. Then let us proceed. Very well. The Night of Plague began the detoxification process, placing a hand atop Sher Minue's head, enveloping her in a radiant holy light, purging the toxins from her meridians visibly. Chapter 94. Night Operations. The turbulence of the imperial city unfolds. Once the poison in consort Sher was completely cured, Chu Yun decided to let her stay in his residence. After all, it was far safer for his mother to remain in his abode than to return to the palace. Chu Yun felt a sense of unease upon re-entering the royal palace, especially since he had also arranged for the demoness and dream Rushui to keep her company, which significantly improved consort Sher's spirits compared to her time in the palace. In the pavilion, Chu Yun, Xiaozi, and the four knights gathered. Yesterday, Sun Yan, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, sent me a message indicating that many were keeping an eye on the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, and even those at the supreme level could face danger. While the message was somewhat ambiguous, it served as a warning. Chu Yun spoke up. The Misty Rain Tower has taken the initiative to warn you. It seems you share a good rapport with this Sun Yan. Xiaozi smiled slightly, surprised. Chu Yun shook his head. Our relationship is rather conventional. I find it puzzling why he would alert me. The Death Knight interjected, Master, even if other forces are targeting the Great Xia, it matters not. At your command, the four of us shall fight for the Great Xia. Chu Yun was fully aware of the knight's unwavering loyalty. He casually mentioned it, considering he had four saints by his side. In truth, in this realm of 100 dynasties, he could walk with confidence, having little to fear. After all, Sun Yan could not possibly know that he was the leader of the Heavenly Awakening sect. That night, atop the Misty Rain Tower, the master inquired, Are you saying that Xiaozi has come to the Great Xia and has not left Chu Yun's residence? Thus, the unparalleled sword cultivator traveled such a great distance from the Pure Land to see Chu Yun, the master of the tower, though only hearing voices and not seeing faces, expressed disbelief. Did Chu Yun and Xiaozi know each other? This seemed exceedingly improbable. Their relationship remained unclear. Yet it was undeniable that Xiaozi was indeed at the Ninth Prince's residence. Master, according to previous orders, if Xiaozi seeks us out, we shall endeavor to accommodate him. Should we send someone to Chu Yun's residence? Sun Yan asked. That is unnecessary. Such an action would seem overly deliberate. Moreover, our Misty Rain Tower has no precedent for extending goodwill to others. Even if he is favored by the Deputy Master Yin, we shall not set that precedent. We will observe the situation as it unfolds. I have a foreboding that Xiaozi's visit to Chu Yun is likely connected to the impending turmoil in the Imperial City tomorrow. Ensure our people closely monitor the movements of all major factions within the Imperial City. I require first-hand intelligence, commanded the Master of the Misty Rain Tower. Understood, Master. That night, the streets of the Imperial City grew eerily quiet, as various factions seemed to sense a storm approaching, instructing their disciples not to venture out. At midnight, the Emperor entered the Imperial Ancestor Mountain just after the midnight hour. The divine tribulations descended upon him, demanding his full concentration, rendering him incapable of managing any external affairs at that moment. In the National Master's residence, within the underground palace, National Master Feng Tianzhong, Yan Rujuan, Zhou Lin, Jiang Xie, Gui Qi, Qi Quan, and over a dozen esteemed elders assembled. Shortly after, the space within the palace tore open, and the Empress Lanji, followed by the leaders of the three sects, Prince Chu Rong, Prince Chu Yuan, and a host of guest officials under the Crown Prince, entered from the void. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yan Rujuan and Jiang Xie led the group in salutation. Please rise, Lanji nodded. Thank you, Your Majesty, they responded, lifting their heads. The Empress then proclaimed, Half an incense stick ago, His Majesty entered the Imperial Ancestor Mountain and is wholly focused on enduring the divine tribulations. This signifies that our actions may commence. Please give your orders, Your Majesty. The esteemed elders implored. Very well. The adversarial factions of the dynasty will be handled by several celestial beings. Your task is to control all neutral officials and consolidate their power. We now hold authority over the four city gates. Tonight, this city shall become our hunting ground. Lan Ji's invigorating declaration ignited fervor among the esteemed elders, who were eager to take action. Yes, Yin Rujuan and the others immediately tore through the space, departing the underground palace to head towards the residences of the officials. Sister, is everything arranged with the Shadow Guard? Nianming reminded as he stood beside her. Jin Mu has yet to show himself. We must guard against him. I have already mobilized the troops. Blood Elder will also make an appearance. No matter how formidable Jin Mu is, should a celestial being intervene, he will surely face defeat. Let us proceed to meet with the head of the Sure family and the current chancellor, Lan Ji stated confidently. The space before them tore open once more, and their figures vanished within the underground palace. Meanwhile, the Empress's faction within the imperial city received word and began to mobilize. The Kai family and the Lu family, two prominent clans, gathered their forces, led personally by the elder of the Kai family and the heads of the two families, preparing to seize the Yin residence. Chapter 95. The Battle of the Revered Ones. Forces emerge. In the residence of the ninth prince, Chu Yun sat in the hall, engaged in a game of chess with the carefree Zizi. The heavenly demoness, Ming Rushue, and the four knights were seated nearby. They had commenced their actions. The main forces of the Revered Ones had targeted the residences of various officials, while the queen had entered the palace to seek out her uncle. Their presence was felt at all four city gates. The heavenly demoness spoke, her doppelganger having accompanied the queen throughout. As Chu Yun continued to play, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. He had long been prepared for this. Holding a chess piece, a faint smile adorned his face as he contemplated for a moment before making his move. Let the game begin. This city shall be lively tonight. At the Yin family estate, thousands of individuals suddenly surrounded the entire premises. Leading the charge were the esteemed ancestors of the Kai family and the heads of the Kai and Lu families. Yin Ding, Yin Song. Today marks the end for your Yin family, Kai Yongming declared, wielding a spiritual sword, his aura of rebirth radiating around him as he stood aloft, surveying the Yin estate with disdain. Yin Ding and Feng Zili, along with the senior members of the Yin family, immediately emerged to confront them. The ancestor of the Kai family narrowed his eyes, looking down upon Yin Ding and his companions. The Yin family has truly declined, and with such poor judgment, your downfall shall come at my hands today. In response, Yin Ding coldly laughed. Kai Elder, you have placed a heavy accusation upon me that I cannot bear. Whether my Yin family meets its demise tonight, I cannot say, but you certainly will. As Yin Ding finished speaking, the heavenly treasure revered one descended from the sky. Standing upon the celestial expanse, the profound pressure of his revered presence slowly enveloping the area. Heavenly treasure, revered one. You have allied with Chu Yun. The ancestor of the Kai family frowned upon seeing him appear. One who recognizes the times is a true hero. Is it not permissible for my heavenly treasure pavilion to make a wise choice? He replied with a faint smile. Foolish. Do you think you alone can withstand us? Should you dare to interfere, the queen's remaining forces will rush here at once, and you shall surely perish. The ancestor of the Kai family threatened. The heavenly treasure revered one merely smiled in silence. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap erupted from the space surrounding the Kai ancestor, shattering his protective barrier and ensnaring him in a net of golden lightning. What? Battle revered body. The ancestor of the Kai family was horrified, hastily attempting to summon his battle revered body to counter the threat. However, before he could manifest it, a terrifying explosion obliterated his corporeal form into an endless mist of blood, severely wounding his soul and leaving him in utter panic. In the next moment, a rough hand, crackling with lightning, reached through the void and seized him, leaving the ancestor of the Kai family with no power to resist. Tianzuan. This was the last gasp of the Kai ancestor. In the following second, the thunderous Tianzuan stepped forth from the void and cast his terrified soul into the gaping maw of the devouring night. Night devoured it greedily, grinning widely. Though a bit aged, at least he lived long enough to have flavor. The heavenly treasure revered one was left speechless. Son, are you here to taste wine? Meanwhile, the members of the Kai and Lu families stood in shock, including their heads, their expressions filled with panic and confusion. Their revered ancestor had been annihilated in a single strike. The bald man before them. Was he a Tianzuan? Why was this happening? Which Tianzuan was this? Raising their animosity levels only served to inflate their worth. It was imperative that the Thunder Sovereign concluded matters swiftly, gathering a surge of thunderous energy in his palm and unleashing it amidst the Kai and Lu families. Boom! 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 The sound of countless explosions echoed through the heavens, as the members of the Kai and Lu families were unable to even emit a cry before being obliterated by the thunderous blasts. For Chu Yun, these were mere pawns, and raising their enmity levels would only elevate their status unnecessarily. It was imperative to have the thunderous Tianzuan act swiftly. The elite of the Kai and Lu families have perished. The remaining defenders are yours to handle. He instructed the heavenly treasure revered one and Yin Ding. Understood, they replied, showing the utmost respect in the face of a Tianzuan. Soon after, the thunderous Tianzuan and knight departed once more, while the heavenly treasure revered one and his companions split into two groups to raid the Kai and Lu families. At the Ministry of War's minister's residence, Yin Rujuan personally led two revered ones to forcibly control the minister. However, midway, a storm of battle revered energy struck between them. The three reacted swiftly, evading the attack as they turned their gazes toward the source. Their brows furrowed slightly. Before them stood three battle-revered bodies, shimmering in the night, their revered power swirling around them. Yin Rujuan, you're in quite a hurry. Back in Qingzhou, you fled so swiftly that even the clan leader couldn't meet you. What a pity, a tall, gaunt elder clad in azure robes remarked from atop one of the battle-revered bodies. It was none other than the grand elder of the Shi family, Shi Quan. The other two were also revered ones from the Shi family. 3 against 3, a nearly equal contest between the divine sect and the Shi family. You have indeed come. It appears the emperor anticipated this and prepared accordingly, Yin Rujuan noted, recognizing the three before him, though his brow was slightly knitted. Since you are aware, then surrender, Shi Quan commanded from his vantage point. Ha! Surrender? Let me be frank. Even with the emperor's arrangements, we shall not be hindered. Attack! With a single command from Yin Rujuan, their battle-revered bodies emerged simultaneously. The 6 revered bodies illuminated the night sky, their combined powers manifesting into formidable and terrifying assaults, igniting a fierce battle beneath the stars. Boom! Boom! The energy fluctuations of the revered ones clashed, resounding throughout the imperial city, with multiple locations erupting into chaos. These confrontations, like that of Yin Rujuan, unfolded along the paths frequented by various officials of the dynasty, all orchestrated by the emperor and Asura, revered one. The likes of Great Xia, Great Xia, and other revered ones from different sects were intercepted by the revered ones from the Shui sect, Yin family, Luo family, and Wang Xiandao sect, leaving them no opportunity to approach the officials' residences. The reverberations of the revered ones shocked countless beings within the imperial city, causing buildings to collapse and streets to crack open, creating numerous magnetic fields of residual power. Simultaneously, the queen and her entourage made their way to the palace. But in her search for the Shura revered one and Shi Mingyue, she found only emptiness. Chapter 96. The doorway incident. Jinmu appears within the imperial palace. Lan Ji and her companions traversed through its corridors. Upon reaching the residence of the Shura elder, they discovered it to be completely deserted, save for the lingering spiritual energy that inscribed 8 formidable characters in midair. If you wish to kill me, come to the minister's residence. These bold letters, suspended in the air, undeniably provoked the ire of Lan Ji and her companions. Ah, very well. Since we have come this far, it saves us the trouble of making another trip. Let us proceed to the minister's residence. Lan Ji Goman Daisy Si Vin. Nian Ming extended his hand, and with a surge of domineering spiritual power, he tore through the vast expanse, leading the group towards the minister's abode. At the North City Gate, the largest among the 4 gates of the imperial city, a man clad in black wolf armor stood resolutely atop the city tower, flanked by numerous soldiers adorned in wolf armor. This man was the commander of the Black Wolf Army, the formidable Wei Wolf Elder. He was also one of the individuals secretly nurtured by the Empress and was the very one who had leaked the border defense plans. Meanwhile, an overwhelming swarm of armored figures surged from beyond the city gate, advancing with the ferocity of a dragon. Observing this, Wei Wolf smirked coldly, unleashing his battle elder form, which radiated with an imposing aura that halted the advance of two major armies outside the gate. The soldiers of the Black Wolf army atop the tower readied their spiritual arrows. Wei Wolf, are you conspiring with the Tianlang army to rebel? The commanders of the Daogu army and the Seven Killers army, upon receiving news of the Empress's insurrection, immediately sought to lead their armies into the city. Yet, they found their path obstructed by Wei Wolf at the north gate, prompting them to bellow their accusations. Rebellion? How unjustly you accuse me. I serve at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress, guarding the north gate. No one shall enter the city through the north gate tonight. Wei Wolf proclaimed fiercely. Daogu, Seven Killers, for the sake of our old friendship, withdraw your armies. You shall not enter the imperial city tonight. Wei Wolf, do you not comprehend the consequences of your actions? You have colluded with the Empress, and do you not fear the Emperor's wrath? The Daogu elder retorted angrily from the celestial expanse outside the city. The Emperor, ha ha ha, after tonight, the fate of the Great Xia may no longer be dictated by the Emperor. Wei Wolf scoffed. Now, cease your prattle. Should you choose not to withdraw your armies, we shall remain here, for I possess ample time to entertain you. But if you wish to enter the city, that shall be impossible. You, both the Daogu elder and the Seven Killers elder wore expressions of fury. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the north gate was easily defensible, and the Black Wolf army excelled in their mastery of the Black Wolf arrows. If the two armies sought to breach it, they would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. As the two commanders deliberated, a sudden and swift action occurred. A general from the Black Wolf army, standing beside Wei Wolf, pierced through his heart with a single strike. Disregarding all defenses, the overwhelming force shattered his internal organs in an instant. You, who are you? Wei Wolf's face contorted in horror, his battle elder form wavering as he struggled to muster his strength in resistance. Yet, he found that the power of the one before him was so formidable that it forcibly suppressed the elder power coursing through his veins. By order of the Emperor, Wei Wolf, commander of the Black Wolf army, has leaked border defenses and conspired with others, endangering the dynasty, a crime unforgivable. He shall be judged by the Shadow Guards. Execute without mercy. The voice and appearance of the general transformed as he spoke. Clad in a yellow robe, his expression was frigid, his stature imposing, and his eyes, like daggers, bore no emotion as they fixed upon Wei Wolf. Upon recognizing this visage, Wei Wolf's face was filled with dread. Chapter 97. The turmoil of the Duke's residence and the fury of Lady Lan. Nieming bore a playful smile upon his lips as the Empress produced a small puppet resembling Shi Mingyue with remarkable accuracy. The poison had already ravaged Shi Mingyue's body. Her life now lay in the hands of the Empress. If you wish to spare your sister from torment, from having her meridians explode and suffering an existence worse than death, then surrender, Lady Lan threatened pointedly. Do not resist, for if you do, Shi Mingyue will endure countless times the agony because of you. Surprisingly, the revered Shura remained unfazed, even laughing. Oh, such a terrifying poison? Then do give it a try. Lady Lan's brows furrowed. Do you think I dare? The revered Shura's laughter boomed. Lady Lan, go ahead and test it. Seeing this, Lady Lan's resolve solidified. She directed her power into the puppet's arms, unleashing the toxin affecting Shi Mingyue's limbs. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. As her power surged into the puppet, it suddenly exploded, causing Nieming's previously amused expression to shift dramatically. How? Is this possible? The poison. How could it be gone? Is she dead? No. If Shi Mingyue were truly dead, you could not be laughing. Has she detoxified? Lady Lan would rather believe Shi Mingyue had perished than accept the latter. The poison had been administered so stealthily that even the Emperor remained oblivious. How had Shi Mingyue discovered it? Furthermore, even if she had, how could she possibly detoxify? This peculiar poison had been acquired during her youth in an ancient ruin, and even a supreme poison master might struggle to counteract it. How had she achieved this? Lady Lan, Just because you are incapable does not imply others are as well. Yun has already assisted her mother in detoxification, and everything that transpires tonight, aside from the Emperor's arrangements, has been orchestrated entirely by Yun. The dream you harbor in your heart is destined to shatter tonight, the revered Shura declared with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Crown Prince, Lady Lan, and Feng Tianzhong turned incredulous. Chu Yun, he was the one who detoxified her and plotted all of tonight's events? How is this conceivable? He is merely a junior. No matter his talents, he could not possess such means. Chu Yun, the son of Shi Mingyue, he possesses such capabilities? Nie Ming and Shangwan Yi were equally taken aback. Indeed, it seems you remain unaware. Crown Prince, Empress, the very Xiao Yin you have sought so desperately is none other than His Highness the Ninth Prince. Meng Changzhong interjected, elevating Chu Yun's momentum to unprecedented heights. What? Chu Yun is Xiao Yan. How is this possible? He cannot possibly be Xiao Yan. The Crown Prince's eyes trembled, his emotions spiraling out of control. He found it unimaginable that Chu Yun was Xiao Yan. What, then, did his previous admiration for Xiao Yan signify? Was it merely the folly of his own arrogance? Lady Lan's pupils constricted slightly. She had to concede that she had underestimated Chu Yun. Had she known, she would have disregarded everything and killed him upon his return. At that moment, Yi Tun emerged from the shadows, standing beside the revered Shura. He regarded Lady Lan with a grin. Empress, our master Chu Yun has asked me to deliver a special gift to you. I implore you to open it personally, so as not to disappoint his heartfelt intentions. With a grand gesture, Yi Tun summoned 5 boxes, each enveloped in a protective force, neatly arranged in the air. The power surrounding the boxes was specifically designed to thwart any soul probing. Otherwise, it bore no other means of defense. Lady Lan furrowed her brows, a foreboding sensation creeping into her heart. She scanned the 5 boxes before her. The absence of any power fluctuations indicated that their contents were lifeless. Cease this charade and summon your master to face me, Lady Lan demanded, opting not to open the boxes immediately, but rather to compel Chu Yun to appear. Your master is not present. He remains at home, engrossed in a game of chess. Should you accept this gift, I believe there will be an opportunity for you to meet him later. Yi Tun chuckled. Both the revered Shura and Meng Changzhong, intrigued, pondered what exactly Chu Yun had prepared for the Empress. As Lady Lan approached the boxes, Nie Ming kept a vigilant watch, ready to act should anything threaten his junior apprentice. Lady Lan stood before the 5 boxes, and in the next moment, she unleashed her revered power, unsealing all 5 gifts in one sweeping motion. Her gaze fixated on the contents of the boxes, and in an instant, her eyes filled with fury and unquenchable murderous intent. Boom! Simultaneously, the doppelganger of the demoness transformed into Chu Yuan, struck toward Chu Rong. The two were perilously close, and Chu Rong was caught entirely off guard, his attention diverted to the boxes. By the time Nie Ming and the others reacted, it was already too late. Third brother, what are you doing? The demoness seized Chu Rong by the throat, suppressing all of his internal power, poised to extinguish his life at any moment. In that instant, though Nie Ming and the others were all at the revered level, they refrained from acting recklessly, mindful of Chu Rong's life. Lady Lan whipped around to see Chu Rong held captive by Chu Yuan. Despite her rage, she was compelled to maintain her composure. It was crucial to remember that all her actions tonight were justifiable precisely because of her son. She had secured Chu Rong's position as Crown Prince, garnering the support of all officials, bolstered by the backing of those present. This would allow her to exert pressure over the Emperor in 7 days. Yet, if Chu Rong were to perish, her plans would collapse, the very core of her strategy lost. Should the Crown Prince fall, what good would the allegiance of the civil and military officials serve? Her ostensibly justifiable actions would be swiftly labeled as treason. Chapter 98. The Emergence of the Celestial Sovereign. A threat to Chu Yun? In the prince's residence, Chu Yun continued to engage in a game of chess with the carefree master. Zayayozi, since Chu Rong has fallen into your hands, it will be prudent to eliminate him, Zayayozi remarked nonchalantly. With the death of the Crown Prince, her plans would be thwarted, he added. Chu Yun smiled. Indeed, killing him is essential. Yet, Even if Chu Yun were to meet his demise, Lan Ji would surely concoct another excuse, perhaps invoking the principle of cleansing the court or maintaining order. These are all common tactics in the struggle for power. However, with the crown prince gone, the old relics from the ancestral mountain would no longer support Lan Ji's chaotic ambitions. Xiaozi shook his head with a smile, placing down a white piece. To him, only Chu Yun possessed the leisure to toy with Lan Ji and her cohorts, relishing in their psychological torment. Were it him, a swift strike would suffice to bring any opposing faction, whether the Empresses or the ancestral mountains, to their knees. Little did Lan Ji realize that every step she intended to take was already calculated by Chu Yun. What he sought was to push Lan Ji and her allies to the brink of despair. Ultimately, if Lan Ji had any hidden cards left, he could always call upon his master or the four knights to conclude the matter. In the residence's courtyard, tension hung thick in the air, with expressions of astonishment and confusion plastered across every face. Why had Chu Yun suddenly turned against the crown prince? After all, they were all offspring of the Empress. Suddenly, a voice broke the standoff. "Empress, what do you think of this gift? Do you like it?" Night Devourer's words prompted the eyes of Shura and Niaming to dart towards the boxes, their faces paling in unison. Inside these 5 boxes lay the mangled limbs of Chu Yun, along with a head that bore the visage of utter despair and madness, frozen in time. Surrounding the gift boxes were meticulously arranged rose petals, a testament to Night Devourer's meticulous preparation for the Empress. In that moment, everyone grasped the reality. The Chu Yun before them was a mere illusion. The true Chu Yun had been swapped out long ago and was now dismembered into 6 pieces. "What did you replace Yuan?" The Empress's countenance darkened, her eyes filled with venomous hatred directed at the avatar of the demoness. Before the banquet at the Eastern Palace commenced, your son was already at the 9th Prince's residence. Regrettably, after enduring months of torment, Chu Yun's last thoughts were of his mother, Night Devourer taunted, her words igniting a surge of animosity within Lan Ji towards Chu Yun. The visage of the demoness shifted, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman, causing Feng Tianzheng and Shang Wanyi to furrow their brows even deeper. "Enough of this chatter. I will take Chu Yun, and if any of you dare take a step closer, I will not hesitate to kill him," the demoness declared with composure. "If Chu Yun is dead and we lose the crown prince, Lan Ji, will your plans for tonight still proceed?" The demoness had grasped her lifeline, and Lan Ji was rendered momentarily speechless, her fury boiling beneath the surface. "Mother, save me. Mother, silence." The demoness struck the crown prince, knocking several teeth from his mouth, forcing him to comply. Witnessing this, Nian Ming and the others clenched their fists, their murderous intent palpable. Yet, the demoness remained unfazed, tightening her grip around the crown prince's neck as she moved away towards the Shura and his companions. Just as the demoness and Chu Yun were about to touch down, a vast expanse of void collapsed, engulfing the demoness in a terrifying black radiance, rendering her immobile. This power surpassed even that of the sovereign level. From within the collapsing void emerged an elder clad in purple robes, exuding an overwhelming aura that commanded the very mountains and rivers. With a single palm strike, he aimed to annihilate the demoness. "Ah, blue old monster, you can no longer remain hidden." At that moment, another figure emerged from the void, strikingly similar to Shura. Upon his arrival, he positioned himself before the demoness, stamping down to dispel the overwhelming pressure, then countering with a punch against the purple-robed elder. Their forces collided, sending both combatants staggering back. Fortunately, this newly arrived elder shielded the demoness, securing Chu Yun safely beside the Shura. "Father! Father!" Both the Shura and Lan Ji exclaimed in unison, while the other sovereigns from their respective factions inclined their heads in respect. Celestial Sovereign. The purple-robed elder was none other than the former head of the divine sect, Lan Shang, the Blue Sovereign. The elder resembling Shura was the former patriarch of the Shur clan, Chu Yun's grandfather, Shur Qianshan, the Shur Sovereign. Lan Shang raised his hand, refraining from seizing the crown prince, a gesture that left him slightly perturbed. "Just you? The other two need not hide any longer. Come forth." Lan Shang glared at Shur Qianshan with a cold gaze. "In that case, We shall not stand on ceremony. A voice echoed before the figures of two more elders emerged beside Shi Qianshan, one an old man and the other an old woman, both radiating the power of the heavenly transformation realm, their immense strength capable of reducing the entire residence to ashes in an instant. Emperor, it appears you have made quite the preparations. You three old geezers have secretly arrived in the imperial city for tonight's events, Lanshang remarked, surveying the trio before him. All four were figures of the heavenly transformation realm, all celestial sovereigns. However, Yun Jineo and Gong Sunjun were merely at the early stages of this realm, whereas Lanshang and Shi Qianshan were formidable at the late stages. Yet, given the current 3-to-1 situation, Lanshang had no chance of victory. What of Xue Tong and Xing Chun? Are you suggesting you can take us on without calling them? Shi Qianshan scoffed. The names he mentioned belonged to the celestial sovereigns of the Blood God sect and the Convenes sect, respectively. At that moment, a flicker of mirth crossed Lanshang's otherwise somber face. They've gone to find your precious grandson. As for me, who told you we only have 3 celestial sovereigns on our side? Shi Qianshan's brows furrowed at the implication. Under the cloak of night, 2 figures emerged in the moonlight, riding the stormy winds, their forms exuding the shadowy essence of celestial sovereigns behind them, akin to embodiments of the night. Both were middle-aged, one donned a dark crown, exuding an aura of nobility, while the other was a dwarf, standing under 5 feet tall, yet equally radiating a formidable presence. Chapter 99, The Battle of Nihility. Yin-yang is stopped. Upon the appearance of the 2 figures, they stood beside Lanshang. The 3 venerable beings, Shi Qianshan, Yun Jineo, and Gong Sunjun, cast their cautious gazes over the 2 mysterious heavenly sovereigns. However, a sense of perplexity arose within them as the faces and auras of these 2 were utterly unfamiliar. This led them to a shared conjecture deep within their hearts. Outsiders. Shi Qianshan furrowed his brow and could not help but exclaim, "Outsiders? Ha ha ha. Indeed, Shi Qianshan. These 2 friends hail from the sacred land. I specifically invited them to assist us tonight," Lanshang replied with a cold smile. At this moment, the battlefield was evenly matched with 3 against 3. Nevertheless, the 2 heavenly sovereigns from the sacred land evidently surpassed Gong Sunjun and Yun Jineo in strength, being of the same realm as Shi Qianshan and the others. Thus, it appeared that the Asura Sovereign side was at a disadvantage. More crucially, 2 heavenly sovereigns had already set off towards the residence of the 9th prince. Lan Ji believed that with the intervention of these 2 venerables, even if Chu Yun harbored some extraordinary tactics, he would be left with no choice but to surrender. "Do not celebrate too soon," the celestial demoness warned. "Lan Zi, do not forget that your son is still in my grasp." Just as Lanshang reveled in his triumph, the celestial demoness tightened her grip around the crown prince's neck and spoke coldly. Lan Ji's eyes darkened. The prince falling into the hands of the celestial demoness was indeed a precarious situation. Yet at this moment, she felt a surge of confidence. "If you dare harm Rong, then Chu Yun shall meet a fate tenfold worse," she retorted vehemently. "The 2 venerables from the Blood God sect and the Convenes sect will soon arrive at Chu Yun's residence. Should you harm Ronger in any way, I assure you that Chu Yun will suffer 100-fold anguish." Shi Qianshan glanced at the celestial demoness, a hint of concern for his yet unseen grandson flickering in his eyes. At that moment, the Asura Sovereign approached and whispered a few words into his ear. Instantly, the worry in Shi Qianshan's deep gaze was replaced by astonishment and exhilaration. "Damn it, my grandson's residence has a sovereign as well. What is there to worry about?" Upon hearing this, the celestial demoness chuckled. "Lan Ji, do you believe that nothing will happen to Chu Yun in his residence? On the contrary, you know little of me. I have always feared threats the least." Suddenly, the body and soul of Prince Chu Rong exploded, leaving no trace behind, a shocking turn of events. Lan Ji and Nie Ming were momentarily stunned. How dare she? She actually dared to kill the crown prince. Killing the crown prince of the Great Xia is a crime that cannot go unpunished. Slay them. Lan Ji's face was etched with anguish and fury, swiftly transforming her rationale. Now, She had to leverage the death of her son, the crown prince of the Great Xia, to justify exterminating all those present. Nian Ming and Feng Tanzheng fixed their wolf-like gazes upon the celestial demoness, their power surging forth like cannonballs. Shi Qianshan waved to extinguish their advance, while Lan Shang and the other two venerables charged at him. Today, the Shi family must pay for my grandson. Oof. Shi Qianshan snorted coldly, his hand opened wide, unleashing a torrent of sovereign power that rattled the void, causing the entire residence to collapse into nothingness. All present were thrust into the void. The 6 heavenly sovereigns engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their forms soaring and twisting, already hundreds of miles away in the void, clashing violently. 6 sovereigns manifested in the expanse, their bodies towering over warlords by more than double, unleashing a myriad of devastating attacks amidst the tumultuous chaos. In the heart of this maelstrom, the Asura Sovereign, Yin Bai, Meng Changzhong, and others battled fiercely against Nian Ming, Shang Guanyi, and Lan Ji. Countless warlord forms, akin to vast starry nebulae, filled the void, and every surge of power sent shockwaves through the nothingness, causing further explosions. The clash of might was akin to meteors crashing into the ocean, igniting a tempest of energy in the void. Amidst it all, only the celestial demoness Avatar remained in the realm of nirvana. She was of little assistance and intended to flee the void. Space lockdown. Yet, as the master of the Corpsine sect, Shang Guanyi utilized his myriad of techniques, simultaneously battling the Snow sect's leader, Chu Yun, while controlling a puppet of initial sovereign level to seal the entrance of the void and pursue the celestial demoness. Seeing this, the celestial demoness prioritized evasion. Even if her avatar were to confront the initial sovereign puppet, she could not match its power. Fortunately, Knight Tun's timely intervention allowed him to rescue the celestial demoness, granting Lan Ji the opportunity to break free from her constraints and return to an even footing with Meng Changzhou. At this juncture, the battle in the void appeared evenly matched, neither side gaining a definitive advantage. At the palace gates, Yin Yang did not heed the Empress's orders to confront Chu Yun's faction, but instead prepared to enter the ancestral mountain to assist the favored concubine, Song Yiling. However, her flight was abruptly halted by a familiar figure shimmering with golden lightning, sporting a bald head that shone brilliantly under the moonlight. Chu Yun sent you to keep an eye on me? Upon seeing the Thunder Sovereign, Yin Yang's brow slightly furrowed. The prince has indicated that you are indeed a heavenly sovereign. Thus, I must remain vigilant against you, the Thunder Sovereign stated with solemnity. Rather than attacking the Yin family, you seek to enter the palace. What are your intentions? Yin Yang felt a hint of irritation and replied, You need not concern yourself. I have no desire to oppose your lord, yet do not impede my path. Should we engage in combat, you would not be my match. Her words conveyed both her reluctance to confront Chu Yun and her confidence in her own capabilities. You are in the late stage of the heavenly aspect realm. While I am in the early stage, there's indeed a disparity. However, if I exert my full strength, I could delay you for days and nights without issue. The Thunder Sovereign asserted, producing a soul banner emanating a thick black malevolence, instilling primal fear in countless souls. This was the human emperor banner. Chu Yun had entrusted it to the Thunder Sovereign, fully aware that Yin Yang possessed the treasured item of the Yuan Ming dynasty. To prevent her from utilizing that artifact to dispatch the Thunder Sovereign, Chu Yun had given him the equally formidable human emperor banner for protection. Supreme war weapon. You possess a supreme war weapon. Seeing this, Yin Yang gasped in shock. It was known that the only supreme war weapon within the entire Great Xia Dynasty was the legendary national seal. While her Yuan Ming dynasty also had its own treasured item, it was merely a national treasure. The bald man before her had effortlessly produced a supreme war weapon, and, judging by its aura, this malevolent banner was undoubtedly among the finest. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige. If not, then follow the prince's command and remain in your cloud mist tower tonight, without causing any trouble. The Thunder Sovereign spoke sternly. Chapter 100. The Emergence of Xiaozi. A sword leaving the abyss. Yin Yang stared intently at the human emperor flag held by the Thunder Sovereign, her mind racing with thoughts. After much hesitation, she sighed deeply, deciding, "Very well, I shall not interfere with tonight's events." With that, she turned and left. Although she possessed a supreme weapon, revealing her trump card against a Thunder Sovereign was clearly not worth the risk. There was no need for her to become a scapegoat for song yelling. Having made her decision, she did not linger, decisively returning to the Cloud Mist Tower, closing herself off, and choosing to remain merely an observer of the night as happenings. The Thunder Sovereign followed suit, stationed outside the Cloud Mist Tower, keeping a watchful eye on her. At the residence of Chu Yun, as a chess piece was placed, he remarked, "Strange, what could Yin Yang possibly want in the palace at this late hour? Is there some unforeseen development within?" Meng Ruxue, standing nearby, cautioned, "Do not forget the warning given to you by Sun Yan. Even the Supreme Realm may harbor dangers. Tonight's upheaval may not be as simple as it appears." Chu Yun replied nonchalantly, "Let us see what great commotion unfolds tonight." He continued his game, unfazed. His editing points had significantly increased, and the enmity values of Lan Ji, Nian Ming, and Lan Shang had all surpassed 80%. Soon, it would be time to reap the rewards of their tumultuous antics. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across the night sky, carrying with it a strong scent of blood. A smile crept across Chu Yun's lips. "Ah, the harbingers of death have arrived." "Thank you, master." Across from him, Xiaozi appeared utterly composed, seemingly engrossed in the chess game before him. Above the Chu Yun residence, two elders descended amidst a swirling tempest. One was clad in blood-red garments, exuding a potent aura of carnage, with hands stained by untold bloodshed. The other emanated a chilling presence, his features resembling those of a corpse, as though he had emerged from a mass grave, his eyes radiating a sinister terror. The two appeared above Chu Yun's residence, effortlessly releasing their sovereign-level pressure, enveloping the entire estate. They were none other than the Thunder Sovereign of the Blood God sect, Shui Yi, and the Thunder Sovereign of the Corpsine sect, Jiang Xing. Simultaneously, their spiritual senses detected Chu Yun leisurely playing chess in the main hall. "How leisurely he seems," Shui Yi sneered, "but his good fortune must come to an end." With that, a blood-red tendril shot forth from the space beside him, aiming directly for the hall where Chu Yun resided. The blood-colored tendril, resembling a vast crimson cloud, swiftly enveloped the entire hall. Jiang Xing stood coldly to the side, his gaze inscrutable, betraying no hint of emotion. To them, capturing a mere junior was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If they had to join forces, it would only diminish their status. Still considering his next chess move, Xiaozi did not even glance their way, merely uttering, "Noisy."